Chapter 1. The Super Divine Talent. Do not enter the heavens. Do not enter the heavens. This is an alien conspiracy. The heavens is a trap. Once you log into the game, you will become a slave to extraterrestrials. The M Federation government will impose severe sanctions on extraterrestrials that threaten Blue Star. On television, the news anchor was broadcasting the recent messages frequently promoted by the M Federation government. However, this had no impact on the netizens of Long Country. After all, the people of Blue Star were well aware that the M Federation government had a penchant for alarmist rhetoric, a historical legacy that had persisted through the ages. In Long Country, Haijo, in a male dormitory room 315 of a certain university. All right, my sons, once we finish this meal, we shall embark on our journey. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. We will meet again. Two male students raised stainless steel bowls filled with plain water, clinking them together high above, creating a scene reminiscent of heroic partings in the world of chivalry. I say, you two have been in this delusion for 3 years. When will you act normally? It's just a game, yet you make it seem as though you're on the brink of death. Xiao Feng remarked, bemused, as he ate his meal. The two bowl-clinking individuals were his roommates. One named Li Li, a hopeless romantic of the dark fantasy genre, and the other named Zhang Fan, an ardent enthusiast of martial arts fantasies. The dormitory housed only 3 individuals, and unfortunately, apart from him, the other 2 were somewhat eccentric. What a buzzkill! Lily set down his bowl and said to Xiao Feng, "Come on, Lao Xiao, don't tell me you're not playing. The heavens is alien technology. It requires no equipment, no network, just your consciousness to log in. The gamma to reality time ratio is 10:1. Not only is it entertaining, but it also allows for a form of life extension. The 3 of us have such synergy during gameplay this time. You cannot back out." Zhang Fan chimed in, "Indeed, you cannot back out. As per our usual arrangement, Lao Li will support, and you will tank. I shall tank your grandfather." Xiao Feng slammed the table, irritated. "I only play as a mage. You can choose whoever you want to tank. I've been tanking for 3 years, and now just the sight of a boss's belly makes me want to vomit. I refuse to play frontline again." All right then, we shall grant you an opportunity to output this time. If you do poorly, we shall delete the account and start anew." Seeing his resolute demeanor, the other 2 reluctantly acquiesced. Yet, they were well aware that Xiao Feng was destined to play as a tank, for he had an insatiable urge to charge forward. Only a full meat build could prolong his survival. Only 1 hour until the server opens. Let's strike a pose that's a touch flamboyant. It's said to grant an SS-level talent. After finishing their meal, the 3 tidied up the remnants and prepared to enter the game. The heavens was alien technology that had recently permeated human consciousness through the medium of dreams. According to the introduction experienced in Slumber, this game was developed by a super civilization known as the Supreme Divine Kingdom, disseminated throughout the universe via a unique technology. Any sentient being could enter the game world through consciousness. The myriad heavens have fashioned distinct gaming realms for various civilizations. In the nascent phase, players initially develop solely within their own civilizational domains. However, upon reaching level 255, they may transcend these civilizational barriers and enter the genuine myriad heavens world, where they can clash with formidable beings from diverse civilizations. This game necessitates neither equipment nor internet connectivity. As long as one's mind is sound, one can log in effortlessly. Additionally, it is perpetually free of charge, devoid of administrators, back-end accounts, trading platforms, or any extraneous elements, ensuring a pristine experience. The game is poised to launch imminently, and many are filled with anticipation. Xiao Feng reclined on his bed, eyes closed, mentally invoking myriad heavens, establishing a connection with the game's server. Welcome to the myriad heavens world. There are 54 minutes and 29 seconds remaining until the game's launch. You may pre-create your game character, but a radiant light blossomed in his mind, and his dormitory vanished from his perception, replaced by an expansive hall within a magnificent temple. Everything surrounding him felt remarkably authentic, as if he were truly present in this realm. Before Xiao Feng stood a mirror, reflecting his current appearance as a strikingly handsome youth clad in pristine novice robes. "I look truly dashing. Let's create a character first. Please select your profession." The temple's vaulted ceiling resonated with the system's directives. In the mirror, several weapon options materialized before Xiao Feng, each representing a distinct profession. In the early stages of the game, 6 professions were available, warrior, knight, mage, priest, assassin, and archer. Upon seeing the knight and warrior options, the perennial tank, Xiao Feng, felt a wave of nausea. Mage. He resolutely chose the staff. Instantly, his novice robes transformed into the elegant garb of a mage, and he found a worn wooden staff in his hands. Please enter your name. Xiao Feng, he declared, character naming successful. Upon verification, there are 790,012 characters with the same name in the Myriad Heavens world, and 991 in this battle region. Due to its extensive reach encompassing the entire universe, the game permits name duplication among players. This battle region refers specifically to Blue Star. Ding! At that moment, a crisp notification echoed through the air. Your cerebral domain's breadth exceeds the cosmic average by 50. The system grants you an additional lottery opportunity. A colossal spinning wheel then materialized before him. The wheel was divided into segments of varying colors, each inscribed with different rewards. These included equipment, skills, talents, special items, and even certificates for hidden class transfers. Each item was distinguished by color to signify its quality. White common, green refined, blue rare, purple epic, orange legendary, red mythical, and multicolored. Beyond mythical, possessing uniqueness. Wow, such fortune exists. Cerebral domain breadth? What on earth is that? Xiao Feng was utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, he would not be foolish enough to forego a complimentary lottery chance. Let's go for the highest quality item at random. In his heart, he silently mused as he set the wheel in motion, causing it to spin at an exhilarating speed. After half a minute, the velocity gradually diminished, passing through various segments. Ultimately, it came to a halt on a vibrant, multicolored square. Super God level. My goodness! Xiao Feng's heart raced, doubling in pace, overwhelmed with joy. Ding! Congratulations! You have won a random Super God level talent in the lottery. Ding! Your talent is Divine Might. Divine Might. All skill effects are amplified by 10,000 times. What the heck? Upon witnessing the talent he had acquired, Xiao Feng was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost exclaiming aloud. Thank goodness I didn't choose the tank class, otherwise this talent would have gone to waste. He thought, feeling immensely relieved. With a 10,000-fold enhancement of skill effects, playing as a mage would mean obliterating foes with a single spell. This was truly an experience akin to a private server with extraordinary powers. He hurriedly logged off, eager to share the news with his two close friends. However, both of them were engrossed in the character creation process, showing no signs of waking up. Xiao Feng opened his browser to peruse the relevant forums for Zhu Tian. There were numerous posts from individuals claiming their brain capacity exceeded the universe's average by 50, thus earning a chance to participate in the lottery. Some had won skill books, others had received equipment, and even one individual claimed to have obtained a hidden class transfer certificate for the ancient Sword Immortal. It was then that Xiao Feng realized that as long as one wasn't particularly dim-witted, Blue Star inhabitants would receive such a lottery opportunity upon entering the game. Yet, to have drawn a uniquely exceptional Super God-level talent was indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. After browsing the forum for a while, time was drawing near. With a sense of exhilaration, he logged back into the game, re-entering the world of Zhu Tian. Game server countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Welcome. Before the system announcement concluded, Xiao Feng was the first to plunge into the game world. Chapter 2. Basic attacks in the tens of thousands. Welcome to Novice Village number 00000002. Upon reaching level 10, you may teleport to the main city for class advancement. Wishing you a delightful gaming experience. The system prompt echoed, and soon after, Xiao Feng found himself amidst a throng of players. Help! I can't breathe. Who just touched my backside? I'm a man. Hey, I'm trying to find an NPC to accept a quest here. Why am I being pushed out of the village? Oh no, I've been killed by a wild chicken. A cacophony of strange sounds reverberated around him, the crowd's density rivaling that of a peak-hour subway in a bustling metropolis. Xiao Feng found himself immobilized, scarcely able to move, let alone walk. Hey, my friend, did the system mention that if you commit suicide 100 times, you can unlock a hidden class? Am I the only one aware of this? He remarked to a nearby player, feigning innocence. Really? Is that true? A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Almost immediately, several players began utilizing the system's offered self-destruct feature, resulting in a chorus of anguished cries. After the cacophony subsided, the area around him cleared significantly, Finally, he could move. Clever as I am, Xiaofeng chuckled to himself and strode purposefully toward the village exit. While NPCs offered quests that could expedite leveling up, the sheer number of players there made it seem an eternity before he could squeeze through. It was far more efficient to level up directly. On his way out of the village, Xiaofeng glanced at his attributes. Name, Xiaofeng. Class, Apprentice Mage. Level 1. Talent, Divine Might, Super Divine. Health points, 108. Mana points, 25. Spell Attack Power, 2. Physical Defense, 2. Magical Defense, 1. Strength, 1. Affects Physical Attack. Intelligence, 1. Affects Spell Attack. Vitality, 1. Affects Health and Physical Defense. Mentality, 1. Affects Mana and Magical Defense. Agility, 1. Affects Critical Hit Rate. Additional attack boost for archers and assassins. He possessed 2 pieces of equipment. Trial Staff, Spell Attack Power 1. Trial Robe, Physical Defense 1. Next, he checked his skills. The Novice Mage had only one basic skill, akin to a standard attack. Magic Missile, deals 110 spell damage, cooldown of 2.5 seconds, no mana cost. It could be considered a rather ineffective skill, at least for the average player. Surely, my talent must enhance this skill in some manner, Xiaofeng mused. Having reached the village entrance, he noted that the exit remained crowded, with many players vying for the scarce resources, the level 1 wild chickens. With a mere 80 health points and low attack power, still posed a challenge for a novice with only 2 attack power, requiring a significant amount of time to defeat just one. Certainly, a crowd's assault can expedite matters significantly. Xiaofeng fixed his gaze upon a freshly spawned wild chicken and cast a magic missile. The missile struck the wild chicken squarely on the head. 21,997. You have defeated the wild chicken and gained 5 experience points, proclaimed the system. A tremendous 5-digit damage figure emerged. The wild chicken, its head buzzing, had yet to behold the morning sun when its brief existence came to an abrupt end. What on earth? How did this wild chicken suddenly perish? Who was it that dispatched it so swiftly? Exclaimed several onlookers. In the realm of heavens, non-team players are unable to discern the damage dealt by others, relying solely on the changes in the monster's health bar for insight. The wild chicken's full health vanished, garnering the attention of a few, though it hardly caused a stir. After all, most present had experienced their share of luck, making extraordinary feats rather commonplace. Xiaofeng, having validated his skill's effectiveness, brimmed with confidence. He chose not to contest with others for the wild chickens and ventured further afield. Beyond the domain of the wild chickens lay the territory of level 3 monsters, the small grass spirits, where numerous players were currently banding together to battle, rendering competition formidable. Continuing onward, Xiaofeng arrived at the realm of the level 5 small stone golems. Small stone golem, level 5 health, 360 physical attack, 7 physical defense, 2 magical defense, 1 skills, none with 360 health points. This creature posed a considerable challenge for the average player. Only a select few with particularly fortunate lottery results ventured here to level up. Xiaofeng unleashed another magic missile, inflicting 21,975 points of damage. You have defeated the small stone golem and gained 25 experience points. Congratulations. You have risen to level 2. The combination of a level 5 monster and a level 1 creature was precisely sufficient for a level up. For each level gained, players receive 2 attribute points while the 5 primary attributes automatically increase by 1. Xiaofeng allocated both points to intelligence, raising his intelligence value to 4 and enhancing his magical attack to 5. He cast another magic missile. 54,987. An astonishing figure materialized, and the previously sprightly small stone golem shattered with a crack, dropping 2 copper coins onto the ground. Ah, this feels rather pleasing. Taking down a monster every 2.5 seconds is far more efficient than completing novice tasks. Xiaofeng beamed, embarking on a fervent leveling journey. With a magic missile every 2.5 seconds, the pace was quite rapid. For ordinary players, this skill functions as a basic attack, slow in speed and modest in damage, yet enhanced by the divine talent. Its impact was formidable. Even more impressive was that this skill required no mana expenditure whatsoever. Via Bayu, the magic missiles flew in rapid succession, dispatching foes with ease, akin to traversing a realm devoid of monsters. A few nearby players, witnessing his terrifying leveling speed, could not help but exclaim, "Incredible! He must be a formidable player who has drawn a divine artifact, achieving an attack power exceeding 400 in the novice village. Brother, may we team up for leveling? Chimed a voice with a lowly tone. Some even approached him, eager to join forces. Get lost. I have no interest in a lowly weighing 300 pounds. Xiao Feng brusquely rejected them, focusing intently on his leveling. Before long, he ascended to level 3, with his intelligence points boosting his magical attack to 8, allowing him to inflict over 90,000 damage with a single basic attack. As he battled monsters and advanced, he unwittingly found himself in the territory of level 7 forestiers. With 750 health points, even at level 10, it would take over 10 seconds to defeat one. Yet, in Xiao Feng's eyes, they appeared as fragile as tissue paper, at a rate of one monster every 2.5 seconds, and accounting for movement time to find foes. He could eliminate a level 7 monster approximately every 4 seconds without sustaining any damage. Aside from him, no one else ventured to level up in the vicinity. As the probability of drawing high-quality items remained low, the vast majority of players were stuck with items of orange, legendary, quality, or lower. Unbothered, the leveling process became increasingly tranquil, with his experience bar soaring. A forest deer offered 55 experience points, accumulating over 800 experience in just 1 minute. This pace was at least 30 times faster than that of ordinary players. In merely 10 minutes, Xiao Feng reached level 6. Despite lacking good fortune and not obtaining a single piece of equipment, with his meager copper coins, his attack power had climbed to 20 points, enabling him to deal 200,000 damage with a single missile. The level 7 forestiers were no longer a challenge. He now sought to confront even higher-level monsters. Advancing further led him into a dense forest, devoid of any monsters. For a moment, Xiao Feng wondered if he had strayed into the wrong map. However, after proceeding a bit further, a jet-black tiger suddenly entered his line of sight. Recognizing it as a high-level monster, Xiao Feng wasted no time in launching a missile. Baiyu, a staggering damage figure of 218,784 emerged. Congratulations. You have defeated the novice village boss, earning 10 prestige points. Congratulations. You are the first player in this battle zone to defeat the novice village boss, receiving an honor reward of 1 epic equipment. You have vanquished the black-striped tiger, earning 3,000 experience points. Congratulations, your level has risen to 7. Battle Zone Announcement. Player Xiao Feng has first defeated the novice village boss, earning 1 epic equipment. Battle Zone Announcement. Battle Zone Announcement. A series of system notifications erupted around him. Xiao Feng, momentarily stunned, gazed at the motionless black tiger on the ground and blinked. Was this creature truly a boss? How utterly feeble. Chapter 3. A godly boss. Is that all? Let us examine the rewards. He opened his backpack to inspect the rare equipment he had just acquired. Honor Staff, Epic. Level, 10 Spell Attack, 32 Intelligence, 6 Constitution, 6 Special Effect, Mana Regeneration, 5 Chance to restore 50 mana points upon skill release. The attributes are decent, but alas, it requires level 10 to wield. Equipping this weapon would more than double his spell attack, but lacking the requisite level, he could only bide his time. The corpse of the boss gradually faded away, leaving behind 2 dropped items. Xiao Feng collected the 8 silver coins scattered on the ground, with a conversion ratio of 100 for gold, silver, and copper, along with 2 pieces of armor and a treasure map. Black Tiger Boots, level 10, exquisite quality, usable by all classes, increases health cap by 45, physical defense 2. Black Tiger Crown, level 10, exquisite quality, usable by all classes, increases health cap by 55, Constitution 2. Novice Village Treasure Map. It is said that an astonishing treasure has been buried in Novice Village since ancient times, and only those with fate can discover it. 2 pieces of level 10 green equipment, which he could not yet wear. However, the treasure map piqued Xiao Feng's interest immensely. Perhaps he might unearth a legendary artifact. He mused. Upon opening the treasure map item, a flat map came into view. This map undoubtedly provided an aerial perspective of Novice Village, clearly depicting the village, meadows, and woodlands. The treasure location was marked deep within the woods, in a cave at the foot of a small hill. A treasure buried in a cave, was that not self-evident? Digging was unnecessary. One could simply enter. What need was there for fate? Xiao Feng could not help but voice his thoughts. Nevertheless, his body obediently moved toward the designated location. The forest was inhabited by level 9 lynxes, resembling small tigers, with formidable attack power. Yet, before Xiaofeng's barrage of over 200,000 magic missiles, they fell in a heartbeat, never even slowing his pace. The cave was not far off. Within minutes, he arrived. At the end of the forest stood a barren rocky hill, where a conspicuous entrance, tall enough for a person, awaited. Even more striking was the inscription above the entrance that boldly proclaimed the treasure location, an act more brazen than not a single coin buried here. Indeed, the game crafted by aliens seemed rather simplistic. No wonder global players' cognitive abilities exceeded the average by over 50. Xiaofeng remarked with mild sarcasm as he stepped into the cave. Inside, the cave was devoid of monsters and eerily quiet. After walking over 200 meters, the path suddenly opened up. Before Xiaofeng appeared a resplendent mountain of gold, teeming with coins, at first glance, at least several million. Holy cow! Is this truly treasure? Xiaofeng had presumed that such an overtly marked treasure site would yield little of worth, yet he was astonished to encounter this site. Millions of coins. If he were to collect them all, wealth beyond measure would be his in mere moments. Although the realms of the infinite and the economy of Blue Star do not interconnect, and direct conversion to cash is unattainable, offline transactions remain entirely unaffected. Millions of gold coins, in the early stages of the game, are estimated to exceed several hundred million in value. Xiaofeng stood in a daze for a moment before reacting, sprinting forth with a single leap. However, just as he approached the mountain of gold, ready to claim the coins, a voice suddenly echoed around him. Are today's challengers so feeble that they dare to confront me without even reaching level 10? Immediately, the mountain of gold collapsed with a thunderous sound. The coins vanished, replaced by a magnificent lion, resplendent in gold. What the? Xiaofeng's expression darkened. That was my fortune. Upon closer inspection, the golden lion stood over 5 meters tall, resembling an elephant. A glance at its attributes left him speechless. Golden Lion Auto Gu, Mythical Grade Boss. Level 50 Health 3,000,003,000,000 Note. Target level exceeds your own by 30 levels. Detailed information cannot be retrieved. Aside from its name, level, and health, all other attributes were obscured. A level 50 mythical boss. Is this truly a beginner's village? Xiaofeng was momentarily at a loss for words. However, he merely felt a twinge of irritation, devoid of any fear. The golden lion lowered its head to scrutinize him and spoke human words. Challenger, your greedy gaze reveals your intent to seize my treasure. Is there a problem? The location of the treasure is clearly marked at the entrance. Must I deny you entry? Xiaofeng retorted without hesitation. What of a mere level 50 mythical boss? Why act like a great authority? Auto Gu despised greedy individuals above all, yet in this sanctuary of the gods, he preferred to avoid unnecessary bloodshed and inciting the wrath of the divine. You may leave. I shall pretend you never arrived, the golden lion declared, then lazily lay down once more. How presumptuous for a mere level 50 mythical boss to consider itself significant. With his divine might, Xiaofeng felt considerable disdain at being regarded with such contempt by a monster. It was just a game, after all, and he, a dignified player, should not be looked down upon by a creature. Without further ado, he unleashed a magic missile. Foolish, the golden lion Auto Gu muttered, lifting one eyelid to glance at him before resuming its slumber. It couldn't be bothered with such a rudimentary skill. Even 1,000 would not breach its defenses, rendering it utterly unconcerned. However, smack, the magic missile struck the golden lion's forehead. 201,909, a terrifying damage figure emerged, and Auto Gu, who had been on the verge of slumber, was left stunned. At level 7, Xiaofeng's spell attack had reached 24 points, allowing him to inflict a damage output of 260,000. Auto Gu possessed a degree of damage mitigation and high defense, which accounted for the slightly over 200,000 damage received. Nonetheless, the 200,000 damage still managed to deplete over 5 of the boss's health. What could be the reason? The golden lion, startled, immediately sprang to its feet. Young one, your magic missile, how can it be so painful? It raised its forepaw, tenderly rubbing its feline face. Clearly in discomfort, Xiaofeng shrugged, remarking that looks and damage were proportional, leaving him rather helpless. He then launched another missile with a swift bayou. Stop. Cease your attacks. No more. Auto Gu, having taken another magic missile, found its health bar diminished by 13 and was suddenly thrown into a state of panic. lowering its proud demeanor. It exclaimed anxiously, "Please, do not harm me. I can offer you treasures." Xiaofeng was taken aback. What did this mean? A boss of such formidable strength, cowed by just 2 missiles? After all, it was a level 50 mythical boss, despite the pain inflicted by his magic missiles. It could easily obliterate him if it chose to retaliate. The Golden Lion, Otogu, replied in a tone of grievance, "You adventurers can respawn infinitely. But my life is singular. With your extraordinary prowess, you must have inherited the power of a certain supreme deity. Given that, it seems reasonable for me to bestow my treasures upon you." Xiaofeng's lips twitched. The boss was actually afraid of death? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Mythical bosses typically did not respawn, and death meant finality. Under the advanced intelligence of extraterrestrial technology, it was not surprising that these creatures exhibited some human traits. What treasures do you possess? Also, why must one inherit the power of a supreme deity to claim your treasures? Xiaofeng inquired. Otogu lay back down, lowering its posture, and explained, "I was originally the steed of the war god, Asada. My master perished 3,000 years ago during the Abyssal War. Slain by the bloody demon god, the gods took pity on me, allowing me to carry my master's legacy back to the origin, seeking a suitable adventurer to inherit the power of the war god." Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This clearly indicated a hidden class was in the offing. Moreover, it was a hidden class of divine caliber, undoubtedly formidable. "So, you wish to bestow the legacy of the war god upon me?" he asked with a smile. Otogu, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "I do contemplate that. But you are a magician. My master's legacy is only suited for knightly classes. Unless you willingly relinquish all your current abilities and change your profession, it cannot be inherited." "A knight? No, thank you." The mention of a tank class instantly caused Xiaofeng to recoil instinctively. However, the thought of letting go of a divine legacy seemed a waste. Thus, he inquired further, "Is this legacy transferable?" Chapter 4, Confronting the Supreme Boss What? Otogu inquired, his expression revealing complete bewilderment. Xiaofeng elucidated, "What I mean is, I possess a friend who is far more suited to inherit the mantle of the god of war. If you could transfer that so-called legacy to me, I shall ensure it reaches him." The notion of friendship was merely a pretext. The artifact could fetch an exorbitant price if sold. Absolutely not. The master's legacy is of immeasurable value. Should you wish to accept it yourself, I would undoubtedly oblige. However, I cannot acquiesce to anyone else. The Golden Lion shook its head repeatedly, indicating the impossibility of such a transaction. "Oh." A smirk crossed Xiaofeng's lips as he raised his hand, conjuring a magical projectile. "Why are you doing this?" After sustaining a significant blow, Otogu's temper flared, prompting him to rise and emit a roar. Xiaofeng, fully aware of the creature's cowardice, confidently replied, "You are well aware of my prowess. I shall not indulge in idle chatter. Hand over the artifact of the god of war's legacy, or I shall not hesitate to extract it from you myself." "How dare you? Do you truly believe I am afraid of you?" Otogu retorted angrily, golden light emanating from its form, readying itself for combat. Yet, it refrained from attacking. Xiaofeng chuckled, "You may slay me, but I shall return almost instantaneously. The journey from the resurrection point to here takes but a few minutes. How much health can you regain in that time?" His confidence was unwavering. According to the laws of the game, wild bosses were unlike dungeon bosses. Upon disengaging from battle, they did not replenish their health immediately, but rather underwent a gradual recovery process. Given the Golden Lion's health pool, it would likely recover no more than 1 per minute. Such a time frame would not suffice to fully counteract the damage inflicted upon it. With patience, Xiaofeng could assuredly wear it down to its demise. "You vile adventurer!" Otogu seethed with fury. It roared, "The master is the god of war, and his legacy is far too weighty to be relinquished easily. Even if you were to kill me, I would never yield." In response, Xiaofeng unleashed another magical projectile. "Ouch! That hurts terribly. I shall retaliate." After being struck by 4 magical projectiles and suffering considerable damage, Otogu, enraged, leaped forward in an attempt to charge at Xiaofeng. Crash! A 5-digit damage figure appeared, and with less than 300 health remaining, Xiaofeng found himself on the brink of defeat. Notification: You have died. 20 of your current experience has been deducted. The system announced. Ah, so it truly comes to this. In the blink of an eye, Xiaofeng resurrected in the novice village and hurriedly dashed towards the village exit. Although dying resulted in a 20 experience penalty, he was unconcerned, as he could slay some minor creatures along the way to recuperate his lost experience, thereby avoiding the risk of demotion and attribute loss. Numerous players occupied the area outside the novice village, most hovering around level 34, with level 5 being considered elite, and scarcely any exceeding level 6. Xiaofeng sprinted with fervor, traversing several small terrains until he arrived at the cave. A glance at the elapsed time revealed he had taken a total of 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Inside the cave, the magnificent form of the Golden Lion Otto was sprawled on the ground, its health bar gradually regenerating. "You've returned. I shall not yield," it bellowed upon noticing Xiaofeng, unleashing a burst of golden light from its maw. In tandem, Xiaofeng cast a magic missile while assessing its attributes. Golden Lion Otto, mythical level boss. Health, 2, 316. 093, 000 previously. When he had been vanquished, its health had been at 2. 15 million, and now it stood at 2. 3 million. This indicated that its automatic healing rate was approximately 1 per minute, equating to a mere 500 points per second. It can be slain, Xiaofeng thought, filled with joy. In the next instant, damage of 210,000 appeared above Otto's head, while over 80,000 was displayed above Xiaofeng's, leading him to respawn in the village. Once again, he dashed out of the novice village, racing back to the cave. Upon checking the boss's health for the third time, it had decreased to 2.24 million. Roughly 60,000 less than before. I shall be the first to vanquish a mythical boss. Excited, he launched another magic missile, only to be instantly obliterated by Otto's roar. After dying for the 4th time, he hurriedly exited the novice village, intent on returning to the cave. Meanwhile, some casual players in the village had begun to take notice of him. What is going on with that guy? He has returned 4 times within 20 minutes. Has he encountered a boss? They observed that he was merely level 7, supposedly among the strongest, yet he kept perishing. Some expressed their confusion, but no further comments were made. Unfazed by their murmurs, Xiaofeng ran back the 5 minutes to the cave, casting a magic missile only to be slain once more. The health of the Golden Lion Otto was being chipped away at a painstakingly slow pace. Xiaofeng's level remained unchanged, as the experience gained from defeating monsters matched the experience lost upon dying. Meanwhile, other players steadily advanced, with some beginning to catch up to him, even surpassing his progress. After another 20 minutes, the health of the Golden Lion had dwindled to 1.9 million. Upon his 9th return to the novice village, Xiaofeng had garnered the keen attention of the casual players. This fellow has undoubtedly encountered an exceptionally formidable boss, otherwise, he wouldn't be dying so frequently. They decided to inform the vice president, suggesting that someone follow him. If the boss was manageable, they could seize the opportunity to claim it for themselves. After battling for over half an hour without success, they concluded that this boss was indeed formidable. The players whispered among themselves, spreading the news. Xiaofeng, consumed by thoughts of the legendary boss's potential loot, remained oblivious to their scheming. 5 minutes later, he found himself back in the novice village once again. It's him. Follow him. A few casual players, beckoned by their peers, discreetly trailed Xiaofeng. He burst forth from the village, determined to return near the cave once more. At that moment, a voice emerged from beside him. Selling equipment. Mage gear for level 5. Come and take a look. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he could purchase equipment to enhance his base attributes. His innate talent could amplify damage exponentially. Even a mere increase of 1 point in attack power would result in an additional 10,000 points of damage. How terrifying. How foolish of me. Without hesitation, Xiaofeng hurried towards the vendor. "Miss, let me see the equipment." He spoke rapidly. "Oh, sure. Look, there are 3 items," replied the vendor. A young woman in her 20s named Lucky Meow, who was quite lovely in appearance. She displayed 3 pieces of equipment. Oak Staff, level 7, common quality. Spell attack 12, Grass Spirit Ring. Level 5, common quality. Spell attack 2, Grass Shoes. Level 3, common quality. Constitution 1. What's the price? Seeing 2 items that enhance spell attack, Xiaofeng was elated. Lucky Meow extended her delicate fingers and said, 5 silver coins. That is outrageous," exclaimed someone nearby, who shared Xiaofeng's interest in the equipment. 50 copper coins would be more reasonable. At this stage, most individuals possessed no more than 100 copper coins, unless one were the leader of a major guild, supported by numerous companions in the novice village to gather a substantial amount of copper. Lucky Meow, aware of her exorbitant pricing, exhibited a hint of embarrassment and meekly explained, I accepted a quest that requires many silver coins. Do you have any more items that enhance spell attack? Xiaofeng inquired. Yes, there is this one. She removed a necklace from around her neck. Village Chief's Blessing, level 3, exquisite quality, intelligence 2, constitution 2. I'll take all 4 items. Here are 5 silver coins. Chapter 5, Is This Fate? Xiaofeng issued a trade request. Oh, all right, thank you. Lucky Miao was momentarily taken aback, astonished that such a high price would indeed be accepted by someone. Without hesitation, he completed the transaction and handed over 4 pieces of equipment to Xiaofeng. Let's add each other as friends once I finish my quest. Hey, why are you running off so quickly? Lucky Miao felt a sense of guilt, still hoping to add him as a friend and repay him later. However, Xiaofeng had already dashed away. As he traversed the map, he equipped the 4 new items. His attributes underwent a significant transformation. Name, Xiaofeng. Class, Mage Apprentice. Level, 7. Talent, Divine Might. Super God level. Health points, 324 mana points, 77 spell attack power, 39 physical defense, 3 magical defense, 2 strength, 7 intelligence, 21 constitution, 10 mentality, 7 agility. 7 His spell attack power had surged to 39 points, with the theoretical damage of the missile expected to exceed 400,000. He exited the village, urging his companions to keep pace. Several players hurried after him. As he walked, he swiftly dispatched minor monsters, replenishing his experience points. 5 minutes later, he emerged from the woods, arriving at the foot of a small hill, where he discovered a cave. Is there truly a cave here? A treasure location, perhaps? Could there be riches within? Those stealthily following him sensed an opportunity and promptly began contacting their leader, Otto Gu. Prepare to meet your end. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng had already entered the cave and unleashed another missile. Stop, please. I surrender. I beg you, do not strike again. With a resounding crack, the magical missile inflicted a staggering damage of 378,112. Otto Gu, having endured a relentless onslaught, was now devoid of fighting spirit. Its health had plummeted below 50, and the fear of death compelled it to concede. Isn't it a tad late to surrender now? If I defeat you, I will loot everything you possess and gain substantial experience. There is no need for negotiation. Xiaofeng, brimming with confidence, declared. As he spoke, the cooldown for the magical missile had elapsed, and without hesitation, he launched it again. 381,009. This strike reduced the Golden Lioness health to a mere 15 million. Just 3 more hits would seal its fate. I will bestow upon you my Master's legacy. Please, do not kill me. You will not obtain anything if you do. The Golden Lion implored, having completely cast aside its dignity, only yearning for survival. Xiaofeng grinned. But now, I find myself utterly disinterested in that so-called legacy. After all, the knight is the profession I despise the most. With a flick of his wrist, the magical missile was unleashed once more. Bayu. 388,717. The Golden Lion let out a wretched cry as its health plummeted to 760,000. Please, do not do this. I beg you. However, this is the inheritance of the Supreme God. After the class change, attributes soar to more than tenfold compared to others, an absolute temptation. Otto's voice echoed in despair, his massive frame retreating, a sight of utter misery. Xiaofeng smiled faintly, remarking that tenfold was merely trivial, as he truly found it unworthy of his attention. Once the skill cooldown concluded, another magic missile was dispatched. Ah, you have gone too far. You are absolutely excessive, Otto exclaimed, witnessing his health plummet to a mere 370,000, teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, a sudden flurry of footsteps resonated from outside the cave. Hurry, it's inside. I heard the boss's roar. It must be a formidable beast. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's brow furrowed. Someone was approaching. The situation was becoming troublesome. However, he decided to eliminate the threat first. Paying no heed to being seen, he launched yet another magic missile. Otto understood his impending doom, but curiously made no attempt to resist. He growled, "Cursed human adventurer, I, the Golden Lion Otto, invoke a curse in the name of the war god Steed. All creatures on the divine grace continent shall stop at nothing to slay you. The followers of the gods will view you as a thorn in their side. You are a heretic, a cruel demon, and you shall face the judgment of the gods. In this world, there will be no refuge for you. Your wicked name shall be eternally inscribed upon the monument of judgment." The magic missile had depleted Otto's health entirely, yet he continued to chant, clearly engaged in a ritual that would not cease even in death. Ding. You have been afflicted by the curse of Golden Lion Otto. Otto's curse. Unable to enter the temple, unable to inherit divine professions, unable to gain war contributions. Automatically designated as the primary target of monster attacks. Duration. Permanent. Goodness, this curse is quite formidable, Xiaofeng mused, surprised. The first three effects seemed severe, akin to losing certain functionalities. The final effect left him utterly speechless, automatically becoming the target of all monsters' attacks. Was this not akin to a super taunt? In essence, he circled back around to becoming a tank. Was this truly his fate? Ding. Congratulations, you have slain the level 50 mythic boss, Golden Lion Otto, earning 10,000 reputation points. At this moment, the system notification for defeating the boss chimed in. Congratulations. You are the first player in this battle zone to defeat a mythic level boss. Receiving an honor reward of 1 piece of mythic equipment. You have vanquished the Golden Lion Otto, earning 300,000 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased to 33. Notification, your level has reached 10. Please promptly proceed to the main city to advance your profession. Battle zone announcement. Player Xiaofeng has first defeated the mythic level boss, earning 1 piece of mythic equipment. Warzone announcement. Warzone announcement. The system's notifications poured in one after another, overwhelming the senses. Xiaofeng watched in astonishment as his level surged from 7 to 33, a grin spreading across his face. Although he had forfeited a hidden class inheritance of the highest rank, the advantage of such a level was undeniably gratifying. The server had only been live for just over an hour, with only a handful of players across the entire Warzone reaching level 10 to transition to the main city. Yet here he was, having ascended to level 33 in one fell swoop. Upon further inspection, he discovered an additional mythical-grade piece of equipment in his inventory, radiating a dazzling crimson glow, simply exquisite. Godslayer robe, mythical, honor reward, non-tradable, non-modifiable, non-discardable. Never drops, health points, 3,500 physical defense, 50 magical defense, 100 spirit, 50 magic damage reduction, 20 special effect. Fountain, automatically restores 50 mana per second special effect. Immortal spirit, when receiving a fatal blow, negates that damage and grants a shield equal to 100 of health, lasting a maximum of 10 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Goodness, this is astonishing. And it has no level requirements. Xiaofeng was momentarily dumbfounded. He had never encountered such an impressive piece of equipment in his life. Without hesitation, he donned the artifact. The Godslayer robe boasted a deep blue hue, adorned with intricate white patterns that flickered with ethereal light, exuding both subtlety and opulence. After equipping the artifact, Xiaofeng found himself with 4,500 health points and exceptionally high dual defenses, even before allocating his attribute points from reaching level 33. Meanwhile, the individual who had just called out had already ventured deep into the cave. President, it's right here. A sycophant-like figure led the way, shouting back to the others. Xiaofeng turned to see over 40 individuals emerging from the passageway, each bearing names beginning with Tianxia. Members of the Tianxia Guild? His brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 6. A good son. Truly obedient, he was aware of this guild, one of the top 10 gaming guilds in the Dragon Kingdom. Reputed to possess substantial financial resources with over 50,000 permanent members. The leader of the group that arrived at the cave was the vice president of the Heavenly Guild, known as Tianxia Wushuang. Has the boss already been defeated? My goodness, so many items. Could it possibly be the one mentioned in the system announcement? Upon entering the boss's chamber, Tianxia Wushuang beheld Xiaofeng alongside the fallen Golden Lion. The magnificent beast had just perished, its body yet to be removed. Its imposing form was indeed awe-inspiring. Even more astonishing were the countless gold coins strewn across the ground, shimmering with an array of colors from the loot. Red light. There's a divine artifact, exclaimed one of the men behind Tianxia Wushuang. Nestled among the coins lay a pair of exquisite boots radiating a brilliant red glow, overshadowing the glimmer of the other items. Could this truly be the one mentioned in the announcement? Tianxia Wushuang marveled. Simultaneously, several subordinates behind him stepped forward, menacingly pointing at Xiaofeng. You brat, we have claimed this boss. If you know what's good for you, scram. Oh, at this moment, the ownership of the boss still solely belongs to Xiaofeng. The items on the ground can only be collected by him. Unfazed by the throng blocking the cave's exit, He calmly remarked, "Clear a path for me. Otherwise, I want to be able to leave even if I wish to." "Make way for him," commanded the one who spoke, known as Tianxia Dai Shuai. However, judging by his appearance, he was hardly deserving of such a grand title, barely qualifying as a handsome man. What a good son. Truly obedient. Xiao Feng laughed heartily, showing no intention of departing. Instead, he turned to begin collecting the items scattered on the ground. So many coins. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the system automatically recognized the gold, transferring all of it into his inventory. Precisely 10,000 coins. As the golden light faded, the expressions of those from the Heavenly Guild shifted dramatically. When you refuse a toast, you invite a punishment. Brothers, quickly, eliminate him. Tianxia Dai Shuai commanded. Yes. In the next moment, dozens of individuals launched their attacks simultaneously. Close range, long range, and various skills all converged upon Xiao Feng. One miss, 2, 1. The damage dealt by everyone was in single digits, with not a single attack exceeding 5 points. In the face of the terrifying defense and health of the God-slaying robe, this group of low-level players, none even reaching level 10, appeared utterly ridiculous. TSK. Level 30 Knight's Artifact Boots, adding over 3,000 health, 50 movement speed, and completely ignoring all slowing and immobilization effects. Absolutely perfect. Xiao Feng disregarded the futile attacks from others, gleefully picking up the boss's drops while reciting the equipment's effects. Kill him. Kill him. Tianxia Dai Shuai seethed with jealousy, his eyes turning red. As a knight himself, those boots were enough to drive anyone mad with desire. Magic missiles, cloud-piercing arrows, wind-splitting strikes, shield bashes. Each skill struck upon Xiao Feng, forcing him to stagger back slightly. Yet, the damage? Oh, a warrior's legendary skill book. Xiao Feng retrieved a skill book radiating with an orange glow, revealing its attributes. Frenzied Roar, which, upon use, would enhance his offensive and defensive attributes by 200 for a duration of 30 seconds, during which no other skills could be employed. TSK. A basic attack inflicting triple damage is indeed formidable. Damn it, that's mine, cried a player named Heavenly War King, reaching out in an attempt to snatch the skill book from Xiao Feng's grasp. However, due to system settings, others could not directly seize another's belongings. His actions were merely for show, as he could not succeed. Xiao Feng then picked up another piece of equipment, reciting aloud, a level 50 priest's legendary weapon, enhancing healing effects by 30, accompanied by an active skill that bestows a blessing upon a designated player, granting them 20 physical damage reduction for 10 seconds. Envying tears trickled from the lips of several priest players from the Heavenly Guild. Xiao Feng, I warn you, relinquish these items, or there shall be no refuge for you within the realms of Heavenly. Heavenly Wushuang glared at Xiao Feng, seething with rage at his audacity. They had deduced that Xiao Feng was indeed the player mentioned in the system announcement, and the name of this mage matched perfectly. Yet, such threats bore no weight upon Xiao Feng. Heavenly Wushuang, while your guild is quite formidable, do take a moment to grasp the situation before you speak. Here. I hold the power. If you desire the equipment or skill books, offer a handsome price and plead with me, perhaps in a good mood. I might sell them to you. But to threaten me. He shook his head, clicking his tongue. Friend, open your eyes. I am level 33 with over 4,500 health. Your attacks cannot even breach my defenses. Is your threat effective? You. Heavenly Wushuang was momentarily rendered speechless. The presence of artifacts and divine bosses had momentarily clouded his reasoning. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, he suddenly regained clarity. Indeed, with their group of dozens, they could not breach Xiao Feng's defenses. To kill him and obtain the artifact would be exceedingly difficult. However, when had the esteemed Heavenly Guild ever suffered a loss in the Dragon Kingdom gaming realm? Being publicly humiliated by a lone player was intolerable. Even if we chip away at you, 1 health point at a time, we can wear you down. The Heavenly Guild boasts tens of thousands of members. How long can you endure? Heavenly Wushuang coldly declared. The onslaught of dozens intensified, and Xiao Feng's health plummeted by nearly 300 points. Damn it, resorting to underhanded tactics. Though the novice village could not possibly host an assault from tens of thousands of players, being encircled and attacked by just a few dozen was still somewhat troublesome. Contemplating this, he swiftly gathered all the boss drops on the ground, preparing to make his escape. At that moment, a blue skill book suddenly caught his attention. Lightning Chain, rare skill, level 10 profession requirement, mage effect. unleashes a lightning arrow that inflicts 240 of attack power as spell damage upon a designated target, with a 50 chance to ricochet and strike other targets within a 3-meter radius. The ricochet damage gradually diminishes with a maximum of 10 strikes. Mana cost, 20 cooldown, 10 seconds. Upon witnessing the effects of the skill book, Xiao Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement, just as he was pondering how to eliminate enemies effectively. A group skill appeared before him, truly a stroke of fate. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Feng unhesitatingly learned the skill. At level 33, he had yet to allocate his attribute points, and his attack power stood at a neat 70. As for his skill damage, Lightning Chain. A blue current surged forth from the tip of his staff, striking the nearest knight. The knight trembled momentarily. After making contact, the lightning chain unleashed another arc, hitting a warrior closest to him. Bounce, bounce, and continue to bounce. The 50 ricochet probability, under the amplification of divine might, transformed into a certainty. A cacophony of electric sounds erupted as the 10 frontliners of the Tianxia Guild were engulfed in black smoke, one by one collapsing to the ground. 1, 699, 819, 1, 530, 010, 1, 379, 989. 7-digit damage figures floated above their heads. The crimson numbers and the terrifying spectacle left the members of Tianxia Guild in a daze. You have slain the player Tianxia Gongzhan. Due to being in a state of self-defense, your evil value does not increase. The system notifications flashed repeatedly as all 10 players resurrected in the village, one unfortunate soul even dropping his level 5 weapon. 170,000. Tianxia Wushuang stared wide-eyed at the ascending damage figures, momentarily rendered speechless. Had he fallen into a dream? A level 33 player in the novice village, inflicting 7-digit damage? Good heavens! This was beyond the capabilities of even max-level characters. Clearly a cheat. There was no doubt about it. A report was necessary. After a brief pause, the members of the Tianxia Guild began to clamor, unwilling to accept the reality. Xiao Feng surveyed the stunned group with satisfaction, tauntingly asking, "Shall we continue?" Tianxia Wushuang. The vice president's face turned ashen, his pride thoroughly trampled. Yet, he could not swallow this indignation. You must have employed some precious item dropped by a boss. I refuse to believe you can unleash such an attack otherwise. Brothers. He's out of tricks. Let us converge and take him down. With a wave of his hand, Tianxia Wushuang raised his staff and cast a magic missile. Bang. 12. Although it surpassed the others considerably, at least breaching defenses, the damage number remained pitifully low. The unparalleled Tianxia was taken aback. My weapon is an epic staff of unranked status obtained through a lottery, yet it inflicts such minimal damage. His defense is simply terrifying. A notification sounded. You are currently under malicious attack from the player Tianxia Wushuang and have entered self-defense mode. The system prompt echoed. Well done, dear son, you truly are remarkably considerate. Xiao Feng grinned widely. Chapter 7. With the stance prepared, let my father teach you the art of magic. Xiao Feng raised his wand and cast a spell, conjuring a magical missile identical to his opponent's. With a resounding crack, the notification appeared, you have slain the player Unrivaled World, as you were acting in self-defense. No evil points are accrued. In disbelief, a 6-digit damage figure floated above the head of Unrivaled World, the vice president of one of the top 10 guilds in Longhua. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of white light, returning to the novice village, suffering a 20 experience deduction, plummeting from level 8 back to level 7. Vice President. The members of the Unrivaled Guild were in a state of panic, witnessing the terrifying damage dealt by Xiao Feng. None dared to approach him anymore. Make way. I am off to change my class. I have no time for you. Xiao Feng, uninterested in quarreling with a throng of minions, pushed through the crowd and exited the cave. Block him. Don't let him escape. I'll summon reinforcements. Unrivaled World, having just returned to the novice village, shouted into the channel. Several members rushed forward to intercept, observing that these individuals had previously attacked him and were now in a group. Xiao Feng realized he could retaliate without incurring evil points. He unleashed another chain lightning spell. Zzzzz. The chain lightning pierced through 10 individuals, causing another wave of million-level damage, significantly thinning the crowd. So terrifying. The effects of 2 successive chain lightnings left the Unrivaled Guild members in shock, and they ceased their attempts to stop him. Xiao Feng strode towards the cave entrance, and the crowd dared not pursue him. After a few seconds, As the cooldown for Chain Lightning ended, he glanced back at the gathering crowd and smiled broadly. Raising his wand once more, he cast another Chain Lightning. Sizzle! 10 more fell to the ground. The members of the Unrivaled Guild were left speechless. Having played the tank role for so long, I always find myself stirring up trouble. Xiao Feng awkwardly scratched his head, speaking to himself, which only further enraged the few remaining unrivaled members. Exiting the cave, Xiao Feng traversed a small grove on his return to the village. Halfway through his journey, he encountered Unrivaled World, who was rushing back with a contingent of dozens more. Even larger than before, marching forth with an imposing air reminiscent of a gang. Xiao Feng, you shall not leave the novice village today. Unrivaled World bellowed. Knowing that Xiao Feng had reached level 33 and needed to change classes in the main city. However, such threats appeared to Xiao Feng as nothing more than impotent rage. If you find the experience too abundant, I wouldn't mind sending you all back to level 1, Xiao Feng remarked casually, toying with his newly equipped honor wand. Humph. Do you think this is all the manpower I possess? Unrivaled World sneered. No sooner had he spoken than several more groups emerged around them, each boasting dozens of members. Joining the siege against Xiao Feng. Along with those who had pursued from the cave, the total number had surpassed 200. Numerous players currently leveling in the vicinity witnessed this scene and promptly retreated. What is happening? Isn't that the vice president of the Tianxia Guild, Tianxia Wushuang? How did he get entangled with a lone player? A lone player? My friend, please take a closer look. That is Xiao Feng, level 33. He is undoubtedly the formidable player who just defeated a divine boss, as announced moments ago. Indeed, observe the robe he wears. Its design and elegance unmistakably mark it as a legendary artifact. However, even possessing such an artifact, facing an onslaught from over 200 opponents would be quite a challenge. And it could very well lead to the loss of that artifact. Who knows? Let us wait and see. The crowd murmured in hushed tones. Xiao Feng glanced around. Although there were more than 200 individuals, their gear and levels were rather mediocre, a band of pitifully inadequate players. He disdainfully shook his head. You. Tianxia Wushuang seethed with fury. Brothers, for the honor of our guild, let us take him down. He shouted, unleashing a magic missile. A meager amount of damage appeared, barely affecting Xiao Feng's health bar. Chain Lightning. Xiao Feng retaliated. With a series of sizzling sounds, the Chain Lightning leapt 10 times, clearing a space among the throng. Damage figures of 2. 4 million, 2. 3 million, and 2. 1 million flashed before their eyes. Now wielding an epic weapon, Xiao Feng's attack power had exceeded 100. Such terrifying damage startled the members of the Tianxia Guild once more. Even bystanders who couldn't see the damage numbers were astonished. One skill eliminated 10 opponents. This fellow is utterly terrifying. The Chain Lightning indeed, that is the Chain Lightning, isn't it? He has even changed classes yet possesses such a formidable skill. It's over. He just wiped out 10 at once, and the Tianxia Guild doesn't have enough members to contend with him. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, Tianxia Wushuang had already returned to resurrect himself. The remaining members, under the leadership of the most handsome in the world, charged fiercely at Xiao Feng. Shield Bash, Wind Cleave, Backstab, Miss. Xiao Feng unleashed his magic missile. 105, 666 damage. With over 500 health points, he felt sufficiently emboldened to engage the Tianxia Guild's team head-on. The opposing onslaught reduced his health by over 80 points. As there were so many, not every attack landed on him. Then came the second wave. Followed by the third, most members of the Tianxia Guild had rather average attack power, and even including a few with high-level skills and equipment from lucky draws. They could not inflict significant damage. Before long, the cooldown for Chain Lightning ended, and Xiao Feng unleashed another skill. Whoosh. His mana decreased by 20 points, only to be instantly replenished by the passive effect of the Godslayer robe. 10 more members of the Tianxia Guild fell, yet they continued to recklessly attack him. My sons, keep coming. Let us see whether your experience points can withstand the beating or if my health bar can endure the onslaught. Xiao Feng stood unfazed, allowing the blows to rain down, not forgetting to taunt them verbally. He even had time to check the information of the items in his backpack. The members of the Tianxia Guild, accustomed to bullying others, had never imagined they would be cornered by a solitary player to such an extent. At this moment, each individual felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, longing to vanquish Xiao Feng and reclaim their dignity. Yet, reality proved to be ruthlessly harsh. Xiao Feng inspected his backpack, having hastily collected the boss's drops without a thorough examination earlier. Now, With a cursory glance, he realized the opulence of the Golden Lion's bounty. His backpack brimmed with treasures. 1 pair of legendary battle boots, 2 pieces of legendary gear, 3 epic scrolls, 7 epic items, 3 rare skill books, and 4 bundles of potions. Fortunately, the boss did not drop any low-quality equipment, or his backpack would have been utterly overflowing. The gear predominantly consisted of levels 30 to 50, with 2 epic pieces perfectly suited for his use. However, being in battle mode, he was unable to switch his equipment. Nevertheless, the bundles of potions brought him a sense of delight. Holy Life Potion 30 instantly restores 5,000 health points. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Great Restoration Pill 30 instantly restores 50 of 3,000 health points. Cooldown, 60 seconds. War God Potion 10 increases physical attack and defense by 50, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown, 900 seconds. Charge Potion 10 increases movement speed by 200, lasting 15 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Initially, he had been concerned that his health would not withstand the relentless assaults from over 200 opponents, as members of the Tianxia Guild resurrected immediately upon death, rushing back to take their places and wear him down. But now, seeing the restorative potions at his disposal, he felt invincible. The charge potion, in particular, would allow him to maneuver with ease. In a moment of elation, Xiao Feng continued to taunt, "Put some effort into it. Have you not eaten? Is this the best the Tianxia Guild can muster? Don't be timid. Face me head on. I braced myself for your best shot." The members of the Tianxia Guild were nearly beside themselves, unleashing a flurry of minor skills upon him. His health bar had already diminished significantly, and shouts of encouragement rang out from his team. "We can take him down. Everyone, rally together." With each pulse of the chain lightning, which struck every 10 seconds, 10 lives were claimed. Those who fell immediately surged out from the village, eager to return and reclaim their positions. Attack. He only has 3,000 health left. 2,000. 1,500. He is on the brink. The excitement among the Tianxia Guild members was palpable. Some had already suffered 2 deaths, losing 40 of their experience. Finally glimpsing the light of victory, even if it meant sacrificing 200 lives to take down one, they deemed it worth the cost. 500 points. We've taken him down, roared the already defeated member, Tianxia Wushuang, amidst the crowd. As Xiao Feng's health plummeted to 200 points, it became evident that just 2 more attacks would suffice to eliminate him. However, at that moment, everyone watched as Xiao Feng leisurely retrieved a golden health potion, bringing it to his lips. With a swift motion, he uncorked it. 4,308. An empty health bar, instantly replenished. Chapter 8. Xiao, the Grudge Keeper. Alas, this is inconceivable. Why? For heaven's sake. In an instant, the members of the Tianxia Guild were driven to the brink of madness. The glimmer of hope they had so eagerly awaited was snuffed out before their very eyes. Xiao Feng raised his hand and unleashed a chain of lightning, sweeping away 10 individuals. "Vice President, I no longer wish to fight," whimpered one who had been obliterated by over 2 million damage, returning to the village for resurrection, albeit at the cost of losing a level. Faced with such formidable prowess from Xiao Feng, their spirits had waned. Yet the vice president of the Tianxia Guild would not resign to despair. Suppressing his fury, he addressed his comrades. "Do not lose heart, everyone. That extraordinarily potent healing potion is undoubtedly exceedingly rare. He cannot possibly possess another. Let us press on. We must bring him down at least once. He has amassed numerous purple and orange gear from boss drops. Thus, the one who suffers the greatest loss shall be duly compensated." Purple gear, orange gear. This rallying cry rekindled the spirits of those who were disheartened by their level loss. "Very well, let us advance." The morale surged as they charged forth towards the monster zone outside the village. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng continued his relentless harvesting. He had already dispatched nearly 200 opponents. Aside from the mages, priests, and archers who remained safely distant, the majority of melee fighters had succumbed, only to return swiftly to reclaim their positions. "Oh, how regrettable that I do not gain experience from these kills. Otherwise, I would surely be leveling up again," he lamented with an air of feigned sorrow, ensuring his voice carried to his adversaries. The melee fighters of the Tianxia Guild, driven to madness, resorted to manually striking with their weapons as their skills cooled down, unleashing their true basic attacks. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Their rate of assault was relentless, and Xiao Feng's health bar once more dwindled to a precarious threshold. "He is nearly finished. Let us intensify our efforts." roared the vice president of Tianxia in the team channel. They witnessed Xiao Feng's health diminishing incrementally. Oh no, vice president. He has produced another one of those healing potions. In the next moment, they beheld Xiao Feng retrieving a resplendent golden vial, consuming its contents in one swift motion. 4,298. The health they had painstakingly whittled down was instantly restored. This is utterly absurd. The members of Tianxia were beside themselves, their frustration boiling over as they grappled with the reality that, despite all engaging in the same game and having started just over an hour ago, Xiao Feng exhibited such unparalleled prowess. Vice President, this we the guild members were on the verge of tears. They, a multitude, had labored for 2 minutes to reduce his health, only for him to recover it in an instant. How can we continue this fight? At this rate, we cannot even keep pace with the casualties. At that moment, no more than 80 individuals remained capable of attacking alongside Xiao Feng. A greater number were still en route, unable to return swiftly. With a crackle, the chain of lightning struck once more, claiming another 10 members of the Tianxia Guild. Xiao Feng stretched his limbs as if awakening from a deep slumber, letting out a yawn before exclaiming, "I am truly grateful for your warm and attentive massage service. I have thoroughly enjoyed it. Farewell." With that, he began to stride away from the crowd. Someone attempted to block his path, but was swiftly eliminated by a magical projectile. "Xiao Feng, halt!" Tianxia Wushuang shouted from a distance, having returned for the 3rd time. "Oh, you're quite speedy," Xiao Feng chuckled, hastening towards him. What do you intend to do?" Tianxia Wushuang retreated a few steps, still haunted by the specter of being defeated thrice. Yet, realizing that his actions were somewhat cowardly, he advanced 2 steps, raising his staff in preparation for battle. He anticipated another swift defeat. However, Xiao Feng did not attack. Instead, he burst into laughter, saying, "Tianxia Wushuang, your members certainly excel at pampering. I felt wonderfully relaxed. Here is a tip for you. Share it amongst yourselves." He produced a copper coin, flicked it with his finger, and sent it flying towards Tianxia Wushuang. The crowd fell silent. "You scoundrel!" Tianxia Wushuang nearly exploded with rage, wishing to wield his staff as a weapon to shatter Xiao Feng. The sight of his fury only delighted Xiao Feng further. "Good son, father is off to change professions. We shall meet again another time." With that, he consumed a speed potion, doubling his pace, and vanished from sight in an instant. "Xiao Feng, we are sworn enemies." With no means to exact revenge, Tianxia Wushuang could only howl at the sky in frustration. Meanwhile, the members who had perished twice wore expressions of gloom, dispersing helplessly to resume their level grinding. Xiao Feng sprinted back to the novice village, encountering several members of the Tianxia Guild along the way. However, they did not impede his progress, and he was disinclined to waste time on conflict. Upon returning to the village, his name remained white, entirely untainted. After a lengthy period of defensive mode, he approached the elderly village chief directly, stating, "Chief, I wish to go to the main city." The village chief welcomed him warmly, smiling kindly as he replied, "Brave Xiao Feng, you have reached level 10 and are now qualified to explore a broader world. Which main city do you wish to visit?" Before him appeared 3 options: Storm City, Moon City, Bird City. "What distinguishes these cities?" he inquired. The village chief explained, "Each main city venerates a different deity. Storm City worships the Lord of Storms, Moon City honors the Lord of the Moon, and Bird City pays homage to the Lord of Birds. Additionally, their geographical locations differ. Storm City lies to the east, Moon City to the north, and Bird City to the south." Xiao Feng rubbed his forehead, thinking, "What a waste of a minute. Have you decided which one to visit, brave Xiao Feng?" The chief continued, disregarding his complaint. The 3 options hovered before him once more. In the grand narrative of Stormwind, a name both iconic and befitting of my character, Xiao Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. "Very well, I comprehend. Brave warrior Xiao Feng, please step into the teleportation array," the village chief kindly announced. "As one of the first 10 warriors in this village to achieve level 10, you are entitled to a complimentary passage to the main city. Having previously engaged in battles against bosses and skirmishes with the Tianxia Guild, much time had already been squandered. A few industrious and fortunate players had already set forth. Xiao Feng approached the teleportation array, poised for departure. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance. "Hey, you with more money than sense, wait a moment." A female player clad in priestly robes waved energetically, clearly addressing Xiao Feng. "More money than sense?" Xiao Feng turned to look, 3 question marks appearing above his head, his expression darkening. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the fortunate cat who had previously sold him equipment. What is it? Xiaofeng halted outside the teleportation array, his tone brusque. The fortunate cat jogged up to him, saying, I sold you the equipment at too high a price, and I've come to return the excess money. She promptly initiated a trade request. Xiaofeng declined outright. No need. I have more than enough. That's not. I was just joking. Please don't be upset. The fortunate cat, noticing his unfriendly demeanor, quickly clarified. Xiaofeng scoffed inwardly. Not be upset? How could that be? He, Xiaofeng, bore a grudge. He recalled a time in his tanking days when a player had insulted him as a worthless non-damage dealer. Infuriated, he unleashed a relentless barrage of crowd control, rendering the opponent immobile, and slowly whittled them down with paltry damage until their demise. Though the fortunate cat had not wronged him in any grave manner, he still felt compelled to show his displeasure. I apologize, truly. I didn't mean to offend, she apologized again, adopting a pitiful expression. She was indeed quite beautiful, pouting and furrowing her brows, her eyes glistening with tears. A rather potent combination. Regrettably, Xiaofeng was a staunchly straight man. Witnessing her display of social prowess, he felt even less inclined to linger and quickly retorted. It's quite unnecessary. A mere 5 silver coins can be considered a gift. Ah, no, I meant as a parting gift to you. Farewell. With that, he stepped into the teleportation array and was instantly transported. What a jest. Could women be allies? They were but stumbling blocks on the path to success. Obstacles on the grand avenue of achievement. Uttering even a single word could lead one to utter ruin. Hey, how could you? At least add me as a friend. The fortunate cat, bewildered by his abrupt departure, was filled with questions. She sent a friend request, only to be cruelly rejected by Xiaofeng. How infuriating. She stamped her foot in frustration. Opening the game's built-in mirror function, she gazed upon her stunning visage, reassessing her allure. After a brief moment, he nodded to himself and muttered, this fellow must have a phobia of women, and without a doubt, is certainly gay. Otherwise, with my charm, HM. Chapter 9. Educated by NPC's Level 3 Main City, Stormwind. Central Teleportation Array. The silhouette of Xiaofeng gradually solidified, manifesting within this grand city. How magnificent it is. As far as the eye can see, it is an expansive Western-style ancient city. The teleportation square alone is as vast as a football field. The distant streets could accommodate 8 vehicles side by side, wide and pristine. At this moment, there are still very few players in the main city. Most of them hover around level 7. While those exceeding level 10 are undoubtedly the fortunate few who encountered exceptional rewards during the lottery. Make way, make way. Don't block the path. While Xiaofeng was admiring the city scenery, an impatient voice suddenly pierced through the air beside him. Immediately, he was unceremoniously shoved aside by an overwhelming force. Hey? Which blind fool dares to push me? Xiaofeng's temper flared, and instinctively, he felt compelled to retaliate. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that it was a patrol squad of city guards, clad in shimmering silver armor and wielding long spears. City Guard Commander, Legendary Boss, Level, 150 Health, 5, for 100, 0005, for 100, 000, Target Level 2 High, unable to retrieve further data, City Guard Soldier, Elite, Level, 120 Health, 700, 700, 000, Target Level 2 High. Unable to retrieve further data, Xiaofeng. This is madness. This game has gone insane. A group of NPCs actually dares to push a player? Is there no justice left? Do they not recognize that players are gods? Yet, these are the city guards. Reasoning with them is futile, for NPCs lack intellect. Furthermore, once one offends the NPC military, their life is destined to be spent in a prison cell. It is best to avoid conflict. I shall let this go. Xiaofeng's grudging nature was brutally suppressed by the harshness of reality, forcing him to swallow his indignation. Onward to the class change. He departed the teleportation square, sprinting forth. The city map marked the location for his class change target, and after approximately 5 minutes of running, he arrived at his destination. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a towering, majestic temple, with the words Stormwind Temple boldly inscribed upon the grand entrance. Stop. The Stormwind Temple is a sacred place. No unclean individuals are permitted to approach. Just as Xiaofeng reached the threshold, the guarding knights stepped forward, blocking his path with their massive shields and lengthy lances. What in the world is happening? Xiao Fang's eyes widened in realization of a grave issue. The curse of Autogil. This curse not only imbued him with an unparalleled level of taunting, making him the primary target for all monsters, but it also barred him from entering the temple, thus preventing him from inheriting a divine class and earning war contributions. Initially, Xiao Feng merely felt that the inability to gain war contributions would be disheartening. However, it has now become clear that he is utterly incapable of even changing his class. The location for job advancement is the temple, where all the mentors for class change reside within the Grand Hall. However, he cannot enter, thus rendering his transition impossible. It is widely acknowledged that the significance of job advancement primarily encompasses two facets: the enhancement of attribute growth rates and the acquisition of new skills. Remaining as a mage apprentice indefinitely would result in his attributes lagging behind those of others, suffering substantial losses in spell attack, health points, and mana points alike. Furthermore, the foundational skills of each profession are limited, with no alternative means of acquisition. The mage's signature spells, such as Fireball, Firestorm, Flame Resistance, and Meteor Strike, remain inaccessible to him, raising the question of his true identity as a mage. Is he to languish as a mage apprentice for a lifetime, wielding nothing but a magic missile and a chain lightning until old age? The thought is exasperating. Leave immediately. The Temple Knight glared fiercely, displaying palpable hostility towards Xiao Feng, who bore the auto-ancient curse. Were it not for the knight's position requiring him to maintain decorum, he might have already thrust his spear into Xiao Feng. Frustration welled within him. Should he storm in and violently coerce the job mentor to facilitate his advancement? Xiao Feng contemplated. However, upon inspecting the attributes of the Temple Knight, high-level Temple Knight, legendary boss, level 180 health points, 7, 200, 0007, 200, 000, target level 2 high, unable to retrieve further data. There were 8 such NPCs stationed at the temple entrance. Forget it, I want to change jobs, he declared to himself. Being a mage apprentice is sufficient. I can always procure some mage skill books from the player market. Moreover, it is worth noting that the basic professions within the temple cannot be changed, and one would not gain access to hidden professions either. Perhaps fortune will smile upon him one day, leading him to encounter a formidable hidden profession capable of obliterating the pitiful mentors within the temple. With a heavy heart, Xiao Feng departed. As he strolled through the main street of the city, he gradually became aware of the effects of the auto-ancient curse. This curse incites profound disdain from all NPCs associated with warfare, such as the city guards, temple sentinels, and the stewards of the war hall. This underscores the immense influence wielded by Otto, the war deity's mount. Of course, non-military NPCs remained relatively amicable towards Xiao Feng. For instance, the various shopkeepers at the market greeted him with their usual smiles. When he displayed a handful of gold coins, they nodded and bowed, reminiscent of merchants in the real world, exhibiting a striking degree of realism. Xiao Feng wandered in the city for several minutes. During this time, he purchased a selection of medium-grade health potions with a recovery of 500 and high-grade health potions with a recovery of 1,000 for his daily needs. These two potions serve as inferior versions of the Sacred Health Potion, sharing a common cooldown period. The Sacred Health Potion is notably rare and not available in stores, making it a precious item to have on hand for emergencies. As for the Mana Restoration Potions, there was absolutely no need for them. The God Layer robe inherently provided a recovery rate of 50 points per second, and the Honor Staff offered a slight chance for mana regeneration, ensuring his magical reserves would never deplete. Xiao Feng also procured a selection of level 30 white gear from the system shop, making slight adjustments to his attributes. He purchased a bundle of return scrolls as well. Finally, he visited the warehouse, storing away the currently and used artifacts, legendary equipment, skill books, and other precious items to prevent his inventory from overflowing, which could hinder his ability to collect drops from other divine bosses later on. He decided to venture outside the city to level up while simultaneously searching for opportunities to unlock hidden classes. Those high-quality items could be auctioned off later when the main city became bustling with players and gold became more abundant, he mused to himself. Departing from the main city, he sought out suitable training grounds. At this moment, his attributes had significantly improved compared to when he was in the novice village. Name: Xiao Feng. Class: Mage Apprentice. Level: 33. Talent: Divine Might. Super God level. Health points: 5,255, 5,255. Mana points: 355, 355. Spell attack power: 192. Physical defense: 68. Spell defense. 112. Strength. 33. Intelligence. 121. Constitution. 51. Mentality. 45. Agility. 40. Potential points. 0. Having allocated all his attribute points to intelligence, Xiaofeng's attack power could only be described as terrifying. Indeed, while his stats may appear lackluster at first glance, multiplying the attack power by 10,000 revealed a truly astounding figure. Exiting through the eastern gate of Stormwind City, he encountered a herd of level 13 bull monsters in the wild. With a health pool of 2,500, these bull monsters were akin to knights fully dedicated to Constitution at the same level, clad in green gear. Xiaofeng unleashed a magic missile, which struck the bull, resulting in a colossal damage number of 109, 199, causing it to stagger and fall. The bull lamented, "What merit do I possess to deserve this?" Xiaofeng curled his lip, perceiving that these creatures were far too weak, offering a meager amount of experience insufficient for his level 33 advancement. Thus, he perused the map and strode purposefully toward the horizon. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the main city, there were no high-level monsters to be found. To level up, he would have to venture farther afield. Xiaofeng sprinted over 20 kilometers, dispatching numerous creatures along the way, yet his level remained stubbornly at 33, with his experience bar barely inching forward. Having run such a distance, he had already expended over an hour just traversing the terrain, checking the leaderboard for levels. He noted that he stood at the pinnacle as a level 33, while the second highest player, named Jianzhan Songxing, had reached level 27, demonstrating an astonishing rate of advancement. The third player and those thereafter languished around level 17, their efficiency lagging significantly behind. The sword that cleaves the mortal realm seems to have once graced the battle zone announcements. Xiaofeng perused the records of system notifications and discovered a pertinent message. The sword had vanquished a mythical boss merely 30 minutes prior, resulting in a remarkable surge in its level. It appears that I am not the only formidable figure in the realm of all heavens. There remains much to enhance within myself, Xiaofeng pondered. Meanwhile, he finally arrived at the designated training location he had chosen. Chapter 10. The Neighbor. Oldly, this map is known as the Wind God Canyon, an active region for monsters of levels 55 to 65. Given Xiaofeng's attributes, even encountering a level 100 wild beast would be a trivial matter for him. However, the level 100 area is exceedingly distant, and with the teleportation array not fully activated, traversing there on foot would take 3 hours, which is quite inefficient. Consequently, it is more prudent to engage in battles with relatively higher-level monsters nearby to accumulate experience. The creatures inhabiting Wind God Canyon are of two varieties: the evil wind apostles, resembling the genies from a magic lamp, adept at utilizing wind magic. They possess high damage output but low health, complemented by a 50 reduction in magical and physical damage, making them formidable adversaries. The second type is the rock giant, characterized by high defense and substantial health, moving sluggishly, rendering them suitable targets for stationary mages seeking to level up. As Xiaofeng ventured into the canyon, he raised a hand and unleashed a magic missile. With a resounding crack, the nearest rock giant, towering at 3.5 meters, was struck by the missile, shattering into small stones and yielding over 600 experience points. A single monster grants merely 600 experience. Considering he requires over 380,000 to level up, progress feels slow. Even if he were to defeat 20 monsters per minute, it would take more than half an hour to achieve a single level. Nonetheless, compared to the leveling speed of ordinary players, this is remarkably swift. Indeed, for a typical player, reaching level 33 would likely take until the next day, as the leveling pace has significantly diminished. Swish! A chain lightning spell erupted, eliminating an evil wind apostle, granting 625 experience points. Due to the considerable distance between the monsters, exceeding 3 meters, the chain lightning could not bounce to additional targets. Xiaofeng moved into the midst of the monsters, periodically unleashing basic attacks to swiftly vanquish them. He paid no heed to the health of these creatures. Any contact resulted in their demise, and a mere tap was sufficient for a kill, negating the need for finishing blows. Progressing steadily, he delved deeper into the valley, his experience points rising steadily. Ding! You have received a friend request. At that moment, a notification echoed through the system. Xiaofeng opened it to find a player named Old Li from next door. Li? He promptly accepted the request. Old Xiao, is that you? How is it that you are the top player? Did you achieve the first kill on a divine boss? The astonished voice of Li Li emanated from the communicator. In this battle zone, there were thousands of players named Xiao Feng, and without being friends, it was challenging to distinguish one from another. When Xiao Feng's name appeared on the battle zone announcement, many players would search for it in an attempt to add him as a friend. However, the game Zhutian had already anticipated this issue, disabling the nickname search function to prevent renowned players from being inundated with requests from countless players. Thus, aside from face-to-face friend requests, the only method of searching was by the unique identity serial number, akin to a personal identification number, ensuring its exclusivity. Before the creation of characters, the identity serial numbers were automatically bound, and the three members of Xiao Feng's dormitory were well aware of each other's numbers. When Li Li exited the novice village and added Xiao Feng, he was taken aback upon seeing his level at 33. A glance at the leaderboard left him utterly astonished. Alas, there was no remedy for it. Being exceedingly handsome, the system's sister insisted on showering him with experience and rewards to win his favor, leaving him quite distressed. In front of his dormitory buddies, Xiao Feng found it challenging to refrain from showing off. Yet this time, it wasn't mere pretense. He was indeed impressive. Damn, you've truly outdone yourself. Li Li exclaimed from the other end. Had I known you wielded a mage's prowess so effectively, I would never have let you play tank before. Quickly tell me, which main city are you in? I shall come find you immediately. Good to know. You all squandered 3 years of my invaluable time. You shall work like oxen and horses to repay me, Xiao Feng said with great pride, promptly revealing the name of Stormwind City. While working like oxen is acceptable, considering the notion of working like a woman to become a mother could be contemplated. Returning to the subject, he inquired, what valuable items did you obtain from defeating the God-tier boss? If their worth is substantial, I wouldn't mind sharing the burden. Li Li jested. Xiao Feng glanced at Li Li's attributes. He remained unchanged, still opting for the supportive class of priest, having just reached level 10 and left the village. There's a legendary priest weapon of level 50, but you're not yet of the required level, so take your time to level up. Wow, there really is one. A legendary weapon. I've heard they are quite expensive. The offline transaction price could reach tens of thousands. It seems I must bear a daughter to repay you as your father-in-law, Li Li said with utmost seriousness. Get lost. You expect me to provide a bridal price? Xiao Feng retorted, somewhat exasperated. In truth, he had also contemplated the matter of finances. The current popularity of the Celestial Realm surpassed that of all previous games. And with a vast player base, the game's economic ecosystem had become exceedingly robust. Thus, the prices for high-quality equipment and skill books were assuredly outrageous. If everything dropped by the Golden Lion were sold, it would suffice to ensure Xiao Feng's comfort for the rest of his life. However, Xiao Feng was not one to possess a narrow vision. He understood what his talents signified. With such gifts, he could command the winds and rains within the celestial realm for a long time to come. Money? It was of little consequence. As long as he had enough to get by in the real world, though his family background was not particularly affluent, it sufficed for a comfortable life. Most importantly, he needed to grow ever stronger to acquire more resources. Of course, any equipment that he found unsuitable for himself could certainly be sold or distributed among trusted friends to bolster his surrounding strength. Thus, should he encounter someone formidable in the future, they could collectively overpower them. Damn, the cost for intercity teleportation is a staggering 10 gold coins. This is outrageous. Suddenly, a frustrated wail emanated from Li Li's side. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng burst into laughter, exclaiming, then you should find a party to level up with. I don't intend to visit any other main city for the time being. We shall discuss this later. Very well, I shall seek out old Zhang, as he resides in the same city as I, and we can form a duo, replied Li Li. Ah, splendid. Wishing you both a harmonious and blissful time together. Oh no, a boss has appeared. I must collect the loot. We shall converse later. Xiao Feng's words were abruptly cut short as he spotted an enormous stone golem materializing ahead, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he ended the call. Damn it. Li Li's words were left hanging in the communicator, brimming with the urge to express his frustration at the notion that encountering a boss equated to seizing treasure. Approximately 80 meters ahead, a colossal rock giant, towering at 10 meters with a hue of purplish-brown, had just emerged. It struck the ground with its massive arms, producing a resonating thud. Xiao Feng examined its attributes. Rock Golem, Epic Boss, Level, 70 Health, 500, 000 500, 000, Target Level 2 High. Unable to retrieve further data, Quite splendid. An utterly free boss, Xiao Feng remarked with a grin, wielding his staff of honor as he advanced with purpose. At a distance of 25 meters, within the range of a mage's spellcasting, he unleashed a chain lightning spell the moment he crossed that threshold. With a grunt, the rock golem's alert radius extended to 50 meters, and as Xiao Feng approached, it rose, preparing to strike with its mighty fists. However, being merely a physical entity with relatively short reach, before it could swing, the chain lightning had already struck its massive forehead. Sizzle. 881 rock golem? With a thunderous crash, the gargantuan rock golem shattered into a myriad of stones, collapsing to the ground. Congratulations! You have defeated the level 70 epic boss. The rock golem, earning 550 reputation points. You have vanquished the rock golem, gaining 100 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 34. Before the rock golem had fully fallen, a radiant glow of ascension enveloped Xiao Feng. The ground was strewn with an abundance of gold and silver coins, along with equipment. As he moved forward to collect them, suddenly, a skill book caught his eye. Chapter 11. Unparalleled Revenge, Earth Elemental Shield, Common Skill, Level Requirement. First Transition Class Requirement. Mage Effect. Summons an Earth Elemental Shield that absorbs damage equivalent to 120 of attack power. This shield possesses no defensive attributes and lasts for a maximum of 30 seconds. Mana cost. 10 cooldown. 30 seconds astounding. Upon seeing this, Xiao Feng was overwhelmed with joy. With the amplification of his abilities, this shield spell would create a damage absorption barrier exceeding 2 million points. Moreover, it persists for 30 seconds with a cooldown of the same duration, allowing for seamless transitions. Initially, this skill would grant a mere few hundred points of shield value for an ordinary mage, translating to a modest increase of 1/5 of health every 30 seconds, which could be deemed a trivial skill. However, in his hands, it transformed into something extraordinary. How could one possibly breach a shield with 2 million points? Although the shield itself offers no defense, it would require an immense number of attackers to shatter it. Unfortunately, it could only be learned after the first transition, and thus, the curse of Auto was truly burdensome. After the initial joy subsided, it was replaced by a sense of frustration. Such a powerful skill was rendered ineffective due to the inability to transition classes, which was undeniably disheartening. Sighing, Xiao Feng continued to venture deeper into the valley. Grinding for experience. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. The process of battling monsters and leveling was tedious and monotonous. After more than an hour, Xiao Feng had reached level 36, while the majority of players had already departed from the novice village and surged into the major cities. At that moment, a system announcement suddenly resonated across the entire battle zone. Battle zone announcement. Congratulations to the player team Xiao Feng IFCK your daughter for being the first to complete the level 25 main storyline dungeon, Secret Camp. First completion players. Unparalleled. No thief in the world. The most handsome in the world. The best healer in the world. The best swordsman in the world. Battle zone announcement. Battle zone announcement. Xiao Feng? The announcement resounded 3 times before falling silent. And after the third broadcast, Xiao Feng's mood began to stir. Old Xiao, what's going on? Is the announcement insulting you? Lily quickly sent a message to inquire. Well, the people from the Tianxia Guild attempted to seize my artifact in the novice village, and I ended up defeating over 400 of them, which made them desperate. Xiao Feng explained. Wow, you dared to provoke the Tianxia Guild? That's impressive. Lily couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. He then asked, so what now? Should we go after them, or go after them? I can't take them on. Xiao Feng sighed. Given his vengeful nature, he certainly desired to charge before Tianxia Wushuang and retaliate, but now that players had reached level 10, the number of players the Tianxia Guild could summon had escalated from hundreds to thousands. If he were besieged by tens of thousands, he would truly be unable to withstand such an onslaught. Moreover, individuals such as Tianxia Wushuang are capable of conquering the level 25 dungeon. Their luck and skill are undoubtedly commendable. However, he is currently unable to acquire the Earth Element Shield skill, nor does he possess any other offensive spells to utilize. Venturing forth alone, you might manage to eliminate a few hundred foes, but he too would inevitably face defeat. Although the artifact robe does not drop, the path of leveling is arduous. When he loses experience at level 36, it is far more detrimental than a level 20 losing experience. Shall he simply endure such indignities? This is not characteristic of you. Lao Xiao, lamented Li Li. I shall seek retribution once I have transitioned classes, declared Xiao Feng fiercely. Tianxia Guild. Huh. They shall never establish a stronghold in their lifetime. The inability to retaliate at present does not signify cowardice. Once he has completed his class transition and mastered additional skills, the nightmare for Tianxia Guild shall commence. Suddenly, a chill crept over him. Li Li shivered, recalling a past encounter where an unfortunate soul was trapped in a dead end. Repeatedly struck in the face with a shield for over 5 hours before succumbing. By the way, Lao Li, do you possess any information regarding hidden mage classes? I am currently unable to access the temple and transition classes, which presents a bit of a dilemma, inquired Xiao Feng. Li Li, who often indulged in browsing forums and was well-versed in various rumors and obscure tales, responded, just as I was logging off for a brief reprieve. I perused the forums on my phone and found a considerable discussion on hidden classes. One poster revealed their experience of acquiring a hidden class through an inappropriate encounter with a female NPC outside the main city, transitioning from an assassin apprentice to a flower thief. You might consider this approach to spark some inspiration. Xiao Feng's expression stiffened. Inappropriate conduct with an NPC, resulting in a transition to a flower thief? Are game developers truly so audacious? A ripple of excitement surged within him. Could it be that even the most risky content was permissible within the realm of the game? He resolved to explore a nearby town. Immediately opening the map, he searched for the nearest NPC town. As the call remained active, Li Li overheard his musings and teased, I say, Lao Xiao, you are quite the heartthrob, surely. You have no need to resort to NPCs? What nonsense is this? Xiao Feng retorted, his eyes widening. This is merely a matter of curiosity. Do you not understand? Haha. I thought you would claim to be a paragon of virtue, and that you were not seeking to experiment with such antics. Li Li laughed heartily before terminating the call. Xiao Feng felt his words stick in his throat. Nevertheless, Li Li's comment bore truth. He indeed lacked any malicious intent for deriving satisfaction from the game. His sole aim was to explore the potential for uncovering hidden mage classes. After examining the map, he swiftly identified the nearest town, named Silvermine Town, situated just beyond the valley of Shenkais. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng turned around, departing the valley in haste towards Silvermine Town. In general, maps of small towns serve to assist players in replenishing health and mana potions while leveling in the wild or completing minor tasks. The number of NPCs in the town is limited, and there are no formidable military guards present. As Xiao Feng approached the town's entrance, he was met with the hostile glares of 2 militia guards, their demeanor suggesting an inclination towards violence. However, their attributes were rather unimpressive, boasting merely 500 health points, easily dispatched with a single projectile. Unfortunately, the NPCs were marked in a non-aggressive, friendly hue, rendering them beyond reproach. This small town had yet to witness any players. Everything remained delightfully primitive. A handful of elderly women were outdoors, drying herbs and weaving fabric, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Upon entering the town, one of the women approached him, inquiring, Young adventurer, my daughter, Luce, seems to have gone missing. Could you assist me in locating her? A system notification promptly appeared, asking whether he would accept the quest titled The Lost Girl. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng shook his head. Disinterested. Ah, very well. I apologize for the inconvenience, the woman replied, disappointment etched across her face as she retreated. Wandering about the town, Xiao Feng sought out an NPC of the mage variety. After a lengthy search, he found none, as the town was populated solely by the elderly women, militia, and a few errant children, leaving him quite disheartened. Just as he prepared to depart, a militia NPC rushed back into the town in a state of panic. Bloodied and barely clinging to life, with only about 5 of his health remaining. Upon entering, he cried out, A horde of abyssal creatures has suddenly emerged from the silver mine. Many have perished. We must send word to the main city at once, or we are all doomed. Simultaneously, a system prompt echoed in Xiao Feng's ear, notifying him of the public quest, Crisis at Silvermine Town. He was instructed to promptly report to the Lord's Mansion or the War Hall in Storm City to receive a reward. The accompanying icons indicated quest rewards of 100,000 experience points and 10 gold coins. Xiao Feng felt a flicker of temptation. However, upon reflection, he considered himself a formidable figure. Why should he make the arduous journey back to report? Would it not be far more expedient to storm into the silver mine and dispatch those abyssal creatures himself? Chapter 12. The opportunity to retaliate arises. With this thought in mind, he approached the injured militia member and inquired, Good sir, Could you enlighten me regarding the whereabouts of the silver mine? You wicked heretic, begone. I wish not to lay my eyes upon you. The militia NPC bellowed in fury, refusing to provide any information. Xiao Feng's countenance darkened. It was understandable. He was currently afflicted by Otto's curse, rendering him detestable to any soldier-type NPCs, making inquiries rather challenging. Very well, I shall seek answers elsewhere. He casually approached an NPC matron and posed the same question. The townsfolk were amiable, and the matron kindly directed him. The silver mine lies beneath the small hill to the west of the town, a profound cavern delving into the earth. This location was not marked on the system's map, indicating it belonged to the hidden realms. Such places typically harbored considerable rewards. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng seized his staff and dashed towards his destination. Soon enough, he arrived at the entrance of the mine. The system's narrative unfolded here. Several miners and militia members lay sprawled at the entrance, wailing in despair. Young adventurer, could you fetch us some healing potions from the town? One of the miner NPCs implored. A confirmation window for a miner quest popped up. Xiao Feng, uninterested in running errands, declined the task with a dismissive remark. Hold on, the next group of players will come to your aid. He then plunged headlong into the mine. In the next moment, a notification chimed. You have discovered the level 75 main quest dungeon, Silver Mine. Note, the main quest dungeon remains in a locked state until successfully cleared or the entire party perishes. Exit is prohibited otherwise. What? This is a main quest dungeon? Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by elation. What a stroke of luck, to reclaim his dignity so swiftly. Just moments ago, he had been scolded thrice by the unparalleled hero through a battle zone announcement, and now he stumbled upon a main quest dungeon of an even higher level. If he could conquer this dungeon, he would earn an opportunity for another announcement, allowing him to retaliate with his team name, thus completely overshadowing his opponents. Onward, Xiao Feng ventured deeper into the mine. The cavern was rather narrow, accommodating only a single individual at a time. Thus, in a party, the knight would lead the charge while mages and archers provided support from the rear. After advancing a few dozen steps, the first wave of dungeon monsters emerged. They resembled a cluster of lizard-like creatures, numbering 5 in total, each about the size of a small dog, at level 70 with a health pool of 10,000. The 5 minions were closely grouped, and with a flick of his wrist, Xiao Feng unleashed a chain lightning spell, obliterating them in an instant. You have defeated the mine lizards, earning 1,850 experience points. You have defeated. The experience gained from dungeon monsters far surpassed that of the wild creatures outside. Though only a few levels higher, they provided 3 times the experience compared to the rock giants. Indeed, it was an excellent locale for leveling up. Xiao Feng, feeling quite satisfied, picked up several copper coins from the ground and continued onward. The number of cave lizards was quite plentiful. Every few dozen steps, he encountered a new wave. After vanquishing approximately 10 waves of minor foes, Xiao Feng arrived at a corner. This was a transit zone within the mine, measuring about 30 to 40 meters, cluttered with various mining tools. Scattered on the ground were several corpses of miners, and positioned centrally was a gigantic lizard. It was evident that the first boss of the dungeon had emerged. Xiao Feng cast a glance at the creature. Cavern Lizard King, rare boss, level 75 health, 250. 250, 000, target level too high, unable to retrieve further data. Weak, far too weak. Xiao Feng raised his hand and unleashed a magic missile. The formidable Lizard King barely had time to utter a sound before it let out a pitiful wail and collapsed to the ground. You have defeated the Cavern Lizard King and gained 144,000 experience points. His experience surged dramatically, nearing the threshold for leveling up. Xiao Feng collected the coins and items dropped by the boss, but upon inspection, found nothing of use to him, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Continuing forward, he descended a slope. And after traversing over 100 meters, the terrain leveled out once more. This was likely the second layer of the mine, offering a significantly more spacious environment. Oh, had the monsters changed as well? Before him appeared a new wave of minor foes. Upon closer inspection, they were no longer lizards but rather small, dark, slime-like creatures. Abyss Servant, level 75 health, 12, 512, 500, target level too high, unable to retrieve further data. The attributes of these minor enemies were quite frail, easily dispatched with a mere magic missile. However, as the second layer of the map expanded, these Abyss Servants were not as densely packed as the lizard creatures. preventing the use of chain lightning, compelling him to eliminate them one by one. With a sudden splat, two Abyss servants managed to approach him, one landing a slap on his backside. 221. Given the artifact-level defense, such damage was indeed formidable. But, how dare they touch me? Xiaofeng retaliated with a magic missile, swiftly dispatching the offending creature. Another Abyss servant clung to him, delivering a punch to his thigh, nearly striking between his legs. Damn it, this creature is utterly lewd. Xiaofeng's face flushed with embarrassment. Unable to release a skill, he resorted to a physical attack with his staff. A pitiful 14 damage resulted from his forceful strike. The super divine talent only amplified skills, rendering his basic attacks ineffective. The Abyss servant, still arrogant, waved its sticky fists, preparing to strike him. Xiaofeng took a step back to evade, and as the cooldown for his lightning chain expired, he unleashed a powerful electric shock, reducing the minor foe to ashes. The abundance of monsters on the second layer of the mine proved to be quite time-consuming to navigate through. Fortunately, the experience gained from the dungeon monsters is threefold compared to the outside, so one might as well consider it a means of leveling up. Thus it is not entirely in vain. Progressing slowly, he advanced for a depth of 2 kilometers, consuming over 30 minutes in the process. Xiaofeng's level successfully rose to 37, with his attack power surpassing 200. After traversing a lengthy path, he finally arrived at the chamber of the second boss. Upon crossing a barrier, the area ahead opened up. As Xiaofeng stepped into the boss room, he was momentarily taken aback. For this dungeon's second boss was not a singular entity. Servant of the Abyss, red, rare boss, level, 80 health, 295, 000 295, 000, target level 2 high. Unable to retrieve further data, in terms of attributes, this boss was not significantly more formidable than the first boss, the Lizard King. However, within this expansive boss chamber, spanning a radius of 50 meters, there were an astonishing 4 bosses. Red, blue, green, and purple. Apart from their differing hues, their attributes were entirely identical. For monsters. And with 5 seconds per magic missile, interspersed with a lightning chain. If executed swiftly, he should only need to withstand damage once to vanquish them, Xiaofeng contemplated. High damage output was his greatest advantage. Initially, this dungeon presented considerable difficulty. An ordinary player squad of 5 would have to endure the onslaught of 4 bosses while simultaneously delivering damage, a daunting task indeed. Yet, Xiaofeng found himself unencumbered by such troubles. He stepped forward, observing that the bosses in all 4 directions of the room were meandering about, not taking any initiative to attack him. Let the battle commence. Magic missile. With a swift motion, the nearest red boss was obliterated by a single missile. Xiaofeng then darted towards the left, targeting the blue boss. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard the low, mournful wails of the 3 remaining bosses. Almost instantaneously, dark energy flickered, and their forms swelled in size. Upon inspecting their attributes, Xiaofeng was left in stunned disbelief. Servant of the Abyss, blue, rare boss, level, 80 health, 393, 333, 393, 333, target level 2 high. Unable to retrieve further data. Chapter 13. A warrior rescues me. My health has increased significantly, by nearly 100, 000. To my astonishment, upon vanquishing a boss, its health is entirely redistributed among the remaining bosses. Xiaofeng gasped. Not out of panic, for to him, 390, 000 health and 200, 000 health were indistinguishable. However, if an ordinary player's team were to confront this, would it not utterly shatter their morale? How intriguing. I suddenly find myself anticipating the arrival of others to tackle this dungeon. With a mischievous grin, Xiaofeng unleashed a chain lightning spell, obliterating the blue boss. The remaining 2 bosses continued to screech, their dark energy surging, their forms swelling once more. Simultaneously, their health escalated to a formidable 590, 000 each. The green and purple bosses approached, one gaping its glutinous maw to spit forth a glob of saliva, while the other raised its fist, preparing to strike. With a sickening sound, the duo of bosses launched their assaults, inflicting a total of over 500 points of damage to Xiaofeng. Fortuitously, his missile had cooled down, and he swiftly retaliated, dispatching the green boss in a single blow. The final purple boss emitted a piercing shriek, its dark aura swelling, its health skyrocketing to a staggering 180,000. Astoundingly, its rarity had ascended from rare to epic. With a resounding clap, the purple boss brought its palm crashing down. Xiaofeng, slightly slow to react, found himself unable to evade this colossal blow. He was sent sprawling, crashing against the wall with a thud, slowly sliding down. What a tremendous amount of damage! Could it be that the boss has not only transferred its health but also its attack power? Comparing the two instances of damage, this palm strike was evidently far more painful than the previous punch. Xiaofeng realized that when the boss was divided into four, its attack power was woefully weak and easily manageable. However, as the attributes were redistributed, it became increasingly formidable. The correct strategy should involve drawing the four monsters together, gradually depleting their health, and then eliminating them simultaneously. If one were to perish even a second late, it would transform into this 180,000 health epic boss. Thankfully, I am a skilled player, otherwise, I would truly be at a loss. Rising from the ground, Xiaofeng found that his missile was ready once more. The purple boss was poised to unleash a toxic spray upon him, but in the next moment, the missile descended. With a resounding explosion, the boss was reduced to a puddle of muck, splattering in all directions. You have defeated the Abyss Servant Leader and gained 282,000 experience. The fusion into an epic boss grants experience of epic proportions, although there is no corresponding reputation reward. Xiaofeng remained oblivious to the purpose of reputation. Thus he paid it no heed. After the boss's demise, a dazzling array of rewards scattered across the ground. However, he had yet to receive a system notification indicating the completion of the level, suggesting that another formidable boss awaited him. Xiaofeng stepped forward to collect the rewards from the second boss. This time fortune favored him, as he obtained an epic-quality two-handed sword for warriors, boasting formidable attributes. Regrettably, it required level 75 for equipping, rendering it unsellable for a decent price at present. Sigh, if only I could acquire more spellbooks for mages. Xiaofeng grimaced, feeling immensely frustrated at being level 37 yet possessing only 2 skills. Nevertheless, there was no alternative but to press onward. He traversed the boss chamber and descended to the third level of the mine. The third level of the mine had grown increasingly labyrinthine, no longer presenting a single path, but rather a multitude of forks, resembling a maze. Upon consulting his map, he found it shrouded in fog, impeding his search for shortcuts. Just as he pondered which route to take, a voice suddenly emerged nearby. "Warrior, warrior, please help me." The deep, pained tone unmistakably belonged to a minor NPC. Following the sound, Xiaofeng approached and indeed discovered a miner-like NPC lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Silver Miner Rafflu, level 50 health, 5,075,000 attack power, 350 physical defense, 50 magical defense, 30 skills, mining, fireball, magic missile. Upon seeing this, Xiaofeng couldn't help but chuckle. This miner was, astonishingly, a mage. "Are you all right, sir?" he inquired, approaching NPC Rafflu. The latter gasped, replying, "I am gravely injured. Without a divine life potion, I fear I shall not survive." "A divine life potion? I have one." Without hesitation, Xiaofeng produced a golden vial of the potion and handed it to Rafflu. Though the potion was rare, he still had 28 in his possession and could afford to part with one. "Ah, you possess such a miraculous elixir," Rafflu exclaimed with delight, gratefully accepting the potion and downing it in one gulp. The Divine Life Potion offered a mere 5,000 healing to players, yet upon consuming it, Rafflu's health bar, which had been at 75,000, was instantly restored to full. He sprang back to life, brimming with vitality, and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Xiaofeng, brave warrior, I cannot thank you enough. To repay your immense kindness, I would be honored to guide you through the depths of the mine to seek the abyssal creatures." "Thank you very much," Xiaofeng nodded slightly, understanding the purpose of this NPC's existence. If he could provide a divine life potion, it would save time and facilitate a swift encounter with the boss. Otherwise, traversing the myriad paths, fraught with uncertainties, could prove to be a waste of time, or worse, lead to a deadly trap. Let us proceed this way. I have worked in this mine for over a decade and am quite familiar with it. I could navigate it with my eyes closed. Rafflu led the way, with Xiaofeng following closely behind. "Brave warrior, exercise caution ahead. The lord of the monstrous creatures within is truly fearsome. Many of our brethren have already fallen victim to its wrath. Had you not saved my life, I would never have ventured to guide you into this peril." I fervently hope you possess the strength to vanquish the creature's lord and restore tranquility to the mind. Should I emerge from this ordeal alive, I shall resign from my post. Over the years, I have amassed a modest fortune, enough to return to my homeland, take a wife, and secure a position as a magic instructor, living out my days in comfort. Alas, a monster. Save me, brave warrior. This Rafro is quite the loquacious NPC, rambling incessantly as he leads the way. When confronted by monsters, he shrieks and scurries into a corner, lacking any semblance of a mage's valor. The creatures on the third level are indeed more formidable than those on the second, comprising level 75 Abyssal Venom WIRMS, capable of both close-range assaults and long-range venomous sprays. Xiaofeng dispatches them with remarkable swiftness. After navigating the labyrinthine paths of the mind for over 10 minutes, Xiaofeng finally arrived at the entrance of a vast cavern. Before him lay the lair of the Abyssal Lord. Initially, we had stumbled upon some magical crystals beneath the silver mine, intending to extract them. Little did we know that, in our digging, we would inadvertently unearth a portal, from which emerged a horde of abyssal creatures. It was utterly terrifying. Warrior, please assist us in defeating that monstrous lord, sealing the portal, and liberating us. Rafro continued his incessant chatter. Xiaofeng nodded slightly, steeling himself to enter the boss room and confront the third-tier boss. To his astonishment, the boss was even swifter. Before he could even step into the chamber, a sinister voice echoed from within. Foolish miner, how dare you bring others to disturb the great Lord Samaka? It seems you have grown weary of life. With a whoosh, several tentacles resembling those of an octopus emerged from the cavern, ensnaring Rafro's limbs and pulling him forcefully towards the darkness. Help! Save me, brave warrior. Chapter 14. The Outburst. Rafro was being dragged inward by the tentacle, suggesting a predetermined demise in the narrative. This middle-aged NPC, who had devoted over a decade to his labor and longed for retirement to marry, had been destined for a dismal fate. A sudden surge of discontent washed over Xiaofeng. Although Rafro was rather loquacious, he nonetheless served as a guide for him. The boss, without uttering a single word to him, intended to eliminate Rafro. Was this not a slap in the face for Xiaofeng? Stop this at once, he exclaimed, hastening into the fray. Rafro was pulled along at a slightly faster pace, yet Xiaofeng managed to keep up. Upon entering the boss room, Xiaofeng was immediately confronted by a colossal eyeball. It was an eye of magic. The room spanned nearly 100 meters, with a teleportation portal in the distance and a cerulean pool at its center, surrounded by eerie blue magic crystals. The boss languished within the magic crystal pool, resembling an octopus with a bald head and 8 thick, elongated tentacles. Unlike a typical octopus, however, it possessed enormous eyes. One eye nearly engulfed its entire visage. Abyss Lord Samaka, Epic, Level, 80 Health, 500, 000 500, 000, Target Level 2 High. Unable to retrieve further data, release him, you repulsive tentacled creature, Xiaofeng commanded, launching a magical missile. Smack. 200, 000 damage erupted from above the boss's head. Yet, it remained unscathed, even after its health bar was depleted. The boss continued to float in the pool, cackling, foolish adventurer, do you truly believe you can vanquish me? I am the illustrious Lord Samaka, the most magnificent being of the abyss. As long as the magic crystal pool exists, I am immortal. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the boss's health was swiftly restored, returning to full strength. Brave warrior, save me. I do not wish to perish. I have yet to marry. Rafro lamented, suspended in midair. A magic crystal pool, you say? Thank you for the insight. Xiaofeng disregarded Rafro's pleas and focused on the magic crystal pool. To his astonishment, he discovered that the pool had its own attributes. Magic crystal pool health, 4. 500, 0005, 000, 000 physical defense, 0 magical defense. Tenet possessed quite a substantial amount of health. Clearly, the health regained by Samaka was drawn from this magic crystal pool. If he could dismantle the pool, the boss would be rendered powerless. Raising his hand, he unleashed a chain lightning directly upon the magic crystal pool. With a resounding crackle, the destructive force of the chain lightning far surpassed that of the magical missile. 4. 500, 000. As the electric surge coursed through, the entire magic crystal pool began to bubble violently, and the water within evaporated completely. The structural integrity of buildings is quantified by fixed values. A specific amount of health corresponds to a determined degree of damage, with no possibility of overflow. Thus, when Xiaofeng unleashed a staggering 4.8 million points of damage, he effortlessly obliterated it in one breath. No, this is inconceivable. The boss, Lord Samaka, was struck with terror upon realizing this horrifying circumstance, immediately succumbing to panic and emitting a fearful roar. The magic crystal pool was his lifeblood, and with its absence, his reliance vanished. Great bloodthirsty demon god, bestow upon me your power. He brandished his tentacles, issuing a bellow. Following this, dark purple demonic runes manifested upon each tentacle, seemingly augmenting their strength. The cacophony was unbearable. Xiaofeng raised his staff and cast a magic missile. With a resounding crack, another 2 million damage was inflicted. The esteemed Abyss Lord Samaka, without even unleashing a single skill, met his demise. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the Abyss Lord Samaka, completing the level 75 main storyline dungeon Silver Mine for the first time. Congratulations. You have vanquished the epic boss, Abyss Lord Samaka, earning 800 reputation points. You have defeated the Abyss Lord Samaka, acquiring 282,000 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 38. Please name your team, up to 8 characters. And the system will make an announcement in the battle zone. With ease, Xiaofeng completed this dungeon solo. Rovro extricated himself from the tentacle's grasp, showering Xiaofeng with gratitude. The portal behind them continued to shimmer, suggesting that although the dungeon had been cleared, the narrative was not yet concluded. Xiaofeng did not hasten to explore further, instead taking a moment to address the system announcement. Reflecting on the previous announcement from the unparalleled event, he pondered briefly before inputting 8 characters. In the next instant, the system announcement reverberated throughout the Blue Star server. Battle Zone announcement. Congratulations to the player team. My grandson is unparalleled and defiant for being the first to complete the level 75 main storyline dungeon Silver Mine. With the leading player, Xiaofeng. Battle Zone announcement. Battle Zone announcement. In an instant, all online players in the Battle Zone were left bewildered by this announcement. What is happening? Who is unparalleled? Wait, no way. Did I hear that correctly? A level 75 main storyline dungeon? Moreover, it was completed by a single player. How long has it been? An hour? Just cleared the 25 level dungeon. And now the 75 level one too? Many were incredulous, opening the text version of the information log to verify the authenticity of the Battle Zone announcement. In this moment, numerous high-end players were left dumbfounded by the news of the first completion of the level 75 dungeon. Level 75. Even those fortunate enough to have drawn divine artifacts would find themselves daunted by the attributes of a level 75 epic monster. After all, no artifact, no matter how powerful, could withstand the immense level disparity against a fully developed boss. Often, one finds that aggression is abundant, yet survival is lacking, or conversely, survival is sufficient, but aggression is insufficient. The aspiration to challenge beyond level 50 appears utterly unattainable. However, a certain individual named Xiaofeng has defied the odds, bravely conquering the level 75 main storyline dungeon all on his own. Interestingly, his party name is not one of promotion but rather an outright insult. Though the names of the Tianxia Guild S teams also resort to derogatory remarks, their members, all beginning with Tianxia, still carry a semblance of promotional effect. At this juncture, the discerning have already recognized that Xiaofeng's team name serves as a direct retort to a notice issued by the Tianxia Guild an hour prior. Moreover, in an even bolder move, he single-handedly cleared the level 75 dungeon, outshining the Tianxia Wushuang team by a considerable margin. Hasten to uncover the true identity of Xiaofeng. He is the one who achieved the first kill of the divine boss, and he also secured the initial defeat of the novice village boss. He reigns at the top of the level rankings. Numerous guild leaders and elite players have begun dispatching individuals to investigate and gather information on Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng's close friend, Lily, has sent a message. Dude, you've really made it big this time. Clearing the level 75 dungeon puts you at least a week ahead of the average players. Lily expressed his admiration wholeheartedly. Xiaofeng responded calmly, It's all right, nothing extraordinary. Just call me Dad, and I'll take you through this dungeon for free epic loot. Come on, I considered you a brother, and you want to call me Dad? Lily retorted, sending a meme of a headbanging wall emoji. But seriously, with this announcement, Tianxia Wushuang is likely to pursue a vendetta against you. Lily added with a more serious tone. Xiaofeng nodded. Indeed, that seems probable. However, it matters not. Even with divine artifacts, he could not match my prowess. Were it not for their numerical advantage, I could easily send him back to the novice village. You know they have the numbers on their side. If the Tianxia Guild decides to target you, your friends may also find themselves in jeopardy, Lily remarked pensively. What, are you afraid? Xiao Feng chuckled. Lily scoffed. What do I have to fear? If you don't mention it, I won't mention it, and neither will old Zhang. Who would know I'm your friend? Besides, we were bold enough to confront the leader of the Dragon Soul Guild back in the day. Why would we fear a mere Tianxia? Enough of that. It was your foolishness that nearly got you into trouble. You need not worry about Tianxia Wushuang. There's nothing grave to concern ourselves with. Once I change classes, I'll gradually teach them a lesson, Xiao Feng asserted. Lily nodded in agreement. All right then, old Zhang and I will continue leveling up. Save any good gear for us. And we'll gather enough gold to seek you out. Certainly, I shall resume my focus on the unfolding narrative, Xiao Feng replied. Chapter 15. Appointment for job change. Upon closing the chat, Xiao Feng commenced gathering the spoils dropped by the boss. As the final boss, the Lord of Samarkand yielded items far more luxurious than those dropped by the previous boss. Not only did he drop 2 pieces of epic gear, but also a resplendent legendary item. Abyssal Essence, the energy essence of abyssal creatures, possessing the ability to grant passage into the abyssal realm without being repelled by its forces, becoming ineffective if stored in one's bag. It is permanently effective. At first glance, the item description seemed rather ordinary, devoid of notable features, merely a special item. However, given its legendary quality, its value is undoubtedly significant. Furthermore, there exists a portal behind the boss's chamber, which may very well lead to the abyssal world, rendering it quite useful. In addition to these, 2 blue skill books were also dropped. Blade Shock, a rare skill for second-tier warriors, enhancing the attack power of all allies by 5 while simultaneously reducing the defense of all enemies by 5. Its range extends to 50 meters, lasting for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 300 seconds. This state cannot be stacked or dispelled. Corruption of the Abyss, a rare skill for second-tier mages, inflicting a status on a single target that causes a 1 reduction in attack power per second for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. This status cannot be dispelled, though its effects can be. One is a potent team skill, while the other serves as a debilitating skill for a single target. Upon reading the description of Corruption of the Abyss, Xiao Feng could not help but feel intrigued. If I were to employ this skill, the effects would be magnified exponentially. Could it render anyone utterly powerless? For an ordinary individual, the skill would gradually reduce attack power by 15 over 15 seconds, necessitating a reapplication of the debuff to begin the process anew. Yet for him, with a reduction of 1 per second, it would translate to a staggering 10,000 decrease, plunging the target's power into the negative and lasting for a full 15 seconds. Even if the effect were dispelled, the status would remain, leading to another immediate drop into the negative the following second. Alas, it requires the second tier to learn, and I am utterly disheartened. He had yet to complete even the first tier, and the prospect of attaining the second tier felt like a distant dream. The remaining items dropped were rather mundane, consisting of low-quality equipment and potions, with the gear all being level 75, rendering them useless to him. After tidying up the battlefield, Xiao Feng turned his attention to Ruafuluo. This NPC was originally destined to be killed off by the plot, yet he had been saved by Xiao Feng's swift defeat of the boss. Currently, Ruafuluo's health bar still had half its value, posing no immediate threat to his life. Ruafuluo, you are safe now. You can return home and marry, Xiao Feng remarked with a smile. Indeed, I cannot thank you enough, brave warrior Xiao Feng. Ruafuluo's face beamed with joy, the feeling of being spared from death filling him with immense gratitude. Don't just thank me. Is there any tangible reward you could offer? Xiao Feng grinned, revealing his true intentions. Ruafuluo scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward, and replied, apart from money, I have nothing to repay you with. Moreover, the money I possess is quite limited, merely enough for living expenses upon my return. I am not in need of money. Hello. You seem like a wizard. Could you assist me in changing my class? Xiao Feng revealed his true intention. He was indifferent to rewards. What he truly desired was not merely equipment or gold, but the crucial transition to a new class and the acquisition of skills. Rafro, taken aback, responded, change your class? With your current prowess, you're already at a formidable level. Achieving a third-class change is beyond my capabilities. To him, A player capable of conquering this dungeon must possess extraordinary strength, surely at least level 50 and above with 2 class changes, with the next transition expected at level 100. Yet, Xiaofeng was an anomaly. He shrugged and said, "Just take a look for yourself. I am still merely a mage apprentice, not even a full-fledged mage." The NPC possessed the ability to view players' basic information. Upon inspection, Rafro confirmed Xiaofeng's status as a mage apprentice, and disbelief washed over him. "This is utterly absurd." He blinked in astonishment and inquired, "How did you manage to defeat the Abyss Lord?" "Well, let us not dwell on that. Can you assist me with my class change?" Xiaofeng, aware of the NPC's loquacious nature, sought to steer the conversation back to the matter at hand. Rafro, feeling somewhat awkward and uncertain, replied, I will give it a try. My mentor is a rather powerful wizard, but due to my impoverished background, I could not afford the costs of magical studies and thus abandoned my identity as a mage to work in the mines. He has held a grudge against me for this and is not particularly fond of me. I will speak with him and see if he can help you." "That would be wonderful. I sincerely appreciate it." A smile graced Xiaofeng's face, lifting his spirits. "By the way, your mentor. He isn't one of the stewards within the temple, is he?" A moment of concern crossed his mind. Rafro shook his head, assuring him, "My mentor is not that powerful. The stewards in the temple are all legendary archmages above level 150. My mentor is merely level 130. "That is a relief." Xiaofeng exhaled, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. As long as it wasn't the temple or the war hall, he could gain entry. "I will return from the mine to prepare." "Brave warrior Xiaofeng, once you finish your tasks, just head to the general store in Silvermine Town to find me." Rafro agreed on a meeting point before swiftly departing. Xiaofeng watched him leave, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He finally had a direction for his class change. This talkative fellow was worth saving. A sense of reflection washed over him. This game offered far more than the previous online games from Blue Star. Though the overall intelligence of NPCs was not exceptionally high, they exhibited a plethora of variations. After Rafro was revived, he could lead the way, and encounters on that path could yield different outcomes depending on whether one chose to save or ignore. More significantly, as a low-level NPC, Rafro embodied numerous possibilities. Treating them as real individuals and engaging in dialogue could unveil many treasures of knowledge. Through this experience, Xiaofeng's perspective on the game world began to shift. Perhaps this was not merely a game after all. After all, given the extraterrestrial technology, the means of access are rather unconventional. It is entirely plausible to employ a growth-oriented AI system to create NPCs. With diligent exploration, one might indeed uncover a multitude of earth-shattering revelations. This thought led Xiaofeng to reminisce about another matter, the curse of Otogu. If an ordinary individual like Raflu can be so vividly brought to life, then Otogu, who once battled the god of war alongside its former master, must be even more extraordinary. My slaying of Otogu has resulted in a curse, and it appears that I have unwittingly dug a deep pit for myself. Originally, Otogu, a level 50 mythical boss, placed within the novice village, was not intended for players to defeat. Rather, it was meant for fated individuals to encounter, thereby obtaining the hidden class inheritance of the god of war through their own fortunes. Alas, Xiaofeng sighed. Upon this realization, he felt a profound sense of despair. However, it is too late for regret. He must now slowly contemplate how to dispel Otogu's curse. Suddenly, as Xiaofeng lamented his predicament, the boss chamber trembled. Initially, he assumed the room was about to reclaim its domain, intending to eject him. But upon raising his gaze, he discovered it was not so. Instead, the distant portal was gradually shrinking, on the verge of closing. Chapter 16. The Narcissistic Imp. This portal leads to the Abyssal World. In the narrative of the game, the Abyssal World represents a formidable force that stands in opposition to the deities. The pantheon consists primarily of 24 main gods, each corresponding to one of the 24 major cities. Beneath the abyss, numerous demon gods also reside, possessing formidable power. According to some players' summaries on the forums, the Abyssal World is deemed suitable for exploration by players at levels between 150 and 250, with a minimum requirement of level 100 to enter. Otherwise, one risks an untimely demise. However, Xiaofeng is no ordinary player. With such a vast portal before him slowly closing, he felt compelled to delve into it. The potential loss of opportunity was too significant to ignore. Besides, he bore no particularly precious items on his person. Even if he were to perish upon entry, It would merely result in a slight loss of experience, with no valuable possessions at stake. With these thoughts in mind, he took out the item Essence of Abyssal Creatures, grasped it in his left palm, wielded his staff in his right hand, and with a few swift strides, leaped into the portal. With a whoosh, the portal closed, and the instant's map was reclaimed by the system, vanishing from existence. Xiaofeng found himself enveloped in darkness. After several seconds, light gradually returned. Ding! You have entered the Abyssal World. Notification: due to the suppression of Abyssal forces, all healing effects are reduced by 50, and your attack power is diminished by 10. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, Xiaofeng felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His attack power plummeted from slightly over 200 to 180. Ding! Ding! Clang! Cough! Sounds echoed around him, revealing a spectrum of blue and purple hues. Once again, he found himself in a cavern. Unlike the silver mine, this place lacked torches for illumination. However, the surrounding ores were not silver but rather magical crystals, emanating a ghostly blue glow. Interspersed among them were exquisite high-quality purple magical crystals, resplendent in their beauty. Several miners diligently wielded their pickaxes, producing a crisp sound of excavation. Yet, some were coughing incessantly, evidently in poor health. Xiaofeng examined one of the miners' information. Magical Crystal Miner Jeffrey, level 50 health, 35, 00035. 000 attack power, 160 physical defense, 40 magical defense, 40 skills, mining art, pharmaceutical art. This miner was human, with attributes even lower than those of Rafro, and lacked any mage skills. Crack! Before Xiaofeng could inspect the attributes of the others, a sharp crack of a whip resonated from ahead, accompanied by a shrill voice cursing. You pathetic humans, no slacking off. Work diligently, or I shall strike you. Following the sound, he beheld a gaunt little imp, standing at a height of 2 meters with purple-black skin, wielding a long whip and striking a frail elderly miner. Imp Overseer, Elite Monster, level 100 health, 120. 120, 000, target level too high. Unable to obtain further data, I am most intolerant of others being arrogant before me. Xiaofeng scoffed, raising his hand to unleash a magic missile. Crack! The imp was struck, suffering nearly 2 million damage, perishing instantly. What just happened? The miners exclaimed in surprise, bewildered by the sudden death of the imp leader. However, they quickly noticed an adventurer had appeared among them. Ah, brave warrior, have the gods sent you to rescue us? Miner Jeffrey ran over excitedly, grasping Xiaofeng's arm, tears welling in his eyes. Brave warrior, please save us. We have been trapped here for months. Sobbing NPC miners cried out, their plight pitiable. What is this place? Are the abyssal monsters outside formidable? Xiaofeng inquired. The map indicated he was in the abyssal world, yet it did not provide a specific location, clearly lacking comprehensive information. Miner Jeffrey responded, this is the magic crystal mine of the abyssal monsters. Their tunnels have penetrated the earth's veins, intersecting with our silver mine. We were captured miners, forced to toil for them. If we refuse, they will throw us into the blood pool of the Abyss Lord Ramika, leaving us unrecognizable. As he spoke, he wept profusely, his misery palpable, penetrating. Xiaofeng scoffed. If they truly had burrowed through, there would be no need for a portal. Countless monsters would flood to the surface, engaging in a deadly battle with Storm City. Clearly, this was merely a plot for a hidden quest. The portal was not permanently open and required certain conditions to be met before it could be activated to return the miners. What level is the Lord Ramika? Xiaofeng inquired. Ramika, Samaka, they sound similar. They must be of the same ilk, perhaps even brothers. Jeffrey shook his head. We do not know. He is far too powerful, and many of our brethren have been consumed by him. Brave warrior, please assist us. We are truly at our wits' end. Very well. You stay here for now. I will venture out to investigate. Xiaofeng nodded. Although the system did not provide a quest prompt, he sensed that this was indeed a quest, most likely a hidden one, promising substantial rewards. Follow the mine tunnel outward. Upon opening the iron gate, you will encounter numerous monsters. There is also a powerful human being imprisoned over there. Brave warrior, you can rescue him, and he will aid you. Jeffrey advised. Oh, that is even better, thank you. Xiaofeng responded joyfully. He stepped into the mine tunnel, heading towards the exit. Along the way, several imp overseers wandered, supervising the human miners at work. He utilized magic missiles for long-range strikes, and the imps did not even have time to raise the alarm before meeting their demise. Thus, the journey proceeded in silence, evading the attention of numerous monsters. Soon, Xiaofeng found himself before an iron gate, a geographical lock that obstructed his path forward. He tugged at it, but it would not yield. The system prompted, forcefully opening this gate requires 500 points of strength. Xiaofeng was rendered speechless. With merely 38 points of strength, even summoning all his might proved futile. Magic missile. He attempted to cast a spell to shatter the barrier. Yet the missile vanished into oblivion, leaving no trace of impact. It was evident that this iron gate was unlike the previous magical crystal pool. It was not a destructible structure. It seemed he could only wait for the little goblins to unlock the door. With no alternatives, he remained stationary. After a few minutes, 2-1. 4-meter-tall goblin leaders approached. One of them cursed vehemently, "Damn it, it's just a shabby sorcerer, ugly and scrawny. Daring to act tough at level 130. If it weren't for the princess's insistence on having him as a male pet, we would have devoured him long ago." The other concurred, "Exactly, what else with the pretense? Besides, it's outrageous. The princess is the most beautiful flower of our abyss. Yet she chooses that hideous human sorcerer over us. It's like a flower planted in dung." With a clatter, the goblin leader unlocked the gate and pushed open the iron bars. "Let us catch a few human miners to vent our frustrations. We'll feast on 3 of them." The goblin on the left declared fiercely. They turned around, ready to delve into the mine to seize their prey. Suddenly, a grotesque human visage appeared before them. Ha! Just as the goblin leader was about to utter a sound, a chain of lightning struck, piercing through both of them. Damage notifications of 4.3 million floated up as the 2 goblin leaders were reduced to ashes, leaving no corpses behind. Yet they did leave behind 10 gold coins. "These little goblins are quite wealthy," Xiaofeng remarked, collecting the coins with satisfaction. Stepping through the gate, he continued his exploration. Outside, a cacophony of male shouts and curses resonated, growing increasingly intense. Upon listening closely, Xiaofeng's expression grew peculiar. Could it be the male sorcerer, slated to be forcibly wed to the princess of the demon clan? Chapter 17. The infatuated sorceress and the handsome wizard, O vile creatures of the abyss. May you meet a wretched fate. The radiance of the gods shall deliver judgment upon you. You shall forever be cast into the depths, shrouded from the light of day. The great deity of meteorology shall redeem me. Though my body may perish, my soul shall remain eternal. Do not touch me. Remove your filthy hands. I, Ramsden, shall never submit to your grotesque witchery. Release me, release me. The followers of the great meteorological god shall not be sullied." Wretched cries and curses echoed within the mine. Xiaofeng's lips twitched as an image of a handsome wizard being forcefully besieged by an ugly sorceress flooded his mind. Regardless, he mused, he is still human. Perhaps mercy would be bestowed upon him. With that thought, he quickened his pace, emerging into a chamber resembling a prison. The agonized screams emanated from the first cell on the left. As he drew closer, another voice reached his ears. "Little one, cease your cries. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one shall come to your rescue. Am I not worthy of your attention? Being the daughter of the bloodthirsty demon god, the noble Princess Minya? Oh dear, why do you bite? You exhibit no gentlemanly decorum." The voice, soft and sweet, was quite enchanting, stirring something within Xiaofeng. Yet, the resolute Ramsden shouted defiantly, "Wretched sorceress, had you not sealed my magical powers, I would have torn you to shreds with my meteorological magic. I shall bite you to death." Xiaofeng approached, and within the cell, he beheld a male wizard clad in tattered robes, disheveled and pressed against the wall. The sorceress, adorned in a black gauzy skirt, was aggressively pinning him down, caressing him and occasionally whispering provocatively in his ear. The male wizard, flushed with embarrassment and rage, found himself powerless against her advances. What a captivating silhouette!" Xiaofeng exclaimed upon witnessing the sorceress's enchanting form. However, considering how the little ones deemed themselves handsome and labeled humanity's aesthetic as ugly, while calling the sorceress a delicate flower, he pondered, perhaps she was merely a master of allure from behind. Magic missile. With the intention of rescuing the male wizard, Xiaofeng raised his hand and launched a missile at the sorceress. With a resounding impact, a damage value exceeding 1 million emerged, as if a bubble had burst upon the sorceress. Yet, she did not fall. Startled by the sudden attack, the sorceress whirled around in shock. "Oh no, she is still alive." Xiaofeng's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Upon inspecting the sorceress's information, he was instantly taken aback. Princess of the Abyss, Minya, mythical level boss, level 120 health, 9, 000, 0009, 000, target level 2 high. Unable to view further data, a mythical boss at level 120 with a staggering 9 million health. Despite inflicting over 1 million damage with the previous missile, it evidently did not affect her health, indicating some form of protective shield. How does one even combat this? Chain lightning. Xiaofeng was acutely aware that he had only a few seconds to deal damage, swiftly casting chain lightning. Zing! The lightning traversed through the air, striking the witch. Yet, it was thwarted by an unseen barrier. What appeared to be over 4 million damage resulted in no actual harm, as she remained at full health. At that moment, Xiaofeng caught sight of the witch's visage. Astonishingly, she was breathtakingly beautiful. The audacity of this human adventurer to attempt a sneak attack on me. Oh, wait. The witch, infuriated by the two assaults, prepared to retaliate and eliminate Xiaofeng. However, the instant she beheld his appearance, she froze in astonishment. How extraordinarily handsome. The witch stood there, momentarily dazed, her breath uneven and her composure faltering, embodying the very essence of infatuation. Xiaofeng. The two, a man and a witch, locked eyes, both taken aback. He observed her exquisite features, nearly indistinguishable from a human's, her crimson lips and alluring eyes radiating charm, while her deep purple irises exuded an enchanting allure that ensnared the heart. Of course, Xiaofeng had long mastered his resistance to beauty, feeling no particular stirrings. He merely found it remarkable that, by the standards of lesser beings, this time the roles had not reversed. He braced himself for imminent defeat, ready to resurrect back in Stormwind City. But, to his astonishment, she did not strike. Instead, she appeared enamored. This witch? Is she of sound mind? At that moment, 1,000 thoughts raced through Xiaofeng's mind, leaving him in deep contemplation. What is your name? The witch bit her lip, cautiously inquiring, as if afraid her voice might startle him away. Her purple eyes quivered gently, glistening with wonder, as if a Na'vi maiden had encountered a divine being. Her very essence trembling with excitement. Ahem, while I appreciate the admiration, there's no need for such a gaze. I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to. Xiaofeng had no intention of lingering, producing a return scroll to make his escape. Confronting a level 120 mythical boss, especially one with an unknown defensive ability, he could not breach her defenses and thus opted for retreat. As for any hidden quests, he could always pursue those another time. Wait, you shall not depart. To his astonishment, the enchantress had no intention of releasing him. With a mere flick of her wrist, she conjured a dark mist that ensnared Xiaofeng's feet. Under the influence of the binding spell, he found himself immobilized for 10 seconds. A notification flashed within the battle record. There was no damage inflicted, yet he remained paralyzed. Xiaofeng thought to himself, this is it. He has been captured by the infatuated sorceress. Alas, it seemed that he would share the same fate as the esteemed Ramsdot. Imprisoned in this place, his purity was at stake. Recalling what Lily had mentioned earlier about someone violating an NPC sister, leading to a transformation into a flower thief, he felt a pang of dismay. Would he too be subjected to such indignity at the hands of an NPC? Xiaofeng, what a beautiful name you possess. The enchantress remarked as she emerged from her cell, her gaze entirely fixated on him, devoid of any thought of Ramsdot. She approached cautiously, her hand gently caressing his cheek as she whispered, "You are the most handsome human I have ever encountered. According to our customs, you must become my concubine and bear our first child together. That is entirely unnecessary. In truth, I am a eunuch. I am incapable in that regard. Please, spare me." Xiaofeng protested, trapped and unable to escape or return to the city. Even the act of self-destruction would be interrupted, leaving him with no choice but to concede. Is that so? Let me verify the truth of your statement. The enchantress, evidently skeptical, placed her delicate hand on his left shoulder and blew softly into his right ear. Her hand slid down his attire, traversing his chest and abdomen. "Stop it, please," Xiaofeng cried out. "What troubles you?" She chuckled, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Have mercy. I am but a pure boy. I cannot be sullied by an NPC," he lamented, feeling utterly wronged. As a man, being pursued by a woman could be deemed acceptable. After all, his handsome visage might warrant such attention. However, this was no ordinary girl, but rather an NPC. To be violated by mere game data, What an absurdity. If word of this were to spread, he would be the subject of ridicule for the rest of his life. Forever laughed at and displayed as a mockery. What is your name? She inquired, her expression one of innocent curiosity as she rested her finger on her chin. My name is Minya, daughter of the bloody demon god, princess of the abyss, she proclaimed. At that moment, Ramsdot, still confined within the cell, shouted, wretched heretic. Rebel against the gods, Xiaofeng. How dare you consort with the enchantress? When I return to the land illuminated by the divine, I shall expose your vile nature and summon the gods to pass judgment upon you. Chapter 18. What must I do? Xiaofeng was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Ramsdell continued his tirade. You vile butcher, how dare you slay the golden lion and consort with the witch? You have descended into the abyss and become a pawn of the bloodthirsty demon, utterly unforgivable. The stream of invective seemed unending. It was then that Xiaofeng realized the gravity of his situation. Not only did the soldier-type NPCs despise him, but the devout followers of the gods harbored a deep-seated hatred as well. No wonder, he had initially intended to rescue Ramsdell, yet found himself on the receiving end of such vitriol. Silence! Do not insult my man. With a resounding slap, the witch Minya could no longer tolerate Ramsdell's escalating insults. Striking him from afar, Xiaofeng couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. That single blow had inflicted a staggering 100,000 points of health from Ramsdell. Weather Sorcerer Ramsdell, Legendary Boss. Level, 130 health. 2, 550,002, 650,000. Target level too high. Unable to retrieve additional data. You. Ramsdell was momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, the witch had been flirting with him, vying for his affection, yet she had so swiftly turned against him, striking him for another man. A tumult of emotions swirled within him, leaving him at a loss for expression. Xiaofeng, let us depart and ignore him. Come to my chamber, and we shall commence our sweet life together, Minya said, linking her arm with Xiaofeng's, using her considerable strength to lead him towards the exit. Stop! You wretched couple, the gods will judge you, and you shall meet a most unfortunate fate, Ramsdell bellowed, feeling as if he had endured the greatest humiliation of his life. At that moment, even Xiaofeng felt the urge to strike him. What did he mean by wretched couple? Xiaofeng was, after all, the victim here. Not only had he failed to save someone, but he was also being insulted without recourse to voice his grievances. Your Highness, what has transpired? Why is there such a commotion? A voice called from outside the mine. Xiaofeng turned to see a grotesque, humanoid octopus emerging from the entrance. This so-called humanoid octopus donned attire resembling that of a human, yet it had no arms or legs, only 8 tentacles writhing upright on the ground. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the previous dungeon boss, albeit on a significantly reduced scale, nearly indistinguishable from a human. Upon inspecting its information, High Abyss Lord Ramika, Legendary Boss. Level, 150 health. 4, 700,004, 700,000. Target level too high. Unable to retrieve additional data. This Ramika was considerably stronger than the earlier Samaka. It was likely not merely a brother, but a grandchild. Certainly. As long as there are no shield skills akin to those of a witch, Xiaofeng can still deliver a fatal blow. The arrival of Ramika rendered Ramsdell silent, unable to utter another word. In contrast, the witch appeared somewhat uneasy, loosening her grip on Xiaofeng's arm and stating, It's nothing, Uncle Ramika. I have captured a new human and am preparing to take him back for training. An ugly human. The grotesque Ramika cast a glance at the handsome Xiaofeng, offering his critique. Then, adopting a tone befitting an elder, he advised, Your Highness, the great bloodthirsty demon god has proclaimed that humans are the dirtiest of creatures and should not be associated with. Please hand this human over to me. I shall ensure he is returned to where he belongs. The witch furrowed her brow slightly. No. How splendid. Thank you, the handsome Mr. Ramika. Please eliminate me swiftly. I wish to return to the city. I do not wish to linger here for even a second. Without allowing the witch to finish, Xiaofeng interjected. Faced with the witch who rendered him powerless, he deemed it safer to lose 20 of his experience and return to the city. After all, who knows what the witch might do to him? This game likely had no prohibitions in that regard. You, do not speak in such a manner. The witch Minya became agitated, addressing Lord Ramika. Uncle Ramika, do not heed his nonsense. He is already my pet, and I shall take him home for training. Who is your pet? I am the envoy of the gods, the glory of the holy light, the heir of the great war god Asada. Hurry and eliminate me, or I shall not spare you. Xiao Feng realized that weak pleas would yield no desired outcome, so he resorted to provocation, invoking the name of the deity most despised by abyssal creatures to heighten his animosity. As for the names of other deities, he knew none. So he simply uttered the only name he had ever heard. Unexpectedly, the expressions of both Lord Ramika and the witch Minya shifted dramatically. What? You are the heir of Asada. For a moment, the air around them seemed to freeze, enveloped in complete silence. Is there something wrong? Are you angry? If so, please eliminate me. I would welcome it. A sense of unease gripped Xiao Feng, but he quickly regained his composure and continued to seek his demise. However, contrary to his expectations, the two demonic figures did not immediately dispatch him. Instead, they both exhibited a hint of reverence. Asada is a hero, although he is our enemy. We hold him in high esteem. Your status as his successor indicates commendable character, suggesting you might be worthy of being Princess Minya's consort, Lord Ramika stated earnestly, his singular eye reflecting admiration. Xiao Feng. The feeling of having brought misfortune upon myself made him want to stab himself. He suddenly recalled that the Golden Lion Otto had mentioned that the war god Asada was slain by the bloodthirsty demon god. And here stood two of the demon god's subordinates. Minya is indeed the daughter of the bloodthirsty demon god. Alas, this is disastrous. I am bound to be taken back for some tentacle play. Xiao Feng was engulfed in sorrow. To think you are the heir of the god of war. What a shocking revelation. No wonder you are so handsome. No wonder I fell for you at first sight. How wonderful, dear brother Xiao Feng. Let us go meet our esteemed father and request him to be our witness for marriage, so we may wed immediately. Minya grasped Xiao Feng's arm, eager to drag him away. Xiao Feng was on the verge of tears. At that moment, Ramsd, who was imprisoned in a cell, suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? The sorceress inquired. Ramsd, appearing deranged, mocked. I laugh at your foolishness. Do you seek death? Lord Ramika glared with a single eye, his tentacles twitching with anticipation. Ramsd declared, this man is not, in fact, the heir of the god of war. Quite the contrary. He slayed the steed of the god of war, Otto Gu, and has been cursed for life by Otto Gu. How absurd that you consider him a paragon of virtue when he is, in truth, the most malevolent of all. Jealousy has so distorted his visage that he has completely forgotten that the abyssal demons are the common enemy of humanity. What? Is this true? The sorceress Minya and Lord Ramika turned their gaze towards Xiao Feng, questioning him. Yes, indeed, it was I who did it. Hurry and kill me to avenge Otto Gu. Seeing a glimmer of hope for redemption, Xiao Feng quickly nodded. The sorceress and the lord exchanged glances. After a moment, Ramika said, killing Otto Gu would indeed help us eliminate a root cause. It is not entirely a bad thing. Xiao Feng was nearing despair. What on earth do they want from him? Being a good person is futile, and being a villain is equally fruitless. Why is it so difficult to seek a swift end? However, the sorceress gazed at him, suddenly sighing. If our esteemed father were to learn of this, he might make things difficult for you. Though he personally slayed Asada, he always regarded Asada as a confidant and held great fondness for the fleeing Otto Gu. I cannot allow you to meet him, otherwise he will surely kill you. With that, she displayed a look of regret, reluctantly releasing Xiao Feng's arm. Chapter 19. The hidden profession of exploitation. Xiao Feng was overjoyed. Truly, it was as if he had traversed a desolate landscape only to discover a hidden village in bloom. With heartfelt gratitude, he declared, I shall not disturb you any longer. Farewell. He promptly produced a return scroll, commencing the incantation to depart. However, scoundrels, you cannot simply let him go. He is a sinner, a wretched heretic. My resentment cannot be quelled without his demise. Rams shouted suddenly. His words were somewhat incongruous. As he was a devotee of the gods, yet sought to command the demons to take action, a curious position indeed. Nevertheless, Xiao Feng found it surprisingly comprehensible. After all, Rams had once been ensnared by the enchantress Minya, nearly becoming the son-in-law of a demon god. It was only natural that he would perceive his relationship with the enchantress as extraordinary. Yet, Xiao Feng's arrival had swiftly caused Minya to divert her affections. Such a blow would weigh heavily upon any man, regardless of his feelings towards the enchantress. At that moment, jealousy consumed Ramsd's thoughts entirely. He was determined to employ any means necessary to eliminate Xiao Feng, his rival in love. It would not hurt to die once. I have already prepared for the worst. Xiao Feng shrugged indifferently, interrupting the incantation of the scroll. The enchantress Minya gazed intently at him. a fleeting glimmer of pity reflecting in her deep purple eyes. She spoke softly. I almost forgot you were cursed by Otto. Upon returning to the human realm, you will undoubtedly face numerous hardships, enduring scorn and humiliation. Xiaofeng tilted his head, a series of question marks appearing above him. What was the meaning of this? Her tone seemed laced with compassion. Was she perhaps considering bestowing upon him some protective artifact? So what now? He inquired. The enchantress replied, We cannot grant you our magical devices, for they would only plunge you into greater peril. Instead, you may utilize the possessions of that one. She gestured towards Ramsden in the cell. Then, with a graceful motion, she summoned a black orb of magic into her palm, which then soared forth and merged with Ram's body. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Ramsden's form exploded. Though his physical body remained intact, his life force was instantly obliterated. Over 2 million health points were wiped clean in an instant. He was as dead as could be. Goodness, Xiaofeng was left in shock. A level 100 mythical enchantress could effortlessly slay a level 130 legendary mage? Was this a narrative device at play? Or did the confines of the cell grant the enchantress control over life and death? With Ramsden's demise, a plethora of items erupted forth from the ground. Although he had been slain by an NPC, it appeared as though Xiaofeng, the player, had dealt the fatal blow, resulting in a bounty of loot scattered about. Aside from the absence of experience points, nearly everything else was generously bestowed. Quickly, pick it up. He has many items that may be of use to you. The sorceress remarked. Fine. Although a twinge of sympathy for Ramsden lingered, Xiaofeng was not foolish enough to decline the opportunities presented before him. He stepped into the cell and began to gather the items. You have acquired the legendary weapon, Weather Staff, level 50. You have obtained the legendary accessory, Ring of Magical Will, level 100. You have obtained the class certification item, Meteorologist's Secret Tome, with 2 legendary pieces of equipment, numerous epic items, and a class transition certification in hand. Xiaofeng's excitement grew with each item he collected, culminating in a grin that he could no longer suppress. A meteorologist, a hidden class. Who would have thought that by a stroke of fate, I would stumble upon such good fortune? Despite the discomfort of having been touched by the sorceress, the attainment of a hidden class qualification made it all worthwhile. Thank you both. I take my leave now. In a moment of goodwill, Xiaofeng bid them farewell before retrieving the return scroll. Wait. The sorceress Minerva interrupted him, approaching with an object drawn from her bosom and placing it into his hands. Dear Xiaofeng, I cannot bear to see you go. Take this. I shall come to find you in the future. It was a flower of deep purple hue, resembling a rose. Abyssal rose. Mythical item. The token of affection from the demon princess Minerva. Upon use, it can summon Minerva. Special item. Non-tradable, non-discardable, non-droppable. Xiaofeng responded. You should leave now. If you tarry longer, I fear I shall find it hard to let you go. Minerva turned away, forcing herself not to look at him. Xiaofeng wore a peculiar expression, uncertain of what to say. Ultimately, he remained silent, shattering the return scroll and vanishing into thin air. As for rescuing the miners, faced with 2 extraordinarily powerful bosses, he found himself without recourse, leaving it for another time. In Storm City, at the teleportation plaza, Xiaofeng's figure materialized, still clutching the abyssal essence and the abyssal rose. Such a rich aura of the abyss. I must discover its source. The city guard's NPCs immediately approached him. Xiaofeng hastily stowed the 2 items into his backpack. After all, these guards would relish an opportunity to apprehend him. Should they catch him in the act, he would likely find himself imprisoned. Once the items were concealed, the abyssal aura dissipated. The guards approached, barking, "Step aside, don't block the way." They rudely shoved Xiaofeng aside and strode off. Though he had experienced such an encounter before, Xiaofeng still felt a twinge of irritation. How arrogant. Just wait until I level up. I shall turn your lord's manor upside down, he mused. At this moment, the main city was exceedingly crowded. Although the space remains vast, the influx of players has become overwhelming, resulting in severe traffic congestion in the main city. After all, there are only 24 main cities in the entire Blue Star War Zone, while the total number of players exceeds 1 billion, meaning each city must accommodate tens of millions of visitors, creating immense pressure. This is particularly true for cities like Stormwind and Dragonblood City, which are exclusive to the Dragon Kingdom, making them exceedingly crowded due to their massive population base. Xiaofeng opened the level leaderboard to check the latest rankings. He is currently at level 38, still holding the top position. The second place, Jianzhan Songxing, has reached level 30, progressing quite rapidly. The subsequent players are at a more moderate level, mostly around 24 or 25. Soon, a multitude of level 30 players will emerge, and the items dropped by Otto can be prepared for listing. Xiaofeng mused to himself. However, the most pressing matter at hand is the job change. He retrieved the job change item dropped by Ramster, preparing to switch to a hidden profession right where he stood. Yet, the system prompted him. Job change items cannot be used directly. Please visit a job change mentor for guidance. Well, it seems I must seek out an NPC after all. Fortunately, having previously rescued the miner, Lovro, he has already paved the way for his job change. Off to Silvermine Town. With excitement in his heart, Xiaofeng stored away unnecessary items in his warehouse. Then, armed with his job change item and the skill books he could utilize, he set off towards Silvermine Town. Chapter 20. Rovro is in danger again after running for more than an hour. They encountered numerous players leveling up along the way. The world of heavens is vast, and fortunate players are not limited to just Xiaofeng. Many elite teams have ventured beyond the experience provided by monsters of their own level, seeking out the 40th and even 50th level monster areas to grind for experience. The monsters near Silvermine Town range from levels 50 to 60. Yet many adventurers have gathered here. Upon arrival, Xiaofeng observed players undertaking quests to heal injured miners, delivering medicine to the mine's entrance. After he completed the Silver Mine Cavern quest, it transformed into a public experience dungeon available on the world map. Some brave souls have already formed teams to explore it. However, even the strongest player teams currently face dire challenges inside, struggling against even the minor monsters, let alone the terrifying second and third bosses. The flow of people in Silvermine Town remained sparse. As Xiaofeng entered through the main gate, he was met with the disdainful glares of the militia. He had grown accustomed to this and chose to ignore them, making his way straight to the general store. From a distance, he spotted Rovro reclining in a rocking chair, engaged in light-hearted banter with the store's proprietress. "Rovro, what are you up to? Busy charming the shopkeeper?" Xiaofeng teased as he entered the store. "Don't speak nonsense. She has a husband," the shopkeeper retorted playfully. Upon closer inspection, the shopkeeper was indeed quite beautiful, embodying the charm of an Eastern beauty, graceful, with an alluring presence that belied her age. Noticing Xiaofeng, Rovro cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Warrior, you've arrived. Let us go. I've packed my things and I'm ready to depart." "All right." Xiaofeng nodded and stepped out. Rovro exchanged a few reluctant words with the shopkeeper, evoking suspicion of a deeper connection between them. After a moment, the two set off together, leaving Silvermine Town behind. "Rovro, where is your hometown? Is it far?" Xiaofeng inquired. "West of village, a beautiful place, about 3,000 kilometers away," Rovro replied. 3,000 kilometers. Xiaofeng nearly choked on his words. Characters in the game can only run about 20 kilometers an hour and require rest breaks. At that distance, they would have to level up to 100 and undergo their third job advancement before arriving, wouldn't they? "Indeed, but we can take the teleportation array from Stormwind City. It won't take long," Rovro assured him. Well, Xiaofeng sighed in relief. So, in reality, they did not have a long journey ahead. They merely needed to return to Stormwind City and pay a fee of 20 gold coins to reach the third-level main city, Thunder City. However, the round trip would still consume a considerable amount of time. Throughout the journey, Rovro displayed his loquacious nature to the fullest. Xiaofeng, growing weary of the incessant chatter, felt as though his ears were calloused, wishing for nothing more than to swiftly eliminate the source of his annoyance. However, considering his impending class change, he restrained himself. The NPC moved at a leisurely pace, taking over an hour to arrive and a full 3 hours to return. During such an extended period, the average player had ascended by 3 levels, nearing level 30. Just as the majestic Stormwind City came into view, promising the opportunity to utilize the teleportation array to reach another city, an unexpected development occurred. As they were about to enter the city, a throng of players appeared ahead, each adorned with the characters for Tianxia emblazoned above their heads. "Hey, Xiaofeng, did you ever expect this?" came a mocking voice. Core members of the Tianxia Guild, including the self-proclaimed first handsome in the world and first healer in the world, obstructed their path. "You." Xiaofeng's brow furrowed. Having accompanied the NPC Rolfo on his slow journey, he had encountered numerous players along the way. Given the influence of the Tianxia Guild, it was hardly surprising that they had tracked him down. Though unafraid of confrontation, he felt a twinge of anxiety. If Rolfo, this low-level NPC, were to be slain by players, his opportunity for a class change would vanish. A multitude of players surged forth, each bearing the Tian Xia insignia, numbering no fewer than 500. Warrior, what is happening? What do they intend? Rolfo, sensing the shift in atmosphere, inquired nervously. A raucous laughter erupted from the crowd. Stepping forward in full epic gear, the player known as Tian Xia Wushuang proclaimed loudly, Xiaofeng, as a lone wolf, if you dare to oppose our guild, prepare to be sent back to the novice village. That NPC is your quest character, right? Well, he shall soon meet his demise. You dare to kill an NPC? Xiaofeng's expression darkened. What is there to fear? Just a few days in jail. Tian Xia Wushuang replied nonchalantly, calling out to his guildmates, brothers. A reward of 200,000 in cash awaits anyone who slays that NPC. Who's in? I'll do it. Count me in. The crowd erupted in enthusiasm, each player seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of a brief incarceration. They want to kill me. Warrior, save me. Rolfo, realizing their intentions, cowered behind Xiaofeng. However, there were players encircling him from behind as well, leaving him with nowhere to hide. What a predicament! Xiaofeng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Even if he were to be slain, the worst that would happen would be the loss of a few pieces of equipment and skill books. Though painful, it was bearable. Upon resurrection, he could venture wherever he pleased in the city, and aside from the embarrassment, the losses were within acceptable limits. After all, in the realm of gaming, death was an inevitable occurrence, and no one could perpetually evade its grasp. But an NPC was different. The death of an NPC was irreversible, and his hard-won opportunity for a class change would be utterly squandered. What to do? What to do? Xiaofeng paced anxiously, his mind racing for a solution. Yet, on the surface, he remained composed and calm, even finding time for idle chatter. It seems that the countless defeats inflicted upon his character in the novice village were not sufficient. This time, he would have to unleash a more formidable assault. Regardless of the circumstances, one must not falter in the exchange of pleasantries. Ha ha ha. Even when facing imminent demise, he dares to be defiant. Brothers, let us showcase our might and demonstrate how this game is truly played. The ever-competitive Tianxiao Wushuang erupted in laughter, raising his staff to initiate the first strike. With a whoosh, a fireball the size of a human head soared through the air, crashing into Xiaofeng. With an exemplary array of epic gear, Tianxiao Wushuang's attack power was nothing short of terrifying when compared to that of an ordinary player. Even in light of Xiaofeng's over 100 points of magic defense, he sustained several hundred points of damage, which explains how he secured the first kill in a level 25 dungeon. Ding. You are being maliciously attacked by the player Tianxiao Wushuang and have entered defense mode. The system notification echoed. The names of the 50 members of Tianxiao Wushuang's team transformed into a crimson hue, indicating their state of aggression. Lightning Chain. Xiaofeng, unwilling to remain a passive target, unleashed a lightning chain that ricocheted 9 times, eliminating Tianxiao Wushuang and 10 others in an instant. Goodness, the damage is so high. The fallen Tianxiao Wushuang did not immediately respawn, managing to utter a curse instead. The 10 players who had been swiftly dispatched suffered damage ranging from 4.8 million to over 3 million, with none below 7 digits. Yet, even so, they could not withstand the onslaught of hundreds of players. We've taken him down, proclaimed the most handsome player under the heavens, brandishing his shield and charging forward, his voice booming. In an instant, hundreds from the Tianxia Guild launched their attacks in unison. This is disastrous. There's no way out now. Xiaofeng felt a surge of frustration, and reluctantly, he retrieved the divine item he had just acquired. The Abyssal Rose. Chapter 21. What kind of deity is this? With a hum, the Abyssal Rose was summoned forth, conjuring a black, translucent shield that enveloped both him and the nearby Lovro. Numerous Tier 1 skills struck against the bubble-like barrier, creating a cascade of shimmering lights, yet failing to inflict any substantial harm. The scene mirrored precisely the earlier encounter when Xiaofeng had assailed Minia. Xiaofeng, have you missed me so soon? A voice, enchantingly alluring, resonated through the air. Xiaofeng felt as though a delicate hand had caressed his chin. Almost immediately, dark vapors coalesced before him, and the alluring figure of the witch Minia, clad in a flowing black gown, materialized before his eyes. What on earth is happening? What has she done? He pondered, awestruck. Such a beautiful woman, her figure, her face, her legs. Oh dear, please do not strike me. You are the most exquisite of them all. She is but an ugly swine. The sudden appearance of the woman rendered the players of the Tianxia Guild momentarily speechless, halting their assault. Minia surveyed the surroundings with a slight frown. Xiaofeng, what is the situation? Are these individuals your adversaries? Well, could you assist me in resolving this predicament? Xiaofeng inquired, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. He had initially intended to eternally conceal the abyssal rose, relegating it to his inventory, never to be touched. Who would have anticipated that merely 4 hours would pass before he was compelled to summon it? Alas, relying solely on his own strength, he could not possibly protect Lovro. Minia, a level 120 mythic boss, was the only one capable of ensuring absolute safety. This trivial matter poses no challenge, she replied. However, it appears we are within the human realm of your main city, which is perilous for me. Should I inadvertently reveal my presence and attract the attention of your temple, I would face judgment and execution. Minia feigned a troubled expression. What shall we do? Xiaofeng realized she was seeking some form of compensation, yet he feigned ignorance. The witch gently tilted his chin, her voice sultry as she said, "As long as you promise to attend to my needs afterward, I shall assist you this time." Xiaofeng longed to inquire whether her notion of attending was genuinely proper, yet the words fell silent. There were hundreds of eyes upon them. Should this be disclosed? Where would he hide his shame? The greatest taboo amidst adversaries is for one to uncover the other's dark past. Otherwise, they would surely seek to tarnish one's reputation at all costs. In front of the hundreds gathered from the Tianxia Guild, if it were revealed that he had bartered for the aid of a female boss through carnal means, he would never again be able to play Zhu Tian. However, at that moment, any attempts to conceal the truth were futile. Look, that woman is a boss. A level 120 mythic boss. Good heavens, who is Xiaofeng? How is he able to summon a level 120 mythic boss? And why does it seem they share such an intimate connection? This was utterly outrageous. At the pinnacle of the rankings, Xiaofeng is merely a pampered pretty boy, reliant on the whims of NPCs. The forums must be flooded with this revelation. Pinned for an eternity. A cacophony of voices erupted around him. Fortunately, this game lacks a direct connection to the Blue Star network. Otherwise, a video would surely have surfaced. Xiaofeng's heart twisted with regret for summoning Minia. You are all insufferably noisy. At that moment, Minia, too, found herself growing impatient with the clamor from the members of the Tianxia Guild. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, a swirling mass of dark magic surged forth, morphing into a colossal dome that enveloped a radius of 100 meters. Boom! An energy wave erupted from within the dark shield. Hundreds of guild members simultaneously displayed a 6-digit damage figure above their heads, all perishing without exception. Thud! A sound resonated from behind. Rafro had been so terrified by the sorceress's formidable presence that he fainted, collapsing limply to the ground. Xiaofeng, you must flee. The Storm God Temple's people are coming. Having just eradicated the crowd, Minia adopted an urgent tone. So soon? Xiaofeng was taken aback. The aura has been leaked. I must depart. Next time, summon me in a safer location. With a swift turn, Minia vanished into thin air. The abyssal rose, tinged with a deep purple, reappeared in Xiaofeng's grasp. Now bearing an additional status. Cooldown time, 7 days. Demon, where do you think you're going? Boom. A thunderous roar echoed. Following that, a howling wind arose, and a tornado spiraled into existence. Outside the city gates, for colossal tornadoes materialized out of nowhere. For powerful NPCs from the temple hovered above the tornadoes, surveying the surroundings. What the? One piercing gaze landed on Xiaofeng, startling him into hastily stowing away the abyssal rose. Rebellious wretch, meet your demise. Boom. The individual who had fixed his gaze on Xiaofeng raised a finger, and a bolt of lightning descended with ferocity toward him. For heaven's sake. A level 200 NPC is bullying a mere level 38 child. Xiaofeng nearly burst into tears. Yet, just as the lightning was about to strike him, another NPC raised a hand to conjure a wind shield, deflecting the bolt. The battle between gods and demons must not harm innocents. Though that child is rebellious, it is not our place to strike, spoke the one who had intervened. Xiaofeng cast a glance at the individual's information. Storm High Priest Norton, mythical boss, level 220 health, 18, 500, 000 18, 500, 000, target level 2 high for further data. The High Priest is correct. I will pursue the demon's whereabouts, declared the first assailant, vanishing in an instant. Before he disappeared, Xiaofeng caught a glimpse of his attributes. Storm God Xavier, Mythical Leader, Level, 200 Health, 21, 000, 000, 21, 000, 000, Target Level 2 High. Unable to obtain further data, although this creature possesses a relatively lower level, its health is astonishingly high, clearly indicating a disparity in life value growth due to differing professions. Innocent adventurers, rise anew. After Xavier departed, Norton quietly uttered a few incantations unknown to many. With a wave of his hand, a radiant light cascaded down. The corpses, recently obliterated by Minya and not immediately resurrected, began to rise, losing none of their experience. Xiaofeng. Ha ha ha, Xiaofeng. Let us see how you maintain your arrogance now. The members of the Unparalleled Guild were all revived, surrounding him once more, their laughter echoing with unrestrained bravado. The Storm Temple, I truly feel exasperated. Xiaofeng was utterly disheartened. After all his efforts, he had achieved nothing and incurred the cost of serving the sorceress. What now? The sorceress had revealed her trump card, yet he remained unable to gain the upper hand. Must he truly concede defeat? Members of the Unparalleled Guild erupted into raucous laughter, unleashing various skills in his direction. Halt! Just as Xiaofeng was on the brink of annihilation, a fiery red elemental shield suddenly enveloped him. The shield absorbed all incoming damage. Moments later, a figure emerged from within the crowd. Rafro, so you are here. Chapter 22, Class Change. Weather Mage. Suddenly, an elderly wizard clad in a crimson robe and wielding a staff appeared. He paid no heed to Xiaofeng and instead hurriedly assisted the unconscious Raflo on the ground. What is happening? Who is this? Tianxia Wushuang was bewildered. He had merely sought vengeance against Xiaofeng, but now the situation had escalated with the emergence of both a witch and a powerful sorcerer. Xiaofeng, equally perplexed, glanced at the information of the red-robed wizard and finally comprehended the unfolding events. Flame Magus U2, Legendary Leader. Level, 120 Health. 2, 100, 0002, 100. 000, Target Level 2 High. Unable to retrieve further data. This temporary savior, the aged wizard, was indeed the teacher Raflu had mentioned. Teacher, I must be dreaming. Is it truly you? At the call of Magus U2, Raflu slowly regained consciousness. Seeing his long-lost mentor, he was filled with disbelief, quickly followed by tears of emotion. Raflu, my child, you have grown so thin. You must have suffered greatly over the years, the elderly Magus remarked, his heart aching at the sight of the gaunt Raflu. Vice President, what shall we do? Around them, the members of the Tianxia Guild scratched their heads in confusion, nearly overwhelmed with frustration. Faced with a level 120 legendary boss, they dared not make a move. Let us wait and observe. Tianxia Wushuang understood that they could not attack Xiaofeng at this moment, and decided to bide their time until the NPC departed before engaging in battle. The divine NPCs from the Storm Temple had seemingly vanished, leaving the elderly wizard U2 as the strongest force at the city gate. After sharing a moment of heartfelt reminiscence, the emotional reunion between teacher and student began to settle. Teacher, I am sorry for leaving home and traveling so far. Foolish child, I should be the one apologizing. Had I not pressured you back then, you would have likely established a happy family by now, rather than living in exile and despair as you are. Teacher, fortunately, I managed to learn of your whereabouts after much effort. If it weren't for the esteemed individuals from the Storm Temple, I shudder to think what would have happened had you been killed by the monsters. Teacher, sob sob sob. Raflu, despite being a grown man, was utterly moved to tears by his mentor's words. Observing this scene, Xiaofeng felt a twinge of concern for his own predicament, yet also a flicker of curiosity regarding the story between these two NPCs. Teacher, I owe my life to the warrior Xiaofeng. Had he not intervened, I would have perished at the hands of the abyssal creatures in the mine. Raflu recalled his savior and spoke up earnestly. The elderly Magus U2 turned to regard Xiaofeng, scrutinizing him closely with a slight frown. There was an air of rebellion about him, not the mark of a virtuous individual. Both Xiaofeng and Raflu found themselves in an awkward silence. The latter quickly clarified, No, teacher, he is a good person who saved the lives of everyone in our mine and personally vanquished the Abyssal Beast Lord. Oh, is that so? The old mage U2, not a member of the temple, did not react strongly to the curse of Otogu, merely harboring a mild dislike for Xiaofeng. Upon hearing his disciple's explanation, his expression softened significantly, and he nodded, saying, In that case, one must repay a life-saving grace. Speak, what is it that you desire? Before Xiao Feng could utter a word, Lo Fro interjected. Master, he wishes to officially transition to the role of a mage. Given your exceptional prowess, you must assist him. Transition, you say? That is rather simple. The old mage raised a hand, preparing to initiate the transition ceremony for Xiao Feng. Wait. Xiao Feng had not anticipated such a swift turn of events. Just a minute prior, he had nearly met his demise. And now he was on the verge of a career change. Do you have any questions? Yutu's tone remained curt, reflecting his lingering disfavor towards him. Master, I have brought my own transition item. You can use this to assist me, Xiao Feng awkwardly stated as he retrieved the meteorologist's secret tome from his backpack. A hidden class is far superior to a common one. Upon transitioning to a meteorologist, his strength would undoubtedly surpass that of an ordinary mage. With a plethora of skills to choose from, a meteorologist? That is a legacy of the god of weather, outside the realm of the 24 primary deities. However, it is indeed quite formidable. Yutu glanced at the transition item and nodded slightly. In terms of divine power, the god of weather pales in comparison to the 24 main deities. Yet, the legacy jobs within the main deity's temple are merely ordinary professions, not true divine inheritances. Only hidden classes like the war god's legacy and Otobu's possession could surpass the meteorologist. Calm your mind, remain devout, and humbly accept. Yutu the mage instructed Xiao Feng. He then took the meteorologist's secret tome, struck it with one hand, infusing it with a surge of potent magic. In an instant, a beam of golden light surged skyward, coalescing into 4 distinct patterns in the heavens: wind, fire, thunder, and rain. These represent the 4 elemental skills of the meteorologist. The 4 patterns spun in the air, solidified, and then descended, merging into Xiao Feng's being. Ding! Congratulations, you have transitioned to the hidden class of meteorologist. Due to your career advancement, your base attributes have increased. You have gained insight into the meteorologist's exclusive talent, weather control. Ding! You have learned the universal mage skill Fireball. Ding! You have learned the universal mage skill Lightning Arrow. Ding! You have learned the meteorologist's exclusive skill Gale. Ding! You have learned the meteorologist's exclusive skill Torrential Rain. A series of notifications resounded in his ears, and Xiao Feng felt a profound sense of relief. An exclusive talent and 4 professional skills. How exhilarating! It is widely acknowledged that the ordinary mage class, upon its first promotion, is bestowed with merely 2 fundamental skills, Fireball and Lightning Arrow. In contrast, the Meteor Mage not only possesses these 2 abilities but is also granted 2 additional, more formidable exclusive skills. Well, I have repaid the favor I owed to Rafro. Rafro, let us depart. After assisting Xiao Feng in his class advancement, Yutu took his leave. The Meteor Mage's secret tome returned to Xiao Feng's possession, a relic that could be utilized twice more for his 2nd and 3rd promotions. However, he would still need to seek out another great sorcerer for guidance at that juncture. Brave Xiao Feng, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving assistance. I must return to my mentor now. Do visit me in Zeta Village whenever you have the chance. Farewell. Rafro expressed his appreciation to Xiao Feng before departing. The 2 NPCs gradually made their way towards Storm City. Meanwhile, the multitude from the Tianxia Guild began to stir with anticipation. Heh, Xiao Feng, let us see who will come to your rescue now. Tianxia Wushuang cackled, wielding his staff and preparing to unleash his skills. Yet, Xiao Feng's countenance bore no trace of concern. He calmly retrieved a skill book, his expression composed, and addressed the assembly. Fools, you have 10 seconds to flee. If you do not take your leave now, it will soon be too late. How dare you speak defiantly when death is imminent? Brothers, unleash your fury upon him. Tianxia Wushuang bellowed in rage, commanding the attack. At that moment, Xiao Feng had also completed his study of the skill book. Chapter 23, Meteorite Spell versus Fireball Spell. Ding! You have acquired the Universal Mage skill, Earth Elemental Shield. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng immediately unleashed this newly learned spell. Crack, crack, crack. The Earth Elemental Shield was instantaneously activated, manifesting as a translucent, earth-toned barrier composed of numerous hexagons, encasing Xiao Feng in a flawless 360-degree protective embrace. In the next moment, the combined assaults of hundreds from the Tianxia Guild, exceeding 200 strikes, rained upon him. 290, 322, 418, an array of damage figures erupted above his head. Yet none of them glimmered in red. Instead, they appeared as white shield damage. The Earth Elemental Shield possessed no defensive strength. It merely absorbed as much damage as was dealt. This rendered the damage values particularly striking, each one more ferocious than the last. Some even achieved 4-digit damage. However, bolstered by Xiao Feng's more than 200 points of spell attack and the godlike talent amplifying it 100-fold, his Earth Elemental Shield boasted a staggering 5 million health points. 5 million health. This was akin to the vitality of a legendary boss over level 100. While this mere assembly of players in their 20s dared to strike at it, after one round of attacks, the shield's health bar scarcely diminished by around 2%, incurring negligible loss. How about that? Are you enjoying yourselves? Xiao Feng, observing the chaos with a smile, refrained from retaliating. The members of Tianxiao Wushuang looked at him in disbelief. Why had he not perished? What was that skill? The elemental shield? I have seen such spells before. They are utterly flimsy, easily shattered. How is it that in his hands many were puzzled, yet their assaults continued? Unleashing a barrage of first-tier fundamental skills and those learned from skill tomes. Fireball, Armor-Piercing Arrow, Blood Puncture, Whirlwind Slash. 515, 409, 299. Is this it? Is this all you've got? TSK, pathetically weak. Strike harder. Have you not dined? I'm braced for impact. With the Earth Elemental Shield, Xiao Feng stood impervious, shouting defiantly from his perch. A stark contrast to his earlier despondent demeanor. How brazen. Vice President, unleash your forbidden spell upon him. The undeniably handsome Tianxia could no longer tolerate the spectacle and called out to Tianxia Wushuang. All right. Enraged, Tianxia Wushuang began to chant the forbidden spell he had recently mastered. Witnessing Xiao Feng remain stationary and absorbing the blows. Oh, is he unleashing a grand spell? Xiao Feng awaited with keen interest, though the shield spell was of little worth. It had one advantage. It could not be interrupted. Unlike certain physical shield skills, which would falter upon receiving a heavy blow, rendering any damage reduction ineffective. Forbidden spell, Meteorite. For a full 10 seconds, the unparalleled one chanted, finally unleashing his ultimate move. The sky suddenly darkened as an enormous meteor plummeted from the heavens, hurtling towards Xiao Feng. It appeared quite formidable. As the duration of the Earth Element Shield expired and its cooldown concluded, Xiao Feng adeptly summoned a new one. Boom. The meteor descended, taking a mere 2 seconds to reach its target, striking Xiao Feng's head with pinpoint precision. Amidst the deafening roar, the earth trembled as if the meteor had embedded Xiao Feng into the ground. Yet, astonishingly, no real damage was inflicted. A 5-digit damage figure of 25,919 emerged. To be fair, this damage was indeed terrifying. At this stage, no player could withstand it. Alas, it merely struck a shield with a value of 5 million. Akin to a mere tickle. Wow. Incredible! You've managed to decrease my shield value by a whole one. Xiao Feng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up with exaggerated praise. You. The unparalleled one nearly spat blood in disbelief. His eyes widened as he gazed at the almost unchanged white shield bar, feeling more disheartened than if he had swallowed a fly. Are you done playing? Now, it's my turn. Xiao Feng chuckled, slowly raising his staff. Prepare for a chain lightning. Everyone, scatter. The number one handsome immediately grasped the situation, distancing himself from those nearby. Haha, too bad, you guessed wrong. Fireball. A seemingly unremarkable fireball was conjured. Oh. Wait, it wasn't unremarkable at all. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, a 1-meter diameter fireball, resembling a miniature sun, erupted from the tip of his staff, soaring directly towards the unparalleled one. Whoa, such a colossal fireball. Can he also cast meteor spells? Or is he throwing it directly? This must be an inferno blast. Vice President, run. The number one handsome shouted. The unparalleled one stared blankly, frozen in shock. He wanted to flee, but was surrounded by people, immobilized. Moreover, how could Xiao Feng also wield meteor spells? This was a forbidden spell book he had acquired for over 1 million in cash from a fortunate player. Logically, it should have been unique. Boom. Before anyone could ponder further, the gigantic fireball had traversed over 20 meters, crashing onto the unparalleled one's forehead. 5, 115, 123. 5, 113. 040. 5, 114, 929. 5 million damage, astonishing everyone present. Not just the unparalleled one perished. Every teammate within a 3-meter radius was instantly turned into a charred skewered delight. Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed as everyone stood dumbfounded. This. Is he even human? 5 million? Goodness. I'd have to grind for a year. It is truly terrifying. The damage inflicted is nothing short of horrifying. In comparison, the unparalleled meteor technique seems like a mere jest. What is even more alarming is that Xiao Feng is already contemplating his next skill. Run. A voice shouted. And chaos erupted among the 100-strong team. Many began to scatter in frantic flight. Do you think escaping is that simple? Downpour technique. Thunder rumbled ominously from the heavens, and dark clouds suddenly shrouded the sky. An area of 50 meters square was engulfed. Downpour technique. After a 1.5-second chant, rain clouds are summoned, striking all targets within a 10-meter range. It inflicts 15 of attack power as magical damage per second for a duration of 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds, consuming 80 mana points. Actual range, 50 meters. Pattering rain fell relentlessly from the sky, drenching every inch of land. Those standing below soon found themselves beset by damage numbers in the hundreds of thousands, collapsing instantly. What is happening? How did I die? What kind of magic is this? With such an expansive range, you have been struck by Xiao Feng's downpour technique, losing 348, 191 health points. The screams of agony echoed incessantly. Within a mere second, the 50-meter area was left with Xiao Feng as the sole survivor. However, about 100 members of the Tianxia Guild managed to flee swiftly, escaping the skill's range. Before they could rejoice in their narrow escape, Xiao Feng began to cast again. Tempest technique. Tempest technique. After a 1.5-second chant, wind elements swirl around him, forming a tornado with a radius of 20 meters. All enemies within the skill's range suffer 25 of attack power as magical damage per second. The cooldown is 60 seconds, consuming 100 mana points. Actual range, 100 meters. A fierce gale suddenly erupted. The emerald winds, visible to the naked eye, rapidly expanded outward from his very being, enveloping a 100-meter radius in an instant. A colossal tornado, spanning 100 meters, swept across the battlefield. What in the world is this skill? I'm astounded. Is this a super forbidden spell? Is a chant of 1 second reasonable? Tempest technique? Directed at me? Inflicting? 560. 000 damage. Oh, for heaven's sake. In mere moments, there was not a single member of the Tianxia Guild left standing within that 100-meter radius. If it weren't for the attack mechanics preventing harm to friendly players, even bystanders at a distance would have been obliterated. Where the tempest passed, not a blade of grass remained. Hundreds of attackers converging on Xiao Feng were thus annihilated, leaving behind a plethora of equipment. The entire ordeal took less than 10 seconds. Alas, they were truly vulnerable. A fool remains a fool. The equipment you have left behind will be graciously accepted by me, Xiao Feng remarked, shaking his head with a feigned expression of disappointment. Chapter 24. The effect of the second talent. Xiao Feng, do not revel in your triumph too soon. The indignant roar of the unparalleled corpse resonated from the ground. Yet, Xiao Feng remained unfazed by his ire, nonchalantly picking up the fallen epic belt. Sapphire belt, level 20. Health 150, magic defense 10, spirit 5, mana regeneration 5 points per second. Although its attributes were not particularly impressive, it certainly surpassed the wretched belt he currently wore. Allowing for immediate equip, quite commendable. At least it should fetch 1,000 coins. Thank you, dear grandson. Xiao Feng chuckled mischievously. You scoundrel, I shall not let you escape. The unparalleled one bellowed. As the vice president of the Tianxia Guild, he had never endured such humiliation. With 500 members, they were more than capable of tackling a mythic boss of the same level, yet they had been utterly vanquished by a single player. If word of this were to spread, where would he find the face to hide? However, at this moment, the news had evidently already circulated. Stormwind City, as the main hub, bustled with throngs of players, and nothing could elude their attention. Initially, a clash had erupted between the two sides, followed by the sudden appearance of the godlike boss, Minerva, who instantaneously obliterated the 500. Then, the 4 legendary NPCs of the Stormwind Temple had made a grand entrance, resurrecting the fallen, only to be followed by a level 120 legendary NPC, orchestrating a live demonstration of a hidden clash transfer. Lastly, Xiao Feng unleashed 3 earth-shattering spells, leaving the Tianxia Guild members reeling and with no avenue for escape. Such a grand spectacle could hardly remain concealed. Fortunately, the game Zhutian lacked a recording feature. Otherwise, the events of those 5 minutes would have inundated the forums. Nonetheless, the news that the Tianxia Guild's 500 members surround the top player Xiao Feng, only to be annihilated, spread like wildfire, soaring to an almost universally recognized fervor. Wu Shuang, what transpired? How did you fall to a solitary player? At that moment, the prostrate Wu Shuang received a message. Big brother, Wu Shuang was on the verge of tears. The sender was none other than the esteemed president of the Tianxia Guild, Tianxia Wudi. Though Wu Shuang was bold, he became submissive in the presence of his elder brother. He recounted the events that had unfolded, vividly detailing how Xiao Feng had flaunted his arrogance and belittled the Tianxia Guild. He concluded with, "Brother, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Otherwise, our guild will struggle to maintain its standing in Zhutian and will forever be a source of ridicule." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. After what felt like an eternity, Tianxia Wudi replied, "Let us not rush. There is a matter of greater urgency at hand. Quickly gather your brothers and come to assist." Huh? This isn't urgent? What could possibly take precedence over our guild's dignity? Wu Shuang inquired, perplexed. What else could it be but the territory permit? Tianxia Wudi responded. What? The territory permit? Upon hearing the news, Tianxia Wu Shuang was taken aback and inquired, "Elder brother, have you located the boss?" The residence construction order is an essential item for guilds seeking to establish their base. Since the inception of Zuxianshan, no guild has managed to acquire one. This item can only be dropped by divine bosses above level 100, which are far beyond the capabilities of current players. Even if one were to encounter a suitable boss, it would require a strategy of overwhelming numbers to deplete its colossal health pool, employing a force damage tactic of 1-to-1. The losses incurred would be staggering. Even large guilds are hesitant to attempt this lightly. A level 105 boss is indeed a formidable challenge. I have invested 5 million and hired 5,000 individuals from other guilds to assist in whittling down its health. We still require a primary team. You and Shuai must come immediately. As for Xiao Feng, we shall deal with him once the base is established, Tianxia Wudi stated with unwavering composure. Understood. Brother, we will arrive shortly. Although Tianxia Wu Shuang was filled with rage, he recognized the gravity of the situation. The first guild to establish a base within the war zone would receive unparalleled benefits, which all members would enjoy. This is of paramount importance and must not be taken lightly. As for Xiao Feng, once we have our base and the guild members have mastered the legion skills, he will be at our mercy. Xiao Feng, you better wait for me. Tianxia Wu Shuang roared once more before resurrecting nearby and returning to Stormwind City. Take care, no need to see me off. Xiao Feng remarked with a smile, while still gathering items from the ground. The Tianxia Guild was indeed quite affluent. Over 500 members had dropped 2 epic items, dozens of rare items, and hundreds of gold coins, richer than defeating an epic boss. After a considerable time of looting, he left contentedly once his inventory was full. At that moment, many on the streets of Stormwind City were observing him, pointing and gazing at him with admiration. He was Xiao Feng, the protagonist of the recent Battle of Storm. Remarkably powerful, he had triumphed 1v500, an utterly astonishing feat. The Tianxia Guild had finally been bested, which felt gratifying. No one could fathom how he had accomplished this. He had even just unlocked a hidden class called Meteorological Mage, which sounded incredibly impressive. However, Xiao Feng paid little heed to the attention. Being a prominent figure, it was only natural to attract a crowd wherever he went. At this moment, his primary concern was his own attributes. Name, Xiao Feng. Occupation, Meteorological Mage level 38. Talent, Divine Might Super God. Weather Control, Legendary. Health points, 5,625,620 mana points. 445 spell attack power, 227 physical defense. 71, magical defense, 113, strength 38, intelligence, 146, constitution, 61, mentality, 55, agility, 45 potential points. 0 having acquired 2 new pieces of equipment. Coupled with the attribute points granted upon class change, his attribute panel has experienced a slight enhancement. However, this improvement is rather modest, perhaps even negligible. This is because the attribute growth for a meteorological mage mirrors that of an ordinary mage, offering no distinct advantages. The true differentiation lies in the newly acquired talent. Weather Control. Weather Control, Legendary, Primary Form. The meteorological mage summons the heavens and the earth. Expanding the scale of all spell skills by 500, each class change increases this by an additional 500. A five-fold increase in skill scale is the source of all terrors. This talent is unaffected by divine might, as it constitutes a talent rather than a skill. However, the 500 scale increase does not refer to a five-fold enlargement in area or volume, but rather an expansion of length and width radius by 5 times. Consequently, the Rainstorm spell expands from 10 meters in length and width to 50 meters. The Gale spell increases from a 20-meter radius to a staggering 100 meters. The Fireball spell, 2, transforms from the size of a human head, 20 centimeters in diameter, to a diameter of 1 meter. Beep, beep, beep. The friend list flickered to life as his only friend, Old Li from next door, sent a communication request. Old Li, Xiao Feng answered the call. Wow, Old Xiao. You've truly outdone yourself. Upon connection, Li Li's astonished voice came through. Has the news reached you that swiftly? Xiao Feng replied, somewhat astonished. He had just returned to town after gathering items, a process that took no longer than 5 minutes. Yet the news had already reached his good friend in a distant main city. Li exaggeratedly exclaimed, You're unbelievable. A friend just told me you took on over 500 members of the World Guild outside Storm City all by yourself, and you only used 3 skills, each more outrageous than the last. The tornado spell swept across several kilometers, blocking out the sky, just like a level 12 tornado. That's an exaggeration, Xiao Feng quickly clarified. Several kilometers? That's too far-fetched. It was actually just a 100-meter radius. 100 meters? Just 100? Li replied, his tone suggesting he was ready to lash out. Old Xiao, stop talking and come help us. We're about to be utterly crushed by this boss. It's simply unacceptable for someone as formidable as you not to assist your brothers. Xiao Feng couldn't help but smile. All right then. I have nothing pressing to attend to. I'll come over to your side and level up a bit. The matters in Stormwind have been resolved, and his profession has finally found its footing. Now, aside from the items in the warehouse yet to be sold, there are essentially no further arrangements to be made. Which main city are you in? He inquired. Dragonblood City. We just returned from a quest. If you come now, we can meet at the teleportation array, Li replied. Returned from a quest? What happened? Did you encounter a formidable boss? Xiao Feng asked in astonishment. Chapter 25. This generation of girls is lacking. Although his roommates were not as eccentric as he was, their gaming skills were quite commendable, given the same level of bosses. With a little cooperation among teammates, they should be able to take on the challenges. However, Li remarked, Old Zhang has triggered an extraordinary quest. We must defeat a level 55 legendary boss. This boss was exceedingly formidable, boasting a staggering 900,000 health points and the ability to become invisible, effortlessly dispatching players with mere strikes, swiftly sending us all back to the respawn point. A level 55 legendary boss. Xiao Feng was instantly intrigued. Excellent. I'm on my way. Up to this point, the only boss he had personally defeated was the mythical Golden Lion. The rest were all epic, and he had yet to encounter a single legendary one. With such an opportunity at hand, he certainly could not let it slip by. Thus, Xiao Feng hurried towards the teleportation array, paying a fee of 10 gold coins to be transported to Dragonblood City. In the Blue Star War Zone, there are a total of 24 main cities, among which 15 are level 3, 6 are level 2, and only 3 are level 1. Currently, the level 2 and level 1 main cities remain inaccessible, requiring players to trigger the corresponding main storyline to unlock them. Among the 15 level 3 main cities, only 7 belong to the Dragon Kingdom: Moon City, Flame City, Ice City, Storm City, Dragonblood City, Bird City, and Giant Elephant City. The remaining 8 cities, Sun City, Star City, Thunder City, Sky City, Earth City, Ocean City, Flower City, and Forest City, are shared among overseas players from various regions and nations. Comparatively, players from the Dragon Kingdom enjoy a relatively more favorable environment, as they do not have to contend for territory with players from other countries right from the start. However, once the number of players reaching the 3rd advancement, level 100, hits 100,000, all boundaries of the main cities will be opened, igniting a grand melee in the Blue Star War Zone. Guild wars, alliance battles, and faction conflicts will surely ensue, vying for control over the level 2 and level 1 main cities in unprecedented intensity. Of course, these matters were not of concern to Xiao Feng. After all, he had no fixed guild and was quite powerful on his own. As long as his main city remained secure from foreign occupation, he could continue to enjoy the game. Dragon Blood City, being one of the 7 major cities of the Dragon Kingdom, had naturally become the most populated city due to its auspicious name. As Xiao Feng emerged from the teleportation array, he was momentarily overwhelmed by the throngs of players, reminiscent of the bustling atmosphere of the novice village at the game's launch. Make way, make way. Don't block the path. Familiar voices echoed in his ears. Before he could step out of the teleportation array, he was jostled by the patrolling city guards, causing him to stumble. Damn it, these NPC soldiers are too arrogant, Xiao Feng exclaimed, his face contorted with frustration. This was the 3rd time it had happened. The curse of Autogu was an irksome affliction, if he could not dispel it. He would have to endure the disdain of NPC soldiers daily. For now, however, he had no better options but to endure. After all, in order to dismantle the main city and eliminate the city guards, our current strength is still insufficient. Old Xiao, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Xiao Feng turned to see Lili, clad in a priest robe, and Zhang Fan, dressed in light armor. Beside them stood 2 female teammates, awaiting their arrival. Ah, a 2v2. 2 pairs indeed, Xiao Feng remarked as he approached, noting that both teammates were female players. Stop talking nonsense. They're just ordinary teammates. Zhang Fan replied with irritation. Zhang Fan's game ID, neighboring old Zhang, mirrored that of his companion, Lili. Upon seeing their IDs, Xiao Feng felt as if he were an extraneous light bulb in a dormitory. I am not speaking in jest. You two are a pair? And your sisters are a pair of fairies, he retorted with a smirk, showing no mercy. Curse you, Zhang Fan exclaimed, playfully prodding him with the hilt of his greatsword. Such friendly banter was harmless, and even the NPC guards paid no heed. Upon closer inspection of the 2 female teammates, the shorter girl on the left was clad in heavy plate armor, carrying a shield larger than her own frame. Her name was One Shield to Slay You, currently at level 26 with nearly 4,000 health points, and her equipment was quite exceptional. However, her appearance, with a cute, doll-like face, contrasted sharply with her choice of the most cumbersome and damage-absorbing tank class. The other girl, tall and slender, was an archer, her long legs and petite waist creating an alluring silhouette. Her name, Blind Archer, was somewhat peculiar. She was at level 27, donned in blue-green gear, and had only 2,000 health points, though her weapon seemed to be of commendable quality. Allow me to introduce our good brother, Old Xiao. His ID is his real name, and he just recently bested a formidable player from the Tianxia Guild. However, I must warn you both, he is a lecherous rogue. Keep your distance, it could be perilous. The knightly girl, rumored to be a freshman at our university, had yet to confirm her identity. She could be casually referred to as Shield. The archer, known for her technical prowess, was somewhat reticent but highly reliable as a teammate. She could simply be called Blind Sister. There was supposed to be a mage, but he was too inept. Upon learning of your arrival, we dismissed him. Lili introduced the trio. Senior Xiao Feng, I look forward to your guidance. The adorable Knight Shield playfully winked at Xiao Feng, greeting him cheerfully. The blind archer, however, remained taciturn, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Such calmness in their response. Xiao Feng mused. He had been informed that he had just bullied a notable figure from the Tianxia Guild, yet there was not a flicker of reaction from them. He had anticipated that with his reputation as a formidable player leading them into battle against bosses, the 2 girls would be ecstatic, perhaps even squealing with excitement. Instead, they merely offered polite greetings, devoid of any exclamations. Disappointment washed over him. This generation's girls lacked the ability to create an engaging atmosphere. We set off, discussing the situation regarding the boss as we walked. Zhang Fan remarked, form the team and add each other as friends, and we made our way outside the city. His demeanor suggested an urgent desire to conquer this boss, indicating the significance of the task at hand. Xiao Feng joined the group, revealing his level and profession. Oh, a level 38 meteor mage. Senior Xiao Feng, are you a hidden profession? How have you leveled up so swiftly? The petite T Shun looked over, her eyes widening in surprise. Swiftly? I Haven T gained experience for 4 hours. Xiao Feng smirked. His name consistently graced the top of the leaderboard. Yet this girl appeared utterly oblivious, clearly an immersive player who paid no heed to anything beyond her immediate surroundings. 4 hours? Just 4 hours ago. We were barely under level 20. Shun looked even more astonished, her expression suggesting disbelief, as if she thought Xiao Feng was boasting. Xiao Feng gazed helplessly at his 2 good friends. Before I arrived, didn't you inform the team of my capabilities? Of course, Lili replied nonchalantly. Then why are they so calm? Xiao Feng expressed his confusion. That's because, in the face of old Zhang's current task, your strength is utterly inconsequential. Li Li stated with an air of mystery. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's interest was immediately piqued. Chapter 26. The reclusive lowly knight, such audacious claims. Could it be the inheritance of the supreme deity? He inquired, astonished. Li Li and Zhang Fan began to flaunt their knowledge, shrouded in mystery, declaring, "The Buddha says, it cannot be spoken." Annoyed, he refrained from pressing them for answers, knowing that the truth would reveal itself once they confronted the boss. After exiting the city, the team hastened towards the distant area teeming with formidable monsters. The members expressed considerable curiosity regarding Xiao Feng's hidden class, posing numerous questions. Yet, Xiao Feng opted for brevity, merely indicating that his spell range was somewhat extensive. They then returned to the matter at hand, discussing the impending boss encounter. Zhang Fan had embarked on his quest from the novice village, a chain of tasks that began with defeating level 15 monsters. Subsequently, they progressed to the main city, where they vanquished level 25 elite foes, followed by the 35-level rare boss, then the 45-level epic boss, culminating in the current challenge of the 55-level legendary boss. Xiao Feng was genuinely astonished that they had managed to defeat the 45-level epic boss, considering they were merely around level 26. The difficulty of tackling a boss over 20 levels higher was evident. Upon inquiry, he learned they had exploited the terrain, hiding in a spot where the boss could not reach them, slowly whittling it down with ranged attacks. Could there possibly be a 65-level mythical boss and a 75-level super divine boss lurking beyond the legendary one? Xiao Feng shared his perspective. Zhang Fan, the subject of discussion, assured him that there would not be. This was the final stage of the quest. Upon completion, he would receive a token and then seek the High Priest in the Dragon Blood Temple for his class change. The Dragon Blood High Priest, like the Storm High Priest, was an immensely powerful mythical NPC. Xiao Feng's interest was undeniably piqued. Let us level up along the way. The journey is somewhat lengthy, Li Li remarked. He then unleashed a punishment spell on a level 25 wild creature, the frantic Marmoset, nearby. With remarkable reflexes, the blind girl, a marksman, immediately followed up with an arrow as soon as the priest cast his spell. The damage numbers, 89 and 388, rose from the frantic Marmoset's head, depleting 1/10 of its health. Squeak. The Marmoset screeched, summoning 4 or 5 nearby creatures to charge at the team. Taunt. The lowly tank, Shun Shun, raised her gigantic shield and executed a taunting skill, drawing the attention of the small monsters. Then, nonchalantly, she produced a bag of seeds purchased from the system shop, preparing to munch on them while enduring the assault. Zhang Fan also readied his weapon to engage. Unexpectedly, in the gaze of the entire group, the 5 frantic Marmosets, screeching loudly, circumnavigated Shun Shun. Ignoring her taunt, they charged directly at Xiao Feng. Be careful, Senior Xiao Feng. Upon realizing that her taunt had failed, Shun Shun was taken aback, rapidly discarding her sunflower seeds and rushing over to deliver a shield bash, hoping to regain the enmity of the foes. The irate lemur, having endured the impact of the shield strike, shot her a furious glance before continuing its charge towards Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng remained silent, as did Shun Shun. In that moment, a flurry of arrows cascaded forth from the blind sister's area attack, releasing 7 or 8 arrows that rained down upon the horde of minor adversaries, dealing a series of damage ranging from 200 to 400. With a thunderous shout, Zhang Fan unleashed a whirlwind slash, producing a wave of sword energy that inflicted over 300 damage. Old Xiao, why are you still dawdling? Get in the fight, Li Li called out from the side. Although he noticed that Xiao Feng's health was substantial, even thicker than that of a knight, as a mage, standing idly was rather suspect. Oh, Xiao Feng replied, lifting his staff, and with a resounding thud, he brought it down upon the advancing lemur. A single-digit damage figure appeared. What are you doing? The group's faces turned pale, nearly rushing over to join the monsters in reprimanding him. As the lemurs closed in, they unleashed a frenzied assault upon Xiao Feng, akin to a chaotic brawl. Yet, Xiao Feng showed no inclination to retaliate, instead chuckling, I'm merely giving you all a chance to shine. Otherwise, my involvement would render the encounter rather dull. Ugh. There you go again with your pretentiousness, Li Li muttered in exasperation. Blessing of Courage. He cast a skill upon the blind sister. With the bestowed blessing, her attack power surged by 15, her form radiating a faint, holy light as she unleashed a storm of arrows. Damage Figure Sword, 459, 398. And a critical hit of 800. The consistent escalation of damage numbers was a testament to the agility of the archer and assassin classes, which naturally boasted a high critical hit rate, leading to frequent displays of amplified damage. Zhang Fan, too, was relentless, executing 5 distinct skills in succession, yielding impressive damage output. Xiao Feng allowed the lemurs to pummel him as he observed the synergy of his teammates' abilities. The battle concluded swiftly, as the group of level 25 minor foes could hardly withstand the relentless barrage from the 2 damage dealers. Old Xiao, this is not how one slacks off. Though potions may be somewhat costly, you need not be so miserly, Li Li remarked, his frustration evident. Before Xiao Feng could respond, Shun Shun approached with a furrowed brow, inquiring, why did my taunt fail? Senior Xiao Feng, you wouldn't happen to be a knight disguised in a mage's robes, would you? It was disheartening for her. A proud knight, to find herself unable to maintain the enmity of even the minor foes. What was worse was that Xiao Feng had not even engaged in the fray. Why had the enmity slipped away? Observing the adorably bewildered little tank, Xiao Feng offered an encouraging glance, saying, do not be disheartened. With a little effort, I am certain you will be able to hold the enmity. Shun Shun, that statement would have been better left unsaid. It was rather disheartening. Humph. Shun Shun sulked, shouldering her large shield as she pressed onward. On the roadside, a lemur emerged once more. She, burdened by a sense of discontent, charged forward with a skill. Her enormous shield crashing down upon the lemur's face like a heavy door. Shield bash. Taunt. After a succession of 3 skills, though the damage was minimal, it generated an immense amount of aggro. Then, 3 seconds passed, and as the lemur recovered from its stupor, it completely disregarded the fierce shield, bounding joyfully towards Xiao Feng with a series of shrill calls. Shield. The onlookers. Alas, being handsome is truly a curse. Even monsters crave my company, Xiao Feng lamented shamelessly. He understood that this was the curse of Otto, ensuring that his aggro always remained at the maximum within the team. Regardless of the knight's skills, even those designed to forcibly attract aggro, they could not secure it as effectively as he could. I refuse to believe it. Shield was furious. For a knight, this was a disgrace. Do not strike it. I shall see what is wrong with this group of minions. An irate little T, wielding a massive shield, dashed back, positioning herself between Xiao Feng and the lemur. She stood quite close, leaving no gap for aerial assaults, preventing the lemur from reaching Xiao Feng. Yet, to the bewilderment of the onlookers, the lemur leapt aside, circumventing Shield's side, still intent on attacking Xiao Feng. This is infuriating. Shield was on the verge of exploding with rage, her previous nonchalance replaced by fury as she swung her shield with a series of resounding crashes. The lemur, possessing less than 4,000 health points, was on the brink of being obliterated by a single knight, yet it stubbornly sought to strike Xiao Feng, utterly ignoring her attacks and wrath. Soon enough, the lemur met its demise beneath the shield, dropping 8 copper coins and a piece of white gear. Sobbing Shield was nearly brought to tears by her indignation. Casting a glance at Xiao Feng, who maintained a remarkably stable aggro and boasted over 5,600 health points, she silently stowed away her shield, opting for a great sword. Since she could not hold aggro, she might as well take up the mantle of a damage dealer. Knights can wield both great swords and polearms, offering a variety of choices. However, with a full tank build, her damage output might be rather lacking. Chapter 27. Is this the Great One? Old Xiao, it is inappropriate to bully your sister. The team continued their journey as Li Li quietly approached Xiao Feng, voicing his complaints in a hushed tone. Shun Shun is a fellow student, someone we see often. Could you not show her a bit of courtesy? I do not wish to, but there are circumstances beyond my control, Xiao Feng replied helplessly, revealing the curse that had befallen him. What? It can manifest like this? Upon hearing the explanation, Li Li exclaimed. The teammates had also overheard this revelation. Leading the way with a great sword, Shun Shun turned back, casting a sorrowful glance at Xiao Feng, sniffing as her feelings of grievance intensified. She then unleashed this pent-up frustration upon the wild monsters. Charge. Shield strike. Taunt. Never mind, basic attack. With her transformation into a sword knight, Shun Shun unleashed a barrage of attacks, gradually depleting the monster's health bars. The blind sister unleashed a cloud-piercing arrow, dealing more damage than her combined skills. In that moment, Shun Shun felt increasingly despondent, even contemplating logging off. We are almost there. As they progressed, the monsters they encountered grew in strength. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived near their destination. Zhang Fan glanced at the map and pointed towards a valley ahead, saying, "The NPC is located within the valley. After conversing, we can enter the exclusive dungeon." Without further ado, the group made their way toward the valley. This valley is named Earth Dragon Valley, home to level 45 to 55 giant lizards. Along the way, the blind sister habitually used her ranged skills to draw a few minor monsters for experience. At this moment, Shun Shun cautioned, "These are level 50 monsters. If we pull too many, we won't be able to handle it." "No worries. Old Xiao has plenty of health," Lily promptly replied, bestowing the blind sister with a blessing of courage and casually tossing out a punishment spell. However, Shun Shun wanted to voice another concern, but upon seeing that everyone had already accepted Xiao Feng as the team's main tank, she fell silent. That infuriating senior. Charge. Shield strike. Taunt. Basic attack. A flurry of skills struck the level 50 Earth Dragon, inflicting negligible damage. The level 50 Earth Dragon boasted a staggering 200 health points. Being a tank-type monster with high defense and substantial health, requiring considerable time to defeat. Moreover, given their levels, the monsters had decent attack power, and pulling 5 at once would lead to a rapid depletion of health. The blind sister and Zhang Fan hurriedly attacked, striving to conclude the battle swiftly. Yet, given their damage output, it would still take time to vanquish such resilient foes. "Old Xiao, could you please make a move? Must you wait until the boss appears to showcase your magic?" Lily urged. Throughout their journey, Xiao Feng had refrained from casting any spells, merely functioning as an emotionless taunt machine. However, his previous inaction was merely due to the fact that whether he intervened or not, the pace of advancement remained largely unaffected. Now, however, the tempo had noticeably slowed, and further inaction would lead to wasted time. "Very well, I shall take action now. Please do not retreat into silence," Xiao Feng remarked. "Why would I retreat into silence?" Zhang Fan questioned, perplexed. Shun Shun pouted, indicating that he had already withdrawn into himself. Xiao Feng offered no explanation. Instead, he raised his staff and casually unleashed a chain lightning spell. Boom! A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, shot forth, transforming into a chain of electricity. Damage numbers floated up: 544, 1812, 511, 9929, 489, 1012. The chain of lightning, originally no thicker than a finger, had grown immensely under the amplification of meteorological control. All 5 minor monsters perished, 4 of them reduced to ashes, while the 5th emitted steam, appearing as if it had been roasted. Upon witnessing these damage figures, the onlookers gaped, momentarily frozen in astonishment. 500,000? Zhang Fan stuttered, struggling to articulate. Lily was momentarily speechless before exclaiming, "What in the world? 5 million? What kind of damage is this, Old Xiao?" Even the usually silent blind sister could not restrain her curiosity, asking, How? How is this possible?" As for Shun Shun, he had completely lost the ability to speak, pouting silently while clutching his rare-quality greatsword. Retreating to a corner to weep in silence. "It's nothing, just a bit of a strong output. Let's hurry on," Xiao Feng remarked, his vanity thoroughly satisfied by the shock of his teammates. However, he did not display this on his face. Instead, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor, walking ahead with an expression that suggested mediocrity. His teammates, now completely intimidated by his damage output, mechanically followed in his wake. Millions in damage, no wonder the aggro was so stable. Is this what it means to be a master? I finally comprehend the disparity. Oldly, do you think I could truly contend with Old Xiao after my class change? Amid the complex emotions of the team, they arrived before the task NPC. "Old Zhang, let us begin," Xiao Feng prompted. Zhang Fan cast a wistful glance at him before approaching the NPC. "Mr. Larnio, I come in the name of the Dragonblood High Priest to assist you in subduing the abyssal monsters." The NPC appeared as an elderly temple knight, a level 120 epic boss, his armor worn and weathered, his face etched with experience. Behind him loomed a crack a foot wide, from which faint tendrils of darkness occasionally seeped. "Brave warrior Zhang, you have failed once before and should understand the strength of the monsters within. With your current capabilities, it is impossible to overcome them." Larnio spoke gravely, attempting to dissuade Zhang Fan from proceeding. "We are well prepared this time and confident in our ability to defeat him," Zhang Fan affirmed. However, the NPC wished to offer further counsel, but seeing Zhang Fan's determination, he could only say, "Very well, I shall open the rift for you." You may take a few companions with you, but remember, you have only 5 chances to challenge. If you fail all, it will indicate that you are unfit to inherit the powers of the Dragon Blood Warrior. I understand. Please begin, Zhang Fan replied. Xiaofeng listened quietly, nodding subtly. The Dragon Blood Warrior, indeed, was a legacy of the supreme deity. The deity venerated by the Dragon Blood Temple was the Dragon God, and thus, the Dragon Blood Warrior naturally belonged to the echelon of supreme divine heritage, on par with that of the war god encountered in the novice village. How is it that there exists a traitor to the gods among your ranks? Lanius, poised to initiate the dungeon, was suddenly drawn to Xiaofeng's words. Upon glancing over, his eyes widened in hostility. Xiaofeng remarked, "What is the matter?" Zhang Fan, perplexed, inquired. "Alas, it pertains to that cursed issue," Xiaofeng shrugged, expressing his exasperation. Lanius's animosity was palpable, his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. Zhang Fan swiftly stepped forward to offer explanations and persuasion. After 3 arduous minutes of discourse, he finally managed to convince this loyal acolyte of the Dragon Blood Temple. Considering the Archbishop's standing, "I shall grant you a chance for atonement this time. Proceed. This marks your second challenge," Lanius huffed, then recited an incantation that unveiled a rift in the valley behind him. A temporary portal emerged within the fissure, exuding an ominous aura. Together, Xiaofeng and the others plunged into the portal, and in the next moment, they found themselves within Zhang Fan's exclusive dungeon. Alas, poor inheritors of the Dragon Blood, you return to meet your demise. This time, I shall savor the torment I inflict upon you, allowing you to experience the dread of death amidst your wails and screams. A low, ominous voice resonated from all directions. "Everyone, be cautious. We have entered combat. The boss is in stealth," Zhang Fan warned. This dungeon lacked minions. The battle commenced directly with the boss. Victory meant completion, while defeat would result in a return to town. Blind Sister, tread carefully. It will prioritize assassinating the player with the lowest health. Lily added another caution. Nodding, Blind Sister moved slowly, positioning herself against the wall. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng hastily cast an earth elemental shield upon himself. Prioritizing assassinations. It should be him who is targeted. Chapter 28. Who is the boss? This exclusive dungeon is relatively small, with a radius of approximately 20 meters, resembling a dimly lit cave. A gap at the top allows a faint beam of light to enter. The cave is completely sealed off, and mysterious runes adorn the ceiling, preventing the boss from escaping. Zhang Fan and his companions have already faced defeat once, fully aware of the boss's formidable prowess. To avoid being ambushed, they position themselves against the walls. The boss strikes while in an invisible state. A hit to the back results in a terrifying damage output exceeding 1 million, entirely ignoring defenses and vanquishing anyone in its path. Conversely, a strike to the front may inflict only 4-digit damage, with a chance of enduring it. The battle has commenced. Lily casts a blessing of resilience on the blind girl, who possesses the least health, enhancing her defenses. Shun Shun activates a courageous state, sharing 20 of the damage with his allies. Die, you pitiful ants. With a sudden flash, a shadow appeared before the blind girl, revealing a creature resembling a humanoid with mantis-like arms. As it emerged, it viciously stabbed her in the chest with its razor-sharp limb. Ah! The blind girl gasped in surprise as she fell, suffering 3,988 damage. Shun Shun also received over 600 points of damage, his health bar diminishing. It was too much to bear. The blind girl was instantly eliminated, and she sighed in resignation. Oldly, your health is low. You're next. Bolster your defenses. Old Xiao, use area damage to flush it out. Zhang Fan remained composed, directing the team. After slaying the blind girl, the boss immediately vanished into invisibility once more. Within that fleeting moment of less than a second, Xiaofeng glimpsed the boss's information. Abyssal Enforcer, Poison Blade, Legendary Boss. Level, 55 health. 910, 000, 910, 000. Target level too high to retrieve further data. Focus on your defenses. Leave the rest to me. After gliding through the encounter, it was time for him to take the stage. The earlier failure to ambush him had caught him off guard. It seemed that the abyssal creature was unaffected by the curse of Auto Gu. Its overwhelming hatred had lost its potency. Downpour technique. Xiaofeng made his move. He possessed only 2 area skills. After a 1.5-second chant, he designated the area, and a thunderous clap reverberated within the cave. Instantly, a chilling wind howled. Dark clouds obscured the cave ceiling, and a torrential rain began to pour. The area of the downpour technique spans 50 by 50 meters, larger than the cave itself, completely enveloping the boss's chamber. Regardless of where the creature hid in its invisibility, there was nowhere to escape. What kind of skill is this? The range is astonishing. Zhang Fan had initially intended to haphazardly cast a few skills into the empty space before Li Li, hoping to flush out the boss. The outcome left Xiao Feng astonished by the sheer audacity of the situation. Damn it, what on earth is this? An irate curse echoed from the darkness. The boss materialized 5 meters away, visibly injured by the torrential rain of attacks, with damage figures of 249, 193, 239, 489, and 241, 392 emerging above its head. In just 3 strikes, it was nearly brought to the brink of demise. Yet, the downpour showed no signs of abating, persisting for a full 7 seconds more. I will slay you. The Abyssal Dark Envoy let out a fierce roar, and suddenly a black, membrane-like shield enveloped it, absorbing 2 instances of the rain's damage. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Xiao Feng, brandishing its scythe-like blade with considerable force. Dodge Lao Xiao, Zhang Fan shouted. Though he could not fathom why Xiao Feng's damage output was so terrifying, such a formidable ally was crucial for their success. If he were to be vanquished, Li Li. At first transition, wouldn't he even have the resurrection spell to continue the fight? However, as the Abyssal Dark Envoy's blade descended, several team members were left in a state of shock. Thud. The strike found its mark, piercing Xiao Feng's chest with unerring accuracy. Not only did it hit him, but it also triggered a critical strike. The damage soared to 138, 193. As an assassin-type boss, a critical effect meant tenfold the attack power. Far more ferocious than any assassin player. The staggering damage left Zhang Fan and the others' hearts racing. They believed Xiao Feng was doomed, resigning themselves to another futile attempt. Yet, in the next instant, all 4 were rendered speechless. How is this possible? The Abyssal Dark Envoy exclaimed incredulously. Despite suffering immense damage, Xiao Feng stood unscathed. His health bar only diminished by a mere 5. Over 100,000 damage, and it only reduced 5? This is outrageous. Zhang Fan and Li Li exclaimed in disbelief. Then, Xiao Feng grinned and addressed the boss. Did someone really think they were the boss here? In fact, I am the true boss. He then raised his staff, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning. Lightning Arrow, a universal mage skill that condenses the elements of thunder and lightning, dealing 280 of attack power as magical damage to a designated target, with a cooldown of 10 seconds and a mana cost of 20. This was the highest single target damage skill Xiao Feng possessed at that moment. With a swift flash, the lightning arrow struck. A damage figure of 4, 800. 000 erupted above the Abyssal Dark Envoy's head, incinerating it to ashes, leaving no trace behind. This boss possessed over 20 magical damage reduction. But it was no match for Xiao Feng's horrifying amplification. Ding! You have defeated the legendary boss, Abyssal Dark Envoy Poison Blade. Your team shares 102, 500 experience points. You have vanquished the legendary boss, Abyssal Dark Envoy Poison Blade, earning 3, 500 reputation points. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 39. Upon the demise of the formidable boss, the system notification reverberated in synchrony. It is said that the experience calculation for both legendary and mythical bosses diverges from that of ordinary creatures, as they possess a total experience value that is subsequently distributed among all participants. The experience garnered from slaying a 5-player shared boss surpasses that of an equally ranked epic monster, with fewer participants yielding even greater rewards. The prestige awarded is substantial, comparable to that of 10 epic bosses of the same level. Incredible, indeed, they have triumphed. At this moment, Zhang Fan trembled with excitement. Such a fearsome boss was effortlessly vanquished by his steadfast companion in a matter of moments. Initially, he had prepared himself to undertake this task post-level 50, yet it was completed with such ease that it was almost beyond belief. Lao Xiao, you are the true boss, remarked Li Li in a low tone. One skill dealing hundreds of thousands, even millions in damage, while sustaining mere tens of thousands of damage without a dent in health points. What else could he be but a boss? Not only a boss, but an extraordinarily divine one. Quick, revive Blind Sister. The moment of truth has arrived. The Abyssal Harbinger dropped a plethora of rewards, a dazzling array of treasures. As a teammate, Blind Sister had participated in the battle, although her contribution was minimal. Her presence was indispensable in such a moment. It was a matter of team reputation. Lily retrieved a resurrection scroll, akin to a resurrection spell, but unusable in combat, with experience penalties still applicable, and revived Blind Sister. Lao Shao, you were the one who defeated the boss. You should claim the spoils, exclaimed Zhang Fan with fervor. His quest had already been fulfilled. The rewards from the boss were merely a bonus, and he would gladly accept them even if he received nothing at all. Hearing this, Xiao Feng replied, then I shall not be modest. He stepped forward and picked up the first item, which glowed red, revealing itself to be a divine-grade artifact. Chapter 29, an accidental discovery, yet it was not a divine artifact, but rather a scroll. Godly assassination scroll, utilized in combat. It requires a chant of 3 seconds to apply a fatal effect on a designated target within a 100-meter radius, inflicting 200,000 points of physical damage, ignoring defense. Though mitigative effects can apply. A godly scroll. A fixed damage of 200,000. Even a level 100 third transformation character would be vanquished in an instant. This item would fetch no less than 100,000 in the market. The crowd inhaled sharply, astounded by the formidable damage number. However, upon reflection, in comparison to Xiao Feng's magic, this scroll was rather trivial. Let us examine the next item. The boss had also dropped a piece of legendary equipment. Swift footwear, no level or class restrictions, providing 500 health, 20 agility, and a base movement speed of 100, with a passive effect of lightness, ignoring all slowing effects. This is truly a divine artifact. With no level or class restrictions, it means anyone can wear it, although the additional attributes may not be abundant. Its practicality rivals that of a true artifact. Xiao Feng displayed a look of astonishment. Old Zhang, I must have these shoes. I'll trade you my artifact footwear later. He had long coveted the artifact shoes dropped by Otto Gu, but the class restrictions meant only knights and warriors could wear them, rendering his desires futile. Now, with the arrival of these legendary shoes that grant even greater speed, it could not be more perfect. With this item, his base movement speed would be double that of others, and with a charge potion, it would reach 6 times. The effects are indeed profound. Zhang Fan retorted with mild annoyance, trade? Just take them. Without you, we wouldn't have defeated this boss at all. He added, however, if you happen to possess any unused artifacts or super artifacts that you wish to gift me, I wouldn't mind at all. Then I shall not be courteous. Xiao Feng declared, donning the agile footwear on the spot. His previous shoes were quite inferior, providing only 3 agility and 30 health. After the change, his health surged past 6,000, and his agility increase also enhanced his critical hit rate. Let us see what else remains. The crowd eagerly urged. There were still numerous items scattered about. Xiao Feng continued to unveil the treasures. Another legendary item appeared, Essence of Abyssal Beasts, identical to the one in Xiao Feng's backpack, with no additional use, thus handed over to Zhang Fan. Furthermore, there were 3 pieces of level 50 epic gear, which were distributed directly to Li Li, Blind Sister, and Shield. The remaining potions and unwanted gear were casually divided, while the gold was evenly shared among the 5. How absurd it is to receive so many benefits despite having contributed little. Shield held a pair of epic greaves, yet his expression remained one of existential doubt. Instead of feeling elated, the distribution of loot only deepened his sense of inadequacy. I feel the same way, Blind Sister echoed with deep empathy. Who doesn't? Sighed another. Assemble a formidable boss as a companion. It is simply the way of things. Everyone must acclimatize, for such opportunities will undoubtedly arise again. Lily leisurely counted his gold coins, speaking comfortably. Having been roommates and gaming together for 3 years, he felt no need for formality with Xiao Feng. With a smile, Xiao Feng suggested, let us embark on an instance and witness the prowess of old Zhang's hidden class. Indeed, we must surpass old Xiao and humble this braggart. Lily declared fiercely. Laughter erupted among the group as they exited the instance. Upon returning to the Dragon Blood Valley, Zhang Fan engaged in brief dialogue with the NPC Rainio and received a certificate of successful challenge completion. The 5 of them then utilized the return scroll of Dragon Blood City to return to the main city. Make way, do not block the path. Upon their arrival at the teleportation array, a familiar shout echoed in their ears. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Feng was once again shoved aside. How does that NPC soldier manage to pass by precisely every time I return to the city? Xiao Feng remarked, exasperated. He was nearly accustomed to being jostled around in such a manner. It was simply absurd. I shall head to the Divine Temple to change my class. You may explore the city and sell any unnecessary equipment in the meantime, Zhang Fan informed the group before hastily departing, his heart brimming with excitement as he dashed towards the Dragon Blood Temple. With nothing pressing to attend to, Xiao Feng and the others ventured to the marketplace. As player levels gradually increased, level 30 equipment was on the cusp of becoming mainstream. Xiao Feng happened to have some stock left in his warehouse, intending to consign it at the auction house, although most of it was merely of rare quality given the current market prices. A single rare item could fetch around 50 gold coins, translating to 500 yuan at the offline trading rate of 10 yuan per gold coin. All warehouses in the main city were interconnected, so he directly retrieved his stored equipment from Dragon Blood City to consign it. The once vast warehouse was now reduced to a few skill books and 5 pieces of equipment remaining. The 5 items were as follows. 1. Ayatagazan Boots, mythical quality, available for Warrior Knight classes at level 30. 2. Holy Word Staff, legendary quality, usable by priests at level 50. 3. Meteorological Staff, legendary quality, an exclusive weapon for meteorological mages, usable at level 50. It possessed considerable attack power and additionally doubled the range of exclusive meteorological mage skills. 4. Ring of Magical Will, legendary quality, usable by mages priests at level 100. Its attributes were average, yet it could record 3 different skills for release when needed, without occupying the caster's cooldown or consuming mana. 5. Magic Crystal Pendant, an epic necklace, universally applicable to all classes at level 50, with a single attribute that increased spirit by 120, making it a rare characteristic item that he decided to keep. After consigning the equipment and items, Xiao Feng also took the opportunity to purchase an epic pair of gloves from the auction house. 1. Moonlight Gauntlets, epic gloves for level 30 mages, offering a health cap of 100, intelligence of 20, magic defense of 10, and a casting speed increase of 5. This item cost him 600 gold coins, which felt rather extravagant. However, the attributes are quite impressive. The attack power has significantly increased, and there is a slight enhancement in health and defense attributes. Exiting the auction house, Xiao Feng prepared to return to the warehouse to retrieve 3 items he intended to gift to his friends: the Holy Word Staff, the Auto Ancient Boots, and the Frenzied Roar skill book. At that moment, he noticed a group of players adorned with the world emblem hastily rushing towards the warehouse, swiftly collecting something, and then darting towards the outskirts of the city. Old Xiao, your rivals, Li Li remarked, having witnessed the scene as well. Indeed, the World War King and the World's First Seducer, they are core members, but I wonder what they are in such a hurry to accomplish. Xiao Feng caught sight of 2 of their IDs, but could not decipher the reason behind their urgency. At that juncture, Blind Sister suddenly interjected, "They must have fallen. They are here to replenish their equipment." "Oh, how did you discern that?" Xiao Feng inquired, astonished. Blind Sister nodded. "Their equipment is incomplete. And I overheard one of them saying, 'Quick, we need to buy more resurrection scrolls. Our consumption is outpacing our supplies.'" "Resurrection scrolls? This?" Xiao Feng and Li Li exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of shock. The World Guild must be attempting to tackle an extraordinarily challenging boss. Chapter 30. The Divine Profession and Forbidden Spell Skills. The Resurrection Scroll is an item that can only be utilized after disengaging from battle, serving as a means of reviving oneself at the same location at the cost of some resources. Purchasing such an item is primarily a convenience, sparing one the trouble of traversing back and forth. As a core member of a prominent guild, it is expected that one would carry a considerable supply of these scrolls. Under these circumstances, the necessity to acquire additional scrolls can only indicate one thing: they are facing a colossal boss that requires numerous attempts to conquer. Given the prowess of the Tianxia Guild, the only entity potent enough to compel them into such a state of vigilance must be a mythic-level adversary. "Blind Sister, are you certain? Can you truly hear from such a distance?" Li Li questioned, his disbelief palpable. Moments ago, the members of the Tianxia Battle King, although rummaging through the marketplace storage, were still a good 10 meters away from him. At such a distance, speaking softly would render one nearly inaudible beyond 5 meters, let alone 10. Blind Sister nodded once more. "My hearing is exceptionally acute." The game, Zodiang, possesses a unique feature wherein certain real-life talents of players have a probability of being carried into the game. Upon hearing her statement, Xiao Feng could not help but inquire. Are you genuinely blind in reality? Those with exceptional hearing often either possess an innate gift or have developed heightened auditory skills due to impaired vision. The moniker of blind archer, combined with her demeanor, instinctively led to such associations. Indeed, blind sister offered no further elaboration, merely affirming her condition. Upon hearing this, Shun Shun could not help but reveal a tinge of sympathy in his gaze. Xiao Feng and Li Li exchanged a glance, sharing a moment of silence. Ultimately, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, choosing instead to keep their compassion hidden to avoid abruptly hurting blind sister's pride. Let's gather some information and see what the Tianxia Guild is up to regarding their boss. If the opportunity arises, we might teach them a lesson, Xiao Feng suggested. Steering the conversation back to the Tianxia Guild. Leave it to me. I have many sources, Li Li replied, as he opened his friend's list to commence his information gathering. Old Xiao, Old Li, blind sister, Shun Shun, I have returned. At that moment, Zhang Fan finally completed his class transition and arrived. He jogged over from the main city avenue, his face beaming with pride. Hey, Old Xiao, take a look at my stats. How do they compare to yours? His expression was brimming with joy and an unmistakable hint of boastfulness. In the next instant, he shared his attribute panel in the team channel. Let me see. The others, intrigued by his exuberance, eagerly clicked to view the shared stats. Upon seeing them, everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. My heavens, just how much luck have you stumbled upon? Even Xiao Feng widened his eyes, exclaiming in awe. Name, Old Zhang next door, occupation, Dragon Blood Warrior, level 28, talent, Dragonborn, legendary, permanent increase of 300 in both defenses, mana cap, transformed into tenfold health. Skill release incurs no mana cost. Can transform into a dragon once every 24 hours. Health points, 22,540 22,540 mana points. 00 physical attack, 1122 physical defense. 303 magical defense, 660 strength, 244 intelligence, 28 constitution, 58 mentality, 375 agility, 46 equipment. Dragon Tooth Rune Sword, mythical. Dragon Scale Armor, mythical. Dragon Crystal Ring, mythical. Skills: Gale Slash, Triple Strike, Whirlwind Slash, Heroic Strike, Dragon Roar, control damage in a 15-meter circular range. Dragon Surge, enhances speed and attack power. Dragon Transformation, talent skill, transforms into a dragon human form upon use, reducing damage by 50, increasing attack by 50. During which the Dragon Blood Warrior's exclusive skill effects are doubled, lasting 1 minute. Such prowess. This attribute panel is nothing short of terrifying, with health surpassing 20,000, and attack power exceeding 1,000, exceptionally high defenses, and 2 formidable exclusive skills alongside an even mightier talent skill. It is no exaggeration to claim that within the Heaven's Blue Star battle zone, the number of individuals capable of defeating Zhang Fan in a one-on-one duel does not exceed 10. 3 exclusive divine artifacts and a tenfold transformation of mana into health. This occupation is simply outrageous. His teammates gazed upon him with envy. Zhang Fan chuckled. During my class change, the High Priest reset all my potential points, and I allocated all my previous constitution to mentality, resulting in unparalleled magical defense and an immense health pool. Moreover, the artifacts themselves are endowed with substantial mental attributes. I've truly ascended. Oh, of course, I can't quite compare to old Xiao. Suddenly, he felt reluctant to part with the artifact boots. You shall not evade your debts, Xiao Feng remarked with a hint of mischief. Fear not. I do not seek your artifact for free. This time, I have procured something valuable in return. Zhang Fan grinned slyly, suddenly becoming enigmatic. What treasure? Xiao Feng inquired. Zhang Fan produced a skill book. Behold, the legendary mage skill book, Meteor Strike. Xiao Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Is this not the ultimate move from the unparalleled realm? He vividly recalled the moment when that skill, taking 10 seconds to chant, had inflicted over 20,000 damage, an unforgettable display. The damage, the spectacle, the visual effects were nothing short of explosive. As he grasped the skill book, a smile broke across his face. Meteoric art, quality, legendary attribute requirement, intelligence 500 class requirement, mage effect, conjures fire elements to summon meteors from the heavens, inflicting 2,000 spell damage to a designated target area, with an additional 50 splash damage affecting a 30-meter radius. Chanting time, 10 seconds mana consumption, 500 cooldown time, 60 minutes. Incredible. Invincible. Xiaofeng was exhilarated. This is a legendary skill, commonly referred to as the Mage's Forbidden Spell. After a 10-second incantation, it unleashes an attack with 20 times the power, while also striking multiple targets within a 30-meter range. It is nothing short of apocalyptic, under the dual influence of the Divine Might and Meteorological Mage talents. His skill not only achieves a staggering 200,000 times attack power, but also extends its reach to a terrifying 150 meters. It is akin to the spectacle of an asteroid plummeting to Earth. Although 500 points of intelligence are required to learn the spell, he currently cannot meet this requirement. However, by acquiring several intelligence-enhancing pieces of equipment or seeking potions that temporarily boost his intelligence attributes, he could fulfill the prerequisites. If the unmatched can achieve this, can Xiaofeng not? Old Zhang, hurry. Bring the shoes. I cannot rest easy otherwise. Xiaofeng eagerly activated the trading function and handed the artifact shoes, Otto's battle boots, to Zhang Fan. Haha, my brother. Zhang Fan did not hesitate, recognizing that the value of the legendary skill book was roughly equivalent to the artifact. In fact, in a certain sense, Xiaofeng had the advantage, as lower-tier artifacts would inevitably become obsolete, while a forbidden spell could be utilized for a lifetime. What shall we do next? Level up or seek a boss to test our skills? Zhang Fan inquired. After transitioning to a Dragonblood warrior, he felt a surge of confidence and was eager to challenge a boss in a one-on-one duel. Xiaofeng replied, "Let us wait for news from Old Li. I might have to play the role of the old schemer." "Oh, what is going on? Did I miss something?" Zhang Fan's expression instantly brightened with interest. Before long, Li Li closed the friend chat and returned his gaze to his teammates. "How is it?" Xiaofeng asked. Li Li chuckled. "Old Xiao, this is a big deal." Chapter 31. Boss brother, I have come to your rescue. What does it mean? Speak quickly. Upon seeing his friend's expression, Xiaofeng realized the gravity of the situation. He had already formed a vague suspicion in his mind. Li Li did not speak directly. Instead, he switched to the team channel and, in a voice inaudible to outsiders, said, "The Invincible Under Heaven is leading a group to attack a mythic boss above level 100. The specific details about the boss are unattainable, but it is certain that they are after the base construction token." Xiaofeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, his conjecture was correct. The mythic boss was the reason for the heightened alertness of the Heavenly Guild. The base construction token so far, it had not appeared in the Blue Star battle zone. It was rumored that the Dragon Soul Guild and the Pantheon Guild had each offered a bounty of 100 million in cash just to become the first guild to establish a base. It seems the Heavenly Guild has taken the lead, discovering the boss above level 100 earlier than other major guilds. Zhang Fan remarked in surprise. The popularity of All Heaven is evident, with over 1 billion players in Blue Star engaged in the game. Yet, not a single guild base has been established. This is because guild bases are not part of the early gameplay, but rather a midterm feature. It is only when players' average levels approach 100 that the Guild War gameplay is activated, rendering bases truly significant. Attacking others and defending against incursions would all be based on the foundation of the base. With a base, one could also learn Legion skills, allowing for ferocious boss raids. Completing construction tasks daily could yield substantial experience and gold, and there would be periodic monster siege events, where victories often lead to several levels of advancement. These are all the benefits brought by the base construction token. Moreover, the level of the base can also be upgraded. As long as one continues to expend base construction tokens, the level can be perpetually elevated, transforming from a small village to a grand city. It is said that after accumulating the consumption of over 30 base construction tokens, the guild base could be upgraded to the scale of a level 3 main city, on par with the System S main cities. Of course, the construction costs during the upgrade process are astronomical. If completed, the daily tax revenue from attracting NPCs and player merchants would be an astonishing sum. Old Xiao, what do you say? Zhang Fan and Li Li looked at Xiaofeng, eager to discern his thoughts. Both were well aware of his nature. He was particularly vengeful. The Heavenly Guild had blocked him once in the Novice Village and again in Storm City. Although he had retaliated successfully on both occasions, this provocation would not be easily forgotten. It could not be that he would always wait for others to come and challenge him while he merely sat and took the blows. Could it? Where are they? Xiaofeng inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Li recognized that he had made the decision to take action. Immediately responding, He stated, "The confidentiality efforts in the world are commendable. However, with so many individuals involved, it is inevitable that some will be observed. It is now almost certain that the location is either in the Land of Divine Fall or the Phantom Plains." Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng promptly opened the world map. Both the Land of Divine Fall and the Phantom Plains are high-level monster maps within the Dragon Blood City region. The two areas are closely connected, with the former designated as a leveling zone for levels 100 to 120 and the latter for levels 80 to 100. Given the high-level requirements, it is likely that very few players venture there, creating an opportunity to engage the boss without needing to clear the area first. It's a bit far. I must depart immediately, or else I might arrive too late and find that the boss has already been defeated, Xiaofeng remarked as he dashed towards the city gates. "Hey, Lao Xiao, wait for us," Lily shouted. Xiaofeng, equipped with the level-less, swift boots, moved at double the speed of others and quickly vanished from sight. The others could only call out to him through the team channel. Xiaofeng replied, "You all should refrain from coming. I possess 1,000,000 shields and an enormous AoE attack, so I fear no crowd. However, you might not fare as well. If you were to fall and lose valuable items, it would be a regrettable loss. You're underestimating us. We are all brothers here. When it comes to battle, we stand side by side. If we die, we die. It's not as if our true selves are at stake." Lily retorted, feeling somewhat abandoned by his companions. Zhang Fan added, "I just transitioned into a hidden class and was eager for some action. It's rather inconsiderate of you to go alone." Shun Shun and Blind Sister remained silent. Their strength was far from sufficient to partake in top-tier team battles, and their bond with Xiaofeng was not deep enough to risk offending the Tianxia Guild for his sake. "Old Zhang, although your artifact is bound to you, you are aware of the strength of a 1,000-man team. It would be prudent to develop your character further, at least equip your auto-ancient boots before proceeding. If you wish to hone your skills, take them along to challenge a few epic bosses. I want to be able to bring you this time, but I promise to include you next time," Xiaofeng stated earnestly, leaving no room for negotiation. It was not that he looked down upon his friends. Rather, the ferocity of a 1,000-man battle was simply too daunting. At present, the attack range of mages and archers had significantly increased. In open terrain, a single player could face over 500 simultaneous attacks from a guild. It is inconceivable for an average player to withstand such onslaught. Even Zhang Fan, with his high health and defense as a hidden class, could be eliminated in an instant. Only his Earth Elemental Shield could withstand such fierce assaults. After equipping the legendary boots and epic gauntlets, Xiaofeng's health surged to approximately 6,200, and his attack power rose to 250. Now, his overall strength far surpassed that of a level 50 mythical boss, Auto Ancient, rendering conventional metrics inadequate for comparison. Engaging in battle with the Tianxia Guild could also serve as a test of his damage absorption capabilities. Upon exiting the city, Xiaofeng unleashed his speed and sprinted towards the eastern part of Dragon Blood City. The land of fallen gods lies a daunting 100 kilometers away, a journey that would leave one utterly exhausted. Fortunately, his shoes provided a speed boost, allowing him to traverse the distance far quicker than ordinary players. As he sprinted along the main road, he soon encountered the formidable players he had just seen in the main city, including the renowned War King of the world and the esteemed First Flirt. To avoid drawing attention, Xiaofeng opted to circumvent them, stealthily progressing from the side. As he raced onward, he found himself too preoccupied to even dispatch a few minor monsters, as he feared the boss might succumb to the onslaught before he could arrive, granting the Heavenly Guild an undue advantage. During his journey, Lily sent him several messages. The resurrection area of the main city was becoming inundated with players from the Macho Guild, likely external reinforcements for the Heavenly faction, who had returned only after exhausting their resurrection scrolls. Members of the Heavenly Guild were also trickling into the resurrection array, albeit in limited numbers, primarily frontline classes, likely returning due to their inability to revive on the spot after meeting their demise far from the fray. Before reaching his destination, Xiaofeng envisioned a grand scene of countless warriors besieging the boss, relentlessly reviving and recklessly engaging. After more than an hour, he finally entered the Phantom Plains map. This expanse served as the backdrop of an ancient battlefield, where deities and their followers clashed with the abyssal fiends. Ultimately, the deity perished here, and the central region of the plain became known as the Land of Fallen Gods. The followers of these deities, their spirits unyielding, lingered in the plains, guarding their divine protectors, unwilling to depart. Eventually, the corrupting influence of the abyss seeped into this realm, tainting the spirits, which gradually transformed into malevolent entities. Many of the elite soldiers within the land of fallen gods succumbed to this corruption, becoming formidable foes that plagued the world. The experience from the level 80 to 100 malevolent minions was substantial, and Xiaofeng effortlessly dispatched several with his instant cast skills, such as Lightning Arrow, Chain Lightning, and Magic Missile. His speed remained unimpeded, and his experience steadily increased. Coupled with the gains from the previous legendary boss, he gradually leveled up to 39. After his ascent, he finally found himself within the map of the land of fallen gods. In the distance, a throng of players amassed, a veritable sea of humanity, amidst which low, thunderous roars occasionally erupted. Xiaofeng exhaled a sigh of relief. Hang in there, brother boss. I am on my way to rescue you. Chapter 32. You are surrounded. Charge. Once again accelerating, Xiaofeng dashed towards the heart of the fallen god's domain. This realm differed slightly from the plains. The ground was entirely black, as if it had been utterly scorched by a formidable forbidden spell, bereft of any vegetation. The sky was equally bleak, shrouded in dense clouds that obscured the sun, with gusts of ominous winds ceaselessly blowing, saturated with an air of desolation. At the center of this area lay a vast pit, approximately 1.5 kilometers in diameter, resembling a crater formed by the impact of a small asteroid. The boss that the Tianxia Guild sought to challenge resided there. Who goes there? This area is reserved. Please leave at once. Numerous members of the Tianxia Guild were present. Some were engaged in attacking the boss within the pit, while many others stood by as substitutes outside the crater. Upon noticing a player clad in a deep blue mage robe approaching, one of the junior managers stepped forward to intercede. Xiaofeng glanced at the opponent's information. Tianxia Zuayer, level 25 knight, 3,800 health points. With such a level in health, he was evidently not a formidable foe. Xiaofeng, uninterested in idle chatter, raised his hand and unleashed a magic missile. Ding! You have actively attacked and slain the peaceful player Tianxia Zuayer, earning 50 points of infamy. The system prompted a notification, and a damage figure exceeding 2 million appeared above Tianxia Zuayer's head, causing him to collapse instantly. What just happened? I was killed in an instant? As a knight, Tianxia Zuayer believed himself to be quite powerful, if not among the top 10, then certainly within the top 100 of the world. Yet, being obliterated by a mere passerby left him utterly perplexed. Upon reviewing the battle record, the name Xiaofeng and the colossal 7-digit damage left him utterly stunned. Immediately, he shouted in the guild channel, "President, something terrible has happened. Xiaofeng has arrived." Huh? Xiaofeng? Tianxia Wudi, who was commanding the legion to assault the mythic boss in the pit, furrowed his brow. Wushuang, what is going on? He directly inquired of the mage Tianxia Wushuang, who had a personal vendetta against Xiaofeng. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's name, Wushuang grew increasingly agitated. After muttering a curse under his breath, he replied, "I don't know, brother. Could he have sought us out himself?" Tianxia Wudi pondered for a moment, considering the possibility. We deployed 30,000 men, and with hundreds returning dead, it wouldn't be surprising for us to be discovered. What should we do now? That guy, while detestable, possesses terrifying damage. Our brothers might be in some trouble. Tianxia Wushuang expressed his concern. Fear not. No matter how formidable he is but one individual. Tianxia Wudi remained unfazed. Nearly feeling somewhat annoyed, he addressed the guild channel. Brothers from the 4th and 5th legions, drive Xiaofeng out. The boss still has 35 health. We cannot afford any mishaps at this stage. Understood. Members of the 4th and 5th legions responded promptly. The legion, the largest player team unit in the game Heavenly Realms, consists of 5 members in a squad, 50 in a team, and a staggering 5,000 in a legion. Only guilds have the capability to establish a legion. Solitary players cannot do so. The crowd stirred as 2 legions, forming a total of 10,000 players, were mobilized at the command of the invincible leader, surrounding Xiaofeng from all directions. The plain still harbored numerous level 100 wild monsters that sporadically emerged. Yet, in the face of such a colossal gathering, these creatures, barely spawned and unable to comprehend their surroundings, were swiftly obliterated. Xiaofeng, you are encircled. If you possess any sense, retreat to the main city. We, being magnanimous, can overlook your transgressions, declared the leader of the 4th Legion, Tianxia Kuangma, from a distance. The spectacle of 10,000 players converging was truly grand. In a dimly lit world, these players donned a myriad of armors, resembling a disciplined army, with a plethora of skills poised for release, encasing Xiao Feng in their midst. However, Xiao Feng stood unfazed by the overwhelming legion. He let out a hearty laugh and proclaimed, "I wish to convey the same message to you. Tianxia Guild's minions, you are the ones surrounded. Damn it, immobilize him," commanded Tianxia Kuangmao, gesturing for the assault to commence. Given the legion's immense size, it was impossible for every member to strike Xiao Feng. Yet, if even a few hundred managed to land a hit, the resulting damage would suffice to obliterate any epic boss beneath level 50. When faced with players, they would be reduced to mere dust. Unfortunately for them, today they confronted Xiao Feng, Earth Elemental Shield. With a flourish of his staff, a semi-transparent, soccer-shaped yellowish-brown shield enveloped him. A cacophony of skills descended upon him: arrows, fireballs, sword energies, lightning, beams, and blunt physical strikes. An uncountable barrage of attacks rained down on the shield. The shield, with a defense rating of 0, flickered under the assault, with damage numbers ranging from the hundreds to thousands appearing, teetering on the brink of collapse. After the initial wave of skills, the shield's health dwindled from 3 million to 284 million, at a staggering 160,000 damage per second, if they were allowed to unleash their full potency. My shield recovery of 30 seconds would not suffice. Xiao Feng calculated his damage threshold swiftly, realizing he must counter their output to mitigate the incoming damage. He murmured to himself and began to cast his spell. Fireball. A 1-meter diameter enhanced super deluxe fireball erupted from the tip of his staff, hurtling towards the distant ranged player formation. The Tianxia Guild, in their fervor to besiege him, had positioned themselves closely, making it impossible to evade the skill. Witnessing the enormous fireball, the other mages from Tianxia could only exclaim in dismay. The fireball struck one individual directly, resulting in a spectacular explosion. With a thunderous roar akin to a miniature missile explosion, flames engulfed a 3-meter radius. A flurry of indiscernible, high-damage strikes flashed through the air, causing everyone within the vicinity to collapse, while several pieces of equipment were ejected. Xiao Feng did not relent as the fireball was launched. He began to chant his next spell. Torrential rain. Thunder rumbled, and dark clouds gathered ominously. A deluge poured down relentlessly. Xiao Feng designated the area of his spell to target the ranged players positioned beyond 20 meters, bypassing the nearest melee combatants. After all, the damage from melee fighters was not nearly as terrifying as that from their ranged counterparts, and their limited reach meant they could inflict little harm on him, effectively forming a barricade that obstructed their own backline. As the rain fell, not a single survivor remained within the 50 by 50 meter zone. Ding! You have actively attacked and slain the peaceful player world's strongest, earning 50 points of malevolence. Ding! You have actively. Ding! You have actively. The system notifications began to flood the screen. Following his initial strike, the entire opposing legion shifted into defensive mode. Every action from Xiao Feng was deemed malicious aggression. With a single downpour, his name transformed from red to black, his malevolence reaching a maximum of 5,000 points. Quick, eliminate him. Destroy his artifact, shouted the world-renowned demon. Xiao Feng, now marked with crimson yet darkening, faced the prospect of losing all his droppable equipment upon death. However, he remained unfazed, raising his hand to unleash another chain lightning. Crackling sounds echoed as chain lightning ricocheted, taking down another 10 players. Damn, this guy inflicts terrifying damage. Hurry, don't stop. Take him down. The leaders of the 4th and 5th legions grew increasingly anxious, witnessing their forces diminish by the hundreds, fearful of being overwhelmed by Xiao Feng. As the order to attack was issued, members of the Tianxia Guild began their coordinated strikes. Those at a distance could not reach him and pressed forward. Yet, a few reckless individuals, eager to claim glory, plunged headlong into the area of the torrential rain. Ah, damn, that hurts. MMP, I was careless. Instantly, damage figures in the range of 30 to 40,000 erupted, and those foolish enough to enter the spell's domain perished in an instant. A bunch of fools. Xiao Feng laughed heartily, casting lightning arrows and magic missiles at will, randomly selecting a fortunate player to deduct 20 of their experience. Control him. The world-renowned demon was on the verge of madness, exasperated that so many were unable to breach the defenses of a solitary player, feeling as though they had encountered a level 200 boss. Chapter 33. Do not approach me. The melee players unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Xiao Feng, employing skills such as shield strikes and leap attacks that possessed controlling effects. However, the number of melee fighters capable of reaching him was already scant. compounded by the fact that his level surpassed theirs by a staggering 13 levels. Under the weight of such a level disparity, his counter-control effects were remarkably pronounced. Few managed to inflict any semblance of a stun upon him. Even when fortune favored them and a stun was achieved, it dissipated in less than a second. With each skill landing, the radiance of the Earth Elemental shield flickered as his white health bar gradually diminished. Yet, due to his skill interference and the clearing effect of the Rainstorm spell, the rate at which his shield was depleted was markedly reduced by nearly half when no attacks were directed at him for 10 consecutive seconds, providing sufficient time for him to replenish his shield in 30 seconds. Crazy Demon, have you handled it yet? Come down and rotate with Team 2. In the guild channel, the Invincible leader inquired about the progress. To him, eliminating a player, no matter how formidable, should only take mere seconds. The Mad Demon felt quite distressed and replied, President, this fellow is rather tenacious. He possesses an absurdly thick shield, likely around 3 million health. I've gone through several rounds without breaching it. Moreover, his output is terrifying. Whoever he targets meets their demise under the Rainstorm spell. Enough with the excuses. Come down and rotate in 1 minute. Don't you have a scroll? Use it to finish him. The Invincible leader responded impatiently. Roar. Damn adventurer. In the pit, the boss's roar grew increasingly frenzied, heralding the arrival of a powerful attack. Below the pit, nearly 15,000 players surrounded the boss, continuously unleashing their skills. Although each strike dealt merely 1 point of damage and frequently missed, the sheer volume of players ensured that 400 to 500 hits landed per second, accumulating to 2,000 to 3,000 health points lost in a minute. When the boss retaliated, whether through a basic attack or a skill, every hit resulted in a fatal outcome. The distinction lay solely in the fact that a basic attack claimed 1 life, while a skill could wipe out a multitude. Attack, both above and below the pit. The members of the Tianxia Guild were fervently assaulting their central target. The scenes mirrored each other, save for the fact that below was a level 105 mythical boss, while above stood a mere level 39 player. Hurry, unleash any skills you have. Do not delay the president's battle with the boss, the Mad Demon urged. Determined to avoid leaving an impression of ineffectiveness on the leader, he even produced a precious epic scroll and activated it on the spot. With a howl, the scroll transformed into a 3-meter-tall, translucent wolf spirit, charging towards Xiaofeng. The wolf spirit's pounce inflicted a striking damage of 5,000 points directly upon him. Damage that bypasses my shield and strikes me directly? Xiaofeng was taken aback. With only 6,200 health points, losing 5,000 placed him in a precarious position, prompting him to hastily consume a golden-hued supreme life potion to restore his health to full. Damn it! Why is his health so robust? The world-renowned madman was left speechless. Even the epic scroll could not be dispatched in an instant, which was utterly absurd. Fortunately, after more than 20 seconds of relentless assault, Xiaofeng's shield value finally reached its limit. Quickly strike, his shield is about to break. Let's focus fire and eliminate him, urged the world-renowned madman. Everyone was fully engaged, unleashing their firepower with fervor. Come on, I implore you to take me down. Xiaofeng shouted joyfully. Lightning arrow, chain lightning, fireball, earth element shield. His skills never ceased. Although the number of skills was limited and seamless execution was challenging, the overall frequency remained impressively high. A single wave of output sent dozens of enemies to their demise, and just as the cooldown for the earth element shield concluded, he promptly cast it upon himself once more. The world-renowned madman awaited the moment his shield would shatter to deliver a fatal blow, scattering equipment across the ground. Unexpectedly, in the next second, a new shell enveloped him, leaving the crowd of attackers dumbfounded. What in the world is this skill? A shield worth millions. And he can use it again so swiftly, roared the world-renowned madman in fury. In his eyes, a skill capable of generating a shield effect of 3 million must be divine. Divine skills typically have long cooldowns. Being able to use one once a day is commendable. How could he possibly unleash it a second time so quickly? He found it utterly unacceptable. Then, in the following moment, an even more unbearable event unfolded. Gale Force. Xiaofeng had waited 30 seconds to ensure that his 2 extensive skills, each with a 60-second cooldown, could be applied to 2 separate shields, thereby alleviating his damage absorption pressure and preventing uneven damage intake that could lead to the shield's collapse. The time had come. His maximum range skill finally unleashed. The elemental wind coalesced around him, swirling and expanding. In a mere 5 seconds, it swept across a radius of 100 meters, manifesting a colossal tornado with a diameter of 200 meters in place. Take that. Xiao Feng grinned widely. Immediately, thousands of six-figure damage numbers erupted like a gushing volcano. Ah, what the hell? Within the 100-meter radius, everyone was instantaneously obliterated, with no chance for retaliation. And this was merely the first second. Charge potion. Xiao Feng would not stand idly by, wasting the subsequent 4 seconds of skill time. Downing a speed potion. His movement velocity surged to approximately 6 times that of an ordinary player. With a swift motion, he dashed forward. Simultaneously, the massive 200-meter tornado followed suit. Don't come near me. The players who had previously stood 100 meters away watched in horror as a vast expanse suddenly appeared before them, their teammates collapsing one by one. Soon after, the enormous greenish-blue tornado began to sweep toward them. Instantly, a crowd panicked and prepared to scatter in all directions. Yet the formidable formation of the entire legion rendered them incapable of swift movement. Even an attempt to flee was a challenge. Their speed paled in comparison to that of Xiao Feng, and were they granted a chance to escape, it would be utterly impossible. Unrivaled under heaven, here I come. Ha ha ha. Xiao Feng laughed heartily, traversing nearly 200 meters in a mere 4 seconds, arriving at the edge of the pit. The area he passed through was transformed into a colossal meat grinder, a whirlwind with a radius of 100 meters, claiming the lives of over 2,000 souls. Chain lightning. Fireball spell. Make way for me. With a flurry of spells, he cleared away the last few ranks of players obstructing the pit's edge. At last, Xiao Feng laid eyes upon the true form of the boss besieged by the Tianxia Guild. My goodness, there are so many. Below in the abyss, nearly 15,000 players encircled the towering humanoid boss, clad in tattered battle armor, wielding a rusted spear, and mounted upon a skeletal warhorse, standing over 5 meters tall. The health bar hovering above the boss indicated it had only about 30% remaining. However, based on its information, it seemed capable of enduring for a while longer. Ethereal General Evil Spear, Mythic Boss, level, 105 health, 3, 658, for 155 11, 800, 000, target level 2 high. Unable to acquire further data, this boss boasted a total health pool of 11.8 million, surpassing even the level 120 Minerva. Roar. Perish, all of you. The radiance of the war god shall illuminate the earth. Just as Xiao Feng reached the edge of the pit, the boss unleashed its ultimate attack. The imposing undead general bellowed, raising its spear high, a dense black aura erupting from its form. The ultimate move is coming, retreat, shouted the invincible of the guild. Thousands of members swiftly maneuvered to create space for their frontline allies to withdraw. Yet they were a moment too late. The black aura coalesced into a dragon, soaring into the sky before diving back to the ground. Boom. With a tremendous crash, the black dragon exploded, leaving no survivors within a 100-meter radius of the boss. What a splendid boss. Its might is nearly on par with my own. Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Such a boss should yield him a bountiful reward. Chapter 34. I wish to annihilate you. Why hasn't Xiao Feng perished yet? Tianxia Wudi, while commanding the army, also kept a vigilant eye on the situation above the pit. The words shouted by Xiao Feng left Tianxia Wushuang's face ashen, simultaneously confirming that he was unharmed. Upon hearing the president's inquiry, Tianxia Kuangmo replied bitterly, President, our 4th Corps has lost over 2,000 men. The leader of the 5th Corps, Tianxia Aozhan, awkwardly added, the 5th Corps has suffered over 1,300 casualties. What? In just this 1 minute, over 3,000 have fallen. Even the usually composed Tianxia Wudi felt an overwhelming urge to hurl something upon hearing this. It was inconceivable for a mythical boss like the evil spirit general to eliminate so many in a mere minute. What on earth is happening? Tianxia Wudi exclaimed in fury. Before Kuangma and Ao Zhan could respond, Tianxia Wushuang timidly explained, Big brother, it's just as I mentioned earlier, Xiao Feng's massive AoE skill. How can this be possible? Tianxia Wudi expressed disbelief. Despite both starting the game at the same time and leveling from scratch, how could someone single-handedly take down 10,000 foes, not only surviving but also retaliating against over 3,000? We should spread out a bit. That might allow us to strike effectively, Tianxia Wushuang suggested meekly. Tianxia Wudi furrowed his brow. If concentrated firepower couldn't take him down, spreading out would only make it more difficult to inflict damage. Tianxia Wushuang dared not utter a word. Though he wished to inquire, then how should we fight? But refrained from doing so. Before Tianxia Wudi could devise a strategy, Xiao Feng charged down the slope. Wu Shuang, Xiao Shui, Nvua, and the pups. Grandfather has come to see you. He cast spells as he walked, unleashing fireball, chain lightning, and lightning arrow, casting them as they cooled down. In the intervals, he picked off fortunate players with missiles. Although these smaller skills did not match the lethality of his two major moves, they still claimed dozens of lives as he advanced. Witnessing Xiao Feng navigate through the chaos with ease, while the boss continued to decimate melee fighters, Tian Xiaowudi's previously calm demeanor began to wane. Xiao Feng, what do you intend to do? He called out from a distance, with a relaxed demeanor. Xiao Feng nonchalantly harvested the lives of Tianxia Guild's players, replying, I don't intend anything. I'm simply in a good mood today and came to visit my grandchildren. You're courting death. Tianxia Wu Shuang, already harboring deep resentment, was incensed to see Xiao Feng disregard his elder brother's dignity and prepared to charge at him with his staff. Tianxia Wudi restrained him, addressing Xiao Feng. What kind of hero gains the upper hand through mere words? You are merely ambushing us. If you possess the capability, wait until we finish with the boss and face us honorably. At these words, Xiao Feng burst into laughter. Ah, Wudi. Has my Wu Shuang grandson knocked some sense out of you? I am not a hero, given the chance to ambush. Why would I foolishly engage you head-on? Moreover, it was you, the members of the Unparalleled Guild, who stealthily attacked me in an attempt to seize my mythical boss. My presence today is merely an act of retribution. And you speak of fighting honorably? Pray, dear brother, take a good look. With over 20,000 of you pitted against a solitary individual like myself. Is this what you call honorable? This is nothing short of a tactic of overwhelming numbers. Xiao Feng retorted sharply. The leader of the Invincible Guild found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he inquired, what do you intend to do? Draw your line. Now that is more like it. Xiao Feng snapped his fingers and before a crowd of tens of thousands, proclaimed loudly, I wish to annihilate you all. Storm of rain. No sooner had he uttered these words than the incantation for the spell commenced. Winds howled, thunder rumbled, and ominous clouds gathered. Torrential rain fell instantaneously, crashing down upon the heads of the Invincible and Unparalleled Guild members. In just a second, every high-ranking official from the Invincible Guild met their demise. Xiao Feng, the leader of the Unparalleled Guild, screamed in rage, wishing nothing more than to rush forth and tear him apart. The temper of the Invincible Guild leader flared as he lay on the ground, coldly declaring, Xiao Feng, do you seek a blood feud with our guild? And if I do? Xiao Feng replied with a chilling smile, his skills continuously reaping the lives of the Invincible members, despite numerous attempts to eliminate him. Their attacks felt like mere tickles, utterly inconsequential in his presence. Very well, very well. The Invincible Guild leader was thoroughly enraged. Since the establishment of the Invincible Guild, he had not encountered anyone bold enough to challenge him so brazenly. Even the giants among the top 10 gaming guilds of Dragon Country, such as Dragon Soul and the Divine Ones, maintained a courteous demeanor, regardless of how heated the battles became. Only Xiao Feng showed him no respect, actively assaulting and swiftly eliminating him along with his guild's elite. Everyone attack. The Invincible leader commanded in a low voice. The single word kill echoed throughout the guild channel. Everyone, the members of the 1st and 2nd Legions, engaged in fighting the boss, were momentarily taken aback. Yes, everyone. Forget the boss. Let us take him down first. Quickly, they regained their composure, echoing their leader's orders within the guild channel. Soon, a massive legion of 20,000 surged forth, centered around Xiao Feng, advancing with great momentum. Ha ha ha, come forth. Let me witness the true might of the top guilds of Dragon Country. Xiao Feng stood resolutely unafraid, raising his staff high to summon a new earth elemental shield. He then began to chant his spell, the prelude descending. A tremendous gale erupted, with thousands encircling him. The density of the crowd was palpable. The whirlwind spell swept through, and the sound of anguished cries filled the air, claiming the lives of no fewer than 1,000. Xiao Feng, propelled by a speed double that of an ordinary player, charged forward, driving into the throng with the ferocity of a tornado. The terrain of the deep pit is inherently constricted, making retreat arduous. Moreover, with a formidable army launching an assault, there is simply no room for evasion. As he charged forward, damage numbers soared, cascading like leaves in autumn, with dozens upon dozens of players collapsing, more efficient than a harvester reaping wheat. His ultimate ability lasts only 5 seconds. Do not fear, press on, shouted Tianxia Wu Shuang. He possessed the deepest understanding of Xiao Feng, having endured all his skills, fully aware of his opponent's vulnerabilities. If one could consider cooldowns as a flaw, kill. Countless warriors brandished their weapons, both ranged and melee, launching a frenzy of attacks. Xiaofeng became the target of ire, with damage figures in double, triple, and even quadruple digits continuously rising, yet he steadfastly endured, fortified by his earth element shield. In contrast, the mythic boss, who had been besieged by the throngs, suddenly found respite, as no one remained to assail him. The patrol area of the malevolent spirit general is finite. As the grand army of Tianxia converged to subdue Xiaofeng, the majority of players vacated his vigilance range. The boss took a few steps, dispatching the last remaining players within his patrol zone with minor skills. Then, leisurely, he returned to the center of his vigilance area, ambling around atop his skeletal steed, gradually regenerating his health. He, the evil spear, was finally liberated from peril, thanks to the valorous Xiaofeng. Chapter 35. A resounding victory. I am utterly exasperated. How can the shield be so impenetrable? I have exhausted all my magical energy. Yet he hasn't even cracked the shield. Is this reasonable? Do not cease. Continue to assail him. Charge. Attack him. The cohesion of the Heavenly Alliance is remarkably robust. With a legion of over 10,000 engaged in a concerted assault on Xiaofeng, an awe-inspiring display of might. However, given that all participants are first-tier players, their attack range and methods are severely constrained, meaning that only a few hundred can truly land a hit on him, with damage exceeding 100,000 points per second. They methodically diminish Xiaofeng's shield value. Just as it seems they are on the verge of breaching it, he casts a torrential downpour spell, instantly clearing the area. Then, in the wake of reduced pressure, he leisurely summons a new earth elemental shield, restoring his health bar to full. I am genuinely nauseated. What kind of attributes does this fellow possess? Is he utilizing hacks? Unleash your ultimate abilities. No matter how formidable he is, both his mana and health must eventually deplete. Even if he cannot exhaust his health potions, his equipment has durability. If we can shatter his durability, I refuse to believe he cannot be defeated. Numerous high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Alliance are analyzing and directing the battle. With so many individuals and such a vast army, the inability to subdue a single Xiaofeng fills them with shame. Originally, another vice president, Tianxia Haojia, intended to suggest leaving some members to hold the boss, preventing it from disengaging and regaining health. However, upon witnessing how much more troublesome Xiaofeng is, his health remaining untouched, he refrains from voicing his thoughts. Ha ha ha, children. Exert yourselves. Use all the strength you have accumulated in bed with your sweethearts. I have not eaten for 3 days, and my limbs are weak. How can you still be unable to strike? Oh, come on, come on. Heavenly Alliance maidens, please, ravage me with vigor. I am a masochist. As Xiaofeng obliterates enemies with spells, he taunts mockingly. The nearby players from the Heavenly Alliance grind their teeth in frustration, yearning to tear his mocking mouth apart. Yet, unable to breach his shield, they find it difficult to silence him. Damn it. Tianxia Wudi watches as his members fall one by one, feeling a sense of urgency. He has also been eliminated recently and understands the sheer terror of Xiaofeng's damage output. Although the guild has prepared a plethora of resurrection scrolls, fallen comrades can only be revived if they are not in combat. However, when too many perish in one location, it leads to model clipping issues, preventing players from gathering nearby. Even using the scrolls becomes futile as they watch the resurrection countdown expire, helplessly cast back to the main city by the system. As a result, under the relentless bombardment of Xiaofeng's skills, their numbers dwindle, with over 1,000 being forced to return to the city. President, this cannot continue. His shield seems inexhaustible, and we no longer possess scrolls to breach his defenses. We cannot defeat him. Tianxia Haojia remains relatively composed, capable of analyzing the current predicament. In the realm of unparalleled prowess, the unstoppable force had already succumbed to frustration, having long joined the fray, relentlessly assaulting Xiaofeng from a distance. With a cold snort, he declared, "If you lack scrolls, procure some. I refuse to believe that so many cannot vanquish him. If that fails, summon external aid, seek those who can disregard shields, and eliminate him instantly. I am willing to cover expenses, be it 100,000 or 200,000. A moment of silence enveloped the scene as Tianxia Wudi contemplated the feasibility of the situation. He opened his friends list and noted a player named Jianzhan Songxing, whose level was exceptionally high. Yet, after much hesitation, he refrained from sending a message. It's too far. Tianxia Haojia shook his head. It would take 2 hours to run from the main city, while we could manage supplies for boss fights, engaging in direct combat. Given Xiao Feng's rate of attack, we might very well perish by then. Even in death, we must ensure he bears the brunt. Enraged, Tianxiao Wushuang began to chant his ultimate skill, Meteor Strike, summoning a colossal meteor that descended from the heavens, inflicting damage in the 5-digit range. Tianxiao Haojie continued to shake his head, opting to remain silent with Tianxiao Wushuang, instead addressing Tianxiao Wudi. President, this is not a viable strategy. Perhaps we should withdraw. No, we cannot retreat. I must eliminate him. Tianxiao Wushuang shouted in fury upon hearing his companion's words. At that moment, Xiao Feng unleashed another gale spell. Within 100 meters, none survived, and Tianxiao Wushuang was swept away as well. Are you all incapable? Have you not eaten? Should I wait here while you log off for a meal? Xiao Feng taunted. After several rounds of devastating skills, the members of the Tianxia Guild who perished at his hands numbered no fewer than 8,000. With enemies piled upon one another, many deceased members could not respawn and were sent back to the city by the system, leaving him in a state of bewildered amusement. Enough. Finally breaking his silence, Tianxia Wudi's face was ashen, his anger palpable. Addressing the arrogant Xiao Feng, he spoke coldly. Today, I concede defeat due to your overwhelming strength. We shall meet again, and I will avenge this humiliation, ensuring your expulsion from this game. Brothers, retreat. With that, he activated a return scroll and vanished. Brother, President. The members of the Tianxia Guild were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend their leader's abrupt departure from the battle. There were still numerous resurrection scrolls available and united in purpose. They were eager to continue the fight. Yet, Tianxiao Wudi had left. This departure dealt a severe blow to their morale. Brother, we still have the strength to fight. Why must we withdraw? Tianxiao Wushuang privately messaged Tianxiao Wudi. The latter sighed in response, we cannot win this time. Let us accept our fate. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. With so many of us in the backing of our consortium, there will undoubtedly be opportunities to reclaim our honor. But, Tianxiao Wushuang lamented, we have invested so much gold and experience. Battling the boss for a full 3 hours, must we truly give up? What choice do we have? The boss still possesses a considerable amount of health, and it seems implausible for us to defeat it in the short term. With Xiao Feng obstructing our efforts, we cannot withstand the onslaught. Rather than continue to meet our demise, it would be prudent to cut our losses and return to the city to regain our levels. As for the boss, we can always seek another. Despite the calm demeanor of Tianxiao Wudi, the weight of this battle weighs heavily upon him. He had spent 5 million to enlist the assistance of the Fierce Man Guild to whittle down 20% of the boss's health, only to have over 20,000 players repeatedly perish in vain, resulting in an unfathomable number of deaths. The sheer value of the experience, equipment, and potions expended is incalculable. Such losses are intolerable to him. Yet, he cannot voice this frustration, for he is the guild leader. Tianxiao Wushuang felt a pang of regret for having provoked Xiao Feng in the novice village. However, upon reflection, he realized that no matter how misguided his actions were at the time, they were never as merciless as this, where one individual could nullify the efforts of 30,000 others. Moreover, he himself had fallen victim to Xiao Feng's relentless attacks 5 or 6 times. The debts of vengeance had long been settled. With the situation as dire as it was, for Xiao Feng to persist in his pursuit was undeniably cruel. Xiao Feng, I shall exact my revenge. Tianxiao Wushuang vowed fiercely, subsequently choosing to return to the city to resurrect, leaving the land of divine demise behind. Upon witnessing the departure of the guild leader and vice leader, the remaining members felt a deep sense of discontent. Yet, with morale shattered, continuing the fight seemed futile. Consequently, some members, no longer engaged in battle, quietly shattered their return scrolls to head back to Dragon Blood City. Meanwhile, others, fueled by temper and fervor, recklessly charged at Xiao Feng in a final act of defiance. Seeing the main players retreat, Xiao Feng, having achieved a resounding victory, gradually lost interest in further bloodshed. He proclaimed, "You may leave now," and ceased his onslaught, granting everyone an opportunity to disengage from combat. Chapter 36. Who were you, brother? There were still individuals attacking him, albeit at a significantly reduced frequency. After a while, the morale of the members of the Tianxia Guild began to falter, and they gradually chose to cease their efforts. Although Xiao Feng's name was ominously read, his earth element shield remained unbroken. Those individuals, filled with helplessness and resentment, awaited the end of combat before returning to the main city. Some even picked up the equipment dropped by their fallen comrades in an attempt to recover some of their losses. Xiaofeng was also gathering equipment. After all, he had fought hard against so many and could not let it go to waste. He collected several pieces of epic gear from the ground. However, it was unfortunate that he did not come across any legendary or mythical quality items, as it was likely that, even if they existed, his opponents had already seized them. Let us go, let us go. The defeated members of the Tianxia Guild gradually departed from the Godfall area. Initially, they had arrived with a total of 25,000 individuals, along with an additional 5,000 reinforcements, bringing the total to 30,000. Although many had been slain by the boss, most were quickly revived on the spot, resulting in minimal losses. It was only after Xiaofeng's arrival that their numbers began to dwindle significantly. In no time, those around had nearly all departed. A few remained, not out of a desire to continue battling Xiaofeng, but rather murmuring among themselves about having offended such a formidable figure, leading to the guild's demise. With a resigned attitude, they opened the guild interface and promptly disbanded, becoming solitary players. Subsequently, they withdrew with their town return scrolls. Xiaofeng found the actions of these remaining individuals rather amusing. He had been so caught up in the thrill of victory that he had forgotten to call out the ultimate slogan, retreat without killing, which was essential when one held the upper hand against opposing guilds. He shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. Retreat without killing. This was a rallying cry that echoed through the gaming world whenever one guild gained the upper hand against another. Xiaofeng had surrounded over 20,000 foes, successfully defeating more than 10,000 and repelling the likes of Tianxiawudi. Such an impressive achievement left no room for doubt regarding his dominance. Failing to utter the slogan was indeed a grievous oversight. Well, there's always next time, he mused. They would still need to establish a base, and when the time came, he could unleash a few tempests, storms, or meteors upon them to upheave their land. That would be the moment to proclaim the slogan with the utmost grandeur. Of course, he was merely indulging in such thoughts. In truth, with the conclusion of this battle, he had largely set aside his grievances with the Tianxia Guild. As long as they did not provoke him further, he had no intention of harassing them without cause. Naturally, this did not apply to Tianxia Wushuang. This individual had publicly insulted him in the battle zone announcements, and the level of animosity he felt was akin to a deep-seated vendetta. It was a grudge that would not be easily forgotten. Old Xiao, how are things on your end? I see that most of Tianxiawudi's forces have returned to the city, at least 10 to 20,000 of them. Li Li's voice rang out in the team channel, tinged with concern. Xiaofeng had not disbanded his team upon leaving Long Blood City, and they remained in a grouped state. Due to the considerable distance, his malevolent points would not infect his teammates. Upon hearing this query, Xiaofeng merely replied with 4 words, a resounding victory. Astonishing. One individual slaying 20,000. What a triumph. Old Xiao, you are like a brother to me. No, a mother. From now on, I shall follow you. The left thigh belongs to me. No one is to snatch it. I want the right thigh. Upon hearing such staggering news, Li Li and Zhang Fan could not help but engage in playful antics. Xiaofeng retorted with annoyance, scrim. The central thigh is more suited for you. The three of them shared a moment of laughter and mirth. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaofeng began to gather the gold coins, silver coins, and valuable equipment strewn about. Senior Xiaofeng, did you manage to seize their base token? At that moment, Shun Shun suddenly inquired. Not yet. The boss isn't dead, and its health is nearly replenished, Xiaofeng replied, glancing at the boss in the pit center. Oh, what a pity, Shun Shun lamented. The Dragon Soul and the gods are offering a bounty of 100 million for that base. If you had secured it, you could have become a billionaire. Xiaofeng curled his lips at this. It's not solely about seizing it. This boss seems manageable. I will attempt to challenge it solo and see if I can procure that small target. Although the boss possessed a staggering health pool of 11.8 million. More terrifying than the Witch Minya, his skills appeared to be limited to charging, sweeping attacks, and the Black Dragon Wave, output-oriented effects. Such damage could likely be mitigated by the Earth Element Shield. Furthermore, the boss's survivability evidently paled in comparison to Minya, lacking any peculiar shield that directly negated damage. Thus, Xiaofeng believed he had a considerable chance of defeating this boss alone. Solo? Old Xiao, that's rather inconsiderate. You aren't bringing us along to fight the boss. Zhang Fan bellowed. As a hidden class of divine inheritance, his greatest desire was to confront bosses. However, Xiaofeng ruthlessly refused. This boss's level is too high. No matter how great your attributes, you would perish upon contact. I will bring you next time, truly, I promise. Woo woo woo. Zhang Fan immediately began to feign tears. Li Li adopted a pitiful tone. Brother Xiaofeng, you have changed. You once cherished us dearly. Yet now you don't even share experience points with us. Sob, sob, sob. Come on, you two should tone it down, lest you frighten Shun Shun and Blind Sister. Xiaofeng rolled his eyes and promptly exited the team channel. A 105-level mythic boss undoubtedly offered immense experience. Such creatures required experience to be shared. With his teammates in Dragon Blood City, it would take them 2 hours to arrive. He simply lacked the patience to wait. Hence, he intended to claim it all for himself. Boss, I am coming. Now is the time for you to repay your debt of gratitude. Xiaofeng let out a cry and charged towards the boss, staff in hand. The mythic boss of level 105, the evil spirit general, Wicked Spear, possesses an imposing stature. Although his armor is tattered and his steed has transformed into a skeletal horse, he remains formidable. His health bar, having plummeted to around 30, surged back to over 70. Visibly rising by thousands with each passing moment. Xiaofeng, unwilling to wait for his opponent to fully recover, charged into the boss's warning zone, preparing to unleash his skills. However, the boss was swifter, as the expansive 200-meter alert zone extended well beyond the range of Xiaofeng's abilities. Upon noticing an intruder, the boss proclaimed, "You insignificant ant dare challenge the great god." He then thrust his spear, unleashing a wave of dark energy that traversed the distance, striking Xiaofeng. The damage soared to 129,819, nearly 130,000 in a single blow. Had it not been for the protection of his earth elemental shield, Xiaofeng would have already retreated. This amount of damage would be formidable even for a level 100 knight. He pressed on, readying his highest single target damage spell, the Lightning Arrow. Another beam of dark energy surged forth from the boss, dealing another 130,000 damage. Simultaneously, the boss, in a tone of fury and recognition, exclaimed, "It is you." How could it be you? What? Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, who are you? Do we know each other? The next moment, clarity dawned upon him. The evil spirit general raised his wicked spear and roared, "You dared to slay the most beloved mount of the Lord God, Otto Gu. In the name of the holy spear of the 10 generals of the War God Temple, I hereby pronounce your death sentence." With that declaration, a surge of dark energy erupted from him. He had gone berserk. What the hell? Again with Otto Gu? What sin have I committed? Chapter 37. Has the cooked boss taken flight? Xiaofeng was nearly driven to the brink of despair. The malevolent spirit general charged forth on horseback, brandishing a 9-meter-long spear that descended upon him like a colossal utility pole, leaving no avenue for escape. Xiaofeng braced himself against the onslaught. A white numeral 289,131 appearing above his head, indicating damage that had more than doubled. In its frenzied state, the boss's attributes were akin to having ascended an additional 50 levels. Defiant, do not flee. Taste my spear. The malevolent spirit general struck true, and upon realizing Xiaofeng still stood, he sought to deliver another blow. Angered, Xiaofeng retaliated with a lightning arrow, which soared forth with a crackle. Sizzle. A staggering damage of 348,989 floated into view. The theoretical damage of the lightning arrow was 7 million, yet it yielded only half its potential, revealing the boss's formidable resistance to magical damage. Nevertheless, it sufficed for the moment. Oh, great god of war Asada, bestow upon me your power. Even having fallen into the depths of malevolence, the cursed spear still clung to the faith of its former master, Asada. After invoking the name of his deity, a shadowy glow enveloped his weapon. With a single sweeping motion, a crescent-shaped wave of immense power, stretching 30 meters wide, surged forward. Bang! Xiaofeng was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, rendered momentarily incapacitated for 5 seconds. Concurrently, a colossal damage figure of 300,000 appeared above him. Though his shield bore no defensive strength, the damage was utterly outrageous. Level 100 knights felt like mere paper. Xiaofeng could only sigh in disbelief. He understood that the auto curse afflicting him had amplified the boss's strength, yet he was still haunted by the specter of a level 105 mythic boss. Fortunately, his shield was sufficiently robust. Otherwise, he might have met his demise that day. During the 5 seconds of incapacitation, he was unable to break free or rise. The boss, proclaiming loyalty to the gods, was engulfed in dark energy, spear raised high, unleashing the expansive black dragon wave skill once more. The dark, dragon-like magical energy surged skyward before crashing back down. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying damage figure of 520,000 appeared above Xiaofeng. This was beyond comprehension. Xiaofeng felt utterly drained of sarcasm. Thankfully, the control effect dissipated swiftly. He initiated with a fireball spell, swiftly following with a magical missile. Bang! A damage figure of 199 for 121, along with a burning effect of 25,000, and an additional 587, 131, erupted forth, eclipsing even that of the boss. The malevolent spirit general's health bar plummeted, leaving just over 400,000 remaining. Xiaofeng was about to unleash a chain lightning spell to finish the encounter when suddenly, a beam of light descended from the heavens. General of the Sacred Spear, your loyalty has resonated with the gods. In the name of the second war god of the Temple of War, I accept your soul's allegiance. Return, Lilio. The sacred light enveloped the malevolent spirit general, washing over his battered armor and rusted spear, slowly restoring them to pristine condition. The steed beneath him, once hollow, was also filled with a golden radiance, seemingly resurrected, standing proud and majestic once more. Ah, the malevolent general raised his head towards the heavens, his roar resonating across the expanse. As he spread his arms to embrace the divine light that bathed him, tears streaming down his face in overwhelming emotion. Oh, Lord of the gods, you have finally remembered me. Though the god of war had long since fallen, the temple remained, and faith would never wane. Golden light purified the malevolent general inch by inch, while Xiaofeng, in a furtive manner, attempted to unleash a chain of lightning, only to be ruthlessly repelled, failing to inflict even a single point of damage. Surely this boss would not flee unexpectedly? A level 105 mythical boss, brimming with experience, did not conjure any mishaps. Xiaofeng, in exasperation, feared the cooked duck might escape. Gradually, the armor of the malevolent general restored itself to a pristine condition. He transformed from a figure of decay into a handsome man, astride a magnificent steed, resembling a deity. Upon inspecting his information, it had completely changed. General of the Holy Spear, Relio, mythical boss, level 210 health, 23, 600, 23, 600, target level 2 high, unable to acquire further data, Xiaofeng. The level and health have both doubled, and his condition is at full capacity. With such attributes, continuing the battle may prove quite challenging. The divine light dissipated. The evolved form of the Holy Spear General Relio gazed down upon the diminutive weather mage, who stood at a mere 8 meters. He declared, Evil rebel, I was destined to eradicate you on behalf of the War Temple. However, in light of your power aiding me in receiving the temple's call, I shall spare you this time. But know this, upon our next meeting, I shall not show mercy. With that, he tightened his legs against the horse's belly, and the steed soared into the air, vanishing into the distance. Hey, where are you going? What about my experience? My artifact? Curse you. Xiaofeng, witnessing the boss's sudden retreat, was filled with urgency and could not refrain from cursing. As Relio ascended further, a cold scoff echoed in his ears. Rebel, should you wish to challenge me, seek me out at the temple in the War City. Relio shall await you at any time. With those words fading away, the handsome knight disappeared beyond the horizon. Simultaneously, before Xiaofeng, the spot where the boss had just been erupted with a dazzling explosion of intertwined golden and black light. Countless items rained down, the sound of coins clinking against the ground, alongside a cascade of red, orange, and purple brilliance that dazzled his eyes. Ding! Congratulations. You have defeated the mythical boss, the malevolent general of the Evil Spear, and earned 28,500 reputation. Congratulations. You have triggered the activation conditions for level 2 of the main city, War City. Please follow the clues to continue onward and unlock War City soon. You have defeated the malevolent general of the Evil Spear, gaining 21,600 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 40. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 41. Congratulations. Your level. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 57. Notice, your level has met the requirements for second advancement. Please proceed to the temple for your second job change to gain greater power. A cacophony of system prompts erupted in his ears, and Xiaofeng exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Fortunately, his efforts had not been in vain. The boss rewards had indeed been dispensed. A staggering 21.6 million experience points, surpassing the total of all his previous accumulations, surged through him. Originally at level 39, he ascended a remarkable 18 levels to reach 57, once again placing him far ahead of all players within the battleground. What delighted Xiao Feng the most was the plethora of items strewn across the ground. The magnificent explosion from the level 105 mythical boss was nothing short of spectacular. Gold coins, they were everywhere. Upon picking one up, the system revealed a total drop of 720,000 coins, causing Xiao Feng's eyes to widen in astonishment. With each coin valued at 10 yuan, that amounted to a staggering 2 million, enough for a seaside property in Haizhou. My goodness, this is a tremendous windfall. And this was merely the basic gold drop. He quickly turned his attention to uncover more treasures. The red glow was undoubtedly the most alluring of all. Besides the never-before-seen multicolored super divine items, the red items represented the pinnacle of quality. A total of 4 red items had dropped. However, not all were equipment. The first, and most exhilarating for Xiao Feng, resembled a token. Construction permit for outpost, a mythical grade item, when held by a guild leader or vice leader. Allows the bearer to approach a level 3 or higher city lord's mansion to apply for a designated area to construct an outpost during the construction period. Monster siege events will occur. If the guardians fail, the construction will fail, and the permit will not be refunded. The value of this item is unmistakably clear, starting at a minimum of 100 million. If placed in the auction house, it could potentially fetch an even higher price, though it might also struggle to sell at a high tier due to insufficient gold in circulation. A small goal, how I adore you. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng promptly stowed it in his backpack, fearful of the system refreshing and losing it. He then turned his gaze to the next divine item. Invitation from Lario, the holy spear general among the 10 generals of the War Temple. Holding this allows one to enter the War City Temple and challenge the level 210 mythical boss Lario. Prior unlocking of the 4 great evil spirit subjugators is required before the challenge. Chapter 38. Mythical Quest. This is the ensuing narrative triggered by the final words of Lario. The system notification indicated that the activation conditions for the level 2 main city had been met, which pertained to this particular item. Upon inspection, Xiao Feng discovered a new quest had appeared in his task list, his very first quest since the commencement of the game. Subjugation of the 4 great evil spirits. Mythical Quest. Quest description. 3,000 years ago, the war god temple disintegrated following the demise of the war god Asidar. 4 of the 10 generals and 4 high priests perished in their pursuit of the abyssal demons during battle, only to succumb to the taint of malevolence and devolve into evil spirits. Quest requirements. Defeat the 4 great evil spirits scattered across the realm and liberate their imprisoned souls. Current progress. 1-4 potential targets. Evil Spirit General Demon Sword. Evil Spirit High Priest Beacon. Evil Spirit High Priest Blood Sea. Quest duration. 30 days and game days. There were no hints for the quest, and the locations of these 3 bosses remained a mystery, leaving Xiao Feng somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, being a divine-level quest, the rewards for successful completion would undoubtedly be exceedingly bountiful. Upon examining the other rewards, he noted 2 additional legendary items, both of which were pieces of equipment. Evil Spirit War Spear. Quality. Mythical level requirement. 100 class requirement. Night-type physical attack. 780 strength. 50 constitution. 100 special effect. Bloodthirst. Active skill absorbs 10 of damage dealt. Special effect. Block. Using the weapon to block can negate 70 of physical damage. Active skill. Blood-curdling battle song. Damage reduction of 15. Damage amplification of 25. Lasting for 300 seconds. Usable once per day. Note: never wears out. Heroic Spirit Sacred Ring. Quality. Mythical equipment requirement. None. All attributes 10. Activated at level 10. All attributes 20. Activated at level 50. All attributes 30. Activated at level 100. All attributes 40. Activated at level 150. Special effect. Holy Radiance. When the wearer's level reaches 200. An additional 10 increase in physical magical attack. How formidable! Upon viewing the attributes of the 2 divine artifacts, Xiao Feng was momentarily mesmerized. The weapon was somewhat acceptable. Although its attributes were significantly enhanced, it was not suited for his use, and with a level requirement of 100. It was not particularly marketable, merely a fleeting delight for the eyes. However, the effect of the Heroic Spirit Sacred Ring overwhelmed him with joy, prompting him to immediately equip it. This ring, when fully activated, could augment all attributes by 100 points, translating to a total enhancement of 500 attribute points. Although he was currently at level 50 and could only activate the effects of 10 and 20, the all attributes increase of 30 was already immensely powerful, bestowing him with over 800 additional health points, 200 mana points, 36 points of spell attack, and a slight increase in critical hit chance. Adorning the enchanted ring and equipping the weather staff, my attributes would significantly enhance, resulting in a terrifying increase in damage and a more formidable shield. Xiaofeng felt a surge of excitement. Once I complete the second transition and acquire new skills, I will reassess all my attributes. It is conceivable, perhaps even likely, that I might attempt to dismantle a temple. However, considering that within the temple lurked at least 4 mythical bosses of level 200, whose abilities could rival those of Minerva with their outrageous tactics, Xiaofeng felt it prudent to temper his enthusiasm. It would be wise to wait until I can inflict over 20 million damage, capable of vanquishing the Archbishop, before embarking on such a venture. Moreover, there is a pressing concern. My name is currently tainted with infamy, rendering me unable to enter the main city or retrieve the weather staff from my storage. Returning now would mean confronting the city's guards alone, with countless sentinels emerging to thwart my escape. Thus, the exhilarating feats must be postponed for the time being. Xiaofeng continued to gather items. After stowing away 4 red artifacts, he noticed 8 legendary items remaining on the ground, 4 of which were level 100 legendary equipment, currently of no use and destined for the storage. Among the other 4 was a level S-Knight exclusive shield, the Holy Spirit Round Shield. Possessing minimal attack power but bestowing an impressive 50 points of vitality and 200 points of physical defense. Certainly a remarkable weapon. The remaining 3 were items. 1. Evil Spirit Summoning Scroll, Legendary. Summons an 80-level epic boss, the Evil Spirit Warlord, to assist in battle. The Warlord boasts 700, 000 health and 500 attack power. Devoid of skills, and can remain for a maximum of 600 seconds. 2. Divine Light Redemption Potion 4, Legendary. When used on any target, it purifies their malevolence. Quest item. Non-tradable. 3. Essence of Divine Power. The energy essence of the Temple Guardian, allowing entry into the divine realm without rejection by its powers. This potion is essential for the 4 Great Evil Spirit Subjugators quest. However, with only 3 bosses remaining, I require just 3 potions, leaving 1 extra that may serve another purpose. The essence of divine power is akin to the abyssal creature essence, necessary for accessing the divine realm corresponding to the abyss. Xiaofeng collected each item meticulously. Next came the task of evaluating the numerous epic gear and skill books. His inventory, recently brimming with equipment from the Tianxia Guild, was nearly full, necessitating the disposal of some relatively inferior blue gear. All the epic equipment was of level 100, none of which were usable, thus destined for storage. Fortunately, among the skill books, a few valuable ones were suitable for gifting to Zhang Fan, Li Li, and others. Xiaofeng tidied the area, contemplating his next concern, cleansing his notorious name. With 700 points of infamy, just how long would it take to wash away this stain? He glanced at his current infamy points, feeling a headache approaching. In a moment of frivolity, one finds themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. The maximum value of infamy stands at 5,000, diminishing by 1 point for every minute spent online. Thus, solely relying on this method would necessitate over 3 days of continuous presence. However, engaging in combat against monsters and bosses can also serve to alleviate this burden. Just moments ago, a mythical boss was vanquished, resulting in a significant reduction of 300 points in infamy. The creatures in the Land of Divine Ruin boast higher levels, rendering the process of atonement more effective. It is advisable to hone one's skills here before returning to the main city to seek a path to the second-class advancement. Xiaofeng emerged from the depths of the boss territory and began to confront the monsters upon the charred earth. Malevolent Archer, level 100 health, 28,500, 18,500. Malevolent Knight, level 110 health, 37,900, 27,900. Malevolent Mage, level 105 health, 29,100, 19,100. The nearby creatures presented little challenge to Xiaofeng, who dispatched them with ease. Their attacks, though formidable, inflicting damage in the range of 800 to 900, surpassed even the most elite players currently engaged in battle. Yet, with the seamless connection to his Earth Elemental Shield, he faced no insurmountable difficulties. You have defeated the Malevolent Archer, gaining 1520 experience. You have defeated the Malevolent Knight, gaining 1905 experience. You have defeated the malevolent mage, gaining 1592 experience. The system notifications continued to refresh incessantly, yet Xiao Feng paid them no heed. Resolutely focused on his task, slaying monsters and bosses as they appeared. The land of divine ruin was devoid of other players, leaving him alone amidst a sufficient number of adversaries to sustain his relentless combat. Occasionally, he unleashed spells such as Deluge and Gale to clear the area, leaving traces of his bombardment upon the darkened soil. From time to time, elite monsters or minor bosses would emerge, but Xiao Feng barely acknowledged them, swiftly dispatching them without any room for negotiation. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The process of atonement stretched on, tedious and monotonous. In his boredom, Xiao Feng decided to check the leaderboard for the latest rankings. The order of player levels had largely stabilized, with little fluctuation among the top 10. Leaderboard. First place. Level 57 Meteor Mage Xiao Feng. Second place. Level 44 Ancient Sword Immortal Sword / Sanction. Third place. Level 40 Floral Assassin 1 Strike. 1 Average Male. Fourth place. Level 39 Flower Picker Wang Fuguei. Fifth place. Level 39 Archer rumored to have lottery chances. Sixth place. Level 36 Moon Witch Lucky Cat. Seventh place. Level 36 Star Hunter Unsteady Hands. Not Parkinson's. Eighth place. Level 36 Warrior Please Do Not Continue Attacking. Ninth place. Level 36 Priest The Deflated. 10th place. Level 36 Dragon Knight Shield Defends the Sky. Chapter 39. Selling the construction order. The ranking gradient is quite intriguing. Both Xiao Feng and Jian Zhansangsheng hold a unique status. The subsequent 3 players, around level 40, are significantly ahead of the rest. However, it is those at level 36 who are truly dedicated to grinding levels. They lack access to numerous legendary and mythical bosses, or they are simply unable to defeat them. Thus, their experience is meticulously accrued through battling monsters and completing quests, placing them firmly in the top tier. Following this elite group is the second tier, comprised of players around level 33, all of whom are exceptional and have largely been absorbed by various guilds. Zhang Fan, Li Li, and their companions find themselves in the third tier, currently at level 30. Yet, with Zhang Fan's transition to a hidden class, his power has significantly increased, and his rate of experience acquisition has markedly improved, allowing him to gradually catch up. Alas, it is so dull and lonely. The winds in the Goddess Fallen Land are fierce, nearly driving Xiao Feng to madness. He tirelessly battles monsters, his skill output reaching nearly 1 per second. Excluding the time spent finding monsters, he can defeat around 30 creatures in a minute. Engaging monsters 50 levels above his own yields high efficiency, as each small monster defeated deducts 1 point from his infamy. Thus, he can cleanse approximately 30 points of infamy each minute while reaping over 50,000 experience points. At this pace, he could eradicate his notorious status in 2.5 hours and potentially reach level 59. Yet, after more than 2 hours without a single conversation, the solitude weighs heavily on him. Xiao Feng glanced at his remarkably diverse inventory and, after some contemplation, sent a message to Li Li. Old Li, I wish to sell my base construction order for 120 million. Please help me find a buyer. If they are reliable, provide them with my serial number, and I will inform them of the transaction location. Li Li, currently engaged in a boss fight with Zhang Fan and others, nearly had a heart attack upon receiving this news. What? You actually defeated a mythical boss? He exclaimed. Indeed, check the leaderboard, Xiao Feng replied. Wow. Level 57. You're hoarding all that experience without sharing? Woe is me. Stop whining and get serious. Alright, if you're selling, I can connect you with a few guild leaders to see who offers the highest bid. Li Li responded, adopting a more earnest tone. 120 million is my ideal price. But if it's too high, 100 million will suffice, Xiao Feng stated. Goodness, that's impressive. You're setting daily goals that outshine even some corporate executives. It's a small feat. I still possess 2 divine artifacts. By the way, as the saying goes, those who witness should benefit. Once I sell the construction order, I'll gift you an old Zhangyicha house, Xiao Feng chuckled. What? Li Li was left speechless, at a loss for words. In this day and age, property prices are more exorbitant than life itself. One would toil to the grave and still be unable to afford a mere square meter. In their locale of Haizhou, prices start at 50,000 per square meter, with more prosperous areas exceeding 100,000. It is not just ordinary university students. Even those from business families hesitate to casually mention their intent to purchase a home. Yet, Xiaofeng boldly declares that he intends to gift each of them a house. Not a rental, but a purchase. Old Xiao remained calm. Zhang Fan also joined the conversation, and the three of them formed a small channel to counsel him. Although you have performed excellently in this game and reaped substantial profits, matters concerning finances warrant careful deliberation. Furthermore, we have yet to graduate, so there is no need to contemplate home buying at this juncture. Residing on campus is both convenient and secure, and there is no necessity to venture outside. Upon reflection, Xiaofeng acknowledged the validity of their points. Do you have anything you desire? A luxury watch? A sports car? A young model? A celebrity? This time, I shall treat, he exclaimed with a chuckle. But those things are of little importance. The three of us are gaming enthusiasts. If you wish to gift us something, just a few good pieces of equipment will suffice, Zhang Fan replied with a grin. Lili then chimed in, suggesting, once you liquidate the base order, you could send some money home to your parents, showing them your gratitude. Though typically carefree, Lili is quite perceptive and considerate. However, Xiaofeng did not concur. Instead, he remarked, transferring such a large sum might alarm my parents and cause them undue stress. My family is reasonably well off. I prefer to wait until I genuinely need funds or until I have established a steady income before expressing my filial piety, as that would be more prudent. Earning a fortune through gaming is something most people would find hard to accept. Were it not for his own experience, Xiaofeng himself would struggle to believe it. He certainly did not wish to transfer the money only to have his parents suspect the legitimacy of his earnings and report him to the authorities, thus leading to his own arrest. That makes sense. Let us not dwell on such thoughts for now, Zhang Fan summarized. The items will undoubtedly be sold, but let us not take it too seriously. Let us cherish our university years and enjoy gaming. The future can wait. Indeed, I will inquire with the Divine Emperor and see if they are willing to meet this price, Lili stated before reaching out to his contacts to find buyers. By the way, old Xiao, given your current prowess, have you considered establishing a guild of your own? Zhang Fan inquired. Xiaofeng smiled gently, perhaps not. The three of us lack management skills, and it would likely lead to a multitude of problems, leaving us overwhelmed. However, we could seek a casual guild to serve as our base. If others encounter formidable bosses, we could assist in their defeat and share in the rewards. Joining a large guild offers substantial benefits. Completing daily-based tasks facilitates a 5 faster leveling rate compared to others. Joining a guild is essential for gaming. Otherwise, many activities become unattainable. Furthermore, not all guilds engage in warfare. Numerous ones are merely casual. Xiaofeng preferred to avoid being controlled, making a casual guild the most fitting choice for him. If there are no objections, I will look for one when I have the time. Preferably one with a significant number of female members, Zhang Fan remarked with a chuckle. LSP. Xiaofeng expressed his disdain. A few minutes later, Lili's voice once again resonated within the small channel. He inquired, having gathered information through friends about the leaders of 4 prominent guilds, all of whom quoted prices exceeding 100 million. Which guilds are these? How much did they offer? Xiaofeng asked eagerly. Lili responded, the 2 guilds, Gods and Dragon Soul, previously offered a bounty of 100 million. This time, I provided them with definitive information, informing them that we have issued a settlement order here. Consequently, the gods indicated they could raise their offer to 110 million, while Dragon Soul maintained their bid at 100 million, accompanied by 2 opportunities for class transfers into hidden professions. What about the other 2? Xiaofeng continued to inquire. Lili elaborated, one is EC, also among the top 10, which has matched the offer of the gods at 110 million. The last is a newly emerged guild called Conquer the Heavens, the only one willing to extend their offer to 120 million. Although Xiaofeng proposed the lofty sum of 120 million, he did not genuinely intend to sell at such a price. He found the offers from the first 3 guilds quite acceptable. The fact that one was willing to pay 120 million surprised him. What is this Conquer the Heavens all about? I haven't heard of them. Both Xiaofeng and Zhang Fan asked simultaneously. Lili explained, their predecessor was the Fire Beacon Guild, and it is said that with the launch of Heavens, they received significant investment from a mysterious benefactor, leading to their sudden opulence. A mysterious benefactor? Xiaofeng found himself further perplexed. While he could comprehend someone spending money on a game, the notion of a hidden identity creating an air of mystery seemed rather far-fetched. Lili clarified. The financier behind Conquer the Heavens is indeed enigmatic. Even the leaders of other major guilds cannot ascertain the identity of the investor. Some speculate it could be a department of the Dragon Kingdom's government supporting them, aiming to explore the extraterrestrial civilization behind heavens. There is a similar guild in the Im Federation district, reputedly even more formidable than ours. Xiaofeng and Zhang Fan were momentarily speechless. If the Dragon Kingdom is indeed backing them, that support is exceedingly formidable. If this is true, then selling to them is undoubtedly the best course of action. Let conquer the heavens at me. I am currently marked in red and require their assistance for transactions in the wild, Xiaofeng declared, making his decision. Chapter 40. Sudden Wealth in Less Than 1 Minute. Xiaofeng received a friend request. Upon inspection, he discovered it was from a player named Zhan Tian. Such a name is ubiquitous in the Blue Star Battle Zone, with at least 80,000 instances. However, this individual boasted a commendable level of 35 as a sharpshooter. Greetings, esteemed Xiaofeng. I am the president of the Conquer the Heavens Guild. After accepting the friend request, the other party wasted no time with pleasantries. Xiaofeng reciprocated courteously. President Zhan Tian, it is an honor to meet you. Zhan Tian, straightforward and direct, inquired, your friend mentioned you acquired a residence construction order. May I take a look? The game's chat function allowed players to send item information directly for others to peruse. Without hesitation, Xiaofeng transmitted the divine item, residence construction order. He had obtained it half an hour prior, having defeated the boss of the Tianxia Guild. Xiaofeng was candid about his achievement. Oh, you dared to seize Tianxia's boss. Truly, you are remarkable. Zhan Tian expressed surprise, and upon verifying the item information, his tone brightened with delight. Well then, President Zhan Tian, are you interested in purchasing it? Xiaofeng asked. Zhan Tian laughed heartily, of course. The price I discussed with your friend is 120 million. Once the transaction is complete, the funds will be transferred directly to your account. My associate is already at the bank counter. Just provide your card number and corresponding information. Seeming to sense Xiaofeng's apprehension about being cheated, Zhan Tian added, if you're worried, I can ask a few reputable individuals to act as guarantors. They possess assets exceeding 10 billion in real life and will ensure you do not suffer any loss. Honestly, when it comes to such a substantial sum, Xiaofeng felt a twinge of fear that the other party might abscond with the item. However, since the game lacked an official trading platform, he had no other options. Given that Zhan Tian had proactively suggested finding a guarantor, he deemed it a reasonable proposal and nodded. Let us find a reliable big shot to serve as the notary. I am currently in a red name state and unable to return to the city. Please come to the Dragon Blood City, Phantom Plains, coordinates XXXX, XXXX. I will await you there. All right, I shall come immediately. Oh, the location is quite distant. You may need to wait a bit, Zhan Tian replied, realizing the area was for level 80 players, which elicited a wry smile from him. No worries, if you're in a hurry, I can move back a bit. Xiaofeng offered. After some deliberation, the two agreed to meet at the level 60 monster area, Coldwind Ancient Road. Zhan Tian would bring some teammates for protection to avoid being too vulnerable to wild monsters. A notary would accompany him as well. Having finalized the transaction location, Xiaofeng departed from the Gafall land, heading towards Coldwind Ancient Road. The monsters in this area were still quite formidable for ordinary players, but not overwhelmingly so. Some elite players opted to level up nearby. As he returned with a crimson name, many players, upon seeing his extravagant gear, legendary, mythical, and epic, were filled with envy and a desire to defeat him for his treasures. However, upon viewing his information, the level 57 meteorological mage, Xiaofeng, ranked first on the leaderboard with over 8,000 health points, caused many to falter in fear. An assassin player, unable to resist temptation, opted to launch a surprise attack, employing skills such as backstab, blood strike, and deadly poison blade. After a series of continuous strikes, he inflicted over 5,000 damage. Yet, to his astonishment, Xiaofeng remained unscathed, a robust shield obscuring his health bar, absorbing the onslaught without so much as a tremor. Subsequently, the infamous red-named Xiaofeng raised his staff and unleashed a magnificent fireball plus, a meter in diameter, obliterating the assassin into mere ashes. Witnessing such formidable resilience and striking power, the crowd dared not entertain thoughts of confrontation and instinctively retreated, fearful of attracting the attention of this notorious player. Xiaofeng waited at the Coldwind Ancient Path for approximately 10 minutes before Zhan Tian and his group arrived. A total of 13 individuals appeared, 2 5-member teams, all bearing the emblem of the Conquest Guild. The remaining 3 attended in the capacity of notaries to provide assurance. Xiaofeng, your red name is rather intimidating. Jean Tian greeted from a distance. How many must you have slain to achieve such notoriety? A true force to be reckoned with in the robbery of the World Guild. The accompanying bodyguards expressed their awe, each a renowned player within the gaming realm, including a hidden-class starry hunter, ranked among the top 10. Yet, in the face of Xiao Feng's prowess in single-handedly taking on a guild, they appeared rather ordinary. Adorned in an earth element shield, Xiao Feng approached the group and lamented, I still need to vanquish several thousand high-level monsters to cleanse my name. I risked being eliminated to come here for this transaction. Ha ha ha, with your level and strength, who could possibly threaten you? Jean Tian laughed heartily. As they faced one another, he introduced himself, Xiao Feng. It is a pleasure to officially meet you. I am Jean Tian, the president of the Conquest of the Heavens Guild, real name Yang Yixiao, a verifiable corporate figure from the Dragon Kingdom. Our entry into Heavens serves to expand our online business while providing a respite for relaxation. It is truly an honor to meet a player of your caliber. Xiao Feng, merely a university student, lacked the finesse of eloquent speech and humbly replied, I am unworthy. I am simply a bit luckier than others. Jean Tian then introduced the three notaries. This is Su Mo, the vice president of Long Group, known in-game as Long and Jiuxiao. You can verify his credentials online. He is a man of great stature. This individual is the president of the Eight Desolations Guild, Bahuang Zhanshin, a formidable giant in the gaming world and my mentor. Lastly, we have Gao Qian, the owner of the Treasure Merchants Association, also a significant figure whose influence resonates throughout the gaming community. Each of the three individuals was more formidable than the last. Longing Group is a prominent enterprise in the Dragon Kingdom, with assets in the billions, making the vice president's authority evident. Xiao Feng recognized the Eight Desolations Guild, one of the top 10 in the Dragon Kingdom, albeit slightly lower in ranking, yet comparable to the robbery of the World Guild. Such a prominent figure, refraining from purchasing the residence construction order and instead acting as a notary for competitors, is indeed perplexing. The third individual is even more renowned, the little god of wealth. Gao Qian, nearly 60 years old, remains active in the gaming realm. In recent years, the Treasure Merchant Association has been a constant presence in every popular game on Blue Star. This association is perpetually among the top-tier player guilds within the game. Reports suggest that his real-world assets have reached the trillion mark, revealing the substantial profits he has garnered from the Blue Star gaming industry. With such illustrious figures as guarantors, Xiao Feng's concerns were finally alleviated, and the transaction commenced on the spot. Gao Qian's reputation is unparalleled. Xiao Feng entrusted the residence construction order to him and subsequently provided his banking information to Jean Tian. After logging off briefly to check his bank account, he was astounded to find that within a mere 3 minutes, his phone received a notification of a deposit amounting to 120 million, and his account was automatically upgraded to a diamond level, along with a notification regarding the opening of private banking services. The long sequence of zeros left him somewhat dizzy. After counting several times to confirm its accuracy, he logged back in. Disregarding other messages, Xiao Feng returned to the game. The disparity between real-world time and game time is considerable. He had only been offline for a minute, yet 10 minutes had elapsed in the game. After waiting for a while, the others finally witnessed his return. Upon logging in, Xiao Feng noticed everyone had red health bars, indicating they were in an attackable state. Instinctively, he cast a shield on himself. Jean Tian chuckled. There's no need to be so tense, Xiao God. You should have received the funds by now, right? Yes. I have, Xiao Feng replied, still struggling to calm his excitement. Once he confirmed this, Gao Qian proceeded to trade the residence construction order to Jean Tian. Pleasant cooperation. Xiao God seems to be without a guild. Would you be interested in joining us at the Conquest Guild? Jean Tian inquired, elated after acquiring the construction order. Xiao Feng politely declined, stating, I do not plan to join a guild at this time, perhaps in the future. All right then, I won't intrude further. But the Conquest Guild always welcomes your membership. After some polite exchanges, Jean Tian and the others soon shattered their return scrolls and departed. Having received the residence construction order, they were eager to apply for the territory and establish the first player domain in the Blue Star War Zone. This transaction proceeded exceptionally smoothly, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. After sharing his joy with friends about the substantial funds, Xiao Feng gradually subdued his excitement. He could now play the game with peace of mind, free from worries about job hunting after graduation. He felt fortunate, in an era where everyone struggles for a living. Receiving such a windfall made him believe he must have saved the universe in a past life. With the assurance of a solid economic foundation, Xiao Feng brimmed with confidence. His motivation for the game ever more abundant. After finishing his routine, he immediately sought ways to achieve the second transformation, then set out to undertake the task of the four great malevolents. I aim to unlock the second-level city, dismantle the temple, confront the supreme deity, and carve out a remarkable career in this world. Xiao Feng resolved with determination, while others pondered how to level up, acquire hidden professions, or gain contributions from the temple for advanced equipment. His foremost desire was to obliterate all those NPCs and temple clergy who harbored animosity towards him. Chapter 41. The Garrison Defense Battle. How tedious. In the realm of Divine Fall, a strikingly handsome wizard clad in a resplendent azure robe indiscriminately unleashed spells upon a horde of unsuspecting evil spirits. Lightning bolt, magic missile, fireball, magic missile. One by one, the malevolent creatures succumbed, while his nefarious points gradually dwindled. After manually vanquishing thousands of foes, Xiao Feng felt as if he were on the verge of transforming into an automaton of spellcasting. Ding! Battle Zone Announcement. The Guild Conquer the Heavens has successfully completed the prerequisite task for constructing a garrison and has received special approval from the Lord of Moonlight City. As the first guild in this battle zone to establish a garrison, all members will enjoy double experience points for garrison tasks over the next 7 days in game time. And the difficulty of the inaugural garrison defense battle will be reduced by 50. The announcement reverberated throughout the entire battle zone, reaching even overseas players simultaneously. A wave of astonishment swept through the populace. How impressive! On the very first day of the game, they had already commenced the construction of a garrison. It was rumored that the decree for garrison construction could only be dropped by mythic bosses of level 100 or above. What kind of guild was Conquer the Heavens to achieve such a feat? Double experience for everyone on tasks. What a delightful prospect. Farewell, guild leader. I'm off to reap some free experience. How envious. I wish I could join, but alas, I am the guild leader myself. Woe is me. The players of Dragon Country are truly relentless. Could they possibly be employing a strategy of sheer numbers to overwhelm the boss? Across the Blue Star Battle Zone of Heavens, excitement surged. Countless individuals inquired about where Conquer the Heavens was recruiting members. The system announcement of double experience proved to be far more effective than any advertisement, capturing the attention of millions with at least a few 100,000 eager to join their ranks. Although the double experience effect applied solely to the garrison construction task, yielding approximately 2 million experience points over 7 days, this equated to the arduous effort of an ordinary player battling for 3 hours. As Xiao Feng idly engaged with monsters in the realm of Divine Fall, the announcement piqued his interest. He opened his friends list and found Zhang Tian inquiring. Guild leader Zhang Tian, what is the approximate difficulty of your garrison defense battle? When does it commence? Zhang Tian seemed quite busy, taking a moment to respond. Thanks to your support, Xiao God, we're really making waves this time. I have hundreds of private messages to attend to and can hardly keep up. As for the garrison defense battle, it will commence in 24 hours. The specific difficulty is unknown, but the NPC Lord has dispatched a 300-member, level 100 city guard to assist us in our defense, so it should pose no significant issues. The garrison defense battle, as it is known, entails a siege of monsters. At that time, waves of wild creatures would emerge from all directions, launching assaults on the newly established outpost. The system's city-building speed is remarkably swift. Within 24 hours, a level 1 outpost can be completed, transforming into a quaint village with dimensions of 1,000 by 1,000 meters. This level of outpost is devoid of fortifications, possessing only a flimsy fence, rendering its defenses exceedingly vulnerable. Should a formidable boss attack the outpost, it would pose a grave threat, necessitating a human wall to withstand the onslaught. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's words, Xiao Feng furrowed his brow and remarked, knowing full well that the difficulty is halved. They have nonetheless dispatched an additional 300 level 100 soldiers to your aid. Clearly, the Lord understands that the defense will be arduous and believes you will struggle to hold the line. He continued, Zhang Tian, I advise you to prepare a sufficient number of resurrection scrolls and damage scrolls to avert any potential mishaps. Well, your point does hold some merit. Yes, I will ensure that my comrades level up swiftly and organize more personnel for defense, Zhang Tian acknowledged, taking his counsel to heart. Xiao Feng added, grant me a guest S privilege. Should the situation become untenable, I shall assist in your defense. After all, having received a substantial sum of 120 million from you, it would not reflect well on me if the outpost were to be lost due to inadequate defense. Haha, it would be an immense honor. With the great Xiaofeng's assistance, we can certainly secure our position, Zhang Tian exclaimed joyfully, having learned through the grapevine of Xiaofeng's prowess in vanquishing over 20,000 members of the Tianxia Guild, fully grasping the terrifying capabilities of the top-ranked player. The prospect of having such a formidable ally willing to assist without charge filled him with delight. Once their communication ended, a slight smile crept across Xiaofeng's lips. In truth, his desire to assist stemmed from another motive, the pursuit of experience points. For players of lesser strength, the outpost defense would be a calamity. Yet for one of his caliber, it represented an exceptional opportunity for rapid advancement. On a map teeming with monstrous foes, casting a Tempest spell or unleashing a rainstorm would yield experience points that soared as if propelled by a rocket, simply exhilarating to contemplate. The construction of the outpost by the Zhenjiang Guild has captivated countless individuals, sparking fervent discussions and interest. Many players, eager to partake in the double experience and the defense event, hastily applied to join the guild. However, amidst the joy of some, others were left in dismay. While the high-ranking officials of the Zhenjiang Guild were preoccupied with reviewing membership applications, elsewhere, the leaders of the Tianxia Guild, Tianxia Wudi, Tianxia Wushuang, and Tianxia Haojia, wore expressions as dark as the bottom of a pot. President, we have learned that the outpost token was indeed purchased from Xiaofeng. The exact transaction amount remains undisclosed, but it likely exceeds the bounty set by the gods and Dragon Soul, a member reported to the trio of managers. Damn it! Tianxia Wushuang seethed with fury, lamenting, this was meant to be our glory, now completely tarnished by Xiaofeng. In this battle, not only did we fail to secure the outpost token and ascend to the top guild in the battle zone, but we also squandered 3 hours of leveling time and incurred significant experience losses. After some calculations, it seems we have lost at least 4 or 5 levels. I am filled with resentment. Why is he so powerful while we languish, and he profits immensely? Enough of this. Tianxia Wushuang was still grumbling when he was interrupted by Tianxia Haojia, a vice president of equal standing. He admonished, Wushuang, you ought to reflect on your actions. Had you not provoked Xiaofeng, we would not have arrived at this juncture. This is not the time for complaints. We must devise a strategy to recover our losses and regain our progress. Haojia, you. Tianxia Wushuang, already incensed, felt his anger intensify at the reprimand. Just as he was about to retort, he heard the authoritative voice of their leader, Tianxia Wudi, who solemnly stated, Haojia is correct. Your actions have indeed played a significant role in our current predicament. Brother, Tianxia Wushuang, who had always held deep respect for his elder brother, found himself at a loss for words, feeling quite aggrieved. Tianxia Wudi continued, we have been brothers for many years, and I do not wish to speak harshly. However, from now on, you should learn to be more discreet. Everyone in Zhejiang has drawn prizes. Countless fortunate players exist, each possessing potential cards we may not be aware of. Unless faced with unavoidable circumstances, it is best not to make enemies. Having learned his lesson, Tianxia Wushuang felt increasingly wronged and harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xiaofeng. He lowered his head, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. Yes, brother, I understand. We must continue gathering information, even if we have lost our first position. We must secure a place among the top 3. We cannot afford to fall further behind, lest we risk losing our standing among the top 10 guilds. Tianxia Wudi stated with grave seriousness, issuing a command. Leader, what if during our next encounter with the mythic boss, Xiaofeng comes to disrupt us again? Tianxia Haojia voiced his concerns. Tianxia Wudi gazed into the distance, his expression complex. Before responding after a long pause, I will enlist a skilled expert to bolster our ranks. With him present, Xiaofeng will not be able to stir up trouble. Such a person exists? Could it be that my brother is referring to? Both vice presidents were taken aback. Under their curious gazes, Tianxia Wudi nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is Yijian. His hidden class may not excel in group damage like Xiaofeng, but when it comes to single-target assassination, he is undoubtedly the strongest presence in the Blue Star battle zone. Indeed, it is him. A look of relief spread across Tianxia Haojia's face, while Tianxia Wushuang grinned sinisterly, as if envisioning the scene where Xiaofeng is taken down in a one-on-one confrontation. Chapter 42, Major Attribute Update in the Land of the Fallen Gods. Xiaofeng was still engaged in battling monsters. Approximately 10 minutes after the announcement of the campaign, His sin value was finally cleared. The system prompted, "Congratulations! Your level has risen to 59," as his name returned to its original white hue. Xiaofeng had finally advanced to level 59, further outpacing other players. He could finally leave this wretched place. Relieved, Xiaofeng eagerly shattered the teleportation scroll, returning to Dragonblood City with a backpack brimming with exquisite equipment. With over 700,000 gold coins in his possession, he was ready to indulge at the auction house. This time, he intended to replace all his gear with epic items of level 50 or above, savoring the experience of opulence. Upon returning to Dragonblood City, Xiaofeng's first encounter was a scolding from the patrolling city guards. "Get out of the way. Don't obstruct the path." The NPC soldiers were increasingly aggressive, treating other players either with indifference or polite requests to step aside, yet upon encountering Xiaofeng, they reacted as though they had stumbled upon a sworn enemy. Observing a small group of NPC soldiers gradually retreating, Xiaofeng began to envision the kinds of equipment they might drop upon their demise. "A nobleman takes revenge. It is never too late. I shall return to dismantle your stronghold in a few days," he thought fiercely, before hastily making his way to the marketplace. Upon reaching the warehouse district of the marketplace, Xiaofeng promptly retrieved his class-exclusive weapon, the meteorological staff, from his storage. Meteorological staff, class-exclusive, non-tradable, non-modifiable, non-discardable. Never drops, quality, legendary level requirement, 50 class requirement, meteorological mage spell attack, 195 intelligence, 50 stamina, 25 special effect, mastery, when using class-exclusive skills. There is a 1 chance to immediately reset the cooldown of that skill. Special effect, meteorological expansion. All spell-based skills have their scale increased by 100, enhanced from the base scale. Equipped with this weapon, Xiaofeng's attack power soared beyond 500. But that was not all. He adorned himself with the best available epic and legendary gear, swiftly visiting the auction house to procure any missing pieces. Xiaofeng quickly replaced his current gear with the highest quality equipment he could find. He withdrew all the gold earned from previously auctioned items and purchased several suitable level 50 epic pieces. Even the recently acquired level 30 epic gloves, Moonlight Gauntlets, and the level 20 Sapphire Belt from the unparalleled drop were exchanged for superior alternatives. After completing his equipment overhaul and allocating his attribute points, Xiaofeng's stats had been utterly transformed. Name: Xiaofeng. Occupation: Meteorological Mage. Promotable: Level 59. Talent: Divine Might Super God. Weather Control: Legendary. Health points: 9,834 9,834 Mana points: 1476 Spell attack power: 815 Physical defense: 110 Magical defense: 180 Strength: 89 Intelligence: 297 Constitution: 139 Mentality: 264 Agility: 109 Potential points: 0 Mastered skills: Magic Missile, Chain Lightning, Fireball, Lightning Arrow, Torrential Rain, Gale, Earth Elemental Shield Equipment. Meteor Staff, Legendary. Attack Power 195, Intelligence 50, Constitution 25, Magic Crystal Pendant, Epic. Maximum Health 500. Mentality 100, Ethereal Sacred Ring, Mythical. All Attributes 30, Fire Element Ring, Epic. Attack Power 25, Intelligence 10, Physical Defense 10. Additional enhancement of fire magic damage. Negligible for Xiaofeng. Godslayer Robe, Mythical. Maximum Health 3600, Mentality 50, Physical Defense 50, Magical Defense 100. Restores 50 mana per second. Longevity Headscarf, Epic. Maximum Health 450, Constitution 10, Physical Defense 20, Auto-regenerates 10 health every 5 seconds. Scholar's Belt, Epic. Maximum Health 350. Mentality 10. Magical Defense 25. Auto-regenerates 5 mana every 5 seconds. Snow Mountain Magic Pattern Pants, Epic. Maximum Health 400. Constitution 10. Physical Defense 15. Magical Defense 15. Flower Princess Gloves, Epic. Maximum Health 250. Intelligence 20. Mentality 10. Magical Defense 15. Swift Shoes, Legendary. Maximum Health 500. Agility 20. Movement Speed 100. The complete version of the 59-level Meteorological Mage, Xiaofeng, boasts an extraordinarily lavish attribute panel. Even without the thousandfold talent, he would undoubtedly qualify as an elite player. Initially, Xiaofeng contemplated abandoning health and defense entirely to invest in offensive attributes. After all, every point of spell attack equates to 12,000 shield points. No amount of health or defense could rival that. However, the current auction house offered a mere handful of 50-level epic gear, leaving him to select the most practical options available. How fortunate it is to be part of a grand guild. While the unparalleled guild's members could learn Meteor Fall at just over level 20, here he is at level 59, with intelligence barely reaching 300. Such comparisons breed envy in the heart. Yet, upon reflection, is not Conquerors of the Heavens also a grand guild? Their current influence likely surpasses that of the unparalleled guild by leaps and bounds. Perhaps it would be wise to seek assistance from them. With this thought, he reached out to Battle Heaven once more. President Battle Heaven, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, Xiaofeng stated directly. Please, speak, Great Mage Xiao. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall do my utmost to assist, Battle Heaven replied warmly. Xiaofeng succinctly described his situation, expressing a pressing need for specialized equipment to enhance his intelligence points. At level 50 and as a mage, he sought gear that maximized intelligence, disregarding other attributes. He had ample gold, and thus, the price was negotiable. As long as the items were available, money was no object. Was he solely focused on intelligence to learn advanced skills? Zhang Tian, possessing extensive gaming experience, quickly surmised his intentions. He responded, no problem. This minor task is quite simple for our guild. Just provide a coordinate, and I will have my brothers deliver the items to you shortly. There is no need for payment. It's all trivial. That won't do. My requirements are rather high. To acquire a full set. Xiaofeng felt somewhat awkward about accepting gifts. However, Zhang Tian chuckled. Aren't you merely learning a skill? Once you've mastered it, you can return the equipment, right? We've just completed a transaction worth over 1 billion. We are partners now. Borrowing a few items shouldn't warrant any rental fee. Ah, that is true. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng felt enlightened. Thank you very much, President Zhang. Ha ha ha, no need for formalities. I'm merely a few years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Lao Yang, and I shall refer to you as Brother Xiao. Zhang Tian was exceedingly amiable. This president understood the considerable influence top players wielded in the game, and he regarded Xiaofeng as a significant potential asset. Although he could not recruit him, he was certainly unwilling to foster animosity. Helping him out felt like an opportunity for Zhang Tian, as the favor Xiaofeng owed was certainly worth more than mere equipment. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Tian returned to his tasks. Xiaofeng waited patiently for about 10 minutes before spotting an assassin player bearing the conquest icon approaching briskly. Apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed Xiaofeng, the newcomer, named Jie Tian, announced, having reached level 35, straddling the line between the first and second tiers. Thank you for making the trip, Xiaofeng replied courteously, forgoing any airs of grandeur. They proceeded with the trade, and soon, several pieces of pure intelligence-enhancing equipment found their way into Xiaofeng's possession. Boots of Wisdom, Epic. Intelligence 30, Book of Erudition, Epic. Intelligence 100. Special Effect, Erudition. Additional Intelligence 50. Ring of the Sage S Discipline, Epic. Intelligence 30. Intelligence 20, Necklace of the Arcane Spirit, Legendary. Intelligence 150. All 4 pieces were solely dedicated to enhancing intelligence, rendering other attributes negligible. Such equipment was peculiar. It could be deemed exceptional or worthless, as it only contributed to intelligence, making it unsuitable for average players. However, for Xiaofeng, the gear was quite advantageous, as his attack power closely matched his health, proving reliable. Yet, since it was agreed that the items were merely on loan, he felt it inappropriate to suggest purchasing them. After mastering the skill, he would indeed return them. Ding. Would you like to learn the skill Meteor Strike? Upon learning, the skill book will be removed from your inventory. Chapter 43. Such fortuitous encounters, he utilized the skill book from his backpack, prompting a notification from the system. Without hesitation, Xiaofeng selected Confirm. Ding. Congratulations. You have mastered the legendary skill Meteoric Strike. Meteoric Strike condenses fire elements to summon meteors from the heavens, dealing 2,000 spell damage to a specified target area, with an additional 50 splash damage within a 30-meter radius. Chanting time, 10 seconds, mana cost, 500, cooldown, 60 minutes. Upon seeing an additional orange skill in his skill bar, Xiaofeng laughed maniacally. With a potential damage output of 200, 000 times his magical attack, and an attack power of 815, he could inflict a staggering 163 million damage. Furthermore, with a 600 amplification, the damage within a radius of 180 meters would reach 81.5 million. This is simply divine. He was eager to test the efficacy of this skill. However, he knew he must prioritize his job advancement. The second job change represented a critical juncture. As all major professions would learn skills for control, dispelling, and invincibility, alongside enhanced attribute growth, where each attribute point could translate into greater final statistics. Xiao Feng's job change, however, differed from others. While he possessed the job change item, Weather Mage's secret tome, he lacked a mentor and would require assistance from an NPC. The last mentor, Yu Tu, who had facilitated his previous job change, seemed to have vanished, and given his demeanor, it was unlikely he would assist a second time. Thus, Xiao Feng resolved to seek another mentor. But where to find one? Throughout the day, he had primarily engaged in adventures, battling monsters to level up, or clashing with members of the Tianxia Guild. He had not undertaken any quests, rendering him quite unfamiliar with the distribution of NPCs within the game. After some contemplation, Xiao Feng opened his friend list and tapped on Li Li. Old Li, you're well informed. Help me find a mage NPC above level 100, excluding those from the temple. I need to change jobs. At that moment, Li Li was leveling up with Zhang Fan, Dun Dun, Blind Sister, and a random passerby. Upon receiving the message, he promptly replied, "Sure, I'll inquire." Less than 5 minutes later, he sent another message. "Old Xiao, I've found quite a few. I'll compile the information for you. Take your time to peruse. We're about to battle a boss, so I'll chat with you later." "All right. Call me if you encounter a boss you can't handle," Xiao Feng responded. Soon after, he received a plethora of NPC information from Li Li. He began to examine each entry meticulously. Wild Mage NPC information list 1. High Priestess Elena of Ice and Snow, level 175 mythical leader. Located near the Ice City in a place called Frost Fortress. 2. Grand Sorcerer Duncan, level 180 legendary leader, situated in the level 4 city of Ironhelm City. One of the high-ranking military officials of that city. 3. Fire Domain Mage Larinar. The mythic level 200 boss, the quest NPC of the advanced map, the Abyssal Lake. Dwells in solitude while guarding this realm, thus feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness. He readily extends his assistance to players in need. Next, we encounter the Moon Poet, Difiona. A mythic level 150 boss, identified as a bard, who has recently made her appearance in the 5th level town of Boulder Town. A comprehensive list detailing over 30 advanced mage-type NPCs and their respective locations is presented. After perusing a dozen entries, Xiao Feng finds himself overwhelmed and disinclined to continue. The sheer volume of information leaves him dizzy. He conducts a cursory selection from the top down. Firstly, Frost Fortress sounds ominously linked to warfare. In venturing there would likely result in immediate confrontation, it is best to avoid it. The second option bears similar implications. Encountering military NPCs without being attacked would be a stroke of luck, and they would certainly not offer assistance. The third option merits consideration. A mythic level 200 boss is undoubtedly a formidable figure. However, the Abyssal Lake appears to be quite distant, an exhausting 3-hour trek. As for the Moon Poet, yes, she shall be my choice. The realm of the heavens is immensely vast. The jurisdiction of each third-level capital is comparable to the land area of the Dragon Kingdom. Although sprinkled within this territory are several 4th-level cities, equipped with teleportation arrays. The distances between each city exceed 1,000 kilometers, rendering travel exceedingly arduous. The Abyssal Lake is situated within the dominion of the Flame Capital, a zone populated by monsters of level 150, visited by only a handful of players during their quests. Not wishing to squander excessive time traversing the landscape, Xiao Feng resolves to seek the nearest destination, Boulder Town. He opens the world map to search for the name. In an instant, the map auto-indexes, pinpointing the territory of Storm City. Geographically, it lies approximately 950 kilometers northwest of Storm City, conveniently close to the 4th-level city of Wind Fury, reachable within 30 minutes. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng clears his backpack, carrying only the Weather Mage's secret tome, Corruption of Magic, and a handful of essential items, embarking on his journey towards second advancement. He pays a fee of 10 gold coins to return to Storm City. Subsequently, he initiates a teleportation to a smaller city within the jurisdiction for just 1 gold coin. Arriving at Wind Fury, The scale of this fourth-level city is considerably smaller than that of the third-level capital. The teleportation square is merely the size of a basketball court, with streets only 3 to 4 meters wide. Compared to the expansive main city, this smaller urban enclave resonates more with daily life, its rhythm less frenetic. The player population here is sparse. Due to the absence of resurrection arrays in the fourth-level city, players who perish must return to the third-level capital, resulting in a diminished permanent population. Furthermore, the resources available in the fourth-level city, NPCs, quests, and monster maps, are inferior to those of the main city, rendering long-term residents primarily casual players. It is indeed a rarity that no one has urged him to depart. Exiting the teleportation array, Xiao Feng observes his surroundings. Noting the complete absence of patrolling soldiers, he feels momentarily disoriented. He consults the map to ascertain the direction of Boulder Town and prepares to make his way there on foot. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise suddenly emanated from nearby. "It's you, the Na'vi and affluent Xiao Feng." The tone was soft and melodious, yet the startled inflection, coupled with the content of the words, rendered it somewhat unappealing. Xiao Feng turned to see a female player adorned in a flowing white robe, clutching a spellbook, hastening towards him. "Don't run. I must repay you this time." She bounded forward in a few swift steps, spreading her arms to block his path. How is it possible to encounter this? Xiao Feng was utterly bewildered. This female player was none other than the fortunate Miao Miao, who had previously sold him 3 pieces of equipment for 5 silver coins in the novice village, later deeming it too expensive and wishing to return the money. Upon checking her profile, he noted that she had reached level 39 and was a moon witch with a commendable standing on the leaderboard. In a realm with over 100 million players, 7 major cities, and dozens of level 4 towns, the coincidence was nothing short of remarkable. "Quickly, accept the trade." Upon blocking his path, Miao Miao immediately initiated a trade request. Xiao Feng was at a loss for words. 5 silver coins. A mere 50 cents. Hardly enough to purchase a bottle of water. And yet, she had halted him twice at the teleportation array. "Well, if you insist on giving it, then so be it." Xiao Feng thought, resigned to the fact that encountering someone so tenaciously meticulous might lead to him being pursued across the world should he choose to flee. Accepting the trade request, the other party presented an offer of 50 silver coins. When the game first launched, the exchange rate for 1 gold coin was $100. Now, it had depreciated to $10, a tenfold decrease in value. The original price of 5 silver coins equated to the current 50 silver coins. The actual value of those 3 pieces of equipment was approximately 50 cents, or 5 silver coins today. Thus, I had overcharged you, necessitating a refund of 45 silver coins. However, considering that a day had passed and in light of interest, liquidity, and regeneration issues, I shall add an additional 5 silver coins as compensation. Click confirm. And we shall be square. For a paltry 50 silver coins, she had managed to articulate an extensive monologue. Throughout, Xiao Feng paid little attention, barely comprehending her words. With a mere click, he confirmed the transaction, receiving the 50 silver coins, and promptly turned to leave. "Hey, let us be friends," Miao Miao called after him, sending a friend request. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Feng swiftly declined. "Why?" Miao Miao inquired, puzzled. Xiao Feng's lips twitched. The last time he had rejected her was due to her calling him Na'vi and wealthy, leaving him with a grudge. But this time, he was purely apprehensive. How could he not be? A woman so fiercely meticulous and intent on accounting matters could prove a relentless nuisance should any financial dealings arise. Such a person could never be a friend. With a sudden burst of speed, he activated his swift boots, unleashing a 200 movement speed, vanishing without a trace. "Stop. How infuriating. What is wrong with you? What have I done to you?" The fortunate cat observed Xiao Feng sprinting away with remarkable speed, causing her to stomp her feet in frustration. Despite her kind-hearted attempt to return his money, he not only failed to appreciate her gesture, but also reacted as if confronted by a fierce tigress. She pondered, is she truly that intimidating? Chapter 44. The debut of Meteoric Arts. Xiao Feng ventured out of the city, hastily making his way towards the direction of Giant Rock Town. Along the roads outside the city, one could observe several players engaged in leveling up, albeit at a leisurely pace, their levels rather modest. Groups of 3 to 5 formed small parties, leisurely attracting monsters and defeating them at a gradual tempo. Among them were both the elderly and children, creating an atmosphere that was tranquil and harmonious, far removed from the violent nature of the leveling zones near the main city. Beyond the outskirts of Wind Fury City lay a small river, which Xiao Feng crossed via a rickety wooden bridge. Approaching him was an NPC maiden. Not only the players here were relaxed, but the NPCs appeared equally so. The maiden was adorned in a pristine white dress, a bouquet of wildflowers in hand. Her steps light and buoyant as she hummed a tune, reminiscent of a sprite. This scene was dreamlike, akin to a fairy tale. Xiao Feng couldn't help but be enchanted. A smile gracing his face, his mood lightened. However, in the next moment, as he was about to pass the NPC maiden, she unexpectedly stumbled, falling flat on the ground with a resounding thud. "Oh no, I've fallen!" the NPC maiden exclaimed loudly. Xiao Feng was taken aback. What on earth? How could one fall on such a flat surface? His expression was one of utter disbelief. To his astonishment, the NPC maiden clung tightly to one of his legs. Crying out, "Help! The adventurer has maliciously knocked me down. Come quickly, he's bullying an underage girl." What was happening? Was she attempting to extort him? Xiao Feng was utterly dumbfounded. After years of gaming, he had never encountered such a situation. Gazing down, he noticed that the NPC maiden was quite attractive, scoring a commendable 95 out of 100 on the beauty scale. Yet her character was questionable, attempting to extort even a modest level 59 mage like himself. Danis, level 73 health, 272,400 272,400 magical attack, 910 physical defense, 45 magical defense, 60 skills, Windblade, Windwall, Levitation, Mini Wind Tornado. Upon examining her attributes, he realized that despite her level being merely 73, her stats were akin to those of an epic-level boss, proving her to be no weakling. It was utterly despicable that such a formidable young lady resorted to the antics of an elderly swindler. "Let go," Xiao Feng said curtly. Danis cried out. "You think you can just run after knocking me down? Pay up. You won't leave without 1,000 gold coins." 1,000 gold coins? Why don't you go rob someone instead? Humph, how could a beauty like me ever become a thief? Enough with the excuses, hand over the money, or I shall report you. Danis's slender arms surprisingly possessed a remarkable strength, and Xiao Feng found himself unable to break free. Faced with the NPC maiden's defiant expression, a surge of frustration welled up within Xiao Feng. "What? I can be extorted by an NPC in a game? You refuse to let go, do you? Very well. Then I shall teach you a lesson with meteoric arts. Just because you're an NPC and think your beauty grants you impunity, doesn't mean you can act with such audacity. Let us not mention that she is merely a collection of data, even if she were a real person." Xiao would not hesitate to strike. Meteor spell. Xiao Feng began to chant the forbidden incantation on the spot. As a legendary skill, the chanting duration of the meteor spell spans a lengthy 10 seconds. During this interval, the fire element wildly converged, and suddenly a crimson object materialized in the sky, gradually taking shape. "What are you doing? Could it be?" Danis, a wind mage with considerable knowledge, was startled by Xiao Feng's readiness to unleash a forbidden spell. In a flurry of anxiety, she exclaimed, "Let's talk this over. No need to resort to forbidden spells. If 1,000 gold coins seem steep, we can negotiate." "Release me," Xiao Feng retorted coldly. The countdown for the chant had dwindled to 5 seconds. "How about 500 gold coins? Would that suffice?" Danis clung to his leg, attempting to haggle. With the countdown now at 2 seconds, Xiao Feng replied, "You are finished." Wait, I won't extort you anymore." Danis, with a reluctant expression, finally let go under the intimidation of the meteor spell. Simultaneously, the chanting concluded. Considering her sensibility, Xiao Feng adjusted the spell's target, redirecting the meteor spell towards a nearby rabbit grazing by the riverbank. Wild rabbit, level 5 health, 340 skills. None with a rumbling sound. The sky darkened abruptly, and a fire-red meteor hovered above, shaking the air and exerting a tremendous pressure upon the universe as it plummeted at high speed. What a massive meteor! Danis, having regained her footing, looked up in astonishment at the gigantic meteor, 6 times larger than the standard meteor spell. Players training outside Wind Fury City were drawn to the commotion, all glancing in its direction. What is that? A shooting star? A meteor? Magic? Oh my goodness, help! Run! Those nearby were so frightened that they fled in panic. The meteor, in its descent, emitted a dazzling blaze as it sliced through the air. The next moment, boom! A colossal explosion reverberated throughout Wind Fury City. The earth trembled, the river surged, and people fell uncontrollably to the ground. The meteor struck the earth, creating an immense and unfathomable crater. The shockwave radiated outward, extending over 180 meters before it gradually dissipated. The area affected was several times larger than a football field. Amidst the resounding blast, a faint, anguished cry of a small creature could be discerned. Poor little rabbit, caught in the extensive coverage of the meteor spell, had nowhere to escape and was instantly reduced to ashes. 162999999, a 9-digit damage value slowly rose from the center of the impact. Within the 180-meter radius, numerous damage values in the millions emerged, indicating that far more than just one wild creature had perished. Good heavens, how terrifying. Is this truly a natural phenomenon within the game? Damn it, I was utterly startled. What on earth is this? That wretched meteorite. It has tragically claimed the life of the adorable bunny. Outside the city, the players stood in stunned silence as the effects of the meteor spell dissipated. Xiaofeng was astounded to discover a 5-meter-deep crater at the center of the impact zone. This forbidden spell had a profound effect on the game environment. How astonishing. He distinctly remembered that when Tianxia Wushuang had struck him with a meteorite previously, it had not caused such widespread devastation. The magnitude of this impact was likely attributable to the innate talents of the weather mage, coupled with an exceptionally high damage output. Although the crater began to restore itself almost instantly, its shocking effect remained terrifying. You scared me. Compensation, compensation, complained Danis, her face pale. Clearly understanding the magnitude of damage the meteor spell could inflict, she instinctively demanded money. As soon as she uttered those words, she immediately regretted it, hastily waving her hands and saying, No, that's not what I meant. It's just a habit. Xiaofeng shot her a fierce glare, prepared to unleash another lightning arrow. However, seeing her cower so quickly, he decided to let it slide. Make way, he said curtly. Toll fee. Danis once again instinctively opened her mouth to demand money, only to be silenced by her own left hand forcefully covering her mouth, her subsequent words dying in her throat. Crazy, Xiaofeng rolled his eyes and continued on his way. Wretched adventurer. Danis glared at him resentfully, casting a wary glance at the distant meteorite crater. She then picked up the wildflower she had dropped, sniffed it, rubbed her eyes, and continued to play the role of an innocent maiden, humming a tune as she strolled forward. Before long, a level 39 female player emerged from the city, traversing the same path and crossing the small bridge. Chapter 45. The aging poet Lucky Cat found herself in a rather melancholic mood. Despite having settled her debts, joy eluded her. Upon exiting the city, she caught sight of the picturesque landscapes beyond the walls, where verdant mountains met shimmering waters, and her spirits lifted slightly. Ahead, on a quaint little bridge, a naive NPC girl was singing, and Lucky Cat felt compelled to approach and listen to the enchanting melodies of the game. However, just then thud. Oh dear, I've fallen. Woe is me. An adventurer has maliciously bumped into me. Come quickly, witness the bullying of an underage girl. After colliding, they wish to flee. Compensate me. You shan't leave without 1,000 gold coins today. Lucky Cat. 20 minutes later, Xiaofeng arrived at Giant Stone Town. The scale of this town was comparable to Silver Mine Town. Although referred to as a town, it was more akin to a village, with merely a handful of shops and scattered players milling about. Hey, friend, do you happen to know where the Bard de Fiona is? Xiaofeng casually inquired of a nearby player. Well, a level 59 powerhouse. It's the legendary Xiaofeng, the top of the leaderboard. Right. So do you know where I can find de Fiona? Xiaofeng replied with a forced smile. You're amazing. Could you take me along to level up? Your equipment looks incredible. Could you spare me a piece? Pardon me, I must take my leave. Xiaofeng swiftly departed, abandoning his quest for directions and opting to search the town himself. Typically, NPC bards are frequently found in taverns. Indeed, there was a tavern in the town, and he hurried inside, immediately greeted by the harmonious strumming of a harp accompanied by a rich baritone voice. Why is it a man? Xiaofeng mused as he checked the information. The bard, named Algernon, was level 80, evidently not the target of his search. Within the tavern were only 3 souls, the bard, the tavern owner, and a blind old woman. Xiaofeng intended to inquire about de Fiona's whereabouts. However, upon glancing at the old woman's information, he found exactly what he sought. Moon Bard de Fiona, mythical leader, level 150 health, 13, 700, 000, 13, 700. 000, target level too high. No further data available. Goodness, she is quite elderly. When first reading the description, he had presumed this melodious bard, with such a melodious name, would be a beauty, perhaps no older than 35, embodying the allure of a sultry matron. Yet, upon closer inspection, Her age seemed to have doubled, if not more. At that moment, the male bard concluded his song and addressed Xiaofeng. On this splendid sunny afternoon, encountering a dashing warrior such as yourself is indeed a delightful occurrence. Sir, would you care for a poem? A mere 30 copper coins will suffice for a glass of rum. Very well, Xiaofeng replied with a smile, willingly paying the 30 copper coins. The male poet strummed his harp and continued to sing another song, with concise lyrics, simple rhythms, and a deep, elegant voice. It was indeed a delightful experience. Madam, please bring some food and drink for me, this elderly lady, and the poet. Xiaofeng, possessing a fortune of several 100,000 gold coins, displayed his wealth extravagantly by producing a handful of gold coins. The singing poet paused momentarily upon witnessing such a bounty. The elderly lady glanced at Xiaofeng but uttered no words. Judging by her reaction, it seemed she did not exhibit any response to Otto's curse, which relieved Xiaofeng slightly. As long as she was not a devout follower of the gods, it was acceptable. Shortly thereafter, the innkeeper presented them with meat, wine, and fruit. The culinary delights in the game offered no attributes, merely satisfying their appetites. The elderly lady showed no hesitation, beginning to indulge in the food and drink at her table. After the poet finished his second song, he proclaimed, "I shall sing another poem for this generous adventurer. But first, let us raise a glass." In the act of lifting his cup, he discreetly pocketed a gold coin from the table. Xiaofeng observed silently, choosing to simply enjoy the music. Upon the completion of the third song, the bard appeared eager to repeat his earlier action. At that moment, the elderly lady, Lady Fiona, had finished her drink and turned to Xiaofeng, inquiring, "Are you here to seek my assistance?" "Yes, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Xiaofeng replied candidly. The bard, Algernon, assumed Xiaofeng was lavishly spending gold in admiration of his melodious voice, and felt somewhat disheartened upon overhearing their exchange. Lady Fiona, witnessing this scene, remarked, "It is not easy for bards." Understanding the underlying narrative, Xiaofeng nodded. Indeed, one has witnessed the myriad facets of life, tasted its bitterness and sweetness, yet can only record it through song, unable to alter its course. In addressing an elderly NPC, it was logical to appeal to their empathy from the perspective of life's hardships. As for the bard's existence, Xiaofeng was unaware, merely fabricating a few generic phrases. The bewildered bard, Algernon, chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Well, it's not so bad. Aside from some poverty and frequent hunger, life isn't particularly difficult." Lady Fiona smiled in agreement, nodding with understanding. In an instant, Xiaofeng grasped the opportunity. "Here, with this, you need not go hungry again." He produced 1,000 gold coins and placed them on the table as a gratuity for Algernon. "Ah, this. Algernon was taken aback. Over 1,000 gold coins. In a world where a cup of wine costs merely 20 copper coins, an average NPC requires only a few silver coins to sustain themselves for a month. 1,000 gold coins positioned one among the ranks of the super wealthy in this small town. Xiaofeng's actions left both Algernon and the tavern proprietress utterly astonished. Difona, too, displayed a look of surprise as she remarked, "Young man, you possess considerable wealth. However, such an abundance of money does not serve to aid him. Rather, it may lead to his detriment. Are you not concerned about the possibility of being robbed?" Xiaofeng chuckled in response. The elderly lady shook her head, candidly stating, "Wealth can strip one of their integrity. Sudden riches often lead to moral decay." Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng countered, "Not everyone succumbs in such a manner. Those who fall prey to the allure of wealth were devoid of integrity to begin with." "Oh, what leads you to this conclusion?" the old woman inquired, intrigued. Xiaofeng replied with a smile, "I am but a newly affluent individual, and my fortune far exceeds a mere 1,000 gold coins. It's multiplied by hundreds, even thousands. Yet, I remain unchanged. Money has merely alleviated many of my worries without rendering me blind." He felt quite justified in this assertion, as his personal experiences held more authority than any argument. The elderly lady regarded him thoughtfully, eventually nodding slightly. "You are commendable, indeed. You possess the qualities befitting a weather mage." With that, the conversation shifted to the crux of the matter. Xiaofeng feigned a bitter smile, stating, regrettably, "I have offended the gods, leaving me without the opportunity for advancement. My purpose in seeking your guidance today is to request your assistance in becoming a grand sorcerer." Chapter 46. The Divine Spring of Shenlu in the Realm of Clash Transitions. Each stage bears a distinctive name. Below level 10, one is referred to as an apprentice. Upon reaching level 10 and undergoing the first transition, one becomes an official mage. At level 50, the second transition bestows the title of Grand Mage, while at level 100, one ascends to the rank of Magus. The fourth transition at level 150 elevates one to the status of Grand Magus, culminating in the fifth transition at level 200, which grants the title of Sanctified Mage. Daphne had long discerned the information regarding Xiaofeng, thus her response came as no surprise to her. Nodding, she said, "I can assist you with this endeavor, but I have one condition." "Please, go ahead," he urged. "You may not be aware, but I have a deep-seated conflict with the Moon Temple. The High Priestess of the Moon is dispatching numerous individuals to covertly track my whereabouts, intent on eliminating me." Daphne revealed. Xiaofeng felt a surge of confusion. Wasn't he this elderly lady a moon poet? How could she be at odds with the Moon Temple? Both factions revered the moon goddess, sharing a common faith. Logically, they should coexist harmoniously. Recently, the Moon Temple has nurtured several new heirs who have inherited the legacies of the Moon Sorceress, the Dark Moon Archer, and the Shadow Assassin. These individuals will soon come to attempt my assassination, and I require your assistance to fend them off. Once that is accomplished, I shall facilitate your class transition, she explained. Ding. Do you accept the quest, expel the heirs of the Moon Temple? The system prompted. A flash of insight illuminated Xiaofeng's mind as he comprehended the situation. It turned out that the fortunate feline, who had inherited the Moon Sorceress's profession, was also seeking out this NPC in Giant Stone Town. However, her intention was not to seek aid, but rather to eliminate her. Not a problem. I shall take care of this trifling matter, he declared with confidence. But wait, why would a formidable individual like you, at level 150, be afraid of a bunch of youngsters? He thumped his chest to reassure, but halfway through, he felt a strange unease. Daphne sighed and shook her head with a wry smile. I have grown old. Do not be deceived by my apparent strength. I now struggle even to walk and possess little energy to cast spells. Very well, he muttered, bemused by the irony of lacking the strength to cast spells yet having the vigor to facilitate a class transition. Truly, character traits are often rigidly adhered to. Xiaofeng silently scoffed. The quest had been accepted, with the objective being to expel 3 heirs of the Moon Temple, and the reward clearly stated as a transition to the second-tier profession. It seemed that he would need to remain here for some time to achieve his transition. Meanwhile, Algernon had consumed some food during their conversation. He did not take all the gold coins from the table but only selected 10. Daphne noticed this action and inquired as to why. He replied, I do not consider myself capable of regarding wealth as mere refuse like this valiant gentleman. Therefore, I prefer to carry only a modest amount of money, sufficient to sustain my travels, stave off hunger, and keep warm. That is all I require. This statement prompted both Xiaofeng and Daphne to regard him with newfound respect. Valiant gentleman, dear grandmother, allow me to offer you another poem, he proclaimed, taking a hearty swig of wine before resuming his melody on the lute. Once upon a time, there was a valiant warrior named Xiaofeng. The poet, with a mere utterance, spun forth an impromptu ballad, transforming Xiaofeng into a formidable hero, one who scorned wealth. As the final notes of the poem faded, a knock resonated at the tavern door. Fiona, furrowing her brow, remarked, "She has arrived." Immediately, Xiaofeng beheld the entrance of a female player known as Lucky Meow. "Greetings, innkeeper. I am in search of someone named, Xiaofeng. You are here too." She had traversed from shop to shop, habitually inquiring about him, only to encounter the very person who had bested her twice. "Are you here to slay her?" Xiaofeng pointed toward the elderly lady beside him. Lucky Meow cast a glance at the NPC's details and recognized Fiona, exclaiming, "How did you know?" Xiaofeng shrugged. "It is my duty to protect her. According to the quest description, I must eliminate 3 players akin to you." "What?" Lucky Meow's face was painted with disbelief, but her expression soon transformed into one of fury. Are you deliberately toying with my emotions? Refusing to repay me? Rejecting my friend request? And now orchestrating an NPC to con me? You have gone too far. How could that be? You were the one who was impolite, calling me foolish and wealthy." Xiaofeng replied innocently, though bemusement crept in. "Were you also victimized by that NPC? What do you mean also? That Danes was clearly sent by you." She admitted it. Lucky Meow seethed with rage, nearly on the verge of striking him. Xiaofeng was bewildered by her accusations. "What do you mean? Can NPCs truly bear false witness? When did I arrange for her? She was the one attempting to con me, and I merely frightened her away with a forbidden spell. I am but an ordinary player. I lack the capability to command NPCs." Upon hearing this, Lucky Meow felt a semblance of understanding dawning upon her, yet her resentment lingered. Then why did she claim that you sent her after me? She extorted 1,000 gold coins from me, and my total wealth is barely over 2,000. The tone of her voice dripped with grievance. Encountering such an experience, being swindled by an NPC is not a common plight. While Xiaofeng possessed formidable strength, frightening Dainese away with a meteor spell, she was not as powerful. Despite her possession of divine artifacts and commendable attributes, she found herself at a disadvantage against the cunning level 73 epic Dainese, ultimately yielding the 1,000 gold coins as a medical fee. Xiaofeng replied, exasperated. She must have been terrified and is now attempting to tarnish my reputation. Had I foreseen her slander, I would have struck her down with a lightning arrow. After considering his explanation, Lucky Meow was largely convinced, although her displeasure remained evident as her lips formed a pout. Dear girl, it is the High Priestess who has sent you to eliminate me, is it not? At this moment, the moon poet Fiona interjected. Recognizing Fiona's attributes, Lucky Meow understood that a mythical boss with over 10 million health points was beyond her capacity to defeat. Thus, she temporarily relinquished any thoughts of pursuing the quest. She replied, the Archbishop of the Moon has accused you of betraying the Lord God and stealing the sacred artifact, the Moonlight Pearl. Hence, he has ordered your execution to reclaim the lost treasure. Fiona shook her head with a wry smile. I have never betrayed the Lord God. I merely grew weary of the temple's grotesque nature and desired to live my own life. As for taking the Moonlight Pearl, it was solely to ensure my survival. Lucky Meow was at a loss for how to respond. To survive? What do you mean? Xiaofeng inquired. Fiona explained, my body has deteriorated. Only the divine power contained within the artifact can sustain my life. Unless I can obtain the nourishment of the divine dew spring, I will perish the moment I lose it. A clue. Both Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow, no novices themselves, immediately grasped the implications and asked in unison, what is the divine dew spring? Where can we find it? Logically deducing that if they could procure this item for Fiona, restoring her health would likely result in her relinquishing the Moonlight Pearl. Although this venture held little significance for Xiaofeng, he found himself intrigued. Fiona elucidated. The divine dew spring is a treasure imbued with miraculous powers, teeming with potent life force capable of reviving withered plants and rejuvenating the elderly. That sounds rather difficult to obtain, Xiaofeng remarked. Resurrection and youthful restoration. Just hearing the description reveals it to be a divine artifact of considerable worth, not easily acquired. Fiona nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have searched for over 20 years without success. It is said that only 3 locations in this world harbor the divine dew spring, and my current abilities are insufficient to delve into these areas. What are the 3 locations? Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow eagerly inquired, sensing the thrill of a quest. Fiona named the 3 places, the Divine Realm, the Abyss, and the Tower of Heavens. Chapter 47. Seizing a task, Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow exchanged glances, both taken aback. Lucky Meow remarked, with our current levels, we are unlikely to venture into the Divine Realm or the Abyss. What exactly is this Tower of All Heavens? The Abyss is a domain suitable only for those above level 150, while the Divine Realm is reserved for those exceeding level 250. Both locations not only require a high level but also impose stringent entry barriers. They cannot be accessed like ordinary maps but necessitate a method of teleportation. Thus, both concluded that the Tower of All Heavens was the true venue for seeking the divine dew spring. However, they were mistaken. Daphne explained. The Tower of All Heavens is a unique trial established by the Creator God, lacking a specific location. One can only enter when fate permits. It is said to comprise 999 floors, each presenting its own challenges. Successfully overcoming these trials grants rewards and access to the next level. The High Priestess of the Moon once entered, but was stopped after reaching the 100th floor. It is rumored that even a supreme god can only reach the 1000th floor. Upon hearing this, both were left in a state of bewilderment. A total of 999 floors. The supreme god only reached the 1000th. What kind of strength would be required to reach the end? At which level can one obtain the divine dew spring? Xiaofeng inquired. Daphne, uncertain, replied, I once perused the tomes within the Moon Temple, which noted that the divine dew spring appeared on the 84th floor. A high priest at level 220 possesses the strength equivalent to the 100th floor, so the 84th floor would correspond to approximately 84 of a high priest's power. or roughly a level 185 mythical boss could manage it. Lucky Meow contemplated this and decisively shook her head. It is far too challenging. Each of the 3 locations is exceedingly difficult and beyond my current capabilities. Moreover, without even knowing where the entrance to the Tower of All Heavens is, attempting to enter is futile. Daphne, this endeavor seems rather daunting. It is not something achievable in the short term. I am about to undergo my second class change. And without bringing back the Moonlight Orb, the High Priest will not permit my transition, Lucky Meow stated with a hint of pleading in her tone. Daphne responded, if you are willing to assist me, I can facilitate your class change. Upon completion, I could even grant you the Moonlight Orb, allowing you to possess it without needing to surrender it to the temple. It appeared she was quite eager for Lucky Meow to accept this task. Yet, to Lucky Meow, the challenge seemed insurmountable. The allure of a mere artifact did not entice her. She was inclined to refuse. At that moment, Xiaofeng suddenly interjected. I actually have a way to enter the abyss, and with my current strength, I should be able to navigate it without significant difficulty. What do you mean? Are you offering to help me? Lucky Meow asked, her surprise evident, a glimmer of excitement in her expression. What are you thinking? Are you dreaming? Xiaofeng retorted, dismissing the notion. I am merely seizing this task. That artifact you disdain is quite coveted by me. Lucky Meow and Zhang Fan, both inheritors of the Supreme Deity's legacy, acquired 3 pieces of bound mythical equipment upon their recent class transition. Thus, for her, a divine artifact held little allure, overshadowed by the significance of her class quest. However, Xiaofeng held a contrary view. Even the most trivial artifact was a treasure, capable of fetching a handsome sum. Moreover, based on the context provided by Dafiona, the Moonlight Orb was certainly not an ordinary artifact. Its potential to extend life and bestow vitality positioned it among the elite of divine artifacts, possibly even a treasure of transcendent quality. After all, in the eyes of NPCs, mythical equipment did not equate to divine artifacts, the latter being far more formidable. How can you be like this? Lucky Meow exclaimed, feeling a mix of anger and indignation. I merely wish to avoid conflict with others. And yet you not only obstruct my class quest, but also usurp my side quest. How unreasonable can you be? Coincidentally, I thrive on being unreasonable. Xiaofeng replied with a grin, his thick skin rendering him impervious to reproach. How infuriating. Lucky Meow huffed, stomping her foot in frustration. I simply wish to avoid discord. Do not assume I fear you. I am a proud deity class with 3 divine artifacts. Your higher level means nothing. In a confrontation, you would surely be no match for me. Xiaofeng chuckled at her words. With a forbidden spell inflicting over 100 million damage and even his minor skills exceeding millions, he knew that a level 100 mythical boss would cower before him, let alone a mere level 39 newcomer who was woefully unaware of her own limitations. Infuriated, Lucky Meow brandished her weapon, prepared for battle. Just then, Dafiona furrowed her brow and remarked, someone else is approaching. Another? This implied that another hidden class player from the Moonlight Temple was coming to assassinate her. Leave it to me. Xiaofeng retrieved his staff, fixating on the entrance. As the door swung open, a male archer clad in leather armor stepped inside. Without uttering a word, Xiaofeng sprang into action. Lightning arrow. Swoosh. What the? I'm dead? The archer, known as Cheng Chun, had intended to inquire about something. But before he could voice his question, a lightning arrow struck him squarely on the head. A staggering damage number of 22.8 million erupted, and his world faded to black and white. This is not a welcome place for Moonlight Temple members. Please leave, Xiaofeng declared, his name turning red. Lying on the ground, the archer, bewildered, protested, I merely passed through to gather some information. Which one of you is so tyrannical? What the hell? Over 20 million damage? This defies logic. Initially, he sought to express his harmless intentions, but upon witnessing the damage he had just sustained, he was utterly dismayed. Over 20 million? Lucky Meow gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief, revealing her trepidation. Now that you comprehend the severity, be gone. Xiaofeng insisted once more. All right, brother. I shall take my leave at once. The Dark Moon archer named Cheng Chun was utterly terrified, promptly retreating to the city to revive, unwilling to linger any longer. Oh. Lucky Meow discreetly stowed away her weapon, thoroughly intimidated, her thoughts of confrontation vanishing without a trace. A skill yielding over 20 million damage, who could fathom how that was achieved? Engaging with such an individual left her devoid of any chance of victory. The tavern fell silent once again. Senior Dafiona, you have witnessed my prowess. Traversing the abyss and the divine realm is no challenge for me. The task of seeking the divine can be entrusted to me, said Xiao Feng, grinning at the elderly lady. He was just shy of inscribing his desire for divine artifacts upon his very countenance. Fiona, a high-ranking mythic boss, naturally discerned the terrifying magnitude of Xiao Feng's offensive capabilities. She nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed, you are quite extraordinary. Your future achievements are boundless. However, the Moonlight Orb is an artifact reserved for the followers of the Moon God. Even if you were to acquire it, you would be unable to wield it." The first part of her statement brought Xiao Feng immense joy, yet the latter felt like a blow to his spirits. "If not that, perhaps you could bestow upon me another artifact. I am not particular," he said, unabashedly. Fiona chuckled and shook her head. "The entirety of the world's artifacts sums to merely a few dozen. I possess but this one, and nothing more." "Just a few dozen?" Both Xiao Feng and Lucky Meow were taken aback. They exchanged glances, and Xiao Feng's earlier thoughts resurfaced. It appeared that the Moonlight Orb was not merely a mythic equipment in the player's eyes, but rather an item associated with the divine, possessing transcendent qualities. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable that there were only dozens throughout the entire world, given the current number of hidden class players and the various avenues of lottery and drops. The quantity of mythic gear should surely amount to at least several dozen. Transcendent. Thus far, the only transcendent quality Xiao Feng had encountered was his innate talent, and this transcendent talent of his was significantly superior to his roommate Zhang Fan's divine-level talent. This indicated that the quality of transcendent-level equipment must far exceed that of mythic items by tenfold. While the two were still in shock, Fiona spoke again. "Brave Xiao Feng, should you truly wish to assist me, I can promise you a reward of equal value to an artifact upon the completion of the task." "Of equal value to an artifact? What might that be?" Xiao Feng inquired immediately. Fiona refrained from elaborating, simply stating, "In any case, it will not disappoint you." "Very well. Since you say so, I shall accept this task." Xiao Feng decisively nodded. "Wait a moment," Lucky Meow exclaimed in a rush. "What about me? I am the one who needs the Moonlight Orb the most." Chapter 48. Team Quest. As she witnessed her most crucial class advancement task being usurped, Lucky Meow was on the verge of tears. Since the game's launch lottery, she had enjoyed a streak of good fortune, consistently achieving the most favorable outcomes in all her endeavors. She had initially believed this task would pose no challenge, allowing her to prepare for her class change ahead of time, but the stark reality proved to be harshly different. Observing Xiao Feng's cheerful demeanor nearly pushed her to tears as she indignantly exclaimed, "Xiao Feng, I haven't wronged you in any way. Your actions are truly excessive." Xiao Feng, a steadfast and unyielding player, remained impervious to her faux tears, responding with a grin. "Thank you for the compliment, esteemed moon poet. Kindly assign the task to me, and I shall escort her away. Then, you can assist me with my second class change." The latter part of his statement was directed towards Fiona. The task had yet to be accepted. Despite their verbal agreement to exchange the sacred dew for a reward on par with a divine artifact, the system had yet to issue the task, indicating that their verbal arrangement lacked sufficient weight. Fiona glanced at Xiao Feng, and then at the soon-to-be distraught Lucky Meow. Suddenly, she smiled and proposed, "How about this? You two shall assist me in seeking the sacred dew. Should you find it, I will grant you the items you desire. However, you must complete this task in a shorter time frame. Do you accept the team quest, Search for Sacred Dew? This task is to be completed within 7 days, game days." The system prompt appeared once more. "Team up?" Xiao Feng frowned, feeling somewhat resistant. While he had no objection to teaming up for tasks, it was imperative that his partner be a male player. Female players, with their lack of skill and propensity to chatter endlessly, were insufferable and utterly unacceptable. Particularly when paired with someone so meticulous about the details, the experience would be nothing short of torturous. He promptly declined. "No way. This is a task for a super advanced map. I am already uncertain about completing it alone. Bringing along a liability would only complicate matters. Senior, I implore you to retract your command and assign me a solo quest." The 7-day time frame did not intimidate him, as with his current growth rate, he could likely defeat even the main deity within a week. However, the thought of embarking on this journey with an inexperienced and bothersome female player was unbearable. Thus, a firm refusal was imperative. Lucky Meow, sensing his disdain, felt both aggrieved and furious as she retorted, "I am not a liability. I am a formidable hidden class support, capable of both dealing damage and healing, with numerous powerful buffs. How can I possibly be deemed inadequate? Nevertheless, her tone softened considerably. It was evident that she recognized the impossibility of completing this task alone and would need to rely on Xiao Feng's damage output. Moreover, the task's requirement for a team was non-negotiable, and the system's directive was absolute. In pursuit of her class change, she had no choice but to temper her attitude. Hoping to secure a place in his party. Powerful buffs? Just how formidable are they? Xiao Feng scoffed, dismissing her claims. Well then, join my team. And let me see for myself. The fortunate cat hummed lightly, sending a party invitation, exuding an air of determination to prove herself. Xiao Feng had just eliminated a player, marking him with a notorious red name. Without a party, he could not provide any buffs. Upon hearing her words, he nodded and temporarily accepted her invitation. Teammate Lucky Cat cast, Moonlight Blessing, on you. Teammate Lucky Cat cast, Night Sovereign, on you. Teammate Lucky Cat cast, Moonlight Shield, on you. As soon as he entered the party, Lucky Cat unleashed 3 skills upon him. Xiao Feng opened his status panel and couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. Moonlight Blessing increases attack power by 10, physical magic defense by 10, and restores 50 health per second, lasting for 30 seconds. Night Sovereign increases attack power by 30, movement speed by 30, and critical hit rate by 30, lasting for 20 seconds. Moonlight Shield increases physical magic defense by 30, negating 1 instance of damage, lasting for 30 seconds. These buffs are indeed formidable. His damage output was already substantial. With the addition of Moonlight Blessing and Night Sovereign, it was simply outrageous. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Lucky Cat said with a smirk, pride evident in her demeanor. Simultaneously, due to bestowing buffs upon Xiao Feng, she too bore the mark of her red name. It's just that, Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly. Although these buffs were indeed powerful, he could still defeat the bosses without any enhancements. Lucky Cat pouted slightly. You stubborn fellow, stop being so defiant. If we tackle the quest together, we can all transition smoothly into our next roles without any losses. If you think I'm a burden, I can forfeit all the rewards to you and even give you an additional 500 gold coins. I only have 500 gold coins left. Her tone had softened considerably, imbued with a sense of humility and a desire for reconciliation. Hearing this, Xiao Feng's steely heart momentarily softened. It was indeed true that he had initially snatched the quest. Lucky Cat was not being unreasonable and was actively seeking to make amends. Continuing to resist would only make him appear unreasonable. Hey, don't sulk. I didn't mean to upset you earlier. I was just trying to settle the debt. Nothing more. And about earlier, you were the one who claimed the quest first, which is why I reacted hastily, Lucky Cat explained, her gaze fixed upon him, sincerity shining in her eyes. Now, it was Xiao Feng who felt a bit awkward. In their banter, victory did not belong to the one who held out the longest, but rather to the one who was more magnanimous. Well, fine, I will reluctantly bring you along, my little burden. But remember, you agreed that all rewards belong to me, Xiao Feng stated. Embarrassment aside, nothing would be left behind. He was aware that Lucky Cat would likely not contribute much to this task, effectively allowing him to escort her through the quest for free. Not charging her the 500 gold coins was already a display of his benevolence. Yes, I want to take anything. The fortunate cat observed that he had finally relented, and his expression brightened considerably. Fiona, with a benevolent smile, regarded the 2 young individuals and joyfully proclaimed, then it is settled. Off you go, do not squander any time. With a wave of her hand, a beam of moonlight cascaded down. Both Xiao Feng and the fortunate cat were momentarily bewildered, as they found themselves abruptly transported from the tavern to a desolate wilderness. What? Is this how we accept the quest? They both exclaimed in astonishment. They had not even made their choice, and Fiona had already assigned them the task. Upon consulting the map, they discovered their coordinates positioned between Wind Fury City and Giant Stone Town, precisely along the route they had traversed earlier. The distance of this teleportation. The methods of a level 150 mythical boss are indeed formidable. Check the quest details, the fortunate cat urged. Xiao Feng's quest, Exile the Moon Temple Heir, had vanished, with the rewards for the second transition amalgamated into the new quest. Seek the Divine Dew Spring, mythical quest. Quest details, together with the designated teammate, the fortunate cat. Proceed to the Divine Realm or Abyss to locate the item, Divine Dew Spring, and return it to the tavern in Giant Stone Town to present it to the Moon Poet, Fiona. Quest duration, 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Quest reward, second transition advancement, Mysterious reward note. The collection of Divine Dew Spring must be accomplished as a duo. Goodness. It appears I cannot simply abandon you and venture off alone to gather it. Xiaofeng felt somewhat exasperated. He had initially considered that, given his considerable strength, he could undertake the quest independently and merely return with this little burden to complete it. To his surprise, the system did not permit the fortunate cat to be lazy. She was required to accompany him. Why must you dismiss me? I can be of assistance too. The fortunate cat protested, her expression one of indignation. Very well, let us embark on the quest, Xiaofeng declared, retrieving a return scroll in preparation for their departure. Hey, you're still marked as a criminal. The fortunate cat reminded him upon noticing his readiness. Xiaofeng faltered, realizing that he had nearly forgotten this crucial detail amidst the haste of his earlier actions. If he were to return now, would he not be imprisoned at lightning speed? Chapter 49. Regaining honor. A notification popped up. You have received a new friend request. The lucky cat unexpectedly sent a request to add him as a friend. Remarkably, this marked the third time. The first encounter was in the novice village, where her indiscreet remark about foolish individuals with abundant wealth incited Xiaofeng's ire, leading him to refuse her request. He had previously rejected her application in Wind Fury City as well, wishing to avoid the incessant pestering of such an annoying female player. However, considering they would be undertaking quests together, denying her once more would seem rather deliberate. After some contemplation, Xiaofeng decided to accept. First, let's clear your red name status. Once that's done, we can embark on our quests together, Lucky Cat suggested. The red name status barred entry into cities and rendered teleportation impossible, effectively immobilizing her. Very well, Xiaofeng nodded. In truth, he preferred not to play alongside women unless accompanied by friends like Li Li or Zhang Fan, as he found such situations rather awkward. Yet, given that the quest had been instigated by Lucky Cat, it would be somewhat unreasonable to exclude her after taking over her task. Moreover, the quest's description explicitly stated that it required both of them to participate. If he ventured alone and the NPC refused to acknowledge his completion of the quest, it would result in a far more troublesome outcome. I know a path that leads to the abyss, but we must wait an hour for the dungeon cooldown, he remarked. I'll take you there, but please refrain from calculating silver coins or inflation. Otherwise, I might just explode. Xiaofeng revealed his reservations. He had a connection that allowed access to the level 75 dungeon, Silver Mine, from which a portal directly led to the Abyssal Realm. However, the main storyline dungeon could only be entered once a day, and with over an hour remaining until the game time reset, the cooldown would not refresh until then. Understood. Lucky Cat chuckled lightly, recognizing his annoyance at her calculations and nodding in agreement. I will rely on your esteemed assistance for the tasks ahead, she said, transferring the team leader position to Xiaofeng. The duo maintained their party and sought a map to hunt monsters. The creatures near Wind Fury City were generally low in level, given that one was level 39 and the other level 59. Defeating monsters around levels 20 to 30 would take an excessively long time. Thus, they opted for a map inhabited by level 50 monsters. As they traversed the path, Lucky Cat inhaled the refreshing air, her spirits gradually lifting as the earlier frustration dissipated. Upon arriving in the wild monster area, she produced her spellbook and unleashed several light-based skills. 75626, 74522, 79,231. Damage numbers erupted, and the minor creatures were swiftly obliterated. Impressive prowess, Xiaofeng complimented. Of course. What did you expect? My level didn't rise on its own, Lucky Cat replied with a smirk, her pride evident. Though her level paled in comparison to Xiaofeng's, she was nonetheless a noteworthy presence. As a player of a divine class, her attack attributes were formidable, and with 3 pieces of mythical gear, she was hardly inferior to Zhang Fan. At this stage, regardless of the profession, the skills available for learning are exceedingly limited. Everyone possesses only a handful of offensive abilities. Before the disparity in skills widened, she, as a priest, demonstrated remarkably substantial damage output. In the preceding days, she had been leveling up independently. Yet her progress surpassed that of others grinding in groups, even exploiting terrain glitches to acquire a legendary boss, leading to a meteoric rise in experience and a position in the rankings. Had it not been for encountering Xiaofeng, the top-ranking player, her prowess would have spared her the embarrassment of being carried. However, she found herself woefully inadequate when faced with abyssal monsters. Xiaofeng did not hesitate to deliver a scathing remark. Lucky Meow let out a soft hum, unable to retort. The abyssal creatures were predominantly above level 100, vastly surpassing her capabilities. Under such immense pressure from their elevated levels, her inability to prevail was entirely reasonable. "And what about you? How much can you deal?" she inquired. "Well, I suppose I am just average," Xiaofeng replied, the corners of his mouth twitching. With a swift motion of his staff, a multitude of spells were unleashed. Lightning Arrow, Fireball, Magic Missile, 319-71991, 298-10012, 1409-1983. He rapidly cast several spells, each delivering colossal damage that erupted from the heads of the monsters. The minuscule creatures, possessing less than 10,000 health, clearly could not withstand such overwhelming damage, leaving nothing but remnants in their wake. Lucky Meow was left utterly astounded, her mouth agape at a loss for words. The earlier claim from Ching Chun, who had stated he received over 20 million damage, was not witnessed firsthand. Hearing it secondhand versus witnessing it with her own eyes as a teammate made the reality undeniable. The damage was astounding, she silently marveled. Xiaofeng strode forward confidently, seeking out monsters while dealing damage, head held high. His damage output was terrifying, and no teammate could remain composed after witnessing his prowess. It is no exaggeration to say that those who had teamed up with him would fondly reminisce about the days of trailing behind him to reap experience. He observed Lucky Meow's reaction, noting her expression mirrored that of Zhang Fan and others before her, all equally awestruck. It was no wonder. For a player as striking and formidable as Xiaofeng was a rarity in the entire region. As they traversed the landscape, casting spells, their efficiency in defeating monsters was remarkable. Xiaofeng dispatched one monster per skill, occasionally unleashing Rainstorm and Gale, cleansing the map with fervor. Lucky Meow's offensive skills were primarily single-target. Though limited in area of effect, they were capable of instant kills upon encountering foes, contributing meaningfully to their efforts. During moments of respite, she would also apply 3 powerful supportive buffs to him, providing an enhanced experience. The 3 supportive skills of the Moon Witch, with the exception of Night's Dominion, which had a 40-second cooldown, could seamlessly interconnect with the other 2, akin to the Earth Elemental Shield, which activated every 30 seconds, ensuring a continuous flow of assistance. Under the circumstances of teaming up with Lucky Meow, Xiaofeng's permanent attack power increased by 10, reaching an impressive 896 points. This enhancement translates to a significant boost of at least 1 million in damage output, the impact of which is quite evident. Although he can still eliminate minor foes with ease, the difference between dispatching them with 10 million versus 11 million is indeed a matter of visual satisfaction. The 50 points of infamy were swiftly washed away. In just 10 minutes, Xiaofeng regained his white name. "Where to next?" Lucky Meow inquired. Xiaofeng glanced at the system time and replied, "There's still an hour until the point reset. We can't enter the dungeon right now, so let us engage in something else." "What dungeon are you referring to? Is it difficult?" Lucky Meow asked, somewhat puzzled. He explained the connection between the silver mine and the abyssal world. Upon hearing this, Lucky Meow exclaimed, "I see. It seems you were the first to conquer the silver mine. I saw it in the announcement." "Basic skills, nothing too complex," Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. "Since we have an hour and nothing pressing to do, how about we find someone first?" Lucky Meow suddenly smiled, as if recalling something. "Find someone? Who?" Xiaofeng inquired. "Dainese," she said with a mischievous grin. "Ah." Xiaofeng was taken aback. Dainese was the NPC girl notorious for incessantly asking for money and often engaging in dubious encounters. Lucky Meow had been swindled by her once, indicating a desire for retribution. "You have high output. Help me subdue her and reclaim the money," she continued. "We can split what we recover." As they walked, Lucky Meow maintained her insistence. "No need to split the money. It's merely a trivial task," Xiaofeng said dismissively, not even considering the 500 gold coins. "Absolutely not. I want to take advantage of others without due compensation. If you assist, you must be rewarded." "All right, fine. Whatever you say." Remembering her previous encounters where she had been bested over just 5 silver coins, Xiaofeng promptly dismissed any thoughts of haggling. After a brief journey of several minutes, Wind Fury City came into view. On a small bridge outside the city, the golden-haired girl Dainese, clad in a white dress, continued to wander back and forth, cradling a bouquet of wildflowers while humming an unknown tune. Lucky Meow clenched her fists, huffing, "That insufferable NPC is still trying to act cute." "Xiaofeng, Let's go and teach her a lesson. Chapter 50. Extortion from NPCs. The two approach together. The girl in the white dress, Denise, noticed their approach and instinctively hopped over to them. Just as she was about to stumble, she caught sight of their faces and immediately displayed a look of disappointment. Ah, it's you too. Since we've met today, I'll let you off this time. Xiao Feng's lips twitched. This trickster actually had some principles. She wouldn't extort the same person twice. You deceitful swindler, return my money. Lucky Meow exclaimed furiously. What money? What are you talking about? I can't comprehend, Denise replied. Her round blue eyes wide open, her head tilted in a feigned ignorance. Stop pretending. 1,000 gold coins, hand it over. Not a single coin less. Lucky Meow insisted. Indignant. This NPC was utterly infuriating, not only extorting her, but also using magic to assault her, all while maintaining an atrocious attitude. As a player, she could not accept such treatment. She had to reclaim her dignity. I didn't swindle your money. You willingly paid me for medical expenses. Denise retorted emphatically. Humph. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Xiao Feng, strike her. Lucky Meow, filled with righteous indignation, immediately maximized all three of Xiao Feng's status skills. What do you want from me? Denise sensed the impending danger as Xiao Feng approached and instinctively began to retreat. Meteor Strike. Xiao Feng, honoring his teammate, unleashed the recently cooled down forbidden spell. Buzzing, the fire elements gathered in the sky, commencing a 10-second chant countdown. You're using that move again. How detestable. Denise screamed in terror, turning to flee. But would fleeing be of any use? Xiao Feng chuckled softly. The designated impact range of Meteor Strike reached 100 meters, with an additional 180 meters of diffusion. Unless she could escape 280 meters within 10 seconds, running would be futile. Clearly, Denise's speed was insufficient. Boom. The fire elements continued to gather, darkening the sky. Players outside the city, leisurely leveling up and battling monsters, were astonished by the scene. It's happening again. It's coming for that extorting NPC. Finally, someone is here to punish her. Crush her. It would be a great relief. With 5 seconds left on the countdown for Meteor Strike, Denise ran a few steps and realized she could not escape, panic setting in. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please, spare me. She pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. Return the money. Xiao Feng shouted. I will. Please, no? Denise burst into tears. Now that's more like it. Xiao Feng snorted softly, the countdown reaching its end as he adjusted the designated range, directing it towards a nearby wild rabbit. The wild rabbit. With a thunderous roar, an enormous meteor plummeted from the heavens, reducing the innocent little rabbit to mere dust. The shockwave rippled outward for nearly 200 meters, causing the very earth to tremble and the river to be violently upheaved. Lucky Cat gazed at the distant display of damage, exceeding 200 million and 100 million, and could not suppress a gasp of surprise. Meanwhile, Denise, now trembling and weak, had collapsed to the ground in terror, weeping in distress. Observing her pitiable state, Lucky Cat felt no sympathy. Rather, a sense of satisfaction welled within her. Return the money. She stepped forward, extending her palm. Oh, reluctantly. Denise produced a pouch of gold coins, containing precisely 1,000 coins. Lucky Cat bent down, preparing to retrieve it. Wait. At that moment, Xiao Feng called out to her. What? Xiao Feng approached, towering over the golden-haired maiden seated on the ground. A sly grin crept across his face as he remarked, Little sister, you seem to be quite adept at scamming here every day. Your income must be substantial, wouldn't you say? Ah, what are you talking about? Denise replied, her expression one of utter confusion, pretending not to comprehend his words. Xiao Feng weighed the pouch of coins in his hand, shaking his head. Too little, far too little. Your actions today have frightened both me and my companions twice, inflicting significant emotional distress. I hereby formally demand compensation for mental anguish in the amount of 1 million gold coins. You may choose to pay immediately, or he raised his staff ominously. I could send you skyward with a lightning bolt to face divine judgment for your transgressions. Huh. Lucky Cat tilted her head, a barrage of question marks materializing above her. She merely wished to reclaim her 1,000 gold coins. Instead, Xiao Feng had turned the tables, extorting from the NPC. Denise, equally bewildered, gazed at the unscrupulous man and exclaimed, You cannot do this. How can you demand 1 million when I've only earned 1,000 from you? That is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is it? Xiao Feng slowly raised his staff. You should be aware of my strength. Even without forbidden spells, Defeating you is a foregone conclusion. Wailing. Danes cried anew, "Wretched adventurers, you torment me. I will not let this go. I shall report to the Mother Goddess and have her cast you into the abyss, where you shall never again see the sun above." Mother Goddess? Lucky Cat was taken aback. Her curiosity piqued regarding Danes' identity. However, Xiaofeng remained unfazed, palm outstretched. "Enough of this nonsense. 1,000,000 gold coins. Pay up, or I shall end you." "You threaten me? You dare threaten me?" Danes cried louder, her voice rising to a crescendo. "Oh, Mother Goddess, someone is bullying me. Stop shouting. No one will come to your rescue, no matter how loud you scream. Hurry and pay." Xiaofeng retorted sharply. The incessant wailing of the woman was utterly exasperating. Were it not for the risk of being pursued for slaying an NPC, which would hinder his entry into the city, he would have undoubtedly dispatched this Danes with a single bolt of lightning. "Mother Goddess, save me!" Danes cried out, her pleas falling on deaf ears. Thud. A sharp crack resounded as Xiaofeng struck her forehead with a firm blow, commanding, "Will you ever cease? Be quiet." Danes, realizing her cries for help had only resulted in further punishment, was overwhelmed with tears. Her delicate and charming appearance, now marred by her weeping, was indeed quite poignant, capable of softening the heart of any ordinary man. Alas, Xiaofeng was a steadfast individual, unyielding to such displays. "Fine, fine, I will comply," Danes sobbed. Recognizing her attempt at feigning vulnerability had failed, reluctantly, she retrieved a pouch of gold coins. In the realm of the game, these pouches served as a universal currency carrier, regardless of the amount contained within. This particular pouch held a staggering 35,000 gold coins, a sum of considerable value. Upon seeing this, Lucky Cat was taken aback. Casting a transformed gaze towards Xiaofeng, the extortion of the NPC had, against all odds, succeeded, yielding such a substantial fortune. 35,000 gold coins equated to a staggering 350,000 in cash. This was akin to an overnight windfall. "Is that all? You engage in daily deception. And yet you seem so impoverished," Xiaofeng remarked, glancing at the pouch with a hint of dissatisfaction. Danes, witnessing his lack of contentment, cried, "This is all the money I possess. Even if you were to take my life, I have no more." "Very well, let it be so for now. I shall take this money as a lesson for you. In the future, strive to fulfill your role as an NPC properly and refrain from tormenting weak and helpless players. Should I learn of any further misconduct, I shall not hesitate to confront you." Xiaofeng admonished fiercely, seizing both pouches of gold and dividing the loot, each pouch containing 18,000 coins, shared with Lucky Cat. "Woe is me. Just wait. My Mother Goddess will surely avenge me." Danes lamented, embracing herself in despair, defiantly uttering threats. "I shall await your return. And when your Mother Goddess arrives, do ensure she brings ample riches or divine artifacts. I revel in the spectacle of treasures raining down." Xiaofeng replied calmly, wholly unfazed by her threats. Whether or not Danes had any backing was inconsequential. Even if a deity existed, Xiaofeng felt no trepidation. At worst, he could obliterate a god with a single meteor spell. Chapter 51. Re-entering the abyssal world. You possess quite the skill when it comes to dealing with NPCs. Upon returning to Wine Fury City, Lucky Cat regarded Xiaofeng with newfound respect. Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly, "What's the big deal? It's merely a low-level NPC." After all, he was a formidable player capable of controlling over 20,000 members of the World Guild. This trivial matter was simply child's play. "Let us head to the abyss. It's about time." The two embarked on their journey, utilizing the teleportation array to return to Stormwind City, and then, under Xiaofeng's guidance, they made their way directly towards Silver Mine Town. "Aren't we going to form a larger party?" The abyss is a high-level map, where even the weakest monsters are level 100, and bosses above level 150 roam freely. Lucky Cat expressed her concerns. Xiaofeng shook his head. "No need. The fewer people, the better. Entering the abyss requires special items. If you gather a group without the necessary supplies, it will only complicate matters." He contemplated inviting a few more, such as Old Li and Old Zhang, but regrettably, the strength of the others was lacking. They would only hinder progress. Moreover, entering the abyssal world necessitated carrying abyssal monster essence. Without it, not only would one's attributes be severely diminished, but they would also be expelled from the abyss within a short time, randomly deposited in an unknown location. Xiaofeng possessed only one abyssal monster essence, and defeating another boss would yield a second, but that would suffice for just the two of them. "Very well," Lucky Cat conceded, recognizing his formidable strength. He alone was more capable than an entire team, and thus she refrained from further objections. The two continued their journey and arrived at Silvermine Town. With the advancement of player levels, the discovery of various hidden quests, and the emergence of special classes, the overall strength of players was escalating rapidly. Numerous players had already appeared in the level 60 grinding area near Silvermine Town, and even the Silvermine Cave instance had seen its share of adventurers. However, merely entering did not guarantee success. Battling the second and third bosses within the cave was no trifling matter, and even a standard level 50 party would find them quite formidable. The duo formed a team and ventured into the Silvermine Cave instance, the narrow mine shafts appearing unchanged from their initial visit. "Follow my lead," Xiaofeng instructed, navigating the path with practiced ease. Now, his array of skills had expanded significantly since their last foray. Without pausing, they pressed forward at full speed, encountering lesser monsters. Xiaofeng unleashed lightning chains and small fireballs with precision. In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at the lair of the first boss, the Cave Lizard King. Before Lucky Cat could fully comprehend the boss's appearance, a colossal fireball was cast, dealing catastrophic damage in the millions, obliterating the boss and leaving a scatter of blue and green loot behind. "This is absurdly powerful," Lucky Cat exclaimed, realizing she had just gained enough experience from defeating a boss to reach level 40. Xiaofeng, unfazed, descended to the second level, maintaining a brisk pace as if on a leisurely stroll. Soon enough, they encountered the second boss, a menacing quartet of abyssal servants in red, blue, green, and purple. With a flurry of skills, lightning arrow, magic missile, fireball, and chain lightning, the boss was vanquished before it even had a chance to transfer its life force, leaving nothing but experience points in its wake. Lucky Meow was left in a state of shock, her senses dulled by the staggering damage dealt, as she mechanically followed behind, akin to a loyal attendant. Together, they descended to the third level. The third level of the dungeon bore slight differences from their initial explorations. There were no half-dead miners like Roblo to guide them, and they had to rely solely on their own instincts to locate the boss. Drawing upon his memory, Xiaofeng retraced his steps, confirming the path was indeed correct, leading them directly to the final boss chamber. Before they could enter, a familiar voice echoed from within. "Foolish humans, how dare you disturb the great Lord Samaka? Prepare to meet your demise." The voice of the Abyss Lord resonated, followed by two tentacles lunging towards Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow. "Be careful," Lucky Meow exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight of the grotesque appendages as she hastily retreated several dozen meters. Xiaofeng, however, stood firm, unleashing a chain lightning that struck true. Sizzle! Ah! Lord Samaka howled in pain, enraged that a mere human dared to resist. Inside the boss chamber, Samaka writhed, seemingly intent on extending more tentacles to attack. Xiaofeng activated his swift movements, charging forward, and unleashed a devastating magic missile that obliterated the crystal pool. He followed up with a lightning arrow, reducing Lord Samaka to mere remnants. "Ah, how infuriating! I shall return." Samaka roared defiantly as it collapsed in a final, bitter cry. "You have defeated the Abyss Lord Samaka and gained 282,000 experience points. With the boss's demise, an epic item and a plethora of blue and green gear scattered across the floor, Xiaofeng quickly seized the sole orange item, the essence of abyssal creatures, and handed it to Lucky Meow. "Let us proceed through the portal." With that, he leaped into the portal, vanishing into the abyssal world. "That was astonishingly swift," Lucky Meow lamented as she glanced at the unclaimed blue and green gear, feeling a pang of regret. The portal would soon shrink and disappear, compelling her to follow suit without delay. "Then you have entered the abyssal world. All healing effects are reduced by 50, and attack power is diminished by 10. As they emerged from the portal, the system promptly displayed a notification. Although they carried the essence of abyssal creatures, their attributes were still slightly suppressed. Had they not brought it, the reduction would have been even greater. "Is this truly the abyss?" Lucky Meow mused, surveying her surroundings and noting that it looked no different from the dungeon. "This is indeed a mine. We must venture further to reach the abyssal world," Xiaofeng clarified. The cavern was aglow with a blue-purple luminescence, and the melodic sounds of mining filled the air. "Warrior, warrior, you have returned." A voice resonated from beside him. It was Jeffrey, the miner who had previously implored Xiaofeng for assistance. Upon seeing Xiaofeng, joy illuminated Jeffrey's face as he exclaimed, "Xiaofeng, brave warrior. I knew you would not abandon us. Please, save us. Do you know the NPCs here? Lucky Meow inquired, astonished. Xiaofeng nodded, recalling their previous encounter. They were all humans, captured to toil as miners, and he hoped to escort them back if possible. Lucky Meow muttered, they are merely low-level NPCs. Sometimes the plot kills them off without a thought. Implicit in her words was the notion that such lowly NPCs were not worth a special rescue, as they offered no reward. Yet Xiaofeng replied, that is precisely why we must save them. His sentiments towards the NPCs in the multiverse differed somewhat from those of other players. The fearful Rafro, the infatuated Manaya, the opportunistic Danes. Each character appeared vividly alive, making him feel as though he were conversing with genuine individuals. Thus, he was reluctant to approach these characters with the same mindset he had employed in past gaming experiences. Let us go and defeat Lord Ramika, he declared. To rescue these miners, they must first vanquish Lord Ramika, a level 150 legendary boss. For Xiaofeng, this posed no challenge. A single skill could suffice. The only concern lingering in his mind was the Abyss Princess Manaya, a boss capable of disregarding skill attacks. Chapter 52, The Abyssal City. Speaking of which, during her last visit to Storm City, Minya assisted in a crisis and subsequently fell under the pursuit of the Storm God General, Xavier. It remains uncertain whether she managed to evade capture. With a hint of curiosity, Xiaofeng made his way towards the mine's exit. Within the cavern, a few imps were idly monitoring their surroundings. He effortlessly dispatched them one by one with minor skills, ensuring no disturbance ensued. Lucky Meow followed closely, occasionally bestowing buffs upon him, rendering additional effort unnecessary. Upon reaching the outer barrier of the mine, Xiaofeng was surprised to find the gate wide open, allowing for a swift exit without the need for delay. Beyond the barrier lay a dungeon, patrolled by several imps. Spotting Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow, one of the leaders bellowed, "How dare you, wretched human miner, attempt to escape?" He then lashed out with a whip. Chain lightning. Xiaofeng unleashed his spell. A bolt of electricity surged from the tip of his staff. Within the confines of the narrow dungeon, the chain lightning perfectly rebounded 9 times, swiftly annihilating all the imps. From a cacophony to silence, the entire episode transpired in less than 2 seconds. I was only here before. Beyond this point, I am unaware of what lies ahead. Xiaofeng remarked. Let us proceed to investigate, Lucky Meow suggested. The dungeon contained numerous cells, and Xiaofeng meticulously inspected each one, hoping to find a human NPC imprisoned, akin to Ramst. However, each cell was devoid of occupants. Not a soul could be found. They pushed open the next door and continued onward. Beyond lay not the narrow, rugged mine shaft, but a smooth, dimly lit corridor. Xiaofeng cast an earth elemental shield upon himself, leading the way. The previous Lord Ramika had entered the dungeon via this corridor, and he wished to avoid an unforeseen encounter with a boss that could swiftly spell his demise due to negligence. After traversing several paces down the corridor, a staircase leading upward came into view. As they ascended, the sudden sound of slithering tentacles reached their ears, accompanied by the murmurs of abyssal creatures. Captain Gigiel, you have arrived. What are your orders? One inquired. By the command of Lord Ramika, I am to capture 10 humans and deliver them to Princess Minya's palace. Oh, is the princess preparing for her coming-of-age ceremony? But why choose humans instead of? Enough. What nonsense are you spouting? The princess is not as vile as you suggest. She has been injured and requires the life essence of humans to heal. Very well. Wait. The princess has sustained injuries? She is the daughter of the great bloodthirsty demon god. Who would dare harm her? That, I cannot say. It is rumored she was wounded by a human divine general, and the demon lord himself intervened to rescue her. Hiss. The great bloodthirsty demon lord personally intervened. The last time was 3,000 years ago. Enough of this chatter. I must go capture humans. You lot, come here and assist with the escort. As their footsteps drew nearer, the sounds of both marching feet and slithering tentacles echoed ominously. Xiaofeng listened to the conversation, deep in thought. He had just been pondering the affairs of Minya when this unexpected revelation came to light. It appeared that Minya had not evaded the relentless pursuit of the Storm God General Zevel after her departure from Storm City, narrowly escaping peril. Fortunately, it was the bloodthirsty demon god who personally intervened, rescuing her from doom. Given the bloodthirsty demon god's formidable power to vanquish the war god, dealing with a mere god general was undoubtedly a trivial task. Yet, one could not help but wonder about the severity of Minya's injuries, as she required the absorption of human life force for her recovery. Footsteps approached, and figures of several abyssal creatures emerged down the corridor. This was not good. The humans had slipped out. The leading tentacled creature spotted Xiao Feng and his companion, urgently commanding, "Quick, capture them." "Yes, Captain." The rest of the minions responded, brandishing their weapons as they charged forward. Xiao Feng seized the opportunity to glance at the attributes of the leader. Abyssal Dungeon Guard Captain Gigi, Rare Leader, Level 120 Health, 178,400 178,400, Target Level 2 High, unable to retrieve further data, 2 weak. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a chain lightning spell from his staff. In the narrow confines of the corridor, the 3-meter range was more than sufficient to maximize its effect. The chain lightning struck multiple times, and several abyssal creatures fell instantly, some reduced to mere ashes. "Captain, we have a grave situation. A human powerhouse has infiltrated." The alarm echoed from the back of the corridor, where other abyssal creatures had yet to arrive. Upon hearing the commotion, they glanced over and were met with the sight of their comrades and leader being annihilated, prompting them to panic and flee to deliver the news. This was troublesome. With minions signaling for reinforcements, they would likely be besieged soon. Lucky Meow grew anxious at the sight. Xiao Feng remained unfazed, stating, "No worries. As long as it isn't a mythic-level boss, I can handle any number that comes." As he spoke, he collected the spoils dropped by Gigi and the other abyssal creatures, continuing onward. Before long, they arrived at a sturdy stone door, impressively thick and immovable. Xiao Feng attempted to push it, but it barely budged, proving futile. Lucky Meow stepped forward to assist. Yet their combined feeble strength as spellcasters still failed to shift the stone door even slightly. "What now?" Lucky Meow furrowed his brows. "Let me see if I can blow it open." Xiao Feng took several steps back, silently invoking the fireball spell, conjuring a colossal fireball with a diameter of 1 meter. Boom! The fireball soared forth, colliding with the stone door and igniting a violent explosion. As the flames subsided, the door lay shattered, reduced to rubble on the ground. Peering outside, Xiao Feng discovered a street bustling with abyssal creatures, all armed and poised for battle. So much experience, he thought with delight, casting a new earth elemental shield upon himself. He motioned for Lucky Meow to step back, then advanced toward the entrance. Outside Sherman, the night seems to have descended, with a brilliant moon hanging high in the sky. This luminous orb casts a radiant glow, illuminating everything on the earth with remarkable clarity. Beneath the moonlight, a city constructed of stone stands proudly on the mountainside, a deep abyssal city. Its scale is not as grand as that of Stormwind, and it is even somewhat smaller than the level 4 city of Windfury. The streets of the city crisscross in intricate patterns, with the widest avenue nearly 10 meters across, extending from the city's entrance to the foot of the mountain that looms behind it. At this moment, Xiao Feng emerges from a cave at the mountain's base and steps onto the street. "Bold humans, how dare you trespass into the abyssal realm? In the name of the bloodthirsty demon lord and Lord Ramika, you are under arrest. Surrender your weapons at once, or we shall drown you in our own spittle." A throng of abyssal creatures, each exceeding level 100, gathers on the street, vociferously shouting their threats. The number of these creatures continues to swell, with many abyssal soldiers rushing to join their ranks. Xiao Feng refrains from immediate confrontation, choosing instead to wait for the monsters to congregate, intending to employ a sweeping gust of wind spell once their numbers increase. However, the abyssal beings, upon noticing the low levels of Xiao Feng and Lucky Meow, can hardly contain their eagerness to strike first. "Capture him. This male human is particularly hideous. The princess will surely adore him." "No, we cannot offer him to Her Highness. He must be slain." "Yes, kill him. Such a wretched human, repulsive in appearance, daring to entice our abyssal maidens, utterly detestable. Eliminate him." A horde of grotesque monsters shriek as they charge forward. Chapter 53. Lord Ramika, why is he so eager to send himself? Xiao Feng was at a loss for words. A dozen abyssal creatures surged forward, some resembling slimes, others akin to octopuses, and a few resembling red goblins that had overeaten sweet potatoes. They were utterly grotesque. The experience of having these repulsive monsters approach was quite unsettling, prompting Xiao Feng to take action. Fireball. An enhanced, luxurious plus fireball hurtled forth, exploding amidst the horde of goblins. Boom. Flames erupted, and the air was filled with anguish cries. The abyssal creatures at the forefront met their grim fate. Damn. How can he be so powerful? A level 59 human dispatched a group of level 100 creatures in an instant, leaving the abyssal beings on the street in disbelief. What followed was even more astonishing. With the numbers sufficiently amassed, Xiao Feng unleashed his tempestuous spell. Noticing that the gathering of abyssal creatures had exceeded 100, he acted without hesitation, executing his grand technique. A fierce wind howled, forming a vortex. An enormous tornado, spanning 240 meters in diameter, materialized in a mere 5 seconds. The next moment, damage figures began to soar. 106, 348 067, 664 098, 464. Each damage figure exceeded 2 million. And not a single abyssal creature could withstand it, all perishing in an instant. Moreover, the colossal winds toppled nearby structures. The homes of the abyssal beings lining the streets were laid waste, resembling a cataclysmic disaster, the scene truly horrifying. Help! Humans are terrifying. Great Demon Lord, save us. In an instant, all nearby abyssal creatures collapsed, transforming into a substantial amount of experience. The lucky Miao had witnessed the effects of the tempest. The sheer efficiency of experience acquisition still left her astounded. 5 seconds later, the tempest subsided. Within a 100-meter radius, not a single abyssal creature remained. The area was entirely cleared. At that moment, a furious voice rang out. "Bold human, how dare you rampage in the abyss?" The wind howled fiercely as tentacles, each over 20 meters long, surged forth. Shortly thereafter, not far ahead of Xiao Feng, a colossal tentacled monster emerged. High-level Abyssal Lord Ramika, legendary boss. Level, 150 health. 4. 700, 0004, 700, 000. Target level 2 high. Unable to acquire further data, the strongest creature of this small abyssal city had appeared. It's you. Discovering that the troublemaker was Xiao Feng, Ramika's enormous eye narrowed slightly. Last time, I spared your life out of consideration for the princess. How dare you return? Ramika thundered, its massive tentacles thrashing with ferocity. Xiao Feng shrugged. I didn't ask you to spare me. I was even begging you to finish me off back then. Humph. Cunning human, you exploited the princess's Navet to aid your escape when you were weak. Now that you've grown strong, you come to prove your might? How laughable, truly laughable. Lamaka coldly remarked, feeling disdain for Xiao Feng's actions. Well, there is no need to speak so harshly. I am actually here in search of something. Initially, Xiao Feng thought little of it, but upon Lamaka's words, he realized he might have indeed overstepped slightly. Thus, he momentarily set aside any thoughts of conflict and turned to discuss serious matters. What are you looking for? The treasures of our abyss shall never be entrusted to mere humans. Lamaka retorted with a scoff. Xiao Feng replied, I seek something known as the Divine Dew Spring, which can bestow vitality upon life. The Divine Dew Spring, you say? Lamaka pondered for a moment, recalling the name and significance of this entity within the abyss. Suddenly, his enormous eye widened in fury as he bellowed, You are courting death. With a whoosh, he launched his attack. Accompanied by his roar, the sky darkened abruptly, and torrents of black rain poured down. Each droplet coalesced into sharp, black blades, resembling the edge of a knife. Damage numbers began to appear above Xiao Feng's head, indicating a steady depletion of his shield. Each drop of black rain inflicted over 10,000 points of damage, and with numerous droplets falling upon him. The rate of shield deterioration was alarmingly rapid. Indeed, a level 150 legendary boss was formidable, Xiao Feng mused. He shouted, Lamaka, for the sake of Minya, I offer you a chance at survival. Stand down and leave. I shall not trouble you. Arrogant. Lamaka, a high-ranking abyssal lord, had never been so scorned by a diminutive human. Enraged, he sent 4 tentacles spiraling towards Xiao Feng. Simultaneously, a more potent skill was silently unleashed. As a crimson ray erupted from his colossal single eye, sizzle, this ray, akin to a laser beam, struck Xiao Feng, instantly depleting his earth elemental shield at a visibly alarming rate. Damage numbers soared to 100,000, hitting 3 times per second. The effects were utterly terrifying. Moonlight Shield, ruler of the night. The fortunate cat, hidden in a cave, hurriedly cast a buff upon Xiao Feng. With a pop, the Moonlight Shield's accompanying holy barrier shattered, absorbing a portion of the 100,000 damage. Smack! Lamaka's tentacle struck fiercely, inflicting damage exceeding 100,000, sending Xiao Feng hurtling into the mountainside. Ouch, that hurts. The impact caused several thousand points of damage, and the Earth Elemental Shield had sustained over 2 million points of damage, diminishing by approximately 15. At this rate, Lamaka could entirely breach his shield within 30 seconds. Now it is my turn. Xiaofeng wiped the dirt from his face and rose from the ground. Lightning arrow. Raising his staff, a bolt of electricity, as thick as an arm, shot forth from its tip. Lamaka's enormous single eye brimmed with disdain as he mocked. Is this the extent of your meager abilities? He held a certain disdain for the lowly spell, lightning arrow. Yet, he bore the effect of a sacred shield. The lightning arrow shattered the barrier but dealt no damage. Once more, Xiaofeng. Having gleaned from Lucky Meow's skill effects that this unique shield had a finite number of uses, felt no trepidation. A magic missile was unleashed, striking the colossal form of Lamaka. Boom. The second layer of the shield shattered and vanished, while Xiaofeng was struck, the earth element shield sustaining substantial damage. Fireball. With a roar, a massive fireball shot forth. Lamaka continued to mock Xiaofeng's feebleness, pouring forth his might without regard for defense. The next moment, boom. The fireball struck Lamaka's bald head, erupting into a blaze of searing light. A critical hit of 24,883, 911 emerged in a colossal crimson display. Lamaka's eyes widened in disbelief. This cannot be. With a thunderous crash, his immense form collapsed, akin to a towering building succumbing to ruin, sending clouds of dust into the air. Both Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow were graced with a melodious notification in their ears. Ding! Your party has defeated the level 150 legendary boss, the High Abyss Lord Lamaka, earning 20 for 150 reputation. Your party has vanquished the High Abyss Lord Lamaka, gaining a shared experience of 4,636,000. Their levels surged simultaneously. Xiaofeng ascended 3 levels, reaching level 62, while Lucky Meow leapt from level 40 to 46, catapulting to 3rd place on the leaderboard, trailing only behind Xiaofeng and Jin Zhansongsheng. Ah, Lord Lamaka has perished. The Lord has been slain by humans. Everyone, flee. Hurry to report to General Clem. With Lamaka's demise, the abyss creatures observing from a distance scattered in panic. Xiaofeng made no attempt to pursue them, not out of mercy nor from a lack of desire for experience, but because he had discerned several unique items dropped from Lamaka's corpse. Chapter 54. The affluent Lord of Ramika. The crimson artifacts gleamed with resplendence, a testament to their mythical quality. The ground lay strewn with an array of treasures, predominantly gold coins, followed by purple items, and then orange and blue, with the red items being the rarest, numbering only 2. Xiaofeng stepped forward to collect them one by one. A staggering 1,040,000 gold coins were amassed, surpassing even the wealth accrued from the mythical boss, the Ghost General, thereby earning him the equivalent of 2 luxurious estates. Next, he examined the red artifacts. Crimson Domain Scroll, mythical. After a 3-second chant, it conjures a crimson domain with a radius of 1,000 meters and a height of 100 meters, where all characters, except the caster, experience a 50 reduction in all attributes. The domain can persist for up to 300 seconds, and this effect is rendered ineffective against legendary tier lords and players above the 4th transition. Heart of the Demon, mythical. Upon use, it permanently bestows an increase of 50 points in strength. In instances of identical items, the higher grade supersedes the lower, and only one effect can exist simultaneously. Both red artifacts are consumables, each possessing remarkably impactful effects. The Crimson Domain Scroll is a strategic treasure, pivotal in faction battles. If an assassin stealthily infiltrates the enemy ranks to unleash it, having the attributes of all foes would be utterly devastating. The Heart of the Demon is equally astonishing, providing a gift of 50 attribute points, equivalent to the potential points from 25 levels of upgrades, even accounting for the automatic attribute growth with each level. This effect rivals that of a level 17 character, though it is regrettable that it only augments strength. Numerous legendary quality items were present, with 4 or 5 pieces of equipment alone, though none were without level requirements, rendering them currently unusable. Additionally, there was a legendary quality scroll of considerable importance, Directional Teleportation Scroll. Upon use, it opens a portal that can transport one to a specified location. The portal remains for a maximum of 60 seconds, with the current destination being the Silver Mine town of Stormwind City. This scroll serves as a crucial quest item for rescuing miners trapped in the magic crystal mine. The remaining items, such as the essence of abyssal monsters, lacked significant allure. In contrast, 2 noteworthy items emerged among the epic quality artifacts. Group Resurrection, epic, usable by all 3rd transition priest classes. It instantly resurrects all teammates within a 50-meter radius and restores 20 of their health and mana. The chant lasts 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Random Teleportation Scroll, Epic. Instantaneous. This allows for random teleportation to any location. Lucky Meow caught sight of the epic skill book that had dropped for her class, salivating at the prospect. However, she had already vowed not to take anything and found herself unable to ask for it at that moment. Group Resurrection was a skill that not only she could learn, but Lily could as well. This skill could revive up to 4 teammates, a significant boon and a coveted ability for every priest. Although it required the 3rd transition to master, possessing it now would alleviate future worries. Moreover, this was not a trivial skill gifted by the system. Even after playing for half a year, few priests would encounter such a treasure. This book is needed by my brother. I won't be giving it to you, Xiaofeng stated. Oh, very well. The fortunate cat responded with a hint of disappointment, yet felt it unnecessary to voice much. Observing the precious items scattered about, Xiaofeng casually picked up a rare skill book usable by priests and tossed it to her, saying, "Here, I bestow upon you a small boon. Do not spread tales of my stinginess." This skill book, titled Group Purification, while not as valuable as the Group Resurrection, could dispel adverse conditions for all teammates, making it an exceptional skill in both PvP and PvE scenarios. The fortunate cat, who had anticipated a fruitless endeavor, suddenly received a book, her eyes sparkling with joy. Xiaofeng then stowed the remaining spoils into his backpack. Let us first rescue the miners, and then continue our search for the Divine Spring. After collecting the items, instead of venturing into the Abyssal City, he turned back towards the mine. Is there no need to rush? The fortunate cat was somewhat taken aback, surprised that his first action after defeating a boss was to return and save an NPC. The two made their way back into the depths of the cave, winding their way for a while until they reached the bottom of the mine shaft. Xiaofeng the Brave, you have returned. How is it outside? Is there danger? Jeffrey and the other miners awaited his news with bated breath. Xiaofeng produced a directional teleportation scroll and declared loudly, I have slain Ramika. You are safe now. You may return home. He then activated the scroll, opening a portal. Oh my, this is real. Xiaofeng the Brave has vanquished the wicked lord of the abyss. We are free. We are free. The miners were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces. Jeffrey knelt down with a thud, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Xiaofeng the Brave, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, we would likely have been devoured by the abyssal monsters. Even if we survived, we would have been condemned to spend our remaining days in this lightless place. You have saved us. Please accept our sincerest gratitude. Indeed, you have saved our lives. The group of miners knelt in unison, performing a profound bow in appreciation. Xiaofeng hurried to assist Jeffrey to his feet and addressed the crowd. There is no need for such gestures. Please, make haste and leave. The portal can only remain open for a minute. Delay, and you may find yourselves unable to depart. These miners were merely common NPCs, and he held no expectations of receiving any rewards. His return to rescue these individuals was not for personal gain, but stemmed from concern that should he delve deeper into the abyssal realm, the creatures there might seek vengeance upon the miners, putting their lives at risk. Xiaofeng the Brave speaks wisely. Let us depart. Upon our return, we shall collectively petition the Lord of the city to bestow honors upon him. Jeffrey and the others quickly rose, expressing their gratitude once more before one by one stepping through the portal. Upon counting, there were around 40 to 50 human miners present. Had they lingered any longer, the portal would surely have closed. Once the miners departed, silence enveloped the surroundings, no longer filled with the clinking of mining tools. You treat NPCs as if they were real, not only engaging in conversation with them, but also showing such concern for their safety, the fortunate cat remarked, astonished. They were inherently akin to real individuals, possessing distinct personalities and narratives. Do not be deceived by their guise as mere ordinary NPCs. It is entirely plausible that they have mythical, boss-level friends or relatives lurking in the shadows. Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. Upon encountering Lovro, he gained a fresh perspective on the game. Some truths remain concealed beneath the surface. NPCs embody more than just tasks and rewards. They represent the intricate tales that the game designers aspire to convey to the players. Or perhaps, a deeper significance. Let us continue our quest for the Divine Dew Spring, Xiaofeng suggested, leading the way beyond the mine. As they walked, he remarked, earlier, when the boss mentioned the Divine Dew Spring, there was an evident tension in his demeanor. It seems that this treasure is exceedingly rare, even within the abyss, and may not be easily attainable. Indeed, the fact that Diaphona is willing to exchange an artifact for it speaks volumes about its worth. A consumable item of comparable value to a divine artifact is undoubtedly precious, as one could surmise with a mere flicker of thought. It appears to be rather noisy outside. Could the monsters have returned? As they neared the exit, a cacophony of sounds erupted from beyond. Lucky Meow furrowed his brow, instinctively casting 3 buff spells upon Xiaofeng. Not long ago, some minor creatures mentioned reporting to a general. Could they have arrived so swiftly? Xiaofeng speculated. A general, you say? The title seems to imply a rank superior to that of a high-level lord. Might it be akin to a divine general of the temple? A mythical boss of level 200? If so, how intriguing. Xiaofeng felt a surge of interest, donning an earth elemental shield and hastening toward the exit. In no time, he found himself back at the location where he had previously battled Ramika. As he stepped out, an enraged roar echoed from the heavens. Looking up, he beheld a dozen giant wolves, sprouting wings, soaring through the air. On their backs sat several formidable, green-faced warriors of the demon race. Is it you who have slain Ramika? The foremost warrior gazed down upon Xiaofeng and his companion with a condescending air, as if regarding insignificant ants. Chapter 55, 13 Bosses at Once. Yes, it is us. Do you have any objections? Xiaofeng remained composed, showing no signs of fear. He glanced at the information of his adversaries. Winged Wolf, Elite, Level, 110 Health, 103,000 103,000. Abyssal Warrior Leader, Epic, Level, 150 Health, 127, 8500 127, 8500. Abyssal General Mio, Legendary, Level, 180 Health, 620, 5000 620, 5000. The attributes of the mounts, minions, and bosses varied significantly, creating a vast disparity. One legendary boss accompanied by 12 epic bosses confronted them, a scene undeniably explosive. Far more formidable than the previous solitary battle against Ramika. Their momentum surged with audacity. Furthermore, Ramika was a long-established lord. Such a figure being slain by humans was enough to enrage the powerful beings of the abyss. Observing the 2 humans of considerably lower levels, the leading abyssal general's fury ignited as he declared, "In that case, you shall perish. I will bring your corpses back to General Klim for reporting." With that, he waved his hand. The 12 epic bosses simultaneously launched their assault. Xiaofeng, be cautious, Lucky Meow warned, swiftly retreating into the corridor. Her survival capacity was too low. With so many high-level bosses, even a near miss would necessitate her resurrection at the city. The 12 bosses unleashed their attacks upon Xiaofeng, while the earth elemental shield had already been prepared, awaiting the onslaught. Boom. 12 energy shocks struck, causing the ground beneath Xiaofeng to fracture. Upon checking his health, he realized each attack depleted over 70,000 health, totaling more than 1,000,000. Gasp. How powerful. If I am not careful, I may perish here. Xiaofeng inhaled sharply. He dared not hesitate and immediately retaliated. Chain lightning. With a crackle, a bolt of lightning surged forth, targeting the nearest abyssal warrior leader. The speed of the lightning was astonishing. Evasion was impossible. With a resounding crack, the chain lightning struck, inflicting a devastating 20 million damage, instantly eliminating the foe. However, the opponent was airborne and too distant from his comrades to rebound. How could this be possible? A chorus of shock and rage erupted among the epic bosses as they beheld their companion being vanquished in an instant. They unleashed their ultimate abilities, raining down upon Xiaofeng. Mire, Abyssal King Slash, Bloody Plunder. Each powerful skill descended, causing Xiaofeng's earth elemental shield to flicker erratically. 28938 slowdown 179892. 72894 damage figures flashed rapidly before him, just as Xiaofeng prepared to unleash further skills to annihilate his enemies. An abyssal warrior leader leapt from his mount, diving down to strike. He was unexpectedly rendered unconscious. The duration of his dizziness lasted an astonishing 5 seconds. Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Following this, several more skills were unleashed, inflicting upon him an array of detrimental statuses. Slowed, stunned, immobilized, paralyzed. Silenced, it appeared he was to be subjected to an unending cycle of control, leading to his inevitable demise. In a state of sheer panic, Xiaofeng realized he was utterly immobilized, unable to cast even a single skill. Purification. At this critical juncture, the fortunate cat, concealed in the corridor behind, unleashed a signature priest spell. In an instant, all negative statuses and control effects afflicting Xiaofeng were eradicated, and he entered a 5-second state of invulnerability. Splendidly executed. Xiaofeng let out a hearty laugh as the crisis was averted, and he prepared to strike once more. Storm of rain. Boom. Thunder rumbled, and winds surged. A torrential downpour ensued, spanning a width and length of 60 meters. Raindrops cascaded down in a spectacular deluge. 7 out of 12 epic bosses found themselves ensnared within the storm. In an instant, cries of agony echoed around. What is this? It hurts. Commander, save me. Damn it. I can't withstand this. Ugh. The damage soared to an astronomical 1 million per second, far beyond what these epic bosses could endure. In a mere 2 seconds, all 7 epic bosses perished, transforming into a rain of gold and equipment that fell with the downpour. Damn humans. The Abyssal Warlord watched in horror as 2/3 of his subordinates were decimated, his fury igniting. Die, he bellowed, leaping from the heights. A 3-meter-long battle blade materialized in his hand, descending with the force of 1,000 pounds, aimed directly at Xiaofeng's face. This was a targeted skill. Xiaofeng had no means to evade and could only brace himself. Yet, he was not one to stand idly by and accept a beating. Lightning arrow. Boom. Crackle. The battle blade and the lightning struck simultaneously against the opponent. A staggering damage of 870,000 appeared above Xiaofeng's head. However, the Abyssal Warlord, Miao, merely had a layer of his shield shattered, suffering no actual damage. The fact that his strike did not annihilate Xiaofeng left Miao astounded. Without hesitation, he pressed on, his body radiating a fierce glow, and launched an even more formidable strike. This damage was beyond what even a level 180 knight clad in full epic gear could withstand. Crack. The colossal battle blade, larger than Xiaofeng himself, descended once more, unleashing another damage output in the millions. The Earth Elemental Shield was severely compromised, having lost 1/3 of its protective strength. This boss was undeniably powerful, far surpassing the level 105 Spectral Knight. Truly formidable, but he shall still perish. Magic Missile. Fireball. Xiaofeng had adapted to the peculiar shield effects of high-level bosses, casting his spells with remarkable swiftness, launching several instant-cast spells in unison. The missile with a sharp sound shattered one layer of the shield. The fireball erupted, breaking another layer. That made 3 layers. Gale Force. As the boss lingered on the brink of defeat and the invulnerability period approached its conclusion, Xiaofeng once again began to cast his ultimate spell. Simultaneously, he found himself besieged by the Abyssal Warlord and several other remaining epic bosses, as his shield value plummeted to 50%. With a whoosh, the Gale spell was unleashed, swirling and coiling into a colossal azure tornado. Once more, a layer of the Abyssal Warlord's shield shattered, totaling 4 layers in all. Xiaofeng's magic missile had completed its cooldown, striking with precision at close range. The damage inflicted was 3,998, 123 from a basic attack. A figure that fell short of his expectations by nearly half, failing to vanquish the boss in one blow. Nonetheless, the Abyssal Warlord was filled with dread, hastily uttering, "Bloody shield." A blood-red barrier materialized around him, akin to an earth elemental shield, serving as a defensive bulwark against damage. The gale swept forth, and a white one, 000, 000, along with a red one, 099, 892, appeared above the boss, instantly shattering the shield. Impossible. This cannot be. The Abyssal Warlord was gripped by terror, astonished that a mere level 62 human could bring him to such a state of disarray. In the next moment, a fierce gust struck, and another damage figure of 2,000,000 emerged, depleting his health entirely. No. With a roar, the Abyssal Warlord exploded into a shower of coins and equipment. The other epic bosses met a similar fate, torn to shreds by the gale. You have defeated the epic boss, Abyssal Warlord Leader, earning 3,755 reputation points. Ding. You have vanquished the legendary boss, Abyssal Warlord Miao, earning 24,500 reputation points. Your team has defeated Abyssal Warlord Miao, gaining a shared experience of 8,950,000. Your team has triumphed over the Abyssal Warlord Leader, acquiring 994,500 experience points. System notifications flooded the screen. revealing that the 12 epic bosses and one legendary boss had bestowed upon Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow a staggering total of 20 million experience points. In an instant, Xiaofeng's level soared, escalating to 67 in one breath. Lucky Meow also experienced a remarkable leap, ascending to level 57, rapidly closing the gap and claiming the second position on the leaderboard. My heavens, I just jumped 16 levels? Lucky Meow was momentarily flabbergasted by the sudden surge in his level. Xiaofeng, however, was not overly surprised, remarking, "It's decent, I suppose. Higher-level monsters certainly yield more experience. But as we progress, it will slow down." Now, the ground was strewn with coins and equipment, an array of purple and orange items scattered everywhere. And even a piece of red equipment lay among the spoils. Chapter 56, The Tri-Layered Sacred Shield. Xiaofeng eagerly lunged towards the solitary crimson equipment and picked it up. Crown of Bloodthirst, Mythical, Level Requirement, None Class Requirement, Priest. Mage Health, 2500 Physical Defense, 100 Constitution, 50 Special Effect. Bloodthirst, automatically restores 50 health per second. Special Effect. Blood Shield, automatically gains a layer of Blood Shield every 300 seconds, stacking up to a maximum of 3 layers, with each layer capable of negating one attack, activating once per second at most. This is a mythical item devoid of level restrictions. The base health and physical defense it offers are remarkably substantial, significantly surpassing that of the previous epic headgear. Moreover, the automatic health regeneration of 50 points per second is comparable to having a priest at one's side. Even more astonishing is the ability to stack the Blood Shield effect. A Blood Shield, indeed, is akin to a sacred shield. Xiaofeng was overjoyed. Previously, he had envied Manaya for her ability to disregard his attacks, and now he too had acquired such a power. Furthermore, having reviewed the equipment's effects, he grasped the mechanism of the sacred shield. In truth, even with this sacred shield, one cannot completely ignore damage. Should one be subjected to multiple attacks within a single second, they could be eliminated directly. For regardless of the layers accumulated, it can only activate once per second. He immediately allocated this mythical quality headgear to himself, replacing his previous equipment and donning it. After equipping the mythical helmet and distributing the new attribute points, his health surged to 12,958 points, with physical defense exceeding magic defense, reaching 198. Although, none of this compared to the practicality of an earth elemental shield. There were numerous coins scattered on the ground, as the bosses had fallen in a somewhat dispersed manner. Xiaofeng and his companion collected them one by one, ultimately amassing a total of 930,000 gold coins. Comparatively, this was meager when juxtaposed with the Lord of Ramika, the level 180 legendary boss, the Abyssal Warlord, along with his 12 subordinates, yielded less value collectively than what a single boss of Ramika would drop, albeit with a slightly higher count of epic items. This discrepancy likely stemmed from Ramika's status as a lord, endowing him with greater wealth, while the Abyssal Warlord and his ilk were mere soldiers with limited opportunities to amass riches. Aside from the equipment, the ground was strewn with various scrolls, potions, and other items. After rummaging for a considerable time, Xiaofeng discovered that his backpack was utterly full, prompting him to discard all items of blue quality or lower to Lucky Meow, retaining only epic tier equipment and some valuable skill books. We came here merely to complete a quest, yet unexpectedly acquired so many treasures. Xiaofeng, thank you. Lucky Meow gazed at the pile of spoils, her joy so immense that she could hardly contain her smile. As someone who desired nothing, merely collecting the items that Xiaofeng's backpack could not accommodate, she had garnered numerous items, which, when sold back in the main city, would easily fetch at least 10,000 gold coins. That equates to a staggering 100,000 in cash. This was an incredible profit. Before meeting Xiaofeng, she possessed merely over 2,000 gold coins. However, after being introduced to a team by Defiona, she initially extorted a fortune from Danes alongside Xiaofeng, thereby acquiring a substantial windfall. Upon arriving in the Abyssal World, she encountered unimaginable wealth that she had never dared to dream of, an astounding 2 million gold coins, nearly 10 legendary pieces of equipment, dozens of epic items, and a plethora of high-quality scrolls, potions, and skill books. The cumulative value of these items soared into the tens of millions in cash, a staggering sum for the fortunate Mia, who hailed from an ordinary background. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Xiao Feng produced several commendable pieces of epic priest gear and handed them to Lucky Mia, saying, "Here, I'll gift you 2 useful items. Your purification spell just saved my life, so consider this a token of gratitude." Although these items were indeed impressive, their high-level requirements rendered them temporarily unusable for her. He had not forgotten old Li's equipment needs either, with legendary quality items resting in his backpack. The few items gifted to Lucky Mia constituted a mere one of the total value, yet for her, they represented a significant bounty. This. Lucky Mia was momentarily astounded. Such exquisite gear, even if she ventured into a raid against a formidable boss, would be unattainable. Now, Xiao Feng had merely allowed her a glimpse, and had already surpassed her wildest expectations. Overwhelmed, she finally mustered the courage to say, I only came to assist with the quest. I cannot accept such a bounty. Holding on to them feels excessive, especially since I haven't even acquired the divine dew or faced the mythical boss yet." Xiao Feng, unperturbed, replied, "It's of no consequence. Since receiving the construction order for the outpost, my perspective on valuable items in the game has grown rather indifferent. Encountering artifacts I can utilize fills me with joy, but those I cannot wear merely clutter my inventory. Selling them for a modest profit or sharing them with teammates is of little concern to me. Besides, I am still the primary beneficiary. This is merely a fraction. But this is too much. You defeated those bosses yourself. I hardly contributed." Lucky Mia hesitated to accept such a generous reward, her conscience feeling uneasy. "Stop hesitating. Let us seek out that General Clem. We fought too swiftly earlier and failed to inquire about the divine dew. We must continue our search," Xiao Feng interjected, striding towards the city's outskirts. His decision to bestow items upon Lucky Mia was well considered. She was an exceptionally powerful support at this juncture, capable of providing buffs, dispelling control effects, and playing a pivotal role during boss encounters. Should they face more challenging bosses shortly, her assistance would prove invaluable. Otherwise, should the boss unleash a series of control effects and eliminate him, his high output would be rendered meaningless. If he were to die and return to Stormwind City, it would take until the morrow to return. Offering her some benefits could be seen as a form of compensation for her efforts. In that case, I shall humbly comply. Hey, Xiao Feng, slow down. Wait for me. The two of them, one ahead and the other behind, hurried along the spacious road, making their way out of the city. The name of this city is Ramika. It is uncertain whether it is named after Ramika or if Ramika is named after the city itself. The system's map function is significantly constrained in the abyssal world, rendering the world map inaccessible. Only upon reaching a location can one discern its name. The abyssal creatures of Ramika have been utterly intimidated by Xiao Feng's terrifying prowess, remaining hidden, leaving the roads remarkably serene, devoid of any magical beasts. Xiao Feng, uninterested in the slow endeavor of hunting minor creatures for experience, swiftly reached the city gates. Ramika is perched upon a mountain, with the city gates located at a broad foothill. Under the luminous moonlight, one can gaze into the distance and behold a vast plain below, akin to farmland, cultivating unique crops of the abyssal world. Further afield, numerous mountain cities reminiscent of Ramika rise, varying in size, most of which are smaller than Ramika, though a few are comparable. The only city larger than Ramika is situated on a grand mountain 30 kilometers away, appearing magnificent and imposing. It is slightly smaller than a level 3 main city, yet considerably larger than a level 4 city. That must be General Clem's city. Let us head there, Xiao Feng deduced after analyzing the surrounding terrain. The journey is still quite lengthy, requiring some time to traverse. As they advanced along the road, the fog on the map gradually dispersed, revealing the visible landscape. While running, they suddenly spotted a structure in the distance atop a mountain, distinctly different in architectural style from the other mountain cities. Lucky Cat, filled with curiosity, remarked, Xiao Feng, look. That city over there resembles a human settlement. Xiao Feng also noticed the opulent castle-like edifice. This castle starkly contrasted with the architectural style of the abyssal demons, embodying the essence of human civilization on the surface. The entire city stood proudly atop the mountain, with abyssal demon soldiers patrolling the area. Above the castle, a flag fluttered in the breeze, prominently displaying a rose emblem. The rose, the castle, recalling some information he had gleaned from the abyssal creatures. He could not help but exclaim, could that possibly be the palace of Minya? Chapter 57. The Fortunate Cat. In shock, is Minaya the Abyss Princess you mentioned? The Fortunate Cat had heard of this NPC several times. Xiao Feng nodded, stating, she sustained significant injuries while saving me last time. It seems prudent to check on her. As his power flourished, he no longer feared Minaya. Although this infatuated sorceress possessed considerable strength, she would certainly not be his match in a confrontation. Moreover, as a princess of the Abyss, she would undoubtedly possess a wealth of knowledge, making her an ideal source for inquiries regarding the sacred spring. Xiaofeng altered his course towards the castle. As he traversed the plains of the abyssal world, the surrounding map gradually illuminated, revealing geographical names. This expanse was known as the Land of Klim, named after General Klim himself. The nearby small towns bore a variety of names, predominantly derived from their respective lords. Much like Lamaka City. Trouble. Humans are here, flee. As he walked through the abyssal farmlands, he occasionally encountered abyssal creatures, all of whom fled at the sight of him. Just as human commoners feared demons, the denizens of this realm were equally terrified of humans. Xiaofeng, indifferent to these low-level abyssal beings, chose not to engage. After half an hour of travel, he and the fortunate cat arrived at the grand entrance of what appeared to be Minaya's palace. The castle sprawled over an area exceeding 2 football fields, its front gate nestled at the foothills, easily identifiable. Outside the gates stood a cadre of level 120 abyssal warriors. Upon noticing Xiaofeng and the fortunate cat, they immediately assumed a defensive stance. Bold human, daring to invade the abyssal realm. Seize them and offer them as sustenance to Her Highness the Princess. With that, several abyssal warriors charged forward, weapons brandished. Xiaofeng had intended to inquire further. But before he could utter a word, they had already revealed their intentions. Indeed, this was Minaya's residence. Let us proceed inside and take a look. The abyssal warriors were of no concern to him. A chain of lightning was unleashed, obliterating one of them in an instant. What? So powerful? Witnessing their comrade reduced to mere ashes, the nearby castle guards were taken aback. A small demon leader shouted, "Quick, inform General Klim. A human powerhouse is attempting to ambush Princess Minaya." Another demon cried out, "We shall protect Her Highness at all costs. We will fight them." In response, dozens of abyssal creatures surged forth from the castle like a swarm of hornets, charging at Xiaofeng and the fortunate cat. Such abundant experience. Xiaofeng smiled faintly. Invoking the rain of destruction, lethal raindrops poured down, claiming the lives of all who were struck, causing his experience points to soar, even eliminating the messengers. Although these monsters were Minaya's subordinates, Xiaofeng held no murderous intent towards her. However, since he had already arrived, and the little devils were so eager to confront him, it was inconceivable for him to remain idle and not retaliate. Visiting Princess Minerva and leveling up were not mutually exclusive. The abyssal creatures were all notorious for their bloodthirst, and failing to eliminate them would be rather saintly of him. After a torrential downpour, only a handful of monsters remained alive in the vicinity. At the front door of the castle hall, a high-ranking demon with a greenish hue observed the two with fierce intensity, exclaiming in a low voice, "Halt! This is the palace of Princess Minerva, the beloved of the bloodthirsty Dark Lord. Should you dare to enter, the Dark Lord's wrath shall be upon you, and you shall surely meet your demise. Not even your revered deity can save you." Xiaofeng glanced at the demon's information. Butler Nunard of Rose Castle, Epic Boss. Level, 150 health points. 1, 384, 0001. 384, 000. Target level too high to retrieve further data. This named high-tier monster possessed substantial health, yet posed no threat to Xiaofeng. Rose Castle. Abyssal Rose. Upon seeing the information, he remembered that he possessed a token of affection from Minerva. He retrieved it from his backpack and declared, "I have come to seek your princess." The deep purple abyssal rose materialized in his hand, emanating a pure and noble aura of high-tier demon essence. The little devils, who had initially intended to continue their assault, abruptly ceased their actions. They fixed their gazes upon the abyssal rose, silent and disarmed, prostrating themselves. This was an instinctual suppression. Low-tier demons naturally felt fear in the presence of high-tier demons, leading them to kneel and fall silent. The castle butler Nunit, however, did not kneel but instead displayed a look of astonishment, exclaiming incredulously, "This aura, it is the essence of Her Highness. You actually possess Her Highness's essence." Stunned, the earlier threats he had issued dissipated, and the entire castle fell into a profound silence. Seeing this, Xiaofeng smirked. "Had I known this item was so effective, I would have unveiled it upon my arrival in the abyss." With the abyssal rose in hand, all the lesser creatures kneel before me, awaiting their experience to be harvested. What a delightful experience. At that moment, the the doors of the castle hall suddenly swung open. A shadow swiftly darted from within and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, my dear brother, you have come to see me. The sultry, melodic voice was utterly enchanting. Xiaofeng felt a weight encumber him, a force pulling him forward, causing him to lean slightly backward. Hey, what are you doing? This enchantress had leapt into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck, her entire being nestled against him. A mysterious fragrance filled his nostrils as the enchantress's head rested against his neck, gently nuzzling. The intimacy of this posture was overwhelming, akin to the reunion of lovers long separated. And this was not the end. In the fleeting moment when Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned by the witch's sudden assault, Minerva lifted her head from his embrace and, with the swiftness of a lightning bolt, lightly pecked his lips. Moi, I adore you. Xiaofeng. My first kiss. For a moment, his mind buzzed as if struck by thunder, feeling as though 1,000 alpacas were galloping past him. He was actually forcefully kissed by an NPC. Although he was aware of Minerva's infatuated nature, he had never expected their reunion to unfold in such a manner. You all? The lucky cat nearby was equally astonished. Watching a level 120 mythical boss charge forth with an enormous health bar, she had prepared to cast buffs and retreat, leaving Xiaofeng to bravely face the boss alone. Yet, to her astonishment, this boss, with such remarkable speed, did not attack upon reaching Xiaofeng. Instead, it kissed him and proclaimed, I love you. At that moment, the lucky cat felt her worldview shatter. Wasn't the red-named entity a monster? Aren't monsters meant to be slain? How could it embrace and kiss Xiaofeng, referred to as brother in such an endearing manner? Was this truly a title a boss should bestow upon a player? This was utterly illogical. Even more absurd was the fact that Xiaofeng, typically a fierce and volatile youth who would annihilate any creature in sight, did not resist her. Brother Xiaofeng, my daring venture to the human capital was not in vain. How delightful it is to see you so soon. Minerva exclaimed, still clutching him, gazing up at the bewildered Xiaofeng with joy illuminating her face. Her beautiful violet-like eyes sparkled with happiness as they locked onto the youthful, handsome mage. As for Xiaofeng, well, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He had initially intended to attend to serious matters, but the witch's abrupt intrusion had left him utterly flummoxed. Minerva, noticing his silence, smiled charmingly and said, if you've forgotten, let it be. No need to dwell on it. Come, let us go to my chambers. You promised that if I assisted you, you would serve me well. With that, she took hold of one of Xiaofeng's hands and led him toward the castle. Chapter 58. The Unfathomable Hostility. Wait a moment. Lucky Meow exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she called out to Xiaofeng. We are here for serious matters. Why are you flirting with an NPC? NPC? Why is this term recurring? What does it signify? Minia inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. She glanced at Lucky Meow and then turned to Xiaofeng, asking, Xiaofeng, is she your friend? I sense the faintest essence of a certain deity, though it is exceedingly weak. Xiaofeng, snapping back to reality, clarified his thoughts. Observing Minia, whose face bore both joy and a hint of pallor, he said, thank you immensely for saving me last time, Minia. I heard you were injured, so I brought some healing potions for you. I hope they might be of some assistance. As he presented several vials of golden, divine life potions, Minia glanced at them and immediately took them all, whisking them away to an unknown place. With a cheerful demeanor, she remarked, you care for me. How wonderful. Xiaofeng, you need not worry, my injuries are not severe. It is merely my physical form that is damaged. My essence remains largely unscathed, and I shall recover in a few months. Well, as long as you are not gravely harmed, Xiaofeng replied politely, though he was unsure whether her response indicated severity or not. He continued, we have another purpose for our visit to the Abyss. We seek a certain item. As the Princess of the Abyss, you must possess considerable knowledge. Might you be willing to share some insights with us? Upon hearing this, Minia's brow furrowed slightly. You have other intentions? I had thought you came solely to see me. Her voice carried a note of disappointment. Meanwhile, Lucky Meow was utterly astonished. A woman's intuition told her that this NPC was not merely feigning affection. She genuinely harbored special feelings for Xiaofeng. The intensity of these feelings was striking, bordering on obsession. This was utterly preposterous, Lucky Meow mused. Despite Xiaofeng's undeniable handsomeness and formidable prowess, this abyssal princess was merely an NPC infatuated with a player. What sort of absurdity was this? Did she not realize she was merely a collection of data? Even if she fancied herself a real person, The game had only been live for a little over a day. How could she possibly fall so deeply for a male player in such a brief span? Such an outrageous occurrence was beyond Lucky Meow's comprehension, yet here it was, unfolding before her very eyes. Your Highness, Your Highness. At that moment, the butler, Nunit, approached with a matter to report. What is it? Minia inquired, her expression slightly displeased. She despised being interrupted while conversing with someone she cherished. However, out of respect for Nunit's unwavering loyalty, she refrained from expressing her irritation. The castle's butler cautiously leaned closer and said, Your Highness, this man and this woman have just slain Lord Lamaka and Vice Commander Meow. They are enemies of our abyss. You should not be so close to them. HM. Upon hearing this, Minia furrowed her brow deeper and retorted, Silence. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Nunit dared not respond, quickly lowering his head. Withdraw. But Your Highness, do not make me repeat myself. In the face of her subordinates, Minia displayed a formidable side, exuding an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Reluctantly, Nunit led his companions away from the presence of the trio, leaving behind an empty space with only Xiao Feng, Lucky Meow, and Minia remaining. Once her subordinates had departed, Minia, still frowning, asked earnestly, Xiao Feng, is what he said true? Did you kill Uncle Ramika? That indeed is the case. Xiao Feng was unaccustomed to deceit, and given the multitude of witnesses in Ramika City, he had no choice but to admit it. Minia sighed at his admission, her gaze now tinged with reproach. She spoke slowly. Uncle Ramika was a veteran who had followed my father for many years. Although not particularly powerful, his experience was invaluable. During my years of exile here, I have greatly benefited from his care. To have killed Uncle Ramika is a grave matter. As the Princess of the Abyss, I must uphold its iron laws and cannot allow you to go unpunished. What do you mean? Xiao Feng inquired, perplexed. Minia pondered briefly before replying. According to the rules, your actions warrant the death penalty, and a most gruesome one at that. However, you are to be my future husband, the son-in-law of the demon god, thus such a harsh fate cannot befall you. I propose instead that you serve as my male servant in my rose castle for 10 years, attending to my needs. Xiao Feng. So, after all that, you are still coveting my presence. He responded with resignation. Your Highness Minia, I am truly grateful for your affection. However, I am but an ordinary player, unworthy of the honor of being the son-in-law of the demon god. I came today to express my gratitude for your assistance in Storm City and to inquire about the Divine Spring. As for remaining as a male servant, well, that is simply out of the question. His tone was exceedingly polite. Had a female player stood before him at that moment, he would have acted without such courtesy, eliminating her with a single skill. Yet NPCs differ from players. Their thought processes are crafted by game designers, and when it comes to matters of mutual interest, respect is paramount to unlock their true potential. Otherwise, even without injury, Minia's formidable level and strength would withstand the brunt of his skills. Despite his courtesy, Minia felt displeased upon hearing Xiao Feng's response. You are unwilling even to stay as my male servant. It appears you harbor no feelings for me at all. I understand now. It is because of her, isn't it? She is human and has received the legacy of the Supreme God, a position of nobility. From a human perspective, it is only natural that you would be drawn to her. The witch princess wore a melancholic expression, reminiscent of someone heartbroken, her pitiful demeanor evoking sympathy. Yet, in the next moment, her countenance shifted to one of chilling severity. However, I simply cannot allow you to leave, Minerva declared. The once gentle and alluring witch was suddenly transformed, a fierce glint igniting in her eyes. Whether it be out of my duty as the Princess of the Abyss or my personal feelings towards you, I must keep you here. As for her, anyone daring to vie for a man with Minerva shall meet their demise. With that, she grasped the neck of Lucky Cat with her delicate, alabaster fingers. Lucky Cat. It hurts. What have I done? Why do you suddenly want to kill me? The witch's grip was formidable, leaving the onlookers gasping in pain. Lucky Cat felt utterly exasperated, believing herself to be an innocent bystander. She was merely an ordinary teammate, seeking to gain experience from the quest. She never anticipated stumbling upon a scandalous affair between an NPC and a player during the mission. To make matters worse, the rejected NPC absurdly viewed her as a rival to be eliminated. Was there anything more ludicrous than this? Xiao Feng, witnessing the scene, found himself caught between laughter and tears. Minerva, please do not indulge in such wild thoughts. I am simply a player immersed in the game. I harbor no peculiar feelings towards you, nor do I possess any special intentions regarding Lucky Cat. Can we not discuss this amicably? If we cannot be lovers, surely we can at least be friends. His tone was earnest. Is that so? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Minerva asked, skepticism lacing her voice. Cough, cough. I'm suffocating. Please put me down, I beg you. Lucky Cat pleaded, dangling helplessly in midair, her face flushed. Observing her near demise and noting the absence of urgency in Xiao Feng's demeanor towards Minerva, she finally relented, releasing Lucky Cat onto the ground. That wretched witch. Lucky Cat silently vowed revenge after her fall. Let us sit down and discuss this properly, Xiao Feng proposed. Minerva gazed at him, her eyes still glimmering with infatuation, yet significantly more lucid than before. She nodded. Very well, we shall talk. It is not too late for you to reconsider. With that, she led both of them into the castle. Chapter 59. The essence of the divine dew. The interior of the Rose Castle is spacious and resplendent, resembling a royal palace. The attendants serving Minya are not the grotesque denizens of the abyss, but rather ordinary human servants. Most of these servants are common NPCs below level 80, captured from the abyss and stripped of their freedom. However, they appear to have suffered no extreme cruelty. At the very least, their limbs are intact, and their bodies bear no marks of prolonged abuse. Xiao Feng and Lucky Cat accompany Minya into the sitting room. Minya elegantly occupies the seat of honor, her noble black gauze gown draping halfway down her body, revealing her slender, graceful calves and delicate arms. What brings you to the abyss? Minya inquires. Xiao Feng reiterates his previous statement, his goal undoubtedly being the divine dew. Visiting Minya is merely a matter of chance. However, he feels compelled to acknowledge the sorceress's stature and mention both matters in tandem. Yet, it is futile to resist Minya's romantic inclinations. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's response, she remarks wistfully, if you do not harbor feelings for me, why would you risk danger and travel such a distance to see me? You are playing hard to get. Teasing me, you wicked man. Nevertheless, I find myself willing to accept this version of you. As she speaks, a hint of delight emerges, her earlier fierce demeanor dissipating into a lovesick expression. Xiao Feng is rendered speechless. Lucky Cat, perceiving his exasperation, attempts to clarify, it is not as you think, Your Highness. In truth, Xiao Feng is gay, he does not fancy women. His attentiveness towards you is merely a matter of courtesy. Xiao Feng? Why cast such an unfounded accusation? He, Xiao Feng, is a paragon of masculinity. How could he possibly be attracted to men? Fortunately, as an NPC, Minya does not comprehend the term gay. Instead, she chuckles softly, shaking her head. You are speaking nonsense. I refuse to believe that. Just now, when I embraced and kissed Xiao Feng, his heart raced. Clearly, he has feelings for me. Really? Lucky Cat queries, casting a dubious glance, sensing something unsettling. Xiao Feng, with an impassive expression, responds, I was merely startled. To prevent the two women from veering further into this topic, he decisively shifts the conversation, stating, let us discuss the divine dew. Minya, could you share the information regarding this item? I am in dire need of it. Without it, I cannot undergo the second transformation, and my strength will struggle to progress. Minya's expression betrays her hesitation. After a brief pause, she replies, I could tell you, but this item is exceedingly precious. Even I cannot simply provide it to you. Its significance is paramount, and I can only obtain it with my father's permission. Xiao Feng's heart stirs. When he previously inquired about the divine dew from Ramika, the latter had reacted with notable excitement and readily offered assistance. Now, with Minya exhibiting such seriousness, it is evident that the divine dew is indeed a rare and elusive treasure. What exactly is it? What purpose does it serve? Where can one obtain it? Xiao Feng inquired with a trio of questions. Minya elucidated. The divine dew spring is a term used in the divine realm. In our abyss, it is referred to as the primordial essence. The primordial essence? Both Xiao Feng and Lucky Miao were momentarily taken aback. The name certainly sounded formidable. Minya nodded affirmatively, stating, yes, the primordial essence is an invaluable treasure highly esteemed by both the divine and demonic clans. It can enhance the quality of one's bloodline and augment potential. For instance, I evolved from a high-ranking demon to a perfect pure-blood demon precisely because I absorbed a significant amount of primordial essence in my youth, granting me an impeccable appearance. In addition to enhancing bloodlines, it also serves to prolong life. Each drop of primordial essence can extend one's lifespan by 10 years, and the effects intensify with increased consumption. potentially extending life by up to 10,000 years, making it one of the most precious substances in the world. For both the Abyss and the Divine Realm, it is a crucial heirloom, not to be divulged to outsiders. Anyone who covets it would face relentless retribution. After this explanation, Xiaofeng and Lucky Miao finally comprehended the significance of the Divine Dew Spring. Enhancing bloodline quality and prolonging life, this substance is undoubtedly extraordinary, ranking among the finest of all items in the game. Although unaware of its effects on players, Xiaofeng nonetheless sensed the formidable challenge of acquiring it. He pondered for a moment before stating, "You evolved from a high-ranking demon to a pure-blood demon by utilizing a considerable amount of primordial essence. A single drop merely extends life by 10 years. It is not particularly powerful. If I only desire a few drops, would it be possible for you to obtain them for me?" Minia shook her head, asserting that it was impossible. Her father would never consent to the primordial essence being distributed to humans, and even if one were to seek the gods in the Divine Realm, they would similarly refuse. What shall we do then? If we cannot obtain this substance, we will be unable to advance to the second tier, and our progress will be hindered. Lucky Miao furrowed her brow, growing increasingly anxious. She understood that acquiring the Divine Dew Spring was no small feat, but she never anticipated it would be this arduous. This substance was of great concern even to the Archdemon, making it nearly impossible for 2 players below level 100 to obtain it. Minia was indifferent to Lucky Miao's agitation. However, upon noticing Xiaofeng's furrowed brow as well, she felt compelled to offer assistance. Thus, she inquired, "What do you intend to do with this substance? Who sent you to seek the primordial essence?" "It is an elderly poet named Daifiona. She was originally from the Moon Temple, but later." Xiaofeng recounted the circumstances. Upon hearing this, the sorceress frowned and remarked, "Xiaofeng, dear brother, how foolish you are. You need not rely solely on her for your ascension. Surely there are others who could assist you. As for the Moon Witch, could you not simply devise a plan to eliminate her and seize her artifact?" Lucky Miao interjected, explaining, "That was my initial thought, but I seem unable to defeat her. If I wait until I grow stronger to confront her, I will no longer require her artifact." Moreover, Xiaofeng required her assistance for a job transition, prompting Daifiona to issue a team quest, which they undertook together. Xiaofeng awkwardly remarked, "I merely wish to acquire an extraordinary artifact for amusement. I never anticipated that the Divine Dew Springs would prove so challenging to obtain. Furthermore, what if we were to defeat Daifiona and she fails to yield the artifact? In gaming, the paramount objective is enjoyment." Enticed by the allure of rewards rivaling that of extraordinary artifacts, he was certainly willing to exert effort and take a chance. A venture into the Abyss posed little challenge for him, thus he hurriedly made his way once Daifiona laid out her conditions. Yet, reality proved harsh, following Minia's explanation. He had come to a profound realization regarding the absurd difficulty of acquiring the Divine Dew Springs. Daifiona was indeed a considerable burden. Minia couldn't help but smile, gazing at Xiaofeng with affectionate eyes, and said, "Silly brother, if you seek treasures, simply come to me. Although our demon clan cannot forge artifacts, we have defeated numerous deities and high-ranking divine emissaries over the years, acquiring several artifacts from them. As long as you ask. No. As long as you agree to serve me well and be my man, I can grant you whatever you desire." Chapter 60, The Substitute? At the utterance of those words, both Xiaofeng and Lucky Miao found their expressions frozen in disbelief. Xiaofeng awkwardly remarked, "Could you please refrain from making such peculiar requests? Though my level is not high, I am capable enough and do not need to rely on others for support. Moreover, I possess my own dignity and principles. I would appreciate it if such matters were not mentioned again." However, the witch spoke with sincere conviction. Lucky Miao, observing the exchange, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Yet, considering the prospect of serving an NPC for the chance to acquire numerous divine artifacts, especially those of extraordinary caliber, it did not seem entirely unappealing. In fact, it could be quite lucrative. All right. I am the mightiest man in the realm of heavenly domains, and I am quite clear-headed. I would never trade my body and dignity for mere virtual items, Xiaofeng retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. The infatuation displayed by Minia was genuinely vexing to him, had it not been for the assistance this NPC had provided. His fiery temper might have led him to eliminate her with a single skill. "Minia, I still wish to inquire, if I were to seek the primordial source liquid, where might I find it?" He stood up once more, posing the question. Minia shook her head. "Do not harbor such thoughts. It is an impossibility. Its sole source is the heart of the endless abyss, specifically the ancient mountain range. There, my father and 2 other demon lords' formidable avatars stand guard. And even the supreme deity would find no advantage in that domain. Very well, I shall abandon the pursuit, Xiao Feng sighed, resignation evident in his voice. The power of the demon lords was akin to that of the supreme deity. With his current capabilities, he might have a chance against the divine generals. But truly confronting a god was still beyond his reach. Lucky Miao, let us depart. Xiao Feng produced a scroll to return to town, preparing to leave. But what about the quest items? Lucky Miao interjected anxiously. Xiao Feng could forego Fiona's rewards and seek assistance from another NPC for the second-class advancement. But she could not. Only the High Priestess of the Moon and Fiona could aid her in this endeavor. Without completing this task, she would be unable to learn advanced skills. No matter how far ahead she was now, she would inevitably be surpassed. Xiao Feng suggested. You could form a party to defeat Fiona and then undertake the temple quest for your class change. She is in such poor health that she likely poses no significant threat. This left Lucky Miao feeling quite troubled. The challenge of a level 150 mythical boss remained exceedingly daunting, and she was uncertain of her ability to prevail. At that moment, Manaya interjected. I happen to possess an item that may assist you in completing this task. What do you mean? Wasn't it said that the primordial source liquid cannot be given to us? Xiao Feng inquired, taken aback. Manaya shook her head. The primordial source liquid, of course, cannot be bestowed upon you. However, the individual you mentioned, does she not merely wish to extend her lifespan? Extending one's life does not necessarily require the primordial source liquid. That seems to hold some truth. Both Xiao Feng and Lucky Miao paused in surprise before nodding in agreement. Minia addressed the two, saying in Arbis, there exists a treasure known as the Fountain of Youth, which possesses the remarkable ability to prolong life. A single vial of this elixir can extend your lifespan by 200 years. Ample time for you to fulfill your mission. Xiao Feng was overjoyed. Where is this wondrous item? We shall seek it forthwith. Lucky Cat's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. However, just as their spirits soared, Minia began to tease them. With her arms crossed and a languid tone, she hinted, nothing in this world comes without a price. What benefit do you seek? What do you desire? Xiao Feng inquired. Minia gazed at him with her violet eyes, smiling silently. Lucky Cat, understanding in an instant, interjected. You merely need to serve her for a night. Xiao Feng retorted, I must take my leave. Such an absurd condition was utterly unacceptable to him. And he promptly produced a scroll to return to the city. Do not go. We can negotiate. Minia, sensing his resolute dismissal, grew anxious and swiftly cast a binding spell to hold him in place. Though Xiao Feng's body was immobilized, his tongue remained unrestrained as he adamantly protested. I am a respectable player, not one to engage in lewd activities. Oh, it's fine. You have nothing to lose. I won't tell anyone. And once you leave here, you'll remain an innocent boy, Lucky Cat. Unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, fan the flames further. How dare you betray me? Xiao Feng thought, wishing he could strike her down with a bolt of lightning. Minia, having faced repeated rejection, felt her confidence severely shaken. Seeing his unwavering stance, she could only sigh in defeat. Very well, you are right. A forced fruit is never sweet. Take this instead, and you may leave. She then tossed a beautifully crafted metal vial to Xiao Feng. What is this? He exclaimed, his eyes widening in delight. Fountain of Youth, mythical. Grants a permanent increase of 10,000 points to the maximum life limit upon use. Each character may utilize it only once. This marvelous item not only extends the lifespan of NPCs but also enhances a player's attributes akin to a legendary piece of armor. Alas, its quantity is limited. Meant solely for quests, not for personal use. Thank you, Minia. Xiao Feng expressed his gratitude hurriedly. The once fervent sorceress now turned her back, resembling a sulking wife, ignoring him. Xiao Feng felt a touch of awkwardness, but having nothing further to say, he pocketed the elixir and departed after offering another thanks. That insufferable man, Minia, witnessing Xiao Feng's retreating figure, felt deeply wounded. Yet, after a moment, a smile crept upon her lips as she murmured to herself, my judgment is indeed sound. Not only is Xiao Feng handsome, but he is also remarkably principled, steadfast, and has boundaries. A man like him is not easily obtained. I must strive harder, I must. Upon departing from the Rose Castle, Xiao Feng and Lucky Miao promptly shattered their return scroll, returning to Stormwind City. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. Familiar shouts echoed in their ears. The surface environment felt so much more comfortable. Bathed in sunlight, Xiao Feng stretched lazily. Indifferent to the city guard NPCs, beside him, Lucky Meow observed with keen curiosity, scrutinizing him intently. Honestly, what is your charm? Why is Minya so infatuated with you? Xiao Feng shrugged. How would I know? She was previously enamored with another NPC, but as soon as she saw me, she instantly changed her target, leaving me feeling quite awkward. Could it be that I am simply too handsome? It's quite perplexing. Perhaps this is just her character design. Lucky Meow couldn't help but chuckle. This game is becoming more enjoyable. Enjoyable, my foot. Come on, let's go turn in the quest. Xiao Feng, unwilling to dwell on the topic any longer, made his way directly to the small teleportation array. After paying the 2 gold coins fee, the duo teamed up to teleport to Wind Fury City. They then followed the path they had taken earlier to Giant Stone Town. Outside the city, the figure of the swindler, Danis, was nowhere to be seen. It was unclear whether she had scurried home to weep after being extorted or had moved on to deceive others elsewhere. The two walked briskly and soon arrived at Giant Stone Town. Senior Dafiona, we are back. Upon returning to the tavern, they found Dafiona seated in her original spot, and the bard Algernon had not departed either. So soon? Is the quest too difficult that you wish to give up? Dafiona inquired, puzzled. The time since they had been teleported away from the tavern had only been 3 hours. Such a brief interval would hardly suffice for a deep abyss endeavor, making it evident that they could not have completed the task successfully. It was likely that after careful consideration, they found it daunting and wished to return to plead for a reduction in difficulty. This was Dafiona's reasoning, thus she shook her head, stating, though this matter is not easily resolved, I assure you that the rewards I offer are truly worthwhile. I will not change my mind, so you must ponder further strategies. Xiao Feng and Lucky Meow exchanged glances and chuckled. Senior Dafiona, I believe you may be mistaken. Although we did not procure the Divine Spring, we discovered another treasure that can prolong life. Given your current condition, it should yield similar effects. With that, he retrieved a beautifully crafted vial containing the elixir of immortality from his backpack. Another kind of treasure? What could possibly substitute the Divine Spring? Dafiona expressed her skepticism. She took the vial of the elixir, examining it closely, then uncorked it and inhaled deeply. After a brief moment, she exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this? It contains such immense vitality." Xiao Feng explained, "It is called the elixir of immortality, sourced from the abyssal realm. Consuming it grants an additional 200 years of life. It is a mythical treasure. Senior, this is equivalent to 20 drops of the Divine Spring. Are you satisfied? Indeed, a remarkable item. Truly extraordinary." Daphne's murky old eyes sparkled with delight, her aged visage seemingly regaining a semblance of vitality. Suddenly, she erupted into laughter, seizing the bottle and tilting it to her lips, draining the elixir of immortality in one swift motion. She then proclaimed, "At last, I can cast off the shadow of death. Brave warrior Xiao Feng, fortunate feline warrior. I am truly grateful to you. There's no need for formality, esteemed elder. We all seek our own gains," Xiao Feng replied, rubbing his hands together in excitement as he prepared for the impending second-class transfer. With this transition, he would not only acquire a plethora of new skills, but also witness an elevation of his professional talents, expanding his repertoire even further. When the time came for collective battles, facing tens of thousands would be a mere trifle. Even encounters with 50 or 100,000 foes would be effortlessly manageable. Lucky Meow was equally exhilarated. Her profession, in fact, surpassed Xiao Feng's, albeit lacking the exponential talent. Once she underwent her second-class transfer, it would signify a monumental leap forward. However, just as they were poised to embrace this transformation, Daphne, having consumed the elixir, suddenly let out a cold laugh, her expression shifting dramatically. "What do you mean by seeking mutual benefit? I tasked you with finding the sacred dew spring. This elixir of immortality is merely a gift you have bestowed upon me, not a quest item I entrusted to you. Now that the sacred dew spring has not manifested, and your task remains unfulfilled, on what grounds do you expect me to grant you your class transfer?" Simultaneously, her appearance began to alter at a visibly rapid pace, her age receding until she resembled a sorceress in her 30s clad in a dark robe. "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing Daphne's words, Xiao Feng and Lucky Meow were taken aback. This NPC had the audacity to renege on their agreement. Battle at word 061. Level 200 mythical. What does it mean? Ha ha ha, foolish adventurers. Dafiona slowly rose, her dark robe transforming, revealing intricate magical patterns. Simultaneously, a staff adorned with ethereal blue gems materialized in her hand. Defiona, the Moonlight Archmage, mythical boss. Level, 200 health, 17, 450, 000 17, 450, 000. Target level too high. Unable to acquire further data. A fresh wave of information emerged. This was Defiona's true form. Observing the bewildered expressions of Xiaofeng and Lucky Miao, she laughed maniacally. I once thought my life had reached its conclusion. Yet fate has not claimed me, sending you two fools to rescue me. Now that my powers have been restored, my sister, the High Priestess, and I can continue our battle. As a token of gratitude, I shall grant you a painless demise. With that, she waved her staff, unleashing a beam of moonlight that shot forth like a blade toward Lucky Miao. Watch out. Xiaofeng sidestepped, shielding his teammate behind him. As an earthen elemental shield instantaneously enveloped him, the moonlight blade struck him, but was absorbed by the blood shield of his mythical hat. This wretched game. The NPC can deceive players. It's utterly revolting. Lucky Miao exclaimed, hiding behind Xiaofeng, seething with indignation. She was furious, and Xiaofeng was even more enraged. Had he known things would escalate this way, he should have aided Lucky Miao in eliminating the old hag at once. However, it was too late for regrets. The situation was irreversible, and the precious fountain of youth was lost, irretrievable. They could only vanquish Defiona to reclaim their honor. Lightning Arrow. Magic Missile. He swiftly cast two minor spells in retaliation against Defiona, but they were negated by an unseen shield. In the tavern, Algernon and the tavern owner were left petrified, trembling beneath the table. How pitiful, the weaklings dared to resist. Defiona scoffed at Xiaofeng's defiance. With a flick of her left hand, a vast surge of magical energy erupted. In the next instant, boom, a wave of white moonlight radiated from her, expanding outward and obliterating the entire tavern, swiftly demolishing surrounding structures. What is happening? Help! The unfortunate tavern owner and the bard were instantaneously stripped of their health points, meeting their demise. Bang! Xiaofeng's blood shield shattered again, leaving only a final layer. Fortunately, Lucky Miao, shielded by his presence, remained unscathed. The moonlight shockwave continued to expand, reaching 500 meters before halting, annihilating all structures within its range. Players and NPC civilians perished, leaving only a few slightly stronger militia members alive. Damn it, this creature is a lunatic, slaying even the civilian NPCs. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaofeng felt both astonished and remorseful. It was his fault. Otherwise, Defiona would not have ended up like this. Given the circumstances, it fell upon him to rectify the situation. Rainstorm spell. Xiaofeng chanted, unleashing a grand area of effect magic centered around himself, enveloping Defiona within. The little one has survived? Defiona expressed her surprise, having observed that he remained unscathed after enduring a moonlight blade and a shockwave. The rainstorm spell had been successfully cast, with raindrops accompanied by magical missiles and fireballs all hurtling towards Defiona. In that very instant, 3 waves of damage surged forth. Not even the Holy Shield could withstand such an onslaught. However, a white spherical protective barrier encased Defiona, rendering the attacks utterly ineffective against it. This was the passive skill, Eternal Moonlight, acquired after the 5th profession advancement at the Moon Temple, granting immunity to all damage for 3 seconds. How formidable! If only I could have it, perhaps it would bestow me with 30,000 seconds of invincibility, Xiaofeng mused inwardly. Recognizing that the damage was currently nullified, he retreated with Lucky Miao, creating distance between them and Defiona. You look rather adorable in your struggle. I suppose I shall entertain you a while longer. Defiona remarked with a cat-and-mouse expression, wielding her staff as a barrage of damage spells surged towards the two. Xiaofeng, be cautious. Moonlight Blessing. Ruler of the Night. Moonlight Shield. Lucky Miao acted swiftly, applying 3 beneficial buffs upon Xiaofeng, simultaneously stating, my survivability is lacking. I fear I may perish. If I am slain, I shall resurrect at the Moon Temple and fetch reinforcements. Hold on. That's unnecessary. It's uncertain who will fall first. Xiaofeng retorted with a cold snort. It was a grave insult to his intelligence to be deceived by an NPC. He had to eliminate Defiona to vent his frustration. The norm dictated that NPCs issued quests and players completed them, and none would suspect an NPC would resort to trickery. Yet, the event had transpired. Overthinking would yield no benefit, only battle remained. Boom, boom, boom. The moonlight spell struck him, and the last layer of the blood shield and the moonlight shield's effects dissipated. With a crack, Xiaofeng endured an attack, a staggering damage figure of 310,000 appearing above his head. As a level 205th transformation mythic boss, Difiona's power had reached its zenith, with even a basic attack inflicting damage in the range of 2 to 300,000, illustrating the formidable challenge she posed. Nevertheless, Xiaofeng possessed a million-point shield and remained undaunted. The 3 seconds had elapsed. Prepare to meet your demise. He counted down the time. And as the moonlight shield enveloping Difiona vanished, he seized the opportunity to strike once more. First, he launched a magic missile, followed closely by a gale spell. The rainstorm continued to pour, and the winds surged anew. The surrounding space was fraught with wind and rain, as the terrifying damage swept through everything, completely shattering the already severely damaged structures. A novice mage dares to challenge a sanctuary's might. How laughable. Difiona scoffed. She briefly chanted for a second, as a radiant white moon ascended from behind, emanating boundless luminescence that converged into a beam, cascading towards Xiaofeng. The beam unleashed an astonishing 300,000 damage every 0.5 seconds. Simultaneously, Xiaofeng's skills were also unleashed upon Daphne. The damage figures, 169, 192, 1, 378, 198, 268, 981, from the storm spell, magic missile, and gale spell manifested before him. In stark contrast to Xiaofeng's nearly 1/200 attack power, this appeared exceedingly abnormal, amounting to merely about 1/10 of the theoretical damage. Her magical damage reduction was an astounding 90. Xiaofeng was taken aback. He had anticipated that a few skills would suffice to vanquish Daphne, but to his dismay, she proved to be remarkably resilient, which posed quite a predicament. Meteor spell. Xiaofeng's thoughts raced, and he made a swift decision. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate skill. The cooldown for the meteor spell had long since expired. And seizing the moment while the storm persisted, he began to chant his most formidable spell. Beneath the cover of wind and rain, fire elements began to gather. At that moment, the damage from his previous skills had also captured Daphne's keen attention. Impressive. Under the pressure of a sanctum's might, you still managed to inflict such substantial damage upon me. Attempting to cast a forbidden spell? You seek your demise. Her narrow eyes narrowed sharply. Realizing that Xiaofeng had commenced the incantation for a forbidden spell, Daphne decisively unleashed 3 consecutive high-damage, single-target skills. Boom. Bang. Hiss. The terrifying damage figures. 2, 193, 829, 1, 887, 919, 2, 409, 919, left both Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow pale with fright. Fortunately, the Earth Elemental Shield proved sufficiently robust, even after sustaining such grievous blows. It remained intact, with a sliver of health remaining. What? She's still alive? Daphne was astounded. She held unwavering confidence in her strength, believing it impossible for anyone beneath the Sanctum's domain to endure her relentless assault unscathed. Yet, before this seemingly weak adventurer, she had faltered. The Elemental Shield had withstood her onslaught. This was inconceivable. She resolved to try once more. With a hum, a full moon appeared out of thin air, casting a copious amount of moonlight. An indiscriminate attack within a 100-meter radius. Lucky Meow, caught in the moonlight, emitted a cry of despair, suffering 800,000 damage, and collapsing on the spot. A staggering 900,000 damage also registered on Xiaofeng's shield, persisting for a full 5 seconds. The Earth Elemental Shield had been breached. Chapter 62. Even meteorites cannot bring death. As Xiaofeng chanted the meteor spell, he found himself unable to unleash any other skills. The cooldown for the Earth Elemental Shield had not yet expired. Merely 3 seconds remained. Just 3 seconds. Frustration gnawed at him. However, he had no choice but to persist with the spell. You little brat, meet your demise. Difiona sneered, observing that he had exhausted all defensive measures. With a swift motion of her staff, a singular moonlight blade arced toward him. Purification. At that moment, Xiaofeng was astonished to see the recently slain Lucky Cat rise again, bestowing upon him a state of invulnerability. Yet, the invulnerability did not mitigate damage. He would still suffer the full brunt of the attack. Moonlight Shield. Lucky Cat cast a new buff skill. With a resounding impact, the moonlight blade descended, shattering the protective effect of the Moonlight Shield just in time to negate the attack. Do you have no cooldown for your skills? How can they be ready so swiftly? Xiaofeng exclaimed in disbelief. Hasn't even been 30 seconds. How is it already off cooldown? Before Lucky Cat could respond, another moonlight blade surged forth. Only 2 seconds left. I'm truly out of skills now. Xiaofeng, I shall do my utmost. Lucky Cat darted forward, arms outstretched to shield him. With a piercing sound, the moonlight blade struck, inflicting over 200,000 damage, and the recently revived Lucky Cat collapsed once more. Oh, such tragedy. Witnessing his comrade fall consecutively, Xiaofeng felt a pang of sorrow. The meteor spell was just a second away from being unleashed, yet Fiona's next assault was already upon him. This is it. I possess no skills to conjure another shield, and the blood shield effect of my artifact helm will take over 4 minutes to regenerate. What a wasted effort. Suddenly, an attack landed, causing Xiaofeng to feel a sharp pain in his chest, and darkness flickered before his eyes. However, he did not perish. Indomitable Spirit, a status effect emerged above his head. His health bar remained full, and he had gained an additional shield with a value identical to his health. Indomitable Spirit. The passive effect of the God's Lair robe. My goodness, I almost forgot I had such a life-saving passive. Xiaofeng rejoiced. At that moment, the chant for the meteor spell finally culminated. With a resounding roar, the sky trembled, and flames illuminated the earth. Damn it, how could this happen? Fiona cursed, astonished that 2 seemingly feeble adversaries proved so challenging to vanquish. The forbidden spell, the meteor, plummeted down. Having experienced Xiaofeng's formidable attack power, which had reduced her health by over 3 million after a full barrage, she recognized that she could not withstand the colossal meteor, 6 times larger than the standard version. Thus, she hastily summoned defensive magic, erecting 3 layers of protective shields around herself. A meteor descended from the lofty heights, igniting in a blaze of fervent flames as it collided with the air. With a resounding boom, the meteor struck the ground. The 3 layers of Saint Domain-level shields enveloping Fiona shattered in succession, 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. These formidable barriers absorbed a staggering 60 million points of damage, a testament to their terrifying efficacy. Yet, in that very moment, the meteor spell unleashed a cataclysmic force amounting to a staggering 240 million. After breaching the 3 layers of shields, the meteor's onslaught remained unabated, crashing down upon Fiona. In a desperate bid for survival, Fiona invoked her ultimate defensive skill, the Moon Goddess's Body. With a thunderous impact, the earth trembled, sending shockwaves radiating outward. A crater emerged where the tavern once stood, and Fiona was forcefully driven into the ground by the meteor's might. A mere 12 million damage, significantly less than anticipated, flickered above her head. Astonishingly, she was still alive. Unbelievable, she's incredibly resilient. Xiaofeng exclaimed in disbelief. To withstand an attack of over 200 million damage, achieving a staggering reduction of 95% in damage taken was nothing short of extraordinary. From the depths of the crater, Fiona erupted into a raucous laughter. Her vitality reduced to a mere 2 million. Yet, she had survived. Emerging somewhat disheveled from the pit, she taunted, "The weak remain weak. In the true realm of the divine, you." Before she could finish her taunt, a bolt of lightning, a projectile, and a fireball struck her in quick succession. Damage numbers of 1,672,892 and 900,918 emerged. The fireball spell had missed entirely. Fiona's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the young mage not far from her, regret flooding her mind. Why isn't she eliminating me quickly since she is still alive? How foolish to waste time taunting, echoed in her ears. The next instant, consciousness slipped away from Fiona, her body plummeting back to the depths of the crater. In an instant, a multitude of items erupted from her, filling the bottom of the pit almost entirely. Simultaneously, a melodic system notification resonated in the ears of Xiaofeng and Lucky Miao. Ding! You have defeated the level 200 mythical boss, the Moon Saint Mage Fiona, earning 98,750 reputation. Congratulations! You are the first player in this battle zone to slay a Saint Domain boss, receiving an honorary reward, 1 mythical skill book of your profession. Your party has defeated the Moon Saint Mage Fiona, collectively gaining 92,650,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 68. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 69. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 85. Battle Zone Announcement. Players Xiaofeng and Lucky Miao are the first to defeat the Saint Domain boss, receiving 1 mythical skill book of their profession. Battle Zone Announcement. The resounding sound of the announcement reverberated through the ears of every player in the entire battle zone, leaving them momentarily stunned. The domain leader? Is that not a mythical creature of level 200 or above? My goodness, 2 individuals have vanquished a level 200 mythical boss? Who can elucidate this extraordinary situation? A mythical skill book? Oh, how I long for one. Look at the leaderboard. Those 2 have skyrocketed. This is merely 2 days post-launch. And some players are still oblivious to the significance of the term domain leader. It signifies a boss of level 200 or higher, classified as mythical. Merely reaching level 200 without attaining mythical prowess does not count. At this moment, the fact that someone has triumphed over such a formidable boss is nothing short of astonishing for all players. Upon glancing at the leaderboard, the top player, Xiaofeng, has surged to level 85 in a single bound. The second player, Lucky Cat, has also reached level 82, far surpassing the rest. The third player, Sword of Fate, has only just attained level 50, while those ranked 4th and below are barely above level 45. This is utterly absurd. Throughout the battle zone, countless players are lamenting this occurrence. Xiaofeng has received numerous messages and friend requests from his acquaintances, yet he has ignored them all. For now, it is the time to collect spoils. The crater from the meteor spell will soon be repaired, if he dawdles. What if the items dropped by the boss become buried beneath the earth? Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding Lucky Cat still lying on the ground, he leaps into the depths of the crater, fervently gathering every item that has fallen. Red, red, and more red. Oh my, there's even a multicolored one. In this instant, Xiaofeng is overwhelmed with astonishment. Chapter 63, The Ultimate Artifact and Divine Punishment Skills in a mere minute. Xiaofeng had stowed all the items into the team's communal backpack. Lucky Meow did not resurrect in the main city. Instead, she lay on the ground, awaiting the outcome of his battle. Upon noticing the additional items in the communal backpack, she exclaimed, "Ah, an ultimate artifact has dropped." The iridescent light was so extraordinary, exhibiting a performance distinctly different from any other quality item. As the brilliance shimmered, a round white orb emerged within their sight, exuding an allure beyond measure. It was not in vain to engage in this battle. An ultimate artifact. What a thrill. Xiaofeng laughed heartily. He crawled out of the pit and retrieved a resurrection scroll, pulling Lucky Meow back to her feet. You are incredibly powerful, capable of defeating even a level 200 mythic creature. It's simply unbelievable. Lucky Meow marveled. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing the feat, she would never have believed such a thing possible. Gazing at the bounty that filled the backpack, her mind buzzed, leaving her momentarily devoid of thought. The dazzling colors were so captivating that she felt compelled to examine its attributes. Moonlight Orb Beyond Mythic, Soulbound and will never drop, equipment requirement. Follower of the Moon God, designated player, Lucky Meow. Serial number, XXXXXXXXXX. Special effects. Power, grants spell attack power of level 80 special effects. Solemnity, grants a maximum health increase of level 1000 special effects, all beings. All healing effects are doubled special effects. Wisdom, allows the learning of all class skills regardless of level special effects. Divine Grace, skills have a small chance to trigger double effects active effect. Wrath of the Moon God, summons a radiant full moon. Casting searing moonlight over a designated area with a radius of 100 meters, inflicting spell damage equal to 200 of attack power per second for 10 seconds. Limited to once per day. Active effect, Knight's Retribution, designates a target, blinding them for 60 seconds. This effect cannot be dispelled, limited to once per day. With 5 special effects and 2 active skills, both Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow were left in awe. This piece of equipment lacked base attributes. Yet the first 2 special effects surpassed any conventional stats and power. A mere level 50 player equipped with this ultimate artifact would boast an astounding 4,000 attack power and 50,000 health points. To put it into perspective, when Xiaofeng reached level 60, his attack power barely exceeded 800. With this ultimate artifact in hand, even without a hidden class or unique talent, one could stride confidently through any challenge. Not to mention the subsequent effects, each more formidable than the last. The active skill, Wrath of the Moon God, could dish out a total damage of 2,000, effectively serving as a chantless forbidden spell. This was the true might of the ultimate artifact. However, such a celestial artifact could only be wielded by a follower of the Moon God. And it had bound itself to Lucky Meow the moment it dropped, leaving him utterly bereft of opportunity. Xiaofeng's composure shattered. Dear Meow, how about we switch accounts to play? He said pitifully. Lucky Meow was still immersed in the terrifying effects of the super artifact and instinctively replied, "We can't switch." How would we do that? Xiaofeng was on the verge of tears. After all the effort he had put into acquiring a super artifact, he found himself unable to use it, and the frustration was unbearable. Gradually, Lucky Meow regained her composure and felt elated at having unexpectedly obtained an invincible super artifact. Seeing Xiaofeng's expression, which was bereft of hope, she couldn't help but chuckle. Do not wear such a sorrowful countenance. You still possess several mythic quality items, each worth a fortune. Sighing, Xiaofeng lamented, once one has seen the vast ocean, all other waters seem insignificant. Having witnessed the moonlight orb, everything else appears to me as mere trash. He felt despondent, enraged at the system for granting such remarkable equipment to a mere support character instead of him, the primary damage dealer. Where was the justice in that? The joy of being the first to conquer a level 200 mythic boss had been overshadowed, replaced only by his gloom. However, he had been somewhat prepared for this outcome. After all, before embarking on their quest, DeFiona had already informed him that even if the moonlight orb were bestowed upon him, it would be of no use. Now that he had witnessed its effects firsthand, he could only resign himself to the reality. Let us explore other treasures, he thought, choosing to dismiss the item from his mind. The moonlight orb had not passed through his hands. The system had automatically allocated it to Lucky Meow. Xiaofeng, thank you for guiding me in my class change and helping me acquire this equipment, Lucky Meow exclaimed, her eyes narrowing into slits from joy. Feeling that her gratitude was insufficient, she added, from now on, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. Even if it involves battling in the Moonlight Temple, I shall unconditionally assist you. Nay, even if it means engaging in a brawl offline, I shall rush to your side to cheer you on. Very well, Xiaofeng nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. Regardless of the outcome, he had at least gained a friend through this endeavor. With Lucky Meow in possession of the super artifact, she was assuredly destined to claim the title of the foremost support in the realm of heavens. As for himself, he could confidently assert his position as the premier damage dealer. Together, they would undoubtedly prevail against all bosses in the world of heavens. In due time, they would acquire even more super artifacts. As for offline brawls, he was merely a university student, not a street fighter. What was the point of that? Now, he turned his attention to the other spoils. Within the public bag, the amount of gold was somewhat meager, totaling only 200,000. Clearly, DeFiona was not well off. This sum was merely the baseline monetary reward provided by the system. However, the item rewards were plentiful. A total of 6 red quality items had surfaced. Among them, 3 were equipment pieces, all requiring a 4th transfer, necessitating a level of 150 to wield. While their attributes were commendable, they would have to be stored for the time being. The other 3 items were particularly impressive. First and foremost was the base construction order, guaranteed to drop from any mythic boss above level 100. Less than a day has passed since the establishment of the outpost in the celestial realms. The value of this outpost construction order remains exceedingly high, even if it cannot fetch a staggering price of 100 million. Selling it for 30 to 40 million is certainly feasible. Following this, there exists a unique item, neither an equipment nor a consumable, but rather a class-changing tool. Manual of the Moonlight Priest. By wielding this item, one can venture to the Moon Temple to transition into the Moonlight Priest profession, a hidden class of the cleric type. This item is perfectly suited for Oldly, mused Xiaofeng. Yet, he pondered, which is more formidable, the Moonlight Priest or the Moon Sorceress? The final red item is a divine elixir that permanently enhances intelligence by 50 points, known as Heart of the Sacred. Xiaofeng consumed it immediately, resulting in an increase in his attributes. Apart from these, his backpack contained a plethora of legendary and epic quality items. Among them, there were 5 skill books, though only one was applicable to Xiaofeng himself. Blade of the Gale unleashes a wind blade that advances forward, dealing 200 spell damage of attack power to all enemies in its path, dissipating after traversing 30 meters or inflicting damage 10 times, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. This skill is influenced by the meteorological mage's talents, allowing it to extend a full 180 meters. However, the cap of 10 instances of damage, akin to the rebound limit of chain lightning, does not receive any amplification. Thus, it can only serve as a supplementary skill during downtime. Moreover, there was a divine skill book as a reward for the first kill. Xiaofeng suddenly noticed a flash of red light in his backpack. Lucky Meow also took note of it. Mythical skills are even more powerful than legendary skills, representing the pinnacle of abilities. While legendary skills are akin to forbidden spells, mythical skills are indisputably the ultimate techniques, colloquially known as divine punishment. Both individuals simultaneously unveiled the mythical skill books bestowed by the system. Apocalypse Calamity, mythical, the ultimate skill of the meteorological mage. It continuously unleashes fire rain, hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and thunderstorms, covering a radius of 1,000 meters around the caster, with each effect lasting for 10 seconds. The casting requires 5 seconds, during which movement is prohibited, though control effects are nullified. It consumes 2,000 mana per second and can be utilized once every 7 days. Desperate Sacrifice, mythical, the ultimate skill of the Moon Sorceress. Sacrificing all personal attributes to release the final moonlight in a 500-meter radius around oneself, restoring life equal to the sum of all friendly characters' attributes multiplied by 200. While inflicting damage equal to the sum of all enemy characters' attributes multiplied by 200. The casting requires 3 seconds, and within 24 hours after the skill is released, all attributes are reduced to 1. It consumes 5,000 mana and can be used once every 7 days. Chapter 64. Who is Lucky Meow? The two individuals gazed at the descriptions of the skill books, enveloped in silence. Truly formidable. Xiaofeng finally managed to articulate after a prolonged pause. Lucky Meow remained at a loss for words. These two skills were the most powerful abilities of their respective classes, with a cooldown period extending to 7 days. Their effects were indisputable, essentially capable of annihilating foes across the entire screen. Regrettably, the mana cost was excessively high, rendering them unusable at present, Xiaofeng lamented. His situation was slightly better. He could amass the required 2,000 mana swiftly. However, Lucky Meow's skill, demanding 5,000 mana, might not even be attainable by level 100. Let us learn them anyway. They will surely prove useful in due time, Lucky Meow asserted. Both books were bound to them, and even if they chose not to study them, they would still occupy space in their inventory. They promptly consumed the skill books, incorporating these formidable abilities into their skill repertoire. With matters settled and their bags full, it was time to return to the main city. Xiaofeng realized that his inventory could no longer accommodate the numerous items dropped by Daifiona. He had yet to store the spoils from the abyss, and this considerable heap of equipment would have to be temporarily discarded in the communal bag. However, Lucky Meow furrowed her brow and inquired, "Can we return to the main city now?" Glancing around, they noted that much of Giant Stone Town lay in ruins, with many NPCs having perished. Although primarily the work of Daifiona, Xiaofeng's subsequent Tempest and Meteor spells had also caused significant destruction, leaving them uncertain if they would be pursued. Just then, the frightened townsfolk began to regain their composure. Several wounded militiamen approached Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "Brave warriors, though we are unaware of what transpired, we must thank you for saving us. The evil sorceress has been vanquished by your hands, and we shall petition Lord Mayor to commend your valor." Xiaofeng felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. It seemed they would not be hunted. Moreover, the once hostile militiamen now exhibited a much friendlier demeanor. Clearly, good deeds yield rewards. Let us return to the city. After exchanging a few words with the town's NPCs, Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow shattered their return scrolls, teleporting directly back to Stormwind City. Make way, don't obstruct the path." The patrolling soldiers of Stormwind City remained as boisterous as ever. Xiaofeng, having become accustomed to their arrogance, chose to disregard them. They headed straight for the marketplace, arriving at the warehouse to securely store their valuable items, while also retrieving the contents of the communal bag to distribute to Xiaofeng. Although their expedition to Giant Stone Town had not culminated in a second-class advancement, the rewards were nonetheless bountiful. Both had surpassed level 80, and the third-class advancement was now within reach. Once Lucky Meow had organized her inventory, she turned to Xiaofeng and declared, "With Daifiona defeated, I shall return to Moon City to undergo my class change. Perhaps we shall play together again in the future." Xiaofeng nodded and said, "Go ahead. I should also accompany a friend to the Moon Shrine later. Please speak kindly on my behalf before your Archbishop. Perhaps he will allow me entry and assist in my second transition." After several hours of cooperative battles, his attitude toward Lucky Meow had significantly improved. He no longer found her as bothersome as before. After all, without this teammate's assistance, it would have been arduous for him to consecutively defeat so many formidable bosses. "No problem, I'll take my leave. Farewell." Lucky Meow exited the party, bidding him goodbye as she departed from Stormwind City. Xiaofeng then ventured to the auction house, burdened with an array of epic equipment that neither he nor his roommate needed. Each piece of equipment was assigned a starting bid according to its level and handed over to the system for sale. As for legendary and mythical items, he refrained from consigning them, fearing that players currently lacked sufficient gold to purchase them, thereby avoiding unnecessary listing fees. The items he previously consigned had already sold. And after tallying the gold, he found himself with an impressive total of 2.5 million gold pieces. With such wealth and having no immediate use for it, he contemplated selling it off. At this stage, players primarily spent their gold on equipment and potions. As someone who neither needed to buy potions nor equipment, retaining a few thousand gold pieces sufficed. Holding on to too much could lead to losses should the value of gold depreciate. With 250 gold pieces and a construction permit, he could execute another significant transaction. It had been less than 24 hours since his last cash influx, and he was astonished to find another lucrative opportunity so soon. The realm of all heavens felt like a place where one could effortlessly gather wealth. Xiaofeng was quite pleased. He decided to contact Old Li to sell his items and then log off for a brief rest. After such an extensive gaming session, he was quite hungry. Approximately 36 hours had passed since the server opened, and nearly 4 hours had elapsed in the real world. It was now evening. After logging off to eat and take a break, it would be nearly the next day in-game. The garrison defense battle in all heavens was expected to commence around that time, perfectly aligning with his return to assist in defending the city. Old Li Xiaofeng opened his friend list and initiated a call with Li Li. However, as soon as he clicked on Li Li's avatar, a cacophony of voice messages bombarded him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wow, old Xiao, you're amazing. You can take down a level 200 mythical boss. Quickly tell us what incredible artifacts you obtained. Save one for me if there's a priest item. Wait, hold on. You actually teamed up with a girl to farm bosses? And you didn't bring us along. This is unacceptable. Hurry up and tell me who Lucky Meow is. I want to challenge her one-on-one. We agreed to remain single together, yet you secretly found a girlfriend? This is truly disheartening. Hey, respond already. You can't be so busy flirting, can you? A continuous stream of voice messages had begun the moment he defeated Fiona, with the most recent one being sent just a minute ago. Xiaofeng found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, promptly responding, "They are merely ordinary teammates. We happened to encounter the boss while undertaking a quest together. What are you all engaged in now? I have procured some skill books and equipment for you. Come collect them from the Stormwind City warehouse." Finally, you've decided to reply, came the enthusiastic response. Stormwind City, is it? We shall be there shortly. Tell that lucky cat not to leave. I, along with old Zhang, wish to meet our dear sister-in-law. Li Li replied immediately. Your mother's sister. If you don't wish to come, then don't. Speak another word. And I shan't even spare you a copper coin. Xiaofeng retorted with irritation. My apologies, my apologies. Brother Xiaofeng, please hold on. We shall arrive shortly. Li Li quickly capitulated, sensing Xiaofeng's displeased tone. Truly a simpleton. Xiaofeng sighed in resignation. He went through his friends' list, noting that he had received quite a few messages. Besides his roommates Li Li and Zhang Fan, both Shan Tian and Gao Kaishan had also inquired. The primary reason for their messages was that Xiaofeng had engaged a level 200 mythic boss, and they all knew such bosses were guaranteed to drop a residence construction order, prompting their inquiries about its potential sale. Originally, Xiaofeng intended to ask Li Li for assistance in finding a buyer. However, upon seeing Gao Caishan's message, he decided to respond directly to this prominent figure. Dear Boss Gao, I was occupied earlier and couldn't reply promptly. I sincerely apologize, Xiaofeng began. The response came swiftly, I understand completely. It is typical to take time to distribute the spoils after a boss fight. Indeed, Boss Gao. You mentioned wanting to act as an agent for the sale of my residence construction order? Xiaofeng inquired straightforwardly. Gao Qian, known as Gao Kaishan, replied with a hearty laugh, precisely. Great God Xiaofeng, you must be aware that our treasure guild intends to establish a lasting presence in Jutian. At this early stage of the game, to enhance our influence, we must collect valuable items for sale to increase our notoriety. The rarity of residence construction orders is well known, and yours is likely the third in the game, holding immense value. If you entrust it to us for auction, we shall not charge a single fee. Chapter 65, The Second Pot of Gold. The second construction order for the residence emerged 2 hours ago, issued by the Dragon Soul Guild, which has now established its own dwelling. The benefits of double experience time are 2 days shorter than those of the first establishment. While Xiaofeng feigned hesitation, Gao Qian, fearing he would not be tempted, added, "The system auction house imposes a hefty fee of 5, and transactions must be conducted in gold coins. If the buyer lacks sufficient funds, lucrative prices are unattainable, even if sold." The precious nature of the residence order means that the handling fees alone could amount to millions in cash. Just the thought of it is painful. However, should you entrust it to us, you need not worry about not fetching a good price. We can directly convert it into cash and deposit it into your account, alleviating concerns over fees and the devaluation of gold coins. Xiaofeng felt a strong inclination towards this proposal. The auction house's fees were indeed exorbitant. Previously, the epic and legendary equipment he auctioned had incurred several thousand gold coins in fees, equivalent to tens of thousands in real currency. Although he was now financially stable, losing tens of thousands in one fell swoop still stung. "Since Boss Gao has extended such a generous invitation, I shall graciously comply," Xiaofeng agreed. Before Gao Qian could respond, he added, "By the way, Boss Gao, I possess not only the residence construction order, but also several high-level mythic and legendary items. Additionally, I intend to liquidate some of the accumulated gold coins." "Ha ha ha, no problem at all. The more business, the better. Every item from the esteemed Xiao is a treasure, and we are truly honored. For today's collaboration, I shall waive all handling fees and offer you the best current price for your gold coins." In the early stages of business, liquidity is paramount. Xiaofeng's willingness to sell a substantial amount of gold coins delighted him even more than hosting the auction for the residence construction order. "Let us agree on a location to meet shortly," Gao Qian suggested. Xiaofeng invited him to meet in Stormwind City. Before long, Li, Zhang Fan, and their teammates Shun Shun and Blind Sister arrived before Xiaofeng. Gao Kaishan soon followed, and the group gathered in a lively manner. "Shaoxin, we meet again." Gao Qian and Gao Kaishan arrived at the marketplace with their 2 assistants. Li and Zhang Fan had just arrived and were playfully bantering with Xiaofeng. Upon seeing this titan of the gaming business, they couldn't help but marvel at Xiaofeng's influence. Old Xiao has truly made a name for himself. Even before graduation, he is conducting business with giants. How enviable, however, we are not lacking either. Having such an outstanding roommate is delightful, especially when it comes to acquiring equipment and skill books. The two felt admiration rather than jealousy. Just a minute ago, Xiaofeng had gifted each of them 2 pieces of legendary equipment, several epic items for future use, and 2 high-quality skill books. These items could fetch no less than 100,000 gold coins at this stage, equating to 1 million in cash. Their value is evident. With such a generous and lavish roommate, they could hardly harbor jealousy. The friends of the esteemed Xiao are formidable in their own right. Featuring a dragon blood warrior with 30,000 health, a priest adorned in epic gear, and 2 young ladies of considerable level. Upon encountering Li and his companions, Gao Qian greeted them with a smile. Among the 4 companions, Zhang Fan stood out distinctly, boasting attributes surpassing even those of Xiaofeng. As a trader, Gao Qian was eager to forge alliances with high-caliber players and thus could not overlook this group. "Let us address the matter at hand," proposed Xiaofeng. He temporarily formed a team, incorporating Gao Qian's associates alongside his friends, and began to share a plethora of item information within the team channel. The first item was, of course, the base construction order, an eye-catching crimson artifact that immediately captivated everyone's attention. Following this were several mythic quality items: Crimson Realm Scroll, Mythic Scroll, dropped by Lamaka; Godly Assassination Scroll, Mythic Scroll, dropped by Abyssal Enforcer; Demon's Heart, permanently increases strength by 50 points. Dropped by Lamaka; Evil Spirit War Spear, level 100 Knight Mythic Weapon, dropped by Evil Spirit Knight; Fallen Moonbow, level 150 Archer Mythic Weapon, dropped by Difiona; Boots of Light Pursuit, level 150 Archer and Assassin Mythic. Footwear, dropped by Difiona; Robe of the Night Poet, level 150 Mage Mythic Garb, dropped by Difiona; Evil Spirit Summoning Scroll, Legendary Scroll, dropped by Evil Spirit Knight; Knight's Round Shield, level S Knight Legendary Weapon, dropped by Evil Spirit Knight; Knight Demon Dagger, level S Assassin Legendary Weapon, dropped by Difiona; Skyrending 10 Strikes, Assassin Epic Skill Book, dropped by Lamaka. A torrent of item information flooded the team channel, showcasing 4 mythic pieces, 2 level S legendary weapons, and several mythic artifacts. In that moment, everyone was left utterly astonished. "This is simply extravagant," Lily exclaimed. Momentarily speechless, Even Gao Qian and his two aides, seasoned as they were, found themselves taken aback. Had this been late game, the presentation of such high-value items would have elicited a calm response, but the game had only been live for less than 2 days. To amass such a plethora of divine artifacts in so brief a span was nothing short of extraordinary. Oh, my apologies for sending one extra item. The Demon's Heart is intended for old Zhang, Xiao Feng remarked, having suddenly noticed the item in his listing. He quickly clarified to the group, intending to trade it directly to his friend Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Old Xiao, this must be quite valuable, he said. Gao Qian, observing the exchange, was also surprised. An increase of 50 points in attributes was equivalent to a full strength growth at level 17. And the market price for such an item was likely to begin at no less than 100,000 gold coins. At the mention of this, the others turned to Zhang Fan with expressions of envy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Fan took a nervous step back, gazing at Xiao Feng with a mix of trepidation and astonishment. Old Xiao, you are truly too generous to me. It seems I must clean up and wait for you. Get lost. If you don't want it, return it to me. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Feng had already kicked him away, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd. The playful banter lightened the atmosphere considerably. Gao Qian meticulously examined the items and addressed the gathering. These items, apart from 3 troublesome level 150 mythical pieces, are all quite marketable. I estimate that if auctioned individually, they could fetch at least 5 million gold coins. Including the construction permit for the base, the total would likely amount to approximately 8 to 9 million gold coins. None of these items are ordinary. The least valuable should be the legendary assassination scroll, which can eliminate a single target with a rather singular effect. However, it can be invaluable for swiftly eliminating key figures in future faction battles, starting at a worth of 100,000 gold coins. The 4 mythical garments, each valued at 1 million gold coins, can be acquired at level 100 quite rapidly. And reaching level 150 would take just a month or 2. There will be no excessive stockpiling. This aligns closely with my estimates. Boss Gao, considering these items along with my 5 million gold coins, how much do you anticipate I could receive offline? Xiao Feng inquired. Gao Qian pondered for a moment and replied, currently, the price of gold has begun to decline, with 1 gold dropping from around 10 to approximately 8. Adding your items to the gold, I estimate the total to be around 10 million, with fluctuations not exceeding 10. Upon hearing this, Lili suggested, how about we have Boss Gao acquire them outright, and then your guild can handle the sales. This way, old Xiao can avoid a lot of hassle. And if you market them well, you could also earn a little profit. Chapter 66. The Moonlight Priestess Hai Qian felt a stir of interest. Yet uncertain of Xiao Feng's intentions, he refrained from speaking directly. Xiao Feng pondered for a moment. The price of gold coins was undoubtedly on a continuous decline. The longer they were kept, the greater the loss incurred. The same applied to usable items. Perhaps the only items likely to appreciate in value were those high-level mythical equipment, which would see a surge once players leveled up. However, that would take too long. Thus, he nodded, expressing his agreement, provided that the esteemed Hai Qian concurred, as this method of transaction would be the most convenient. Very well, in that case, I can take the lead and purchase these items in gold coins from the esteemed Xiao, Hai Qian declared. As a significant figure, he had the authority to finalize a deal worth 1 billion without needing approval from other executives. The two parties quickly reached an agreement and executed the transaction on the spot. With Hai Qian's reputable standing, Xiao Feng felt no fear of deceit and promptly transferred the items in gold coins. Shortly thereafter, he received a bank notification, a deposit of 1 billion, bringing his balance to a staggering 220 million. He mused about the upcoming visit to the tax office. With such a large sum, he wondered how much tax he would owe. Returning to the game, he confirmed the completion of the transaction. Hai Qian presented him with a card, stating, Esteemed Xiao, this is our Treasure Merchant Guild's Diamond VIP card. Should you have any items for consignment in the future, simply come to our guild. The service fee is merely 1. And you will also have priority bidding rights. We have establishments in all major cities. Thank you very much. Hai Qian, Xiao Feng replied with delight. Hai Qian continued. The value of the resident construction order lies in its timing. We will hold an auction in 20 minutes at the Dragon Blood City storefront and invite the leaders of the major guilds to attend. This auction will essentially be your personal showcase. All these items will be up for sale. If you are not too busy, esteemed Xiao, you might want to come enjoy the spectacle. 20 minutes? Very well. I shall witness the event before dining. Xiaofeng contemplated, nodding in agreement. Given the influence of the Treasure Merchant Guild, 20 minutes was ample time to gather the core executives from the top 10 guilds of the Dragon Kingdom. With such prominent figures in attendance, he was keen to see who would ultimately acquire his valuable treasures. Moreover, ever since he had thwarted the Tianxia Guild, he had not heard of any significant activities from them. Their members were approximately 3 levels behind others, likely too preoccupied to pursue the resident order. It was highly probable that the invincible Tianxia would participate in this auction, vying for the coveted 3rd place. Although Xiaofeng had no intention of reigniting conflict with the Tianxia Guild, keeping an eye on their endeavors seemed prudent. If they succeeded in the bidding, it would essentially be a gift to himself, a rather joyous prospect. Hai Qian and his assistant then teleported away. With 20 minutes at hand, Xiaofeng chose not to exit the city but instead engaged in casual conversations with friends, exchanging gameplay insights. Currently, the majority of players had reached around level 35, while the usual contenders on the leaderboard had already reached level 43. It was likely that before the day concluded, a new wave of second Transcendence players would emerge. However, after reaching level 50, the pace of leveling slows significantly. It takes 2 days to achieve a second class change. Yet attaining a third class change at level 100 requires no less than 10 days. With the exception of extraordinary individuals like Xiaofeng, the situation remains consistent. Li Li and his 3 companions are all at level 35. Zhang Fan has donned the Auto Ancient boots and upgraded to a full set of level 30 equipment. His health nearing an astonishing 30,000. Having consumed the Demon Heart gifted by Xiaofeng, his attack power has surged to approximately 1,300. With his attribute panel reaching about 23 times that of an ordinary player. However, compared to the fortunate cat that acquired the Moonlight Gem, this is but a trifling matter. Old Li, I have something wonderful for you. After a brief chat, Xiaofeng remembered he had yet to utilize a supreme grade item. He retrieved it from his backpack and initiated a trade request with Li Li. What treasure do you possess? Oh my goodness, it's red. Wait a moment. Could it be a hidden class? Initially, Li Li thought little of it, but upon seeing the item description in the trade interface, he was utterly astonished. Supreme quality. A hidden class change item. Is this not the very thing everyone dreams of? Calm down. Calm down. It's merely a hidden class. In this day and age, who isn't a hidden class? Zhang Fan remarked with an expression of calmness. Everyone acknowledged Xiaofeng's strength, and thus, they were not surprised by whatever he presented. However, for Li Li, this was an entirely different matter. He accepted the trade, trembling as he held the class change item. Expressing his gratitude, Old Xiao, you were truly like a brother to me. After old Zhang changed his class, he always looked down on me. Now, this is my chance to reclaim my dignity. I thought you would be so grateful that you'd introduce your sister to me. And this is all I get? Xiaofeng teased. Upon reflection, it made sense. Among 3 roommates, he was the only one without a hidden class, which was indeed rather disheartening. Let us go, while there's still time, to take a trip to Moon City. Xiaofeng called out as he departed with his 2 roommates. Shun Shun and Blind Sister did not follow. Their friendship with Xiaofeng was not particularly deep. They had only teamed up once. This time, having opportunistically acquired a few epic items along the way, they felt it inappropriate to continue trailing him. The 3 gentlemen teleported to Moon City, heading straight for the Moon Temple. Xiaofeng bore 3 divine artifacts, while Zhang Fan flaunted 4. One had an exceptionally high level, and the other had astonishing health, drawing the attention of countless players as they walked the streets. Li Li felt conspicuously overshadowed, trailing alongside the 2, his thoughts tinged with melancholy. Fortunately, I will soon change classes too, otherwise, being with you 2 would render me utterly invisible, and I wouldn't even be able to attract a sister. Xiaofeng chuckled. Once you switch to a hidden class healer, you'll have a throng of ladies vying for your affection. Indeed. I suggest Old Li finds an output-oriented sister as a partner. In-game, she benefits from your healing, and offline, you enjoy her company. Zhang Fan chimed in with a teasing tone. You 2 are utterly incorrigible. How shameful to associate with you. Li Li retorted, hastening his steps toward the temple. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of the temple. Halt. This sacred ground is strictly off limits to those tainted by impurity. Once again, Xiaofeng found himself barred from entry. As the temple guard knight assumed an air of superiority. Clearly, Lucky Meow's flattering words had proven ineffective. A mere level 180 legendary boss, how audacious. Xiaofeng felt a surge of frustration, and the thought of dismantling the temple resurfaced in his mind. However, such actions required patience. If he were to destroy a temple, it would be one in a foreign capital. You two go ahead. I shall wait outside. With no other option, he reluctantly stepped aside, allowing his two friends to enter and undergo their class change. Li Li and Zhang Fan ventured into the Moon Temple while Xiao Feng awaited them beneath a nearby statue. After a short while, exuberant laughter from Li Li echoed from within the temple. Ha! I have finally unlocked a hidden class. Amazing, truly amazing. Oh dear sister, why are you at such low health? Come, let me heal you. Having completed his class change, Li Li radiated joy akin to that of someone winning a lottery, eager for the world to share in his triumph, all the while casting healing spells on passing players in distress. This fellow, Xiao Feng, couldn't help but face palm. Old Xiao, come and experience my healing spells. The two raced towards Xiao Feng, and even from a distance of several meters, Li Li excitedly shouted, flinging two skills through the air. Chapter 67. A sip of healing. Xiao Feng's health was at its peak, yet the efficacy of the healing spell remained evident. Two green numbers materialized, 4882 and 19281. The former represented the fundamental first-tier priest skill, minor healing, while the latter denoted the newly acquired exclusive skill of the Moonlight Priest, Lunar Blessing. The healing capacity appeared commendable. What tier of hidden profession could it be? Xiao Feng inquired. Hidden professions are categorized into numerous tiers. The lowest tier is weaker than ordinary professions, possessing merely a few peculiar traits. The mid-tier is comparable to standard professions, often endowed with an additional skill and an epic item. Higher tiers not only boast multiple skills, but also bestow legendary equipment, with some even receiving a unique talent effect. Ascending further, one encounters the likes of the meteorologist, commonly referred to as a legendary profession, which confers a legendary talent and distinctly pronounced skill attributes. At the pinnacle lies the divine professions inherited from the supreme deity, characterized by an abundance of skills, divine talents, and the grant of mythic gear, truly formidable. Zhang Fan responded. It aligns with your tier, albeit with a stroke of good fortune. In addition to the talent, it also granted a mythic weapon. Truly fortunate. Xiao Feng exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder the healing output is so substantial. It must be the mythic weapon at play. Previously, Li Li's healing spell barely reached around 1,000, and even at full capacity, it could not suffice to fully heal Xiao Feng and Zhang Fan, the two health tanks. Here, let me show you the effects, Li Li proclaimed with pride, sharing his attributes and mythic weapon details. The attributes of the Moonlight Priest growth panel surpass those of ordinary priests, boasting a 10 increase in both health and healing output. Although this advantage was not immediately evident in the early stages, the panel appeared relatively standard, with the talent and artifact standing out prominently. Pure Soul, legendary talent. Increases base healing effectiveness by 50, boosts all support skill effects by 30, and grants a 10 chance to break control effects and gain 3 seconds of invulnerability when affected by control effects. This effect can trigger a maximum of once every 15 seconds. Lunar Chanting Staff, non-tier exclusive mythic weapon. Spell attack 750, healing power 200, spirit 50, healing effectiveness increased by 30. With the passive ability Faith Reprisal, allowing the user to restore an equivalent amount of health when casting healing skills on others. With these attributes combined, Li Li's base healing output reached 3,000, and when employing a higher coefficient healing skill, the healing amount soared dramatically. Indeed, healing 2,000 times effectively rivals the Shield of Mine. It's a commendable profession. Xiao Feng nodded slightly, exhibiting clear approval. Hey, you freak. Who can compare to you? Li Li, reveling in his earlier triumph, was suddenly struck by Xiao Feng's remark, feeling a significant blow to his ego. Hey, Xiao Feng. At that moment, a soft voice emerged from beside him. Turning, he found it was Lucky Meow, whom they had parted with not long ago. What a coincidence that you are here as well, Xiao Feng greeted. I just finished learning a skill. Are you discussing healing amounts? Lucky Meow inquired with a cheerful smile. My brother has recently transitioned to a hidden profession and is eager to showcase it to me. Xiao Feng chuckled lightly, gesturing towards Li Li, and said, Why don't you give him a taste of it? Broaden his horizons. Li Li, momentarily perplexed, was taken aback when he saw the name of Lucky Cat. A realization dawned upon him. Could it be? In the next moment, a moon-white crystal orb materialized in Lucky Cat's left hand, and with a gentle wave of her right hand, silvery moonlight cascaded down, causing a green number to float above Li Li's head. 146312. Double effect. Li Li stood in stunned silence. A 6-digit healing effect shattered his defenses. What on earth? How is this even possible? Doubts began to cloud his mind. And the earlier bravado had vanished, replaced by bewilderment and astonishment. Lucky Cat explained with a smile, this is the 4th-tier healing skill, Holy Healing. With a base healing coefficient of 480. My attack power is 70-50, with a strong healing bonus of 115, resulting in over 70,000. Just now, I happened to trigger the double healing effect, which is how I achieved this result. Attack power, over 7,000? Both Li Li and Zhang Fan were left speechless. Even a god-tier profession like the Dragon Blood Warrior, equipped with 3 divine artifacts, could not boast such terrifying attack power. It was less than 1/5 of hers. How is this even feasible? This defies all logic. They incredulously inquired. Xiaofeng, familiar with the effects of the Moonlight Orb, remained unfazed and simply asked, hasn't the Archbishop taken the Moonlight Orb from you? Lucky Cat shook her head and replied, the Archbishop intended to give this to me all along. I misjudged her intentions. Now that I have learned all the skills from the 2nd to 4th tiers, I cannot yet learn the 5th-tier Sacred Domain skills due to attribute point requirements. You've learned all the skills from the 2nd to 4th tiers? Are you even human? Upon hearing this, Li Li and Zhang Fan found it even harder to believe, disregarding the fact that she was a girl and launching into an outburst. Lucky Cat smiled shyly and responded, the Archbishop insisted on giving it to me. What could I do? Goodness, people can be infuriating. Ah, what a drag. I think I'll log off and get some sleep. Both were thoroughly disheartened. Xiaofeng felt a twinge of envy. This girl was incredibly fortunate. She had indeed chosen a splendid name. With such a powerful profession and an extraordinary artifact in hand, if it weren't for his own formidable nature, few in the game could rival Lucky Cat's overall strength. With over 7,000 magic attack, a mere cast of a punishment skill could eliminate foes instantly. Once her mana was sufficient for a devastating sacrificial spell, boasting total attributes in the hundreds of thousands and damage reaching 30,000 to 40,000. It could wipe out all within a 500-meter radius, while allies remained at full health, simply terrifying. Moreover, this was purely a result of her own luck. Even without encountering Xiaofeng, she could achieve similar outcomes by undertaking the Daifiona quest herself. Are these two your friends? Lucky Cat inquired. Xiaofeng nodded. University roommates. Subsequently, the introduction of 3 acquaintances took place. Sister-in-law greetings. Wishing you fortune. Zhang Fan and Li Li, having regained their composure from the initial shock, were both individuals who thrived on chaos. Upon noticing the striking beauty of Lucky Miao, who had previously teamed up with Xiaofeng to vanquish a boss, their masculine tendencies were immediately ignited. Lucky Miao, feeling somewhat embarrassed by their attention, hastily clarified, Xiaofeng and I are merely ordinary friends. We've only known each other for a few hours. Well, every relationship has its beginnings, they replied. It seems like you've made considerable progress. It feels as though you've known each other for a month. The two continued their playful banter. However, Xiaofeng, unable to tolerate their antics any longer, swiftly kicked them apart and said to Lucky Miao, we are about to attend an auction. We shall not chat further. Until next time. All right. I have some tasks to attend to as well. Lucky Miao nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law, see you next time. Please visit our university when you have the chance. Haizhou University. College of Literature, Department of Classical Chinese, Xiaofeng, phone number 18. The two rascals continued their playful chatter as Xiaofeng seized one of them in each hand, forcibly dragging them away. Lucky Miao watched as the trio departed, unable to suppress a smile. It turned out he was still a student. Haizhou is not far at all. Chapter 68. The various titans. The auction house of the Treasure Guild had commenced, and Xiaofeng and his companions teleported to Dragonblood City, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the guild. Wow, what an impressive sight. This establishment must have cost a fortune, Li Li exclaimed, gazing at the grand and majestic facade of the guild. This building surpassed even the system's auction house in opulence and stood as one of the most iconic structures in Dragonblood City. To acquire ownership from the NPC, one would need at least several million gold coins. Nevertheless, the Treasure Guild, being affluent, was unperturbed by such sums. An 85-level meteor mage. It's the esteemed Xiaofeng. Just as the trio approached the entrance, a staff member from the Treasure Guild promptly approached them, saying, Esteemed Xiaofeng, the auction for the construction decree has already begun. Please follow me. Thank you for your assistance, Xiaofeng replied, nodding as he followed, saving himself the trouble of locating the auction room. The first floor of this guild was dedicated to the sale of potions, scrolls, and common equipment, all available at fixed prices. The second floor housed the auction hall, which was divided into 12 chambers, akin to a cinema, where auctions were conducted in batches and categorized accordingly. The three followed the attendant to auction hall number 1, entering through the back door. This hall was not particularly spacious, accommodating around 100 participants. The front row featured 10 sets of seats, each set capable of seating 4 individuals, while the back was filled with ordinary seating. As Xiao Feng and his companions were not participating in the bidding, they settled into the guest seats in the outer area. At that moment, 5 items were displayed on the stage, simultaneously up for bid. The patrons in their seats held a device resembling a remote control, allowing them to specify any item on display and place bids. This mechanism significantly expedited the auction process, saving time. Moreover, it eliminated the need for the cumbersome process of raising paddles to signal bids, which could be rather slow and tedious. Of course, this collective bidding method was primarily suited for ordinary items, catering to the fast-paced atmosphere of online gaming. For truly valuable items, however, the auction would proceed at a more measured pace to preserve the sense of ceremony. The hall was relatively crowded, and several familiar faces could be seen. As soon as Xiao Feng and his companions settled down, Lily scanned the VIP section and remarked, "There are some familiar figures." The attendant remained nearby, quietly introducing the notable bidders present. In seat number 1 sat the president of the God Guild, known as the Divine Emperor, accompanied by his right-hand men, the God of Killing and the God of Frenzy. Xiao Feng cast a glance at seat number 1. The God Guild had consistently held a subtle dominance over the other top 10 guilds in the Dragon Kingdom, although there was no formal ranking. Many regarded them as the foremost guild. The Divine Emperor appeared to be in his late 30s, with a stern visage and a noble bearing reminiscent of ancient aristocracy. His profession was that of a Thunder Envoy, a mage-type class, which seemed to be a formidable vocation. The God of Killing and the God of Frenzy, flanking him, were equally imposing, emanating an aura of menace. It was rumored that they had engaged in special professions in the real world, their hands stained with blood. The background of this guild was shrouded in mystery. There had been speculations that the Divine Emperor was the illegitimate son of a magnate from a super consortium, lacking the qualifications to inherit family wealth, thus resorting to indulgence in the game. However, some assert that he emerged from humble beginnings, achieving success without the backing of any consortium, carving out his own niche. In summary, he is an extraordinary figure, renowned for his unrivaled prowess in previous generations of games. He has also brought honor to his country, winning several world-class national battles. The second seat is occupied by the Dragon Soul Guild, which has already issued a residence order, implying their presence here is merely for the sake of participation. The attendant continued with his introduction. The main figure at seat 2 is a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a kind demeanor that suggests he is approachable. Lily glanced over, rubbing his hands together, and remarked, "The iron-headed dragon has actually come. Perhaps I shall showcase the strength of our trio later. Let's hold off for today. There will be ample opportunities in the future," Xiao Feng chuckled. The president of the Dragon Soul Guild is named Zhu Long, known for his dedication to tanking, earning him the playful moniker of Iron-Headed Dragon due to his formidable resilience. In the previous game, a member of the Dragon Soul Guild snatched a boss from Li Li, provoking him to confront Zhu Long. Ultimately, Zhu Long stood his ground, sustaining only a meager loss of under 10% of his health, while Li Li suffered a fatal counterattack, leaving him quite embarrassed. Nevertheless, this was merely a minor grievance. Later, Zhu Long personally compensated for the loss, and the trio bore no ill will, even developing a favorable impression of him. The third seat is occupied by members of the Conquerors of the Heavens Guild, who are also here to join in the excitement. Having heard that the esteemed Xiao God has valuable items for sale, the attendant continued his introduction. Xiao Feng observed the third seat, noting the presence of Zhang Tian and a player known as Shodo, not Parkinson's, who is ranked as a top archer. There is a mythic bow of level 150 up for auction, which Zhang Tian is likely to bid on for the sake of the not Parkinson's player, Zhang Fan speculated. This player is a key damage dealer for the Conquerors of the Heavens, one of the finest archers in the country, possessing exceptional awareness and skill, and has recently acquired a formidable hidden class, garnering significant acclaim. The fourth seat is occupied by members of the Great Banner Guild, with their president, Tai Xuedan Xian, also in attendance, expected to be a primary bidder. The fifth seat belongs to the Prosperous World Guild, whose president, Sheng Shizhao Go, was unable to attend due to other commitments, yet surely has sufficient funds for bidding. The sixth seat is taken by members of the Tianxia Guild, with Xiao God likely well acquainted with them. Casting his gaze sequentially, it settled on the sixth seat, where 4 individuals were present: Tianxia Wu Di, Tianxia Wu Shuang, and Tianxia Hao Jie, 3 whom Xiao Feng had previously encountered. However, one individual drew considerable surprise: the level 54 ancient sword immortal, Jian Zhansangxing. Old Xiao. Isn't that the player who previously held the second rank on the leaderboard? Zhang Fan exclaimed, astonished upon seeing the man's information. Xiao Feng noticed as well. He had been keeping a subtle eye on this name, as it consistently ranked above others, with a remarkably steady progression. Jian Zhansangxing is a young man of unremarkable appearance, exuding an air of indifference, clad in simple cloth attire devoid of any legendary artifacts. From a distance, he radiates the essence of an ancient hero returning to simplicity. His health exceeds 20,000, making him sturdier than Xiao Feng, though slightly less robust than Zhang Fan. Li Li frowned and remarked, "I have heard of this individual. He drew the legacy of the ancient sword immortal profession during a lottery event." The game's backdrop is set in a Western fantasy realm, yet he alone has chosen a character rooted in Eastern mysticism, which has instilled in him a sense of superiority. His prowess is formidable. He has single-handedly defeated mythic bosses above level 50 and is rumored to possess the ability to fly with his sword, allowing him to escape effortlessly when outmatched, a rather audacious feat. Flying with a sword? How astonishing! Xiao Feng expressed his surprise. However, upon reflection, he considered that if a mage were to advance to the second tier and learn the wind-based spell of levitation, they too could achieve brief flight, which rendered the feat somewhat less extraordinary. Indeed, if we are to discuss prestige, he is undoubtedly among the elite in this game. Yet, when it comes to actual strength compared to old Xiao, he likely falls short, ranking merely in the second or third tier. Li Li commented, "Do not underestimate him." Xiao Feng pondered. It is intriguing that such a formidable player has allied with the Tianxia Guild. Who can claim this is mere coincidence? Perhaps this is a contingency orchestrated by the Invincible of the world, intending to seek vengeance against me, Xiao. Nonetheless, Xiao Feng felt no trepidation. His strength resides on an entirely different plane from that of ordinary players, even if they were granted the initiative to strike. It would be akin to scaling the heavens to eliminate him. Level 1 is the Ancient Sword Immortal, level 30 remains the Ancient Sword Immortal, and at level 50, he still embodies the Ancient Sword Immortal. This fellow seems to require no class transition, which is truly enviable. Xiao Feng noted a small, yet significant detail. Typically, upon reaching level 50, one would undertake a minor quest before transitioning to the second tier. The first tier profession at level 85 is singular within the entire game. Once the sale concludes and the defense battle for the conquest is completed, he must swiftly seek out the next NPC for assistance in transitioning. Otherwise, if he continues to vanquish bosses, he may find himself at level 100. Chapter 69. A gesture of respect. The attendant continued to introduce other individuals at various tables. Representatives from the 10 prestigious guilds of the Dragon Kingdom, along with emerging powers vying for supremacy in the realms, were present. The auction proceeded swiftly. The unparalleled legendary items sold to the illustrious Mr. Gao and 2 divine scrolls were quickly acquired. The divine assassination scroll was indeed the least expensive among them, fetching a mere 80,000 gold coins. The 2 unparalleled legendary weapons and the epic skill book reached approximately 150,000 gold coins each. The strategic significance of the blood-type domain scroll commanded a high price of 210,000 gold coins. When tallying the miscellaneous items, it seemed that Mr. Gao had made a modest profit. The 4 mythical garments were auctioned individually, one after another. The evil spirit or spear was soon to be usable. The knight player Iron had long astonishingly secured it for 1.25 million gold coins, leaving the audience in awe. The other 3 level 150 mythical garments, while temporarily unusable, held great potential for future use. Thus each sold for around 1 million gold coins, with only the shoes being slightly less expensive. Soon, the main attraction of the auction, the Residence Construction Order, made its appearance. Esteemed guild leaders and distinguished patrons, this is the 3rd Residence Construction Order of Heavens, provided by our foremost expert on the leaderboard, the eminent Xiao Feng. The auctioneer began by recounting the item's origin. Its purpose was self-evident to everyone present. Continuing, the auctioneer stated, in accordance with our previously established rules, Game equipment will be traded for gold coins, while this residence construction order will be auctioned for cash. Bidders will substitute gold coins for cash, with 1 gold coin equating to 10,000 cash. The starting bid is set at 10 million, which translates to 1,000 tokens, with a minimum increment of 100 tokens. Now, let the bidding commence. Given the current scarcity of gold coins within the game, it was challenging even for the guild leaders to amass over 10 million gold coins for the entirety of this auction. Consequently, the Treasure Merchants Guild devised a special rule, isolating the residence construction order for cash bidding to prevent the patrons from feeling constrained at the outset of the auction. As the word begin was uttered, the price marker on the display refreshed instantly. Tianxiao Wudi pressed the instrument in hand, entering a bid of 2,000 tokens, promptly raising it to 20 million. The other guild leaders, eager to establish their residences, quickly followed suit, with the tokens jumping rapidly at a rate of 100 each time, soon surpassing 3,000. It appeared that the final price of the residence order would exceed our expectations, and old Xiao might face a loss from this endeavor. Li Li observed the swiftly escalating price of the item, expressing his regret. Xiao Feng smiled, acknowledging that those in business must bear risks and that earning a profit is only just. The final prices of the equipment and items had aligned closely with our predictions. If the residence order did not yield a profit, would it not render the effort futile? You seem to take it in stride, remarked one brother with a grin. Xiao Feng smiled in silence. His demeanor was not one of casual acceptance, but rather one of contentment. In just over a day, he amassed over 200 million. And he was thoroughly satisfied. An additional 10 million, or even a deduction of the same amount no longer concerned him. 500 tokens. 700 tokens. 800 tokens. The price continued to rise. The proprietors needed not utter a word. With sufficient gold in their possession, they could elevate the bids using the auction room's bidding function. Once the price ascended to 4,000 tokens, the number of bidders dwindled. The God Emperor of the Divine Guild raised the bid to 4,500 tokens, decisively suppressing numerous competitors and bringing the surging numbers to their first pause. 45 million? Is there a higher bid? If not, this construction order for the outpost shall belong to the God Emperor, the auctioneer proclaimed loudly. The guilds of Shinshur and Daki had already conceded, for them. This price was not worth the expenditure. After all, within a day or two of game time, the majority of players would reach approximately level 60 after their second promotion, making the prospect of battling level 100 mythical bosses nearly within grasp. Spending tens of millions for merely a few hours in the real world seemed imprudent. Only the Divine Guild, with its ample resources, could afford such extravagance. Previously able to offer 100 million for the first outpost order, they could still muster several tens of millions despite slipping to third place. 45 million once. 45 million twice. The auctioneer raised his gavel, poised to finalize the result. At that moment, the player at position 6, Tianxiao Wudi, suddenly refreshed his bid. 46 million. The price leaped once more. The God Emperor furrowed his brow slightly and spoke directly. Brother Wudi, why the need for this? He promptly elevated the price to 48 million. It was evident that he was determined to secure the item, unperturbed by any subsequent bids. Tianxiao Wudi's expression soured at this point. At 48 million, any further increase would breach the 50 million mark. Tianxiao Haiyue whispered from the side. President, contending with the Divine Guild is unwise. Offending them could lead to complications. Tianxiao Wushuang added, Indeed, brother, this outpost order is a product of that scoundrel Xiao Feng. We need not assist him in inflating the price. I understand, but Tianxiao Wudi gritted his teeth and replied to both. We endured a significant setback yesterday. If we do not secure this token, the cohesion and morale of our members will suffer. For the sake of better development in the future, this money must be spent. With that, he raised the bid once more. 50 million. President Wudi bids 50 million. Such a lavish display of wealth was indeed rare. Is there a higher offer? The auctioneer exclaimed with excitement. As an auctioneer, if the exhibit fetches a price exceeding expectations, he stands to earn a handsome commission. Noticing the bid surpassing 50 million, the God Emperor frowned and remarked, Brother Wudi, it appears you are genuinely intent on competing with us, the Divine Guild? His tone carried a hint of veiled threat. In response, the Invincible declared, Divine Emperor, I harbor no intention of enmity towards you. It is merely that our guild is in dire need of this residence token. I kindly request that you show leniency this time. Rest assured, We shall offer substantial gratitude in return. The Divine Emperor shook his head slightly, grasping the bidding device to elevate the price once more. Just then, he received a message from a friend. Upon opening it, a smile graced his lips. He then remarked, "Very well, since my esteemed brother has spoken so, I shall grant you this favor and withdraw from the bidding." "Thank you." Invincible breathed a sigh of relief. Among the assembly of guild leaders present, his greatest concern lay with the deities and the Dragon Soul. While the Dragon Soul had already secured a residence and posed little threat, he could not compete with the deities should they choose to contend. Fortunately, with the Divine Emperor's voluntary withdrawal, he had alleviated a significant worry. 50 million once, 50 million twice, 50 million thrice. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel struck decisively, bringing the auction to a successful conclusion. Invincible President, the auction item has been automatically dispatched to your inventory. The 5,000 gold will be refunded shortly, and a representative from the Offline Treasure Guild will be in contact with you, announced the auctioneer. Haha, there is no need to refund the gold. I have already arranged for the offline representative. We must proceed with our task of purchasing the residence. I bid you farewell." With the residence token secured, Invincible was in high spirits. After exchanging a few words with the crowd, he shattered the return scroll and departed. Chapter 70. The Third Guild as the esteemed guests departed. Some having acquired items from the auction, while others left empty-handed. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. The gods had chosen to forfeit, much to the advantage of the world at large. Zhang Fan sighed, pondering the implications of this third seat. Due to their association with Xiaofeng, they harbored little fondness for the Tianxia Guild. However, Li Li shook his head, asserting, "I believe the situation is far more complex. The God Emperor is an exceedingly formidable individual. With such wealth, it is inconceivable that he would relinquish his claims so easily." Unlike Zhang Fan and Xiaofeng, who were not well versed in the leaders of the various factions, Li Li possessed an intimate understanding of this vast realm of online gaming. Having dedicated his life to navigating its intricate landscape, he even maintained his own modest intelligence network. Upon hearing his thoughts, Xiaofeng was struck by a notion. Could it be that the gods had already dispatched a command to their outpost, prompting the God Emperor to suddenly receive news and subsequently abandon the bidding? It is quite possible. Both Zhang Fan and Li Li concurred. As the three engaged in discussion, an individual approached them. "Li Ergu, it appears you have fared well, climbing the ranks alongside the top-tier deity." The newcomer was Zhu Long, the president of the Longhun Guild. He referred to Li Li by his former name, a sign of their familiarity, as only Li Li among the trio knew him well. Li Li scoffed. "What do you mean by climbing the ranks? Old Xiao's my brother. Had he not been preoccupied last time, he would have already dealt with you." Zhu Long laughed. "Then I truly regret missing the opportunity to be vanquished. Regrets are unnecessary. I can still take you down now." Li Li retorted with a hint of annoyance. Xiaofeng felt exasperated. This old friend of his had a penchant for holding grudges. Despite having reconciled their past grievances, their penchant for verbal sparring remained unchanged. "President Zhu Long, a pleasure to meet you," Xiaofeng greeted him cordially. Zhu Long shook his hand, a look of admiration gracing his features. "Xiao God, I have heard tales of your exploits. Over 20,000 members in Tianxia, all trained by your hand. It is nothing short of astonishing. The announcement of your defeat of a level 200 mythological boss truly astonished us all." "Ah, it was merely luck. There was little skill involved," Xiaofeng humbly replied. "Luck, indeed, is a facet of strength. Xiao God, I notice that the three of you have yet to join any guild. Have you considered finding a place to rest?" Zhu Long unexpectedly extended an invitation, offering enticing terms. "Our Longhun Guild holds a respectable position within the nation. Given your hidden class strengths, should you choose to join us, I can guarantee a monthly salary of 100,000 while ensuring your freedom remains intact, as long as you are available for significant battles." Upon hearing this, the phrase lavish wealth immediately surfaced in the minds of Xiaofeng and his companions. To do nothing and still receive 100,000 monthly, merely by being present during grand skirmishes, felt akin to a pie falling from the heavens. After all, grand battles within the game do not occur frequently. Perhaps only once or twice a month. Who would refuse such a lucrative offer for just a couple of skirmishes? Certainly, no reasonable person would. However, the individuals he sought were none other than Xiaofeng and Li Li. Xiaofeng expressed his regrets, stating, "President Zhu Long has graciously invited us, and we are indeed tempted. Nevertheless, I personally do not wish to join any faction at this moment. Perhaps we can discuss it again in the future." Li Li was even more direct in his refusal, questioning the absurdity of the proposition. My goal is to utterly thwart you, you great porcupine. How could I possibly become your subordinate? Seeing his two companions decline, Zhang Fan naturally shook his head in refusal as well. A salary of 100,000 would have made their hearts race in the past, prompting them to eagerly join Long Han. However, times have changed. Xiao Feng was no longer in need of money, and the items Li Li and Zhang Fan had received from him were already worth over 1 million. Even though this salary was exceedingly tempting, they would not easily acquiesce. Their consensus remained unchanged, to not join a major guild and to enjoy their freedom, a principle they had upheld throughout their 3 years in university. Well, what a pity. Zhu Long sighed. However, I hope we can collaborate in the future. The charm of Master Xiao is something I deeply admire. Xiao Feng humbly responded, You flatter me. President Zhu Long. They exchanged friend requests, after which Zhu Long departed with his entourage. As the attendees of the auction hall gradually dispersed. When Xiao Feng and his companions were leaving, the esteemed Kaishan personally came to see them off. This auction had proven quite profitable for the Treasure Merchants Association. And as the supplier, Xiao Feng was afforded considerable courtesy. After a round of pleasantries, nearly 30 minutes of gaming time had elapsed. The trio exited the Treasure Merchants Association. Preparing to log off. Old Xiao, you've struck it rich this time. You must treat us to a splendid meal. Li Li chuckled. Seizing the opportunity to exploit the wealthy benefactor, Xiao Feng replied generously, Of course. However, to maintain our gaming progress, let us not waste too much time offline. We could dine nearby the school instead of heading to some grand hotel. Zhang Fan suggested, Isn't there a seafood buffet outside the school? It's 158 per person. Which seems quite reasonable. 158? That only totals a little over 400 for the 3 of us. Far too inexpensive for old Xiao. No. We should invite a few more people, including our classmates and the younger sister Shunshan. Li Li insisted, determined not to let Xiao Feng evade a treat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng quickly shook his head. No, let us refrain from boasting about our success in the game. It's best not to let such news spread and incite envy. Moreover, we have many enemies in the game. Should they seek revenge offline, it could be perilous. As for inviting the younger sister Shunshan, if you wish to extend the invitation, feel free. I have no objection to treating one more person. But let me make this clear. No alcohol during our meal. We must not take advantage of the young lady. Come on, am I that kind of person? I merely wish to meet up with a teammate from the game. Li Li lamented, feeling as though his character had been unjustly maligned. The 3 of them settled their plans, and Li Li inquired whether Shunshan would like to join them for dinner. The outcome was met with a heartless rejection. The junior expressed her shyness, suggesting it might be better to discuss it another time. Reluctantly, the 3 brothers from the dormitory ended up having to dine alone. Just as they were about to log off, an announcement suddenly echoed. Battle Zone announcement. The Guild, Gods, has successfully completed the application task for establishing a residence. Receiving special approval from the Lord of Dragon Blood City for construction, as the 3rd guild in this battle zone to establish a residence. All members will receive double experience for residence tasks for 3 days in game time, and the difficulty of the first residence defense battle will be reduced to 75. Battle Zone announcement. Battle Zone announcement. Upon the release of this news, many players within the game erupted with excitement. The 3rd guild, the 3rd guild. Remarkably, it was yet another from the Dragon Nation. The players from the Dragon Nation are simply insane. Conqueror, Dragon Soul. Gods. These are destined to be the 3 major guilds of heavens in the future. Countless players, both domestic and international, were astounded by the announcement. Just as Xiao Feng and his companions were preparing to log off, they burst into laughter upon hearing this. Incredible! Truly incredible! The Divine Emperor lives up to his name. Indeed, seizing the opportunity to complete the application ahead of everyone else. While the unrivaled Under Heaven spent 50 million, they couldn't even secure an announcement. This turn of events might just drive them to despair. How tragic, truly tragic. If I were unrivaled Under Heaven, I would vow vengeance against the Divine Emperor for life. Ha ha ha, the trio laughed heartily. Meanwhile, in another location, the Lord's Manor of Stormwind City, unrivaled Under Heaven and several companions rushed before the Lord, eager to submit their final task items. Suddenly, the announcement struck them like lightning, leaving them utterly bewildered. What is happening? Gods? Impossible, this cannot be. Why? Why is this happening? Wasn't the Divine Emperor just engaged in bidding? How could he establish a residence so quickly? Could it be that his withdrawal was because of... Damn it. This infuriates me. I shall never forgive those wretched gods. Curse them. Let us declare hostility from now on. Anyone from gods encountered in the wild shall be killed on sight. A wave of fury swept through the group. The expression of unrivaled under heaven shifted dramatically. From shock to anger, and then from anger to resignation, ultimately settling into a deep silence. He submitted the task items, and the application for the residence was successful. 100,000 guild members received the news of the successful establishment of the residence along with the coordinates. The Lord would dispatch craftsmen to the designated location to assist in construction, which would be completed within 24 hours. However, there was no battle zone announcement, no additional rewards, and no benefits whatsoever. Nothing at all. Even the difficulty of the residence defense battle remained at a daunting 100 full scale. Sigh. Many sighed quietly. They should have been the first guild to establish a residence. But now. Chapter 71. Dynamics of the international server. The expressions of those few individuals from the invincible world must be utterly delightful at this moment. How exhilarating. This round of divine MVPs is astonishing. Offline, Xiaofeng and his companions are savoring a seafood buffet, sharing hearty laughter. The buffet restaurant features a large screen television that connects to the internet, currently displaying a stream of news related to the heavens. The game has become immensely popular. Having launched at noon, and by evening, over 1 billion players have engaged with it. Whether students or working professionals, many have discovered a plethora of intriguing gameplay experiences within. The tenfold difference in time perception has allowed those with previously hectic lives to find a reprieve. Although the reason behind the game's time dilation remains a mystery, most players are enamored and eager to embrace such a phenomenon. At this moment, the television screen broadcasts news of the Divine Guild acquiring a base, eliciting a flurry of congratulatory comments and reflections from viewers. Some insiders reveal that the Tianxia Guild secured their base merely a minute after the Divine Guild, provoking both ridicule and sympathy from many. The Tianxia Guild has certainly suffered a significant setback in the span of a single afternoon. They have faced several educational moments from Old Xiao, followed by a setback instigated by the Divine Guild. The ramifications on player morale will likely lead to hundreds of withdrawals from the guild. As Lily shells shrimp, he chuckles. I almost feel sorry for them. Xiaofeng, toying with an empty conch shell, muses, it's rather pitiful for such a large guild to find itself in this predicament. Spare the sympathy. They might very well be plotting their revenge, Zhang Fan interjects, shaking his head. True enough. Let us check the news from abroad. I wonder how the foreign players are faring, Xiaofeng suggests. Switching the television to the international news channel. A series of headlines emerges. M Federation's super player Lord of Darkness solos level 80 mythical boss. International server's top player battle axe challenges the Dragon Kingdom. We shall conquer you at level 100. Bug? Dropped 50,000 health upon descending the next step. Some news items garner significant attention, while others remain obscure. The foreign players tend to favor solo play in small groups, lacking the execution prowess of the Dragon Kingdom's large-scale operations. Although they have not defeated the level 100 mythical boss to establish a base, numerous skilled players abound. Currently, the top player on the foreign server, Battle Axe, has reached level 76, a remarkable achievement considering he has not slain numerous mythical or legendary bosses, indicating an extraordinarily rapid leveling pace. Additionally, renowned professional players, veteran masters, and international tournament champions are thriving, accomplishing remarkable feats. The announcements in the entire Blue Star Battle Zone have surpassed several dozen, with the international server's activity evidently surpassing that of the Dragon Kingdom server. The first completions of various main storyline dungeons across all levels are predominantly claimed by players from the international server. Certainly, this is primarily due to the difficulty in locating the main storyline quests, which necessitates a stroke of luck to trigger. Otherwise, given Xiaofeng's prowess, it would be a trivial matter for him to ascend from level 25 to 155 single-handedly. Moreover, a mysterious player in the international server has revealed the attributes of an extraordinary artifact. According to the verbal description, it is a staff that enhances spell attack by 10,000 points and possesses a cataclysmic active skill, capable of annihilating an entire map when unleashed to its full potential. Some have questioned its authenticity, but Xiaofeng feels it is likely genuine. However, the individual did not disclose their game ID, leaving everyone to speculate based on in-game performance. The disconnect between the gaming world and the internet renders many in-game messages and scenes unable to be intuitively presented online. This is a significant regret, leading many who have yet to log in to harbor heightened anticipation for the game, yet unable to experience it firsthand. Fortunately, The end of the work and school day is approaching. After dinner, a new influx of players will grace Heavenly Realms, making the major cities even more vibrant. No more eating. Let's hurry back to the dorm and continue the game. Xiao Feng and his companions had been savoring their meal, but after perusing a wealth of information, they felt an impatient yearning to log in. Thus, they hurried back to school, quickly freshened up, attended to their biological needs, and returned to their beds, reconnecting their consciousness to the game server. Welcome back to the world of Heavenly Realms. You have created a character and may log into the game at any time. On the login screen, Xiao Feng beheld a dashing male mage wielding a meteorological staff. I must say, I look rather splendid, he mused, indulging in a moment of vanity before stepping into his character's form. A dazzling play of light and shadow enveloped him, and he soon found himself on the bustling streets of Dragon Blood City. Old Zhang, he greeted, noticing his two roommates had also logged in. The trio remained in a party. Old Xiao, what shall we do now? Shall we level up together? Li, having enjoyed a hearty meal, brimmed with enthusiasm. All right, but someone is calling for me. Just as Xiao Feng agreed, a message from a friend popped up. Brother Xiao Feng, you've finally returned. Come help us. Our stronghold is on the verge of being breached. The message was from the guild leader of Battle and Conquest, Zhan Tian. His tone was somewhat urgent, indicating a serious predicament. Has it begun? Xiao Feng inquired. It started nearly an hour ago. The monsters' levels are exceedingly high. Each requires numerous skills to defeat. We have already lost several rounds, and now we are relying on the NPC army for support, Zhan Tian replied with a hint of desperation. Send me your coordinates. I will come immediately. Xiao Feng recognized the gravity of the situation and spoke with urgency. Make your way to Moonlight City, and use the small teleportation array to directly reach Battle for the Heavenly Realms. I have already granted you teleportation privileges, Zhan Tian promptly responded. Please extend the same privileges to my two friends. We shall go together. Their serial number is XXX. Xiao Feng casually mentioned, then swiftly led his two companions directly to the teleportation array. They transported from Dragon Blood City to Moon City, and from there, they took a smaller teleportation array to the battlefield of the Celestial Conquest. A prompt appeared. The target area is currently engaged in warfare. Do you wish to confirm teleportation? Due to the unique nature of the destination, the system sought additional confirmation. Confirmed. The trio paid the teleportation fee and arrived directly at the guild stronghold, where a defense battle was underway. Boom. Crash. Roar. Upon their arrival, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the distance. Xiao Feng and his companions raised their eyes to find themselves in a rudimentary village, surrounded by scant structures, merely wooden walls, and a few makeshift functional buildings. Within the 1,000 by 1,000 meter stronghold, a multitude of players surged forward, resurrected and recklessly charging towards the outer walls to confront the monstrous foes. Beyond the stronghold lay a vast horde of beasts, resembling a churning sea. Creatures of varying sizes were relentlessly assaulting the stronghold. Players were overwhelmed by the tide of beasts, typically succumbing within mere seconds. Their inflicted damage upon the monsters appeared feeble and ineffective. Priests, focus on healing the NPCs. Knights and warriors, consume your potions. We may perish, but the NPCs must survive. Otherwise, we shall surely fail to hold the line. Old Bai, head back to the NPC at the apothecary for more supplies. Our health potions are running low. Brothers who lost their weapons, go to the warehouse for new ones. Armor can wait. Slaying monsters comes first. The roar of battle reverberated within the stronghold as the guild leader, Zhan Tian, stood at the entrance of the humble assembly hall, orchestrating the defense. Behind him loomed the true heart of the guild. Should the monsters breach the walls and reach this hall, the defense would be deemed a failure. Old Yang, where's the pressure on the walls the greatest? I'm heading to assist. Xiao Feng quickly assessed the situation around him within seconds, entering a state of readiness and calling out to Zhan Tian. Chapter 72, The Garrison Defense Battle. Brother Xiao Feng, you have arrived just in time. The pressure from the east is the heaviest. I entrust this to you. Upon seeing him, Zhan Tian was instantly filled with joy. Xiao Feng nodded and said to his two companions, Old Zhang, let us proceed. They swiftly made their way towards the eastern city wall, weaving through the crowd. Finally, I can team up with Old Xiao to show off. Li exclaimed with delight. He can show off all he wants. We'll just be here to soak up some experience. Zhang Fan remarked with a tinge of self-awareness. Come on, with so many monsters around. Can he really take them all on alone? You should just unleash your transformation and show off a bit too, Lily encouraged. Inside the garrison, the crowd was somewhat congested, but the space was limited, and they soon arrived at the city gate. A thunderous roar echoed as a massive, 4-meter-tall wooden wall was struck by a gigantic berserk bull monster, producing a resounding crash. Level 105 Epic Boss. Bull King, this is insane, Lily exclaimed, glancing at the boss's information with excitement. No sooner had he spoken than, crack, a bolt of lightning descended, and the previously arrogant Bull King let out a wretched cry before collapsing. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding players gasped in astonishment. Who just unleashed that lightning arrow? That was incredible! In the next moment, they beheld a handsome male mage clad in a deep blue robe standing atop the city wall. Level 85 Meteorologist Mage, Xiao Feng. The mighty Xiao Feng has arrived. Our powerful ally is here. Ha ha ha, monsters. Your end is nigh. Attack. Level 200 mythical bosses have fallen to the hands of the great Xiao Feng. These pathetic creatures will be eliminated one by one. Send them to their doom. Xiao Feng's emergence triggered a chain reaction. The morale of the once demoralized members of the Zhanzhan Guild, who had suffered numerous defeats, surged as their fighting spirit was rekindled. Quick, boost the great mage. Blessing of Courage. Stone Skin. Rejuvenation. In an instant, numerous buffs were cast upon Xiao Feng, augmenting his attributes even further. However, boom, just as everyone focused on Xiao Feng, a deafening crash resounded. A segment of the wooden wall on the southern part of the eastern city wall was suddenly struck with tremendous force, creating a 1-meter-wide breach. A wolf. The wolf pack howled, as a multitude of wild wolf monsters surged through the gap into the garrison. This is bad. Quickly, hold the line. The Legion commander on the wall shouted urgently. That breach had been created by a level 120 legendary boss, the colorful giant python. The creature, measuring over 30 meters in length and thicker than a water barrel, could claim several lives with a single swing of its tail. Even the skills of NPC soldiers could not repel it. Faced with such a terrifying boss, the average player, with a level around 38, stood no chance of resistance. Moreover, at the same time, thousands of smaller monsters were assaulting the city wall, leaving them little energy to contend with the boss. The sound of splintering wood echoed incessantly, causing the very walls of the stronghold to tremble precariously. Witnessing the tense situation, Xiao Feng realized he could no longer remain in hiding. He shouted, "Defend the walls, focus on the minions. Leave the boss to me." With that, he consumed a charge potion, his speed surging to 6 times that of an ordinary person as he raced toward the colossal serpent boss. The mighty Xiao Feng had made his move. Quickly, heed his command. Let us first eliminate the minions. We cannot allow them to breach our stronghold. The priest knight sprang into action, ready to protect the valiant Xiao Feng. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng had already dashed close to the serpent boss. Colorful Serpent, legendary boss, level 120 health, 2, 189, 172 4, 500, 000. The boss was left with less than half its health, as the difficulty of this stronghold defense had been halved, resulting in all summoned creatures suffering a 50 reduction in health, attack power, and defense. Yet, despite this mitigation, the overwhelming level disparity rendered the challenge formidable. Casting a magic missile, Xiao Feng observed the boss's dwindling health, deeming it unnecessary to employ his major skills. He simply unleashed a basic attack. With a swift motion, the missile, blending among a myriad of vibrant spells, seemed unremarkable. However, upon impact, the once mighty serpent, which had been thrashing its tail against the walls with arrogance, shrieked and stiffened before toppling over. You have participated in defeating the legendary boss, Colorful Serpent, earning a shared experience of 189, 130, and a reputation of 890. The system prompted him. Although the experience from a legendary boss, which had been attacked by many, was minimal, Xiao Feng was unconcerned. In the battle for the fortress, the boss's experience was trivial. It was the relentless tide of minions that constituted the true bounty. Storm of Rain. Having dispatched the boss, before the members of the Conquest Guild could celebrate, Xiao Feng began to unleash his area of effect skill. A thunderous roar accompanied a tempestuous wind, and soon, a vast expanse of dark clouds enveloped the sky, unleashing a torrential downpour. Spanning 60 by 60 meters, it engulfed a significant stretch of the fortress walls. Where the rain fell, countless minions perished on the spot, unable to withstand even a second. Even the small bosses mingled among the minions fell instantly, transforming into experience and dropping equipment. You have defeated the Peach Tree Spirit, earning 2, 168 experience. You have defeated the elite monster, Demonized Giant Tiger, earning 47,890 experience. You have defeated. The system notifications flooded the screen with a single skill. The number of defeated monsters soared past 100, and this was merely the beginning. Xiaofeng was invincible. So powerful, so formidable, one skill eliminated an entire area. With high damage and extensive range, he was nothing short of divine. With such decisive and swift prowess, the boss was vanquished, and the minions dispatched in a heartbeat. The members of the guild were instantly invigorated, erupting into jubilant shouts, chain lightning, fireball, gale blade, magic missile, unperturbed by the collective cheers. Xiaofeng leaped from the city wall, charging forth from the encampment and breaching the defensive line of night players outside the city, plunging into the throngs of monsters. Be cautious, great Xiaofeng. The monsters possess formidable attack power, shouted the priests of Team 9. Stay close and heal him. Witnessing his audacious advance, the crowd gasped in astonishment and hurried to prepare support. However, Xiaofeng bellowed, "Do not concern yourselves with me. I am invulnerable. Just handle any stragglers." With that declaration, he accelerated once more, vanishing amidst the horde of creatures. Goodness, he is so reckless. The onlookers were astounded as they watched him dive into the mass of monsters. At that moment, Li Li and Zhang Fan, who had been observing Xiaofeng's exploits, could no longer remain idle. How infuriating! Old Xiao flaunts his prowess without us. Li Li exclaimed. Zhang, transform quickly. I shall heal you. He urged with fervor. Understood. Zhang Fan, ever the eager participant, wasted no time activating his talent skill, transforming into his dragon form. With a mighty roar, his stature surged, his body adorned with a layer of dragon scales, significantly enhancing his attributes. Here I go. He emulated Xiaofeng, leaping from the city wall and plunging into the fray. How impressive! What an extraordinary skill! Nearby players marveled at his visage and valiant stance. As Zhang Fan surged into the mass of monsters, he brandished his legendary sword, unleashing the exclusive skills of the Dragon Blood Warrior. Numbers in the thousands erupted above the heads of the monsters. The damage figures a sight to behold. Though he could not eliminate creatures as swiftly as Xiaofeng, he felled numerous wounded foes with a single swipe. Perish! A humanoid boss, spotting Zhang Fan, charged forth with weapon drawn, intent on his destruction. Yet, as a skill struck Zhang Fan, it dealt merely a few hundred points of damage, swiftly restored by Li Li's healing. Ha ha ha, it's my turn to shine. Zhang Fan laughed heartily, reveling in his moment, ready to engage the humanoid boss in single combat. Just then, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Look over there. What a colossal tornado. It is the great Xiaofeng. He has unleashed his ultimate skill. Chapter 73. By one's own strength. A tempest arose. As the windstorm spell made its grand reappearance, with the earth element shield enveloping him, Xiaofeng intentionally plunged into the heart of the monstrous throng, surrounding himself with a dense cluster of creatures from every direction. Then, in this perilous locale, he unleashed his ultimate move. As the wind surged forth, within a radius of 120 meters, nearly all the monsters perished in an instant. The sheer number of creatures in such a vast expanse was staggering, numbering in the thousands, if not countless. Yet, the experience gained from this massacre was solely his to claim. The experience bar surged visibly, elevating significantly within mere seconds. In the blink of an eye, he amassed nearly 1 million experience points. Onward, with 4 seconds remaining for the windstorm. He was unwilling to squander this opportunity and dashed forward with great haste. The tornado followed in his wake, propelling him onward. In those fleeting seconds, he advanced 30 meters, sweeping away another wave of lesser foes. Outside the eastern city wall, a clearing emerged, strewn with silver coins, gold, and ordinary equipment. However, multitudes of monsters continued to pour forth, replenishing their ranks in no time. The nearby regional channel buzzed with system notifications, indicating that they had only reached the 12th wave of monsters. With a total of 24 waves to contend with, there was still much to endure. Xiaofeng's extensive skill range momentarily alleviated the pressure on one side of the city wall, but utterly eradicating the monsters from a single direction remained a formidable challenge. Moreover, with 4 sides to defend, the numbers of the creatures were truly incalculable. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous lesser monsters assailed Xiaofeng, with the earth element shield in place. His health remained unbreached, yet the occasional stun was quite bothersome. If only he could unleash the apocalypse spell, Xiaofeng mused. Currently, He possessed just over 1,700 mana points, still shy of the minimum requirement of 2,000, let alone the continuous casting of the entire Apocalypse spell. Never mind. He resolved to endure with minor spells for now. With the Windstorm already deployed, the only formidable spell at his disposal was Meteorite. However, considering the stronger monsters that would soon emerge, he deemed it prudent to reserve the Meteorite's cooldown for later. A minute passed swiftly. He commenced with Fireball, Galeblade, and Chain Lightning, 3 smaller area damage spells to eliminate some elite monsters, bosses, and dispatch lesser foes with basic attacks and Chain Lightning, all contributing to a significant relief effort. Whoosh, boom, swish. The spells cascaded forth, though the spectacle lacked the grandeur of his ultimate abilities. Every strike resulted in certain death for the adversaries. The once precarious Eastern City wall gradually steadied with Xiaofeng's intervention. After vanquishing all the bosses, the wall could finally hold its ground. Oldly, heal me. I cannot withstand this any longer. Zhang Fan, transformed into a dragon man, found himself besieged by a horde of level 100+ lesser monsters, his health plummeting. Unable to be sustained by the ordinary priest, Li Li's skills fell like rain, barely stabilizing Zhang Fan's health bar. Everyone, hold on. Our supply reinforcements are on the way. Many large scrolls will assist in clearing the area. The commander of the Conquest Guild rallied the troops, instilling a sense of fearlessness among the members, who bravely faced death, resurrecting and charging forth without allowing the monsters to encroach upon their territory. The Conquest Guild, affluent and resourceful, swiftly replenished the equipment lost upon death and the potions consumed, providing an endless supply for its members. In a bid to meet the demand, they even contacted the Treasure Merchants Association for assistance, pouring substantial funds into the endeavor. This siege by monsters must be defended at all costs, otherwise, all previous efforts would be rendered futile, leading to the collapse of their base and the reclamation of their territory by the system. Brother Xiaofeng, the pressure from the east has temporarily lessened. Please assist in the south with the boss, as the brothers are struggling to hold the line. The leader of the operation, Were Heavens, had a clear understanding of where the pressure was most intense. Upon entering, Xiaofeng and his companions unleashed a series of powerful area of effect attacks, transforming the previously most pressured eastern city into the least pressured area. He could not help but admire Xiaofeng's prowess while seizing the opportunity to deploy this formidable fighter where he was most needed. Absolutely. Xiaofeng responded promptly, heading south without delay. He did not even need to enter the city, charging forward with the protection of the Earth Element Shield. Although he was occasionally hindered by monsters along the way, it did not significantly impede his progress. Soon, he arrived outside the southern city, where an enormous lizard, over 6 meters tall, was relentlessly assaulting the wooden walls. Even the NPC soldiers had fallen, leaving a level 150 NPC squad leader to assist in the defense. Ironclad Dragon King, legendary boss, level 160 health, 3, 177, 828 7, 650, 000. This creature was incredibly resilient, its health rivaling that of mythic bosses. Even with its attributes halved, it posed a challenge beyond the capabilities of ordinary players, with each of its skills inflicting minimal damage. Despite the relentless bombardment from the NPC army's archers and mages, their damage remained woefully inadequate. Xiaofeng, this monster has high physical defense, but relatively low magical defense. We are counting on you. The primary damage dealer of the Conquest Guild, Parkinson, a member of the Stargazing Hunter class, was positioned in the south, unleashing skills with his level S legendary weapon. However, his damage barely reached 3 digits, a mere drop in the bucket compared to the Ironclad Dragon King's 3 million health. As Xiaofeng approached, he wasted no time and immediately cast a lightning arrow. With a crackle, electricity surged forth, and the formidable Ironclad Dragon King, which had been rampaging against the city walls, collapsed with a thunderous crash, dropping a bounty of gold and equipment. A level 160 legendary boss, defeated in an instant. Holy cow. Incredible. A lightning arrow took down a creature with millions of health. The spectators were left in awe, gaping at the scattered gold and epic gear. Even Parkinson, who had always considered himself quite formidable, stood frozen in shock, rendered speechless by Xiaofeng's astonishing damage. Xiaofeng refrained from picking up the items scattered on the ground. The spoils from the garrison defense battle automatically belong to the guild and do not require manual collection. They will seamlessly be integrated into the guild's warehouse after a short while. As an external aid, it would be inappropriate for him to unilaterally claim the loot. If there were items of interest, he could simply request them from Zhang Tian after the battle concluded. Are there any bosses left? Summon your mages to bombard the boss with fireballs and guide me, he bellowed, intent on swiftly vanquishing the ironclad Dragon King. The battlefield was chaotic, with skirmishes erupting everywhere. The brilliance of skills and effects nearly obscured the city walls. In this tumult, Xiaofeng found it challenging to locate the boss, prompting him to enlist the help of the combatants around him. Fireball guidance. The Legion commander atop the wall immediately understood the directive and announced in the Legion channel. Mages of all teams, in 10 seconds, focus your fireballs on the nearest boss to your position and signal the Great Xiaofeng. The cooldown for the fireball spell was relatively brief, allowing the mages to prepare for another casting shortly. Upon receiving the command, numerous mage players readied their fireballs. Release. With a commanding shout from the Legion leader, thousands of fireballs soared towards several bosses outside the walls. The brilliant flames erupted beyond the fortifications, illuminating the forms of the bosses. Received. Xiaofeng instantly grasped the signal and maneuvered through the throng of monsters, heading straight for the nearest boss. Fireball. A magnificent fireball was launched, causing a thunderous detonation. Amidst the explosion, the level 135 epic boss was obliterated, yielding experience and prestige. Without pausing, Xiaofeng pressed onward, dispatching the bosses in his path. Downpour. Gale. Once his powerful skills cooled down, he would deftly select the densest clusters of monsters to unleash his might. These two area of effect skills, each with a 60-second cooldown, effectively alleviated the pressure on the city walls through substantial monster clearance. In just a few minutes, the strain from the southern front was significantly reduced. Great Xiaofeng hastened to the west city. A mythical boss has appeared there. Zhang Tian sent a new message. Upon hearing this news, Xiaofeng's face broke into a smile. Leave it to me. Chapter 74. The Second Evil Spirit. The battle raged on. The defense of the outpost was excruciating for the players engaged in the conflict, as their deaths were alarmingly frequent. Although the abundant experience from defeating numerous monsters could somewhat compensate for their lost levels, the relentless cycle of death was undeniably disheartening. Were it not for the unyielding spirit of the guild members standing together, many would have succumbed to the urge to flee. Yet, amidst all, it was Xiaofeng who reveled in the onslaught of monstrous foes. I have arrived at West City. In a short while, Xiaofeng reached the outskirts of West City. Where is the mythical boss? He inquired with a commanding voice. This way. The commander of the Western Legion, a sorceress, stood atop the high walls, conjuring a dark thundercloud that unleashed a barrage of lightning upon the boss, guiding Xiaofeng towards his target. Following the sound, Xiaofeng beheld the boss, a towering humanoid figure clad in a black robe, standing over 4 meters tall, with decaying skin revealing skeletal features, resembling a living corpse. The distance was a bit great, preventing him from seeing the boss's information, yet the sight felt oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Perish, insignificant ants. The boss spread his arms wide, chanting an incantation. Dark energy surged from his form, transforming into a black evil dragon that swept across the city walls. Bang, bang, bang. The frail wooden walls could not withstand the boss's onslaught, creating a 3-meter wide breach. The NPC soldiers were equally powerless against such overwhelming force, each one spitting blood as they fell from the walls, their fate uncertain. Captain, we cannot hold on any longer. The beleaguered members of the guild cried out in despair. The Great Xiaofeng has arrived, came a sudden exclamation. Xiaofeng swiftly navigated through the throng of monsters until he was near the boss. Upon scanning the information, a look of elation spread across his face. Evil Spirit Bishop Smoke, mythical boss, level 110 health, 500-391910600000. Target level 2 high. Additional data unavailable, to his astonishment. This was one of the 4 great evil spirit bosses. After previously defeating the Evil Spirit Knight, he had received a mythical level main quest requiring him to vanquish the 4 scattered evil spirit bosses to liberate their souls. Successfully doing so would unlock the 2nd level War City and grant him the opportunity to challenge the 220 level mythical boss, General Lyrial of the Holy Spear. He had been troubled, uncertain of where to locate the remaining 3 evil spirit bosses. Little did he expect to stumble upon one today. Embrace your demise. Upon sighting the mythical boss, Xiaofeng, like a ravenous wolf spotting fresh meat, summoned a new earth element shield and charged forward. Fireball. He unleashed a colossal fireball, reminiscent of an explosive flare. The 1.2-meter-wide fireball soared forth, striking the towering form of the evil spirit boss. Boom. The fireball detonated, sending sparks flying in every direction. The boss emitted a piercing wail, instantly suffering a staggering 15 million points of damage. This amount of damage would be insurmountable even for a boss at full health, let alone in its current state of half health. As the fireball detonated, it was rendered incapacitated, its health bar frozen at the final 300. Lord. Terrence, return to your embrace. The boss did not collapse. Instead, after locking its health, it tilted its head skyward, uttering a deep, hoarse cry. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, accompanied by a gentle, feminine voice. Bard of War, your soul shall find redemption. In the name of the second war god of the Temple of War, I welcome you. Return, Terrence. The boss's decaying form gradually transformed under the golden radiance, its black robe shifting inch by inch into a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of a blazing battlefield. The entire metamorphosis mirrored that of General Relio of the Sacred Spear. Soon, the boss was reborn, its attributes doubling. Terrence, Bard of War, mythical boss. Level, 220 health, 21, 200, 21, 200. 000. Target level too high to retrieve additional data. Young warrior, I thank you for freeing me from my fallen form and liberating my soul. Though you have slain Otogu, which fills me with disdain, I shall not withhold your reward. Relio and I await you in the Temple of War. Your prize lies there. Having transformed from a boss into an NPC, Terrence addressed Xiaofeng. With a wave of his staff, he levitated into the air, soaring towards the western horizon before vanishing from sight. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the mythical boss, the malevolent Bishop of Smoke, and earned 31,700 reputation points. Subjugate the four malevolents. Quest progress has been updated. Please continue onward to expedite the unlocking of War City. You participated in defeating the malevolent Bishop of Smoke and received a shared experience of 800. Congratulations, your level has increased to 86. With a resounding crash, an abundance of loot erupted around, with gold coins amounting to 1,002 pieces of mythical equipment emerging. Xiaofeng glanced over and noticed one piece was unranked, igniting a sense of envy within him. Endless Smoke Belt, mythical, level requirement, none class requirement, none health, 2,000 physical defense, 50 magical defense, 50 physical damage reduction, 15 magical damage reduction, 15 special effect, Endless Smoke. In combat, for each enemy slain, enhance your attack and defense by 1, stacking up to 15 layers. This effect dissipates after disengaging from combat. What a remarkable item. Though it possesses but a single special effect, it allows for a 15 increase in attack and defense attributes simply by dispatching minor foes, making it exceptionally practical. Zhantian. A mythical belt has dropped here, perfectly suited for me. Take a look. Xiaofeng promptly sent a message to Zhantian. Zhantian had already learned from the reports of the guild members that the boss had dropped 2 mythical pieces of equipment. Upon hearing Xiaofeng take the initiative to speak, he readily replied, Brother Xiaofeng, feel free to take them. He was acutely aware of how crucial Xiaofeng's assistance was during this defensive battle. The gesture of handing over a single mythical item was negligible. He would have willingly surrendered all the loot that Xiaofeng had earned. Then I shall not be polite. Xiaofeng laughed heartily, directly picking up the Endless Smoke Belt from the ground and stowing it away in his backpack. As the battle continued, he could not equip it due to being in combat mode. With the 13th and 14th waves of monsters approaching, the figure of another boss loomed in the distance. Utilizing his high damage output, Xiaofeng darted around, assisting in swiftly eliminating the bosses. Whenever his rainstorm and gale spells were off cooldown, he would unleash them in areas dense with monsters, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Zhanjian Guild. Minutes turned into 10, then 20, and 30. Waves of monsters surged forth, placing immense strain on the surrounding walls. Tirelessly, Xiaofeng scuttled about, providing support from all directions. Alone, he projected a formidable force that surpassed that of 1,000 troops, steadfastly stabilizing a situation that was initially dire. With the fall of each boss and the clearing of numerous lesser foes, his experience points soared. When the final wave of monsters appeared, a system notification chimed. Xiaofeng's level had risen to 89, achieving an upgrade rate that rivaled even the guild's level 40 members, devoid of the typical struggle that accompanied higher levels. After 2 hours of fierce combat, the NPC soldiers had nearly all been wiped out, relying solely on the members' unwavering defense to endure. Finally, the 24th wave of minor monsters was vanquished. Exhausted, everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. However, the battle was far from over. With a thunderous, drum-like cadence of heavy footsteps, a colossal boss, resembling a mountain, slowly approached from the distance, heading towards the northern city. Wasn't it stated that there were only 24 waves of monsters? Why was there yet another boss? In that moment, confusion enveloped the crowd. Yet, they remained composed. Having witnessed Xiao Feng's unparalleled prowess in dispatching various bosses with a single strike, they felt no fear whatsoever, regardless of its strength or health. In the presence of the great Xiao Feng, it was as fragile as paper. Chapter 75. The welfare boss. The colossal boss gradually approached, encroaching upon the defensive perimeter of the encampment. It resembled a gigantic elephant, towering nearly 20 meters in height, its entire form cloaked in a sandy hue, adorned with long golden fur, and its immense trunk resembling an inverted pagoda. Such a size is astonishing. The previous level 180 legendary boss was scarcely half its magnitude. Could it possibly be a mythic boss exceeding level 200? The multitude of thousands from the Conquest Guild gazed upon this behemoth, their hearts filled with uncertainty. Brother Xiao Feng, can we defeat it? At that moment, Zhang Tian had emerged from the council hall and ascended to the northern city wall. Let us examine its attributes. The sheer size of the boss left Xiao Feng feeling somewhat apprehensive. He leaped down from the wall, donned an earth elemental shield, and ventured forth. Just as he intended to assess the boss's data, he heard an area announcement. Congratulations to all members of the Conquest Guild for your outstanding performance in this encampment defense. You have earned an additional opportunity to confront a welfare boss. The welfare boss, War Elephant, is now in position and will begin damage calculations in 120 seconds. Welfare battle duration, 60 seconds. Important notice, this boss possesses infinite health, and the damage inflicted within 1 minute will be converted into 100 times experience, evenly distributed among all participants in this defense. As the announcement reverberated, a momentary silence enveloped the crowd, swiftly followed by a cacophony of voices. A welfare boss? Such a mechanism exists. Any damage dealt within 60 seconds will convert to a 100-fold experience, shared among all. Upon careful calculation, if each individual dealt 500 damage per second, that would total 30,000 damage in 1 minute, equating to an average of 300,000 experience points for each participant. 500 damage per second? Who do you think you are? At least 520. Wait, have you all forgotten about the great Xiao Feng? In an instant, countless gazes turned toward the dashing mage outside the city walls. Xiao Feng, too, found himself momentarily stunned. Infinite output, with damage transformed into experience at a 100-fold rate. If he did not have to share it, he could likely reach level 200 in one go. At the very least, level 150 would be assured, if only he could monopolize the experience. Alas, the crowd's determination included everyone who had participated today. Even if he were to drive others away, it would be futile. The war elephant remained stationary, 100 meters away, awaiting its punishment. Xiao Feng drew closer to inspect its information. War elephant, special creature, level 1 health. Physical defense, 100 magical defense, 100 skill, professional target, hit range 1000 meters. No need to attack a physical entity. Any offensive skill released within the area will inflict effective damage, with a defense rating of 100, aside from pure melee knights. Others should be able to inflict around 500 to 600 damage per second. This should yield a substantial share of experience. Brother Xiao Feng. Zhang Tian leaped down from the city wall and strode forward. Zhang Fan, Li Li, Parkinson, and others followed closely behind. Old Yang, what is the plan? Xiao Feng inquired. There's just over a minute left for preparation. We can slightly strategize, Zhang Tian replied. Your output is extraordinarily high, so I aim to apply all types of auxiliary skills from our guild to you, maximizing your damage output. The rest should focus on dealing damage from the front while the priests stay behind, surrounding the boss and inflicting as much damage as possible, just as I envisioned. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement. Although the boss possessed a massive physique and an enhanced attack range of 1,000 meters, with over 100,000 players present, it was still improbable for everyone to reach it. To maximize efficiency, the pure tank knights and the support priest should step back slightly, allowing the damage-dealing classes to take the forefront and unleash their buffs for frenzied attacks. Time is of the essence. I will swiftly organize the positioning of all guild members. You will join Parkinson's team and let him coordinate the buffs, Jean Tian instructed, then set about arranging the guild's formation. Everyone, move out. The vast membership of over 100,000, having had no time to rest, was once again mobilized to gather in the open space outside the city. Xiaofeng and his two companions joined Parkinson's team, and soon a throng of teammates surged around them. In less than 10 seconds, the team of 50 was filled. Aside from Xiaofeng, Zhang Fan, Parkinson, and an assassin named Big Hammer 80, the remaining members were all priests, there to provide buffs to these 4 damage dealers. Teams 1 and 2, ensure to watch Xiaofeng's blessing status. Teams 3 and 4 will support me. Teams 5 and 6 will assist old Zhang next door. And Teams 7 and 8 will bolster Big Hammer. Teams 9 and 10 will allocate all special buffs to Xiaofeng. Try to avoid overlapping buffs to achieve maximum damage. Parkinson quickly distributed the buff assignments among the teams. Once arrangements were finalized, the countdown for the boss encounter entered the final 30 seconds. All members in position. Jean Tian had also organized the guild members briefly, with thousands of damage dealers moving to encircle the boss, preparing for battle. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. The system began its countdown, quickly reaching the last 3 seconds. Buffs now, Jean Tian bellowed. In the next moment, thousands of priest players unleashed various skills. Xiaofeng's combat information bar was flooded with notifications. Player Healing Overflow has cast Blessing of Courage on you. Player Next Door Li has bestowed Gift of the Moon Goddess upon you. Player Weeping Cry has granted Blade Blessing. Player ILL Sit on You has activated Warhorn. Player. A series of buffs appeared in his status bar, causing his attack power to surge to an alarming level. Originally, his level 89 spell attack was just over 1200, and now, an astonishing 2750 has been achieved. Furthermore, a critical strike rate of 25 and an enhancement of spell damage by 10 have been attained. Brother Xiaofeng, commence your performance. After issuing the command, countless players unleashed their skills simultaneously. He glanced towards Xiaofeng, anticipating the dazzling display from this master who could annihilate bosses in an instant. However, to everyone's bewilderment, Xiaofeng did not immediately begin his spell casting. Old Xiao, what are you doing? Lili, having completed his buffs, inquired urgently upon seeing him motionless. Xiaofeng remained silent, focusing on his incantation. Meteor. Spell. Having initially hesitated to use his skill for clearing minions, the moment had finally arrived for its deployment. Observing the impressive attack power surpassing 2700, Xiaofeng's heart raced with anticipation. This would be his most formidable strike ever. A hum resonated as the fire element began to gather. Above, a vast cloud of flames swiftly took shape. Everyone, look at the sky. Many were puzzled by Xiaofeng's lack of action, with some even growing impatient enough to curse him for occupying space without contributing, squandering such buffs. Yet soon, someone noticed something amiss, gazing upward in awe. What a magnificent expanse of fire clouds. This was a forbidden spell, a spell of the highest order. The great master Xiaofeng was unleashing his ultimate move. Genuine power. In an instant, excitement surged among the crowd. They had witnessed Xiaofeng's gale and deluge spells, and had thought those were the pinnacle of his abilities. But now, as they observed him chanting, they were left utterly astounded, trembling with exhilaration. A forbidden spell, a mere minor skill capable of obliterating a boss, was now being transformed into a cataclysmic incantation. The damage promised to be nothing short of extraordinary. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. The incantation of the meteor spell was drawing to a close. Come now. Before long, the skill's chant concluded, and an enormous meteor appeared in the heavens. With a flick of his wand, Xiaofeng directed the meteor, which trembled gently before erupting into flames, plummeting swiftly towards the colossal war elephant. Chapter 76. The damage inflicted by Xiaofeng. Damage numbers erupted from the colossal war elephant, each second witnessing thousands upon thousands of figures, a spectacle of astonishing velocity. Were it not for the elephant's seemingly infinite health, such a staggering rate of health depletion could swiftly vanquish even a mythical boss. Meteoric spell. Indeed, it was the meteoric spell. Xiaofeng unleashed his forbidden incantation. As an enormous meteor, radiating blinding flames, descended from the heavens. My goodness, how terrifying. Surely it won't obliterate us as well. Someone exclaimed, their heart racing as they beheld the meteor plummeting towards them, the psychological pressure mounting significantly. Before anyone could ponder too deeply, the meteor struck the ground. The intense blaze collided with the formidable giant, producing an unprecedented explosion that reverberated throughout the gathering. The meteor crashed into the elephant, causing even the steadfast behemoth to sink its feet into the earth. The shockwave radiated outward in all directions, reminiscent of a tidal wave, shaking the very ground and extending up to 180 meters before it finally subsided. Though the frontline damage dealers were unscathed, they were nonetheless staggered by the force of the shockwave, nearly losing their footing. "Everyone, look at the damage," a voice cried out, stirring the crowd's attention to the boss's health bar. A colossal damage number began to ascend, gradually revealing itself. 907, 654, 851, critical hit, 9 billion. A staggering 9 billion in critical damage. Oh my heavens. Gulp. The sound of swallowed breaths echoed around, as all present stood in a state of bewilderment. Even Xiaofeng himself was momentarily dazed. One skill dealt 9 billion damage. The most formidable boss they had encountered thus far had barely surpassed 20 million health. This singular meteor strike could claim the lives of a level 220 temple boss multiple times over. Do not relent. Continue the assault. Battling Heaven's voice resonated beyond the city limits, rousing the astonished crowd from their stupor. Yes, yes, sustaining the output is paramount. The group hastily shook off their astonishment and hastened their assault frequency. Old Xiao, you truly are extraordinary. Zhang Fan's voice floated from beside him, tinged with awe. He too had maximized his buffs, yet the damage he accumulated barely reached several 100,000. In comparison to Xiaofeng, he felt like a firefly beside the bright moon. Alas, it seems that beauty and damage are inextricably linked. Xiaofeng, snapping back to reality from his astonishment, shamelessly remarked, before resuming his relentless output. Rain of arrows. Gale force. Fireball. Lightning bolt. Damage numbers soared from the millions to tens of millions, culminating in figures exceeding 100 million, each digit igniting envy among the damage dealers present. Just as the previous buffs wore off, a new wave of enhancements surged forth. Xiaofeng's attack power consistently surpassed 2,500. Each skill unleashed dealt an immense, staggering amount of damage. As the welfare battle drew to a close, a countdown began. 10, 9, 8. The system's prompt echoed in their ears as time gradually approached zero. Everyone exerted themselves to their utmost. Finally, at the moment the countdown reached zero, the colossal war elephant vanished into thin air with a resounding hum. Simultaneously, a regional announcement resounded. In this welfare battle, the total damage inflicted upon the war elephant reached an astounding 271, 888, 822. The MVP player was Xiaofeng, with a personal damage contribution of 791, 828. 412. The MVP skill, Magic Missile, accumulated damage of 1,098, 282, 431. The total number of participants in this garrison battle was 148, 893. Each individual received an average experience share of 540, 723. In an instant, among the tens of thousands present, a radiant glow of level up enveloped everyone except Xiaofeng. 3.5 million experience points. This was far superior to battling wild monsters for 3 hours. Incredible! I leveled up 4 times in one breath. I leveled up 3 times. Ha ha ha. In a fleeting moment, the levels of hundreds of thousands surged simultaneously. The originally average level of the Conquest Guild, which was below 40, catapulted to around level 43. Some elite players even ascended into the top 1,000 of the level rankings. Parkinson, who was already on the leaderboard, also leveled up twice, securing the 4th spot, just behind Xiaofeng, Lucky Cat, and sword slashing the mortal realm. Xiaofeng is extraordinary. Xiaofeng is unparalleled. Xiaofeng reigns supreme. The regional announcement clearly conveyed the magnitude of damage dealt by Xiaofeng. He alone surpassed the combined output of 30 to 40,000 other players. Given such statistics, who could possibly contest it? Old Xiao, you've truly outdone yourself this time. After this battle, all players in the Dragon Kingdom would come to recognize your extraordinary prowess. Even foreign players would be left in awe. Zhang Fan and Li Li were equally astonished by Xiaofeng's terrifying damage, expressing their admiration. Yet, at that moment, only one thought occupied Xiaofeng's mind. The meteor spell was not the MVP skill, having dealt less damage than Magic Missile. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. The meteor spell could only be cast once and had accumulated over 900 million damage, which was indeed impressive. Yet, Magic Missile had been unleashed 24 times, each time dealing 120 damage, undoubtedly surpassing the 2,000 of the meteor spell. Furthermore, this statistic included the damage from other players utilizing the same skill, adding to the total significantly. Regional announcement. The Garrison Battle of Conquest of the World has concluded. Congratulations to Conquest of the World for successfully defending. All participants are rewarded with 1,000,000 experience points, 500 reputation, and 10,000 guild contribution. All commercial operation taxes and maintenance costs will be exempted for 10 days. Keep up the excellent work. As the system announcement reverberated, a reward of 1,000,000 experience points descended upon the players. Most of them swiftly leveled up, and at last, Xiaofeng reached level 90. The air in the encampment buzzed with jubilant cheers. After a grueling battle, the generous rewards left the members in a state of ecstatic delight. Although the preparations and combat had consumed over 3 hours, the outcome was immensely gratifying. Each participant had advanced by at least 4 levels. And those who displayed exceptional valor and incurred fewer deaths surged ahead, rising 6 or 7 levels, transitioning from the second and third tiers into the vanguard. Brother Xiaofeng, we owe you a great debt. Were it not for your valiant efforts, we would have surely succumbed to those formidable high-level bosses. Zhang Tian remarked, his gaze toward Xiaofeng brimming with admiration and gratitude. Individually, high-level legendary bosses might not pose a significant threat, easily dispatched by concentrated fire from the crowd. However, amidst an overwhelming onslaught of monsters during the siege, focusing everyone's damage became an impossible task, rendering the bosses exponentially more terrifying. In such dire circumstances, had Xiaofeng not gallantly rallied to assist, eliminating nearly all the bosses after the 12th wave, the defense would have undoubtedly ended in failure. With a smile, Xiaofeng replied, having received so much from you, it is only right that I lend a hand. Zhang Tian expressed his awe once more, stating, to forge a friendship with a player of your caliber is indeed a tremendous fortune in life. If you hadn't warned me of the potential high difficulty, I might have been inadequately prepared, lacking scrolls and potions, and perhaps would not have held out until your arrival. Ha ha ha, that's all behind us now. Everything has gone smoothly. And we are all delighted. Xiaofeng, buoyed by the praise, felt his spirits lift. Zhang Tian laughed heartily, saying, this endeavor was indeed taxing. Yet I can confidently say we have reaped a bountiful reward. It is a pity you are not in our guild. You would be astonished at the wealth of resources now residing in our guild's repository. The bosses you vanquished just moments ago dropped no fewer than 10 mythic quality items, and we are nearing 100 legendary pieces. Each wave of monsters featured for legendary bosses and several epic ones, augmented by the inclusion of a malevolent archbishop, resulting in an extraordinary tally of high-quality boss kills. Xiaofeng claimed 1 piece of mythic equipment, while 2 more were dropped. Additionally, there were 8 or 9 other red items, all of remarkable quality, including a base construction order, dropped by the Archbishop. However, this construction order was bound to the guild, rendering it unsellable to other guilds, and could only be utilized by Zhang Tian to enhance the encampment's level. Otherwise, if one could summon a level 100 mythic boss for each defense, it would allow for an endless cycle of acquiring new construction orders. Brother Xiaofeng, your contributions to this defense were monumental. It would be remiss of us not to express our gratitude appropriately. Come, let us visit the repository. I must show my appreciation for you. Zhang Tian exclaimed cheerfully, tugging Xiaofeng toward the encampment. Chapter 77. For skill books. Although Xiaofeng had already acquired a mythical belt, it paled in comparison to the rewards he received for vanquishing the boss and the pivotal role he played in the battle. A mere mythical item was truly insignificant. Zhang Tian led Xiaofeng and his companions into the dilapidated guild headquarters, arriving near the warehouse. The guild, Zhang Tianxia, was affluent and had initially expanded the warehouse to the utmost capacity, boasting no less than 1,000,000 slots, which were now nearly filled to the brim. Sorted by the quality of the items, the first page was entirely occupied by red and orange items, followed by a plethora of epic quality goods that filled several pages in succession. Zhang Tian began browsing from the highest quality items, extracting those that Xiaofeng could utilize and gifting them to him. The second-tier equipment is becoming obsolete for you. I will provide you with some unranked and third-tier items, which will prove far more beneficial in the future, Zhang Tian remarked. Having reached level 90 with his pace of advancement, it was anticipated that Xiaofeng would achieve level 100 and undergo his third advancement within a day or 2. At that juncture, switching to level 100 legendary gear would undoubtedly enhance his attributes significantly. However, Even unranked equipment was nearing its limits for Xiaofeng, as the unranked items produced by the system were essentially based on a level 50 attribute template. The foundational attributes of unranked mythical gear were not superior to those of level 100 legendary items, possessing only stronger special effects. Nevertheless, out of gratitude for the other's goodwill, Xiaofeng felt it inappropriate to decline. A multitude of exquisite equipment was exchanged. And even if he could not utilize it immediately, he could save it for future use or gift it to friends. Each transaction permitted a maximum of 10 items. And after the first exchange, Zhang Tian felt it insufficient and issued a second trade request. This time, he sent over numerous skill books. Upon viewing them, Xiaofeng could not help but display a joyful expression. Resist Fire Ring conjures fire elements to create a ring of flames that expands outward. The ring can expand up to 15 meters, dealing 150 of attack power as magical damage to enemies it touches, while also repelling them. Casting time is 0.5 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Ice Arrow, instant cast, dealing 180 of attack power as magical damage to a single enemy, with a 50 chance to freeze them for 3 seconds. Range is 30 meters, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Dragon Breath, instant cast. Unleashes a torrent of dragon flames in a 315-meter area in front of oneself, inflicting 185 of attack power as magical damage to all enemies within the range, with a 50 chance of inducing fear, rendering them unable to use skills, for 5 seconds. Cooldown is 60 seconds. Basic Fire Elemental Summon, instant cast. Summons a fire elemental to assist in battle, with the summon inheriting 10 of the caster's attack power and health, persisting for 30 seconds. Cooldown time is 30 seconds. A total of 4 mage skill books, each of which he could learn immediately, although none were of epic or legendary quality. Each of these skills would become extraordinarily powerful in his hands. Zhang Tian also placed 1 million gold coins alongside the skill books, presenting them to Xiaofeng. After the transaction, he expressed a hint of regret, saying, "Brother Xiaofeng, these items are but a trifle compared to the assistance you have rendered. However, in managing my guild, I must reserve some resources as a safety net, so I can only provide you with this much for now. Rest assured, we will forever cherish your assistance. Your enemies shall become our foes in battle. Anyone who dares to provoke you will not be spared by us warriors." Xiaofeng chuckled. "My dear brother, you flatter me. My visit this time was primarily to gain experience and level up, a mutually beneficial arrangement. What you have already given is more than sufficient. There is no need to feel indebted. If you feel compelled, simply equip 2 of my brothers. Needless to say, it's already prepared." Zhang Tian laughed heartily and immediately initiated a trade request with Zhang Fan and Li Li. Though not as formidable as Xiaofeng, both possessed commendable combat prowess and had been of significant assistance. Moreover, with Xiaofeng's endorsement, Zhang Tian bestowed upon each of them a piece of unranked legendary gear, along with 5 or 6 pieces of currently usable epic equipment, as well as a couple of skill books. These were all spoils from the recent defensive battle. This skirmish yielded immense rewards for all participants, and the Conquest Guild reaped substantial profits. In terms of economic gain, it far surpassed the 120 million required for the residence permit. Of course, the 300 NPC soldiers who came to assist nearly all perished, and compensation for their losses must also be addressed. The battle is over. You may celebrate at your leisure. We shall take our leave. Xiaofeng bid farewell to Zhang Tian and the others. You are always welcome in Conquest. Zhang Tian replied. Until next time, great Xiaofeng. The surrounding guild members shouted in unison. Until next time, Xiaofeng smiled and teleported away. He had just gained 5 levels, inching closer to the 3rd advancement. Yet, the frustration lingered as he had yet to achieve the 2nd advancement. With that thought, he felt a tinge of headache. The 3 of them teleported back to Moonlight City. "Ah, this is truly delightful," Li Li remarked, donning his newly acquired gear with a look of satisfaction. Both he and Zhang Fan had reached level 44, catching up with the top-tier players. With exceptional equipment and the advantages of their hidden classes, they were undoubtedly among the elite. Xiaofeng also equipped his newly obtained mythical belt and legendary gauntlets, while the remaining level 100 legendary gear was temporarily stowed in his inventory. With new equipment came enhanced attributes. His health soared to over 15,600, and his attack power reached 1,247. However, his mana still fell short of 2,000, barely surpassing 1,700, and the growth rate was rather sluggish. "Old Xiao, what are your plans next?" Zhang Fan inquired. Xiaofeng took out the 4 new skill books he had acquired and began to learn them one by one. As he absorbed the skills, he remarked, "First, I will seek assistance from an NPC for my second advancement, and then I will undertake a main quest to unlock the level 2 main city. The second advancement is undoubtedly a priority, followed closely by the quest concerning the 4 great malevolent spirits. This task is crucial as it pertains to the unlocking of a level 2 city. The sooner it is completed, the better. Once unlocked, the War City will be incorporated into the territory of the Dragon Kingdom's semi-region, which will be a boon for the entire semi-region. Even if the boundaries of the half-zone are opened in the future and the Dragon Kingdom merges with the international realm, the corresponding dominance will remain firmly in the hands of the players from the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, a level 2 main city symbolizes greater strength and a higher rank, which should provide ample opportunities to encounter numerous high-value quests. We cannot assist with class changes, but you may call upon us if you require help with tasks," Li Li remarked. "Indeed," Xiaofeng nodded. "If we cannot defeat the enemies, I shall seek your aid." However, upon hearing that the task involved combat, Li Li's enthusiasm waned instantly. If Xiaofeng was unable to prevail, their assistance would be of little consequence. "I'm leaving," Xiaofeng declared, exiting the party and teleporting away. He intended to seek out the level 200 mythical boss, Laliner, to facilitate his second job change. This esteemed NPC possesses a rather intriguing trait known as helpfulness, which suggests he would be quite approachable. Previously, Xiaofeng had refrained from seeking out this notable figure due to the considerable distance, perceiving it as a waste of time. Now, however, he realized that as long as efficiency is prioritized, a bit of fatigue from travel is inconsequential. After all, he possessed the Swift Boots, which doubled his movement speed compared to others. Furthermore, the map of the Abyssal Lake, where Laliner resides, is densely populated with high-level monsters, making it an excellent area for leveling up. Xiaofeng teleported to the level 3 main city, Flame City, and subsequently to the level 4 city, Volcano City. Embarking on his journey across the map. Chapter 78. What is this thing called Fire Element? The heart of the Earth Lake. Nestled within an underground fissure situated 120 kilometers from the volcanic city of level 4, boasts astonishing temperatures, making it a realm where few creatures can endure. Previously, a player ventured into this searing expanse in search of a specific plant for a quest, only to succumb to the oppressive heat before achieving their objective, ultimately forced to abandon their endeavor. Typically, only formidable priests are capable of traversing the depths of the heart of the Earth Lake, relying on their healing abilities to withstand the damage inflicted by the extreme temperatures. According to the annotations in the Wild Mage NPC information table, the 200-level Saint Domain Mage, Larinar, resides at the deepest recesses of this lake, a place inaccessible to all but the most skilled. Xiaofeng raced forward, maximizing the speed-enhancing effects of his swift feet ability, moving with the grace and swiftness of a human cheetah. Nevertheless, it took him a full hour and a half to reach the entrance of the heart of the Earth Lake. "Phew, I'm exhausted." Continuous running drained his hidden stamina attribute, and at this moment, Xiaofeng found himself panting heavily, compelled to take a momentary respite. Roar. Not far off, a 3-meter-tall flame creature swayed towards him, emitting a low, rumbling growl. Xiaofeng glanced at its information. Volcanic Element, Elite Monster, Level, 150 Health, 280, 000 280. 000, Target Level 2 High, unable to retrieve additional data. Volcanic Element? I seem to possess a similar entity. Xiaofeng recalled a newly learned skill and immediately invoked it. Beginner Fire Element Summon. 50 mana points were deducted, only to be replenished instantly by the effect of his robe. A fiery entity coalesced at the tip of his staff, transforming into a small fire figure standing at 1.5 meters tall. Initially, the beginner fire element stood a mere 20 centimeters. A short and adorable creature with stubby limbs and a flame resembling a quirky tuft atop its head. However, under the augmentation of the Weather Mage's innate talent, its size expanded sixfold, resulting in a charming little being nearly 1.5 meters tall, albeit still with short limbs. The beginner fire element emitted an endearing sound, then noticed the approaching foe. With its diminutive hands, less than 20 centimeters in length, it waved at the slowly drifting volcanic element. Whoosh! A small fireball launched forth, striking its target. The next moment, boom! A thunderous explosion resonated. The volcanic element was sent flying, shattered into countless pieces. Wow, that is astonishing. Xiaofeng was taken aback. Hastily checking the attributes of this summoned creature. Elementary Flame Element, Xiaofeng's Summon, Level, 90 Health, 15, 688, 000 15, 688, 000 Attack Power, 1, 247. 000 Physical Defense, 0 Magic Defense, 0 Skill. Fireball inflicts 100 of attack power as magic damage to the target, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Remaining duration, 25 seconds. Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. This entity is referred to as an elementary flame element. It was akin to the descent of a fire deity. Originally, the elementary flame element was merely a lackluster skill, summoning a creature with health and attack power merely 10 of one's own, capable of delivering an attack every 3 seconds, resulting in negligible damage. Even with a continuous barrage over 30 seconds, it would only contribute approximately 3 to the overall output. And considering the enemy's magic defense, achieving a mere 2 would be commendable. However, under the influence of Xiaofeng's extraordinary talent, the attributes of the summon surged a staggering 10,000-fold, with over 10 million health and over 1 million in attack power. Even a basic strike could obliterate an epic boss of the same level. Engaging in duels against legendary or mythical foes suddenly seemed plausible. It dawned upon me that I might have stumbled upon a novel strategy. Xiaofeng, in a state of awe, felt as though he had unlocked a new realm. If one elementary flame element was so formidable, imagine the potential of advanced elemental summoning magic, or acquiring multiple spells at once. Summoning 10 or more elemental beings could easily lead to the annihilation of a temple. However, it appeared that there was a cap on the number of summoned beings. A maximum of 2 could coexist at any one time, as any additional summons would replace the earliest one. Go forth, little fire spirit. With such a powerful ally by his side, Xiaofeng felt a surge of comfort and settled down to rest, commanding the flame element to hunt the wandering creatures nearby. The wild creatures in this vicinity were predominantly special beings associated with fire, possessing more than 50 resistance to fire spell damage. Yet, against the little fire spirit's attack power of 1.24 million, they were rendered virtually powerless, meeting their demise upon contact. Xiaofeng gradually regained his stamina while the little fire spirit fought on, earning him experience points. After 30 seconds, the little fire spirit emitted a feeble sound before transforming into a wisp of flames and dissipating. Xiaofeng summoned another and continued to set this little entity to work. With a flurry of fireballs, the surrounding volcanic elements were swiftly eradicated. Noticing a towering volcanic entity over 4 meters high in the distance, seemingly a rare boss, he directed the little fire spirit to engage. Unexpectedly, when the little spirit floated forward for 100 meters, it suddenly burst into flames and vanished. Upon exceeding the distance limit, the summon automatically dissipated and the system provided feedback. It was then that Xiaofeng realized that summoned entities could only operate within a 100-meter radius of their summoner. After resting for 5 minutes, his stamina gradually returned. He summoned the little fire elemental once more, advancing towards the rare boss. Little fire elemental, unleash your fury. Once they were within an appropriate range, Xiaofeng commanded the fire elemental to charge forward. Thus commenced an epic clash between volcanic and fire elements. Bayu, boom, Bayu, crack, Bayu, roar. The two adversaries exchanged blows for 10 seconds. Following the third fireball's launch, the boss let out a wretched scream before shattering into a myriad of fragments. Well done, Xiaofeng praised. Although the efficiency of this battle did not rival his own direct involvement, it was certainly more leisurely. Onward. Collecting the gold dropped by the boss, Xiaofeng proceeded toward the heart of the Earth Lake, accompanied by the little fire elemental. This vicinity was a vast volcanic region, replete with volcanoes and rivers of magma. One had to carefully navigate the molten terrain, for a misstep would cost 5,000 health points. And lingering for a mere 2 or 3 seconds would necessitate a return to the city for resurrection. This environmental burn effect could even bypass the Earth elemental shield, compelling even Xiaofeng to adhere to the main path. The heart of the Earth Lake was located at the juncture of 3 volcanoes within an underground fissure, which took him nearly 10 minutes to locate. The fissure sloped downward, winding and coiling like an inverted diamond mine, narrow at the entrance but expanding as one descended. At the opening, magma cascaded downward, creating a magnificent lava waterfall that was truly awe-inspiring. Cautiously, Xiaofeng navigated around the magma and delved into the fissure, following the twisting path deeper within. 100,000,000, 100,000, 100. The surrounding heat began to inflict damage upon him, draining 100 health points per second. His artifact had restored 50 health points per second, leaving him with an actual loss of 50 health points every second, although his health had risen to over 15,600. This rate of decline was alarmingly rapid. Moreover, since acquiring the Earth Elemental Shield, Xiao Feng had forsaken the habit of consuming potions. Possessing merely over 20 Holy Life potions and a set of potions that restored 1,000 health points each, he attempted to cast the Earth Elemental Shield upon himself. But to no avail. He then conjured a rainstorm spell upon himself. The torrential downpour cascaded down, significantly lowering the ambient temperature. The magma, subdued by the rainstorm, temporarily transformed into a dark crimson hue, and the health point drain above Xiao Feng's head ceased momentarily. However, the rainstorm spell could only be employed once every minute, lasting merely 10 seconds, which was still somewhat insufficient. It appeared he would have to hasten his pace and rely on potions to endure. Xiao Feng sighed in resignation.